This young man was all set to enjoy a passionate college life when he suddenly found himself transmigrated into the body of a withered old man on the verge of death in a cultivation world, a fate he couldn't possibly accept. The young man comforted himself, thinking that since he'd transmigrated, this old man must be some kind of reclusive master. I'll check his memories. This world was the Kunlun world, a place where cultivators reigned supreme. The original owner of the body, Ye Junlin, was an exceptional talent who had reached the golden core realm at a young age. Thanks to his outstanding talent, he was chosen to be the peak master of Misty Peak in the Tian sect, one of the 6 great sects in the eastern region of the desolate continent. However, during a mission to purge demonic cultivators, he was ambushed. His Tian was destroyed, causing him to lose all of his cultivation and become a cripple. For over a decade, he grew dull and despondent, giving up on life and remaining isolated on the mountain, completely detached from the world's affairs until he reached the age of 110. The newly transmigrated young man, now called Ye Junlin, cried a river of tears after absorbing the original owner's memories. In the end, I'm just an ordinary person, and considering this body's age, doesn't that mean I could drop dead at any moment? I just transmigrated, for crying out loud. Suddenly, a thought struck Ye Junlin. Wait a minute. Based on my years of reading web novels, if this is a transmigration story, there has to be a system. I still have a chance. So, Ye Junlin slammed his cane on the ground, pointed to the sky, and shouted, "System, your daddy's here, so get out here and show yourself." In response, only silence answered him. "Are you playing hide and seek with me? Hurry up and stop messing around," Ye Junlin said impatiently. Seeing that this approach wasn't working, Ye Junlin put on a pitiful face. "My dear system, I was wrong. I was just joking before. Please, could you just say something?" "That's right. Maybe it's not a system-type story. What if it's the old grandpa in a ring trope?" Ye Junlin started fumbling around his clothes and, sure enough, found a ring. "Medecine, elder, are you in there? Old geezer, stop playing dumb. I know you're hiding in there." Seeing there was still no reply. Ye Junlin threw the ring away and, pointing at the sky, started cursing angrily. Just then, a system panel appeared. System analysis has detected that the host is using extremely vulgar language. This system is being passively activated. Host, please refrain from swearing and be a civilized person. System buddy, you finally showed up. I was starting to think I transmigrated to a world without a system. Apologies. I was in a deep sleep. This system has only just awakened. To compensate the host, the system offers a newbie gift package. Would you like to open it? Ye Junlin couldn't have wished for anything better and immediately told it to open the gift. Congratulations, host, for receiving this special ability. The stronger the foe, the stronger you are. As long as the host confronts anyone with a higher cultivation realm, you will instantly and permanently gain a cultivation level 1 realm higher than theirs. Furthermore, there are no side effects whatsoever. Oh my god, for real. For example, if I, as a normal person, fought an immortal, this system does not lie. Just give it a try. I guarantee there will be no issues. If that's really true, wouldn't that make me invincible? I'll always be 1 realm higher than my opponent. Just as Ye Junlin was reveling in his joy, the system dropped a bombshell. Friendly reminder, the host has only 1 hour left to live. No way. I'm about to die already, then I have to hurry down the mountain, find someone, and provoke a fight to gain cultivation and extend my life. Half an hour later, Ye Junlin hobbled down the mountain, grumbling as he went, "Oh, brilliant. Did you think a heavenly demon was just waiting up on the mountain? You've really screwed me over this time." Friendly reminder, the host has 35 minutes remaining. Stop rushing me. You're nagging like it's my funeral already. Do you think this old bag of bones can even make it in time? Just then, Ye Junlin saw storm clouds and lightning engulfing the sky over a mountain in the distance. At that very location, under the swirling dark clouds, a confrontation was unfolding between the Tian sect and a demon king's army. Ye Junlin, the sect master of Tian sect, led his disciples forward, his face furious as he roared, "How audacious! What vile demon dares to cause trouble for my Tian sect?" The demon king spread his wings, replying with an arrogant smirk, "You shameless fools of the Tian sect. I bet you never expected this demon king was still alive. Today, I will annihilate every last one of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Junlin and his fellow sect members charged forward, determined to fight the demon king's army to the death. Miles away, Ye Junlin was desperately trying to hobble toward the battle. "Hey, somebody come hit me. Quick, hit me." Of course, those people were too busy engaged in a bloody deathmatch to hear the feeble words of an old man miles away like Ye Junlin. Friendly reminder, the host now has 20 minutes of life remaining. Please take immediate remedial action. No way. Am I really going to have to reincarnate this soon? They're too far away. They can't hear me at all. I don't think I can make it down the mountain in time. I'll just have to resort to this." With that, Ye Junlin turned around and headed back up to the peak. Meanwhile, back at the battle, due to the vast difference in cultivation levels, the Demon King quickly gained an overwhelming advantage. With a single move, he caused casualties throughout the Tian sect. Some died, and those lucky enough to survive were still gravely injured. It's no use. The gap between the Golden Core realm and the Nascent Soul realm is just too great. Hey. Anyone else want to resist? You might as well just lie down and wait for your coffins. Just as the Demon King was gloating, he heard a voice from the neighboring mountain. "Hey, you stupid bird, get over here. Don't look around, I'm talking to you." "Old man, you must have a death wish, don't you? How dare you insult me?" Ye Junlin, holding a megaphone, was not only unafraid but yelled even louder. "You stupid bird. If you got a problem with that, then come over here and hit me. Yours truly is waiting right here. If you don't come, you're my son." Luckily, Ye Junlin had remembered seeing a megaphone in the old man's memories, one that could be activated with spirit stones. Otherwise, by the time he reached the battle, it would have been too late. Shu Yumian also began to notice Ye Junlin's presence and was stunned. "Is that junior brother Ye, the peak master of Misty Peak?" Behind him, Suchang Shui of the Tian sect was equally shocked. "Oh my god, is that the legendary peak master of Misty Peak?" The peak master of Hidden Sword Peak, Zhao Deju, spoke up. "He withdrew from the world decades ago. Why would he suddenly appear here?" Shu Yunian guessed, "I'm afraid he wants to lend a hand. But it's a pity. He was ambushed all those years ago, his cultivation was destroyed, and he became a cripple." The Demon King now recognized Ye Junlin as well, so it's that old piece of trash from decades ago. Huh. For Ye Junlin to dare mock the Azure Rock King, he must be tired of living. "Grandson, I don't even need cultivation to destroy you and turn you into a roast quail. Come here if you've got the guts." Ye Junlin hurled insults, and at the same time, the system made an announcement. Friendly reminder, the host has only 10 seconds before on-the-spot death. Why does this stupid bird keep yapping with so much useless trash talk? If he doesn't hit me, I'm toast. While Ye Junlin was panicking internally, the Demon King finally managed to launch a palm strike just before his lifespan was about to end. Analysis detected the host was attacked by an enemy in the early Nascent Soul realm, activating the passive effect. "The stronger the foe, the stronger I become." Received cultivation at the mid-Nascent Soul realm. Following the announcement, the old man version of Ye Junlin vanished, replaced by a devastatingly handsome young man with dashing silver hair. He used one hand to reach for the sky, blocking the Demon King's palm strike and causing an earth-shattering explosion. So this is the true power of the Nascent Soul realm, as expected of the top fighting force in the mortal realm, truly terrifying. Ye Junlin said with a smile, "You're also in the Nascent Soul realm?" The Demon King replied, thinking to himself, "And his cultivation is even higher than mine." The people from the Profound Heaven sect were still in shock. How could this be? To think junior brother Ye was actually a Nascent Soul realm expert. It turns out all those years of decline were just a cover to deceive everyone. On the outside, he appeared to be an ordinary mortal, but in reality, he had secretly broken through to the Nascent Soul realm. "Junior brother Ye, you old fox, you were hiding this from us." Junior brother Ye, that's the Nascent Soul realm. There are only a handful of them in the entire barren continent, and it turns out our Profound Heaven sect has won. The Demon King was basically scared out of his mind by now. "Fellow Taoist, what just happened was all just a misunderstanding. I've decided to resolve the conflict with your esteemed sect. When I have time, I'll pay a formal visit. You destroyed the foundation of the Profound Heaven sect and slaughtered countless disciples of my sect, and you're telling me this is a misunderstanding. I will annihilate your entire clan, massacre your whole sect. After I'm done, I'll tell you it was all an unintentional misunderstanding. How does that sound to you?" As Ye Junlin was grilling the Demon King, the system notification popped up. "Congratulations to the host for achieving this cultivation level for the first time. Receiving a random divine ability as a reward, the Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger." The Demon King, in a weakened position, continued to negotiate. "Your cultivation is a bit higher than mine, but the gap isn't that large. Are you sure you want to fight me to the death? If you don't mess with me, I won't mess with you. But if someone messes with me, I will definitely get my revenge. Not to mention a monster like you has murdered countless humans. Your death would not be a pity." Knowing he couldn't change Ye Junlin's mind, the Demon King unleashed his power, determined to drag Ye Junlin down with him even if it meant burning his own inner core. However, Ye Junlin simply used the Great Desolate Heaven Imprisoning Finger and instantly vaporized the Demon King. Seeing this, the other members of his clan were swiftly dealt with by Ye Junlin before they even had a chance to flee. Once it was over, he walked over to Shu Yunian and said, "These filthy birds won't dare to bother the Profound Heaven sect anymore. Shu Yunian clasped his hands and replied gratefully, Junior brother Ye, we really owe you this time, I'm sorry. I used to think your cultivation was crippled and that you had completely fallen, but I never expected you to have broken through to the nascent soul realm. Su Qian Shui said with a smile, what are you talking about? Look at Junior brother Ye's demeanor. How could he have possibly fallen completely? Zhao Deju chimed in. Exactly. Junior brother Yi is just humble. That's why he didn't show off, secretly protecting the sect all along. Hearing this, Ye Junlin let out a sigh of relief. This guy's good. He's got a great imagination. But this works out well. Saves me the headache of having to explain everything. Just then, someone from the Profound Heaven sect ran over carrying a heavily injured senior brother, shouting, reporting to the sect master, we're in big trouble. The Wind Thunder sect suddenly attacked and seized our ore and spirit veins. All the disciples guarding them have been killed. Hearing the news, Shu Yunian was stunned. How can this be? Weren't we on good terms with the Wind Thunder sect? How dare they be so bold this time? Without the spirit veins for cultivation, it's like cutting off our path to immortality, pushing us into a dead end. Junior brother Ye, I plan to take the disciples to reclaim our resources. I was wondering if you would be willing to. Shu Yunian trailed off, looking at Ye Junlin with a probing gaze. The Wind Thunder sect was one of the 6 major sects in the Barren Continent. There had been many conflicts in the past, but they were always kept within limits. For them to invade at this specific time, it was obvious they were taking advantage of the demon clan's power to make their move. Truly treacherous. Just as Ye Junlin was thinking this, the system announced the activation of a check-in mission. Please complete the check-in at the Wind Thunder sect. The host will receive an unimaginable reward. Another mission? Huh. Well, since my power increases with stronger opponents, I'll just head to their turf and use them as practice. With that thought, Ye Junlin said to Shu Yonian, you all do what you need to do. I'll head straight to the Wind Thunder sect and wipe them out. With those words, Ye Junlin flew away, leaving the members of the Profound Heaven sect in complete awe. How many years has it been since the Profound Heaven sect was this powerful? Sect Master, have we ever been this strong? With Peak Lord Ye, we can become the #1 sect among the 6 great sects of the Barren Continent. Meanwhile, at the Wind Thunder sect, the disciples were happily celebrating after pulling off their dirty trick against the Profound Heaven sect. I can't believe things went so smoothly. After leading the Demon King to the Profound Heaven sect, we conveniently snatch all of their spirit veins. With this, we can become the #1 sect in the Barren Continent. But you don't think that Demon King will come after us, do you? What's there to be afraid of? Today, the Wind Thunder sect has invited a big shot from the Ascension Gate. With him here, there won't be any problems. Up above, Chen Yunhai, the sect master of the Wind Thunder sect, asked cheerfully, Elder Mu, I heard my son, Chen Jiao, has been performing exceptionally well at the Ascension Gate and has been accepted as a direct disciple by some venerable. Is this true? Elder Mi replied, Sect Master Chen, I rushed here from the Azure Continent precisely for this matter. Your esteemed son has caught the eye of the venerable Zhu Yang, who has imparted to him a supreme Taoist technique. His future is bound to be limitless. This is wonderful. Does that mean my son has a chance to become an immortal? At this moment, Elder Mu took out a small box and handed it to Chen Yunhai. This is a top-grade Nascent Soul pill. The young master asked me to deliver it to you, Sect Master. Seeing this, the disciples didn't forget to flatter him. Congratulations, Sect Master. With the help of this pill, you will surely break through and become a Nascent Soul cultivator. My son is so thoughtful. Today is truly a double joyous occasion. Oh, right, Elder Mu, about that Demon King. Elder Mu understood his meaning and replied, I will handle him for you. That would be wonderful. Thank you for your trouble. If Elder Mu hadn't pointed out the Demon King's cultivation level this time, our Wind Thunder sect might have missed the opportunity to seize the resources of the Profound Heaven sect. Just as Chen Yunhai finished speaking, Ye Junlin broke through their formation and entered the main hall. Who the hell are you? You have a death wish? How dare you barge into the main hall of my Wind Thunder sect? Chen Yunhai roared angrily. Junlin replied with a smirk, I am Ye Junlin, and I've come to annihilate you lot from the Wind Thunder sect. Just then, the system announced that he had successfully checked in at the Wind Thunder sect location. Congratulations to the host for receiving the Human King seal and the Great Void technique. The aura emanating from Ye Junlin terrified the people of the Wind Thunder sect. That's the Nascent Soul realm. This guy is actually a Nascent Soul cultivator. How did the Wind Thunder sect ever offend someone like this? Thinking to himself, a wary Chen Yunhai asked, Fellow Taoists, may I ask what business you have with our Wind Thunder sect? Playing dumb, are we? Did you not hear my name clearly? I am Ye Junlin, Peak Master of Misty Peak, from the Profound Heaven sect. You people colluded with a demon king to invade my profound heaven sect's territory. Your crimes are unforgivable. Today, your Wind Thunder sect will cease to exist. Ye Junlin. So it's you. Weren't you ambushed and had your cultivation completely destroyed? How could you possibly become a Nascent Soul realm cultivator? Chen Yunhai said in astonishment, thinking to himself, and if he's here, that means the Azure Rock King has already been eliminated. Those detestable, profound heaven sect people, they really know how to hide their strength. Fortunately, Elder Mu is here. Even if he's in the Nascent Soul realm, it's still just an egg hitting a rock. Elder Mu, you see the situation now. Not disappointing Chen Yunhai, Elder Mu, upon receiving his SOS signal, immediately threatened Junlin. Brat, kneel down and cripple your own arms, and I'll spare your life before I change my mind. Junlin cleaned his ear and replied, You old geezer, who the hell do you think you are to demand respect from me? Insolent. With that, Elder Mu unleashed the power of the deity transformation realm, leaving the members of the Wind Thunder sect in complete awe. This pressure is terrifying. With a deity transformation realm expert here, that Ye Junlin from the Profound Heaven sect is finished. With a powerful expert backing him, Chen Yunhai started running his mouth. Ye Junlin, I couldn't take your life back then, but don't even think about escaping today. After you're dead, the Profound Heaven sect will have no one to rely on. Won't it be easy for me to take it then? Hurry up and kneel to Elder Mu and beg for forgiveness. Maybe he'll even leave your corpse intact. Deity transformation? Good. Very good. Meanwhile, Shu Yunian was dealing with the Wind Thunder sect members at the Profound Heaven sect's Spirit Spring. To save his own skin, a disciple from the Wind Thunder sect brought up the Elder from the Feather Transformation Gate to threaten them. Heh, do you think without the protection of the Feather Transformation Gate, we would dare to openly invade your Profound Heaven sect with those vile beasts? This time, the Elder came to our Wind Thunder sect because our young sect master joined the Feather Transformation Gate in the Azure continent many years ago. Because of his outstanding talent and successful cultivation, he is highly regarded by them. Although I don't know how you dealt with that vile beast, I advise you to stop now. That way, perhaps we can let you live to work like dogs for our Wind Thunder sect in the future. Shu Yumian cut down the Wind Thunder sect disciple with a single slash, then gave the order to hurry to the Wind Thunder sect to rescue Peak Master Yi. Maybe Peak Master Yi has a way to deal with the Feather Transformation Gate. Su Qianshui's suggestion was immediately rejected by Zhao Deju. Impossible. An elder from the Feather Transformation Gate is at least a deity transformation realm cultivator. A nascent soul is just an egg hitting a rock in front of him. Even if I have to trade my own life, I must beg the Feather Transformation Gate to spare Peak Master Yi. He is the hope of our Profound Heaven sect. Shu Yunian said through gritted teeth, praying silently in his heart, Junior brother, don't you dare do anything foolish. Back in the main hall of the Wind Thunder sect, seeing the smile on Ye Junlin's face, the people of the sect jeered. He's about to die, and he can still smile. This kid must have been scared stupid by Elder Mu's deity transformation aura. With his strength, I'm afraid he's not even worthy of carrying Elder Mu's shoes. Elder Mu said disdainfully, a mere cultivator from a small town in the desolate continent like you dares to be so impudent before me. Your Profound Heaven sect is nothing but an ant's nest. In the eyes of the Feather Transformation Gate, it's just dust that can be wiped away at any time. And you are like a piece of trash, not even worth mentioning. However, since you have angered me, now, even if you kneel and apologize, I will still wipe out your entire Profound Heaven sect. Come on, hurry up and destroy me. Stop talking so much. What's so great about the deity transformation realm? If you've got the guts, let's fight one-on-one. Whoever runs is my grandson. Enraged by Junlin's provocations, Elder Mu directly launched a palm strike. Immediately, Junlin's system announced, detected host is being attacked by an enemy in the late-stage deity transformation realm. Activating the passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Receive peak deity transformation realm cultivation. Thanks to this new cultivation base, Junlin dissipated Elder Mu's attack with a simple wave of his hand, leaving the elder stunned. Why? How are you a deity transformation realm expert? Chen Yunhai's jaw dropped in utter shock. How can this be? A tiny Profound Heaven sect actually has a deity transformation expert guarding it. The Profound Heaven sect is truly formidable to have hidden such a trump card. How could this impoverished, desolate continent produce someone who has cultivated to the deity transformation realm? And a peak deity transformation realm at that. In this desolate continent, a Nascent Soul expert can already become a founding patriarch, allowing a sect to stand firm for 1,000 years. A deity transformation expert has never appeared here before. Moreover, this kid is so young to have reached this realm. How is that possible? Chen Yunhai asked Elder Mu anxiously. Elder Mu, what do we do now? You have to save the Wind Thunder sect. What's there to panic about? Don't forget, I am from the feather transformation gate of the Azure continent. The immortal techniques I possess are beyond his imagination." Hearing this, Junlin laughed and said, "Old man, do you really think your techniques are superior to mine? Absurd. The techniques of a small sect like yours are worlds apart from my feathered transformation gate. Let me broaden your horizons and show you a top-tier Earth-ranked divine ability." With that, Elder Mu used the Taiyi Azure Wood Palm to attack Junlin, leaving the members of the Wind Thunder sect in awe once again. As expected of the feather transformation gate, using an Earth-ranked technique right from the start, Elder Mu said confidently, "Brat, to die at my hands is an honor for a cultivator from a lowly sect like yours. Just a mere parlor trick, and you dare show it off in front of an expert." With that, Junlin used the Human King seal, directly reducing Elder Mu's Taiyi Azure Wood Palm to nothing but a name. Seeing Junlin preparing to strike him with the supreme and revered in heaven and earth seal, Elder Mu immediately used the feather transformation gate to threaten him, but unexpectedly, he still ended up dead at Junlin's hands. With his backer gone, Chen Yunhai now kowtowed in fear, begging for his life. "Yi Shenjun, this is all a misunderstanding. Our Ye Junlin Lei sect is willing to submit, to be your beasts of burden." The other disciples, seeing this, also began to kowtow and beg. Yes, we're all willing to follow the Divine Lord and be your beasts of burden." "Ha, you think you're worthy of being my dogs?" The same old trick. When begging didn't work, Chen Yunhai switched to threats. "Divine Lord, my son, Chen Jiao, has the potential to become an immortal. He has even been accepted as a direct disciple by a venerable elder of the Yuhua Gate. Can you truly afford to offend us? Don't bring ruin upon yourself." Hearing this only amused Ye Junlin further. "Perfect, just what I wanted. It's like I always say, if you cross me, I will make you pay. This time, it was your Ye Junlin Lei sect that invaded my Tian sect first. I've already said it. Today, your sect will cease to exist. And I am a man of my word." With that, Ye Junlin unleashed a single palm strike, turning the Ye Junlin Lei sect into a pile of ashes. Before meeting his ancestors, Chen Yunhai didn't forget to get in one last word. "For the blood and humiliation of this day, my son will repay you 1,000, 10,000 times over. In that case, I'll be waiting for your immortal-to-be son to come and give me some free experience points." With that business settled, Ye Junlin was heading back when the people from the Tian sect arrived. "Thank goodness. Junior brother Ye, you're still here." Su Yunian grabbed Ye Junlin's hand and said anxiously, "You're so lucky. I heard an elder from the Yuhua Gate came. He must have been away for some reason, which is how you managed to escape with your life. We can still get away if we leave now." Ye Junlin shook his hand off and replied with a smile, "Oh, you mean that elder? I already took care of him." "What? You actually killed the elder from the Yuhua Gate? But wasn't he a spirit transformation realm cultivator?" Su Qianshu smiled and said, "See, senior brother, I told you. Peak Master Ye's strength is extraordinary. He can handle it himself." Shu Yunayan still found it hard to believe. "How is that possible? Junior brother Ye can defeat someone in the spirit transformation realm?" Ye Junlin patted Shu Yunayan's shoulder. "Actually, I'm in the spirit transformation realm too. Enough talk. Let's hurry up and sweep through the Ye Junlin Lai sect to restock our resources." Just then, Zhao Dezu came forward to report that he had found a Nascent Soul pill. It was the very one Chen Jiao had Elder Mu send to Chen Yunhai. This Nascent Soul pill should be used by the sect master. If you break through to the Nascent Soul realm sooner, the Tian sect will become that much stronger, Ye Junlin said generously. Right at that moment, his system announced, "A suitable candidate for discipleship has been detected within a 100-mile radius, suspected to be a true immortal-level demon cult leader. Does the host wish to recruit this person as a disciple? Completion will result in an unimaginable reward." Awesome. A new mission, and it's to recruit a disciple. And the target is a true immortal-level demon cult leader. If I go and cozy up to them using my golden finger, won't I basically become an immortal myself? At that point, I'd be invincible in the desolate continent, maybe even the Azure continent. At this moment, Su Qiangshui spoke up with some concern. "Although we destroyed the Ye Junlin Lei sect, thanks to Peak Master Ye, we've now offended the Yuhua Gate. Will there still be a place for us in the entire eastern region, or for the Tian sect?" Zhu Yunian sighed and said, "That's right. The Yuhua Gate is immensely powerful. It's not a sect that our Tian sect can afford to fight. Junior brother Yi, your talent is unparalleled. You absolutely cannot let your future be buried here. It would be better for you to leave the eastern region. Later, if the Yuhua Gate comes seeking retribution, the worst that can happen is we sacrifice ourselves. As long as you are alive, the Tian sect still has a chance to continue." Su Yunian's words were surprisingly echoed by Su Qianshui and Zhao Deju. The sect master is right. Indeed. Peak Master Yi is an outstanding talent. It would be a terrible waste for him to die here. It wasn't just them, even the other disciples of the Tian sect were willing to sacrifice themselves to protect Ye Junlin. Exactly. Peak Master Yi will surely carry our hopes and forge a new world, letting the name of the Tian sect once again resound across the lands. We will stand firm here, and we will not retreat, even if it's our last moment. Peak Master Ye, you can set your mind at ease and go fulfill your potential. Ye Junlin couldn't help but be moved by these words. This sect truly has an amazing sense of unity. Thinking this, Ye Junlin smiled and replied, "Thank you all for thinking so highly of me. But rest assured, if I dared to do it, I have definitely considered the consequences. Leave everything that comes next to me. I'll handle it properly. I'll leave this place to you, Sect Master. Take your time cleaning up. I have something important to attend to, so I'll be going first." With that said, Ye Junlin quickly departed to find his new disciple. Meanwhile, in the Yang Bamboo Purple Void, a heavily injured Hong Tian was being pursued by a lecherous old man. "Beauty, don't run. Let this Taoist have a little fun." Hong Tian snapped angrily. "Get lost. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm a man." "A man," the old man said disbelievingly. "A young lady as beautiful as you? How could you possibly be a man?" "Stop trying to trick this old master. It's true what they say. A tiger in the plains is bullied by dogs. To think that I, the great leader of a demon cult, once shook the central region. The fire-worship demon cult was founded from the true immortal realm, a mighty force that ruled over 100,000 nations with billions of devout followers. Who would have thought that those enemies would ally with multiple sacred land powers to launch a large-scale siege on my fire-worship demon cult? I could only exhaust all my primal energy and desperately break through the encirclement to escape to this desolate land. I never imagined I'd end up in such a tragic situation. While Hong Tian was lamenting his fate, the old man used a late-stage golden core technique, the 5-cauldron primal lock, to try and restrain him, but it was shattered by Hong Tian's crimson flame shield. Someone with only a foundation establishment cultivation base managed to resist that. Could this be a prodigy from some major sect out for a stroll? The old man was initially surprised, but he quickly switched to using a hidden weapon and successfully subdued Hong Tian. Seeing the old man approach, Hong Tian couldn't help but rip open his shirt, revealing a muscular chest to prove he was a man. The old man was shocked at first, but then quickly decided to switch teams, which drove Hong Tian into a rage. He directly ignited his entire inner core, unleashing a palm strike that obliterated the old man. To run into something like this, what rotten luck. My inner core is almost shattered. I need to find a place to recover and figure out what to do next. Just as Hong Tian was about to leave, he heard a voice. "That pervert got what he deserved. You truly have an impressive background. Who's there?" Hong Tian shouted, cautiously looking around as an old man appeared. "Young friend, don't overthink it. This old man was just passing by. I'm not an associate of that lecher. Besides, my preferences are conventional. You can rest easy." Hearing this, Hong Tian lowered his guard slightly and clasped his hands in respect. "That's good to hear. In that case, fellow Taoist, perhaps our paths will cross again. Farewell." Just then, the old man suddenly closed the distance to Hong Tian. "Compared to that man, I'm far more interested in the secrets you carry. Let this old man see just what's inside that head of yours that allows you to wield such a powerful divine ability." Hong Tian was like a fish on the chopping block, and just as he was about to be sent to his grave, Ye Junlin appeared like a god. A single palm strike sent the old man to his final rest. After dealing with the old geezer, Ye Junlin looked at Hong Tian and asked with disappointment, "System, you tell me, is this a demon cult leader or a true immortal? Isn't this just some weak foundation establishment scrub? Are you pulling my leg? This system is not deceiving you. This individual was indeed a demon cult leader at the true immortal realm, but his cultivation has since regressed. The inside eye has been activated for the host. Name, Hong Tian. Gender, male. Talent, immortal grade. Spiritual root, fire attribute. Former identity, leader of the fire worship cult, a true immortal who ascended through tribulation. Current cultivation, early foundation establishment realm. Damn, it's actually true. But wait a minute, this guy is actually a man." Ye Junlin started to smirk as he looked at Hong Tian. That smooth, fair skin, those exquisite features, and that long, flowing hair. Countless girls would feel ashamed by the unfairness of it all. Anyone who looked at him would mistake his gender. Although he's only at the foundation establishment realm, with his past talent and experience, returning to his former peak will surely be much easier. Taking him as a disciple is definitely not a loss. Thinking this, Ye Junlin smiled and said, "I can see that your appearance is extraordinary. you are a rare cultivation genius. From this day forward, I have decided to take you as my disciple. What do you say? What? You'll take me as your disciple? Hong Tianye asked in astonishment, thinking to himself, could it be that he's seen the secrets I carry and wants to investigate further? Indeed, whether it's my artifacts or my fortunes, they are not things a spirit transformation cultivator from a barren land like you could ever imagine. With a cultivation level like yours, you wouldn't have even qualified to enter the outer sect of my fire worship demon cult in the past. A mere spirit transformation cultivator wants to be my master? You're dreaming. Ye Junlin narrowed his eyes and asked, what's wrong? Judging by your expression, it seems you're unwilling to become my disciple. Hong Tianye jolted when he saw the dangerous look in Ye Junlin's eyes. Although this man wasn't worthy of being his master, his current cultivation was not strong enough to resist. As long as there's life, there's hope. Once I recover my cultivation, I can turn the tables and become the master. Besides, it's just an act, so I'll just play along for now. Thinking this, Hong Tianye immediately knelt and shouted, Disciple Hong Tianye pays his respects to master. To be accepted into your sect is the greatest honor of this disciple's life. At the same time, he secretly swore in his heart, the time will come when I will reclaim this humiliation. Just you wait for my revenge. Ye Junlin sighed and said, Good disciple, rise quickly. From now on, your master will call you Little Hong. Hearing the name Little Hong, Hong Tianye was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead, but he still forced himself to endure it and said, Yes, master. Ye Junlin chuckled to himself. This kid's fake expression is so obvious, but it doesn't matter. Since I get stronger when facing stronger opponents, why would I be afraid of you betraying me? The system announced, Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple mission. The reward is a divine ability cultivation technique, the automatic cultivation method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the heaven-burying coffin. It contains 108 restrictions that will gradually unlock as the host's realm increases. It is currently a third-grade spiritual artifact. The heaven-burying coffin can bury the heavens, bury the earth, and bury all of creation. It can be used to refine any living creature, and in its later stages, it can even bury all the myriad realms. Ye Junlin was surprised and thought, oh, automatic cultivation? Doesn't that mean I can get stronger just by lying around? In my memory, all techniques and divine abilities have cultivation progress levels. Initiate, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and transformation. Each stage can increase its power and effectiveness by tenfold or even 100-fold. And this artifact rewarded by the system dares to claim it's strong enough to bury the heavenly Tao itself. I'm starting to look forward to seeing just how terrifyingly powerful this heaven-burying coffin can become once my realm is higher. The system announced, detecting the aptitude of the host's disciple. This system is providing a free upgrade service package. The reward is the fire attribute technique, the 3000 flame scripture. The reward is a fire origin pill, used to repair a fire attribute spiritual root and reforge an unparalleled foundation. This mission's rewards have now been distributed. Is the host satisfied? Ye Junlin chuckled to himself. This kind of reward is exactly the attitude the system should have towards transmigrators from Huaxia. Ha. He then turned to look at Hong Tianye, who was still fuming beside him, and thought, let's see just how arrogant this disciple I've acquired with his extraordinary talent can be. Then Ye Junlin spoke, Little Hong, you can't always be so sullen and angry. Do you think I'm not worthy of being your master? Hong Tianye said with fear in his voice, Master, you've misunderstood. No matter what, this is just my normal expression. He sneered inwardly, thinking, Humph, a measly spirit transformation cultivator dares to lecture me? You want to teach me how to live? Ye Junlin took out a book and said, It seems if I don't show you a little something, you won't submit to me. This technique manual is my gift to you for becoming my disciple. Study it well. Thank you, Master. With that, Hong Tianye accepted the manual, but in his heart, he was contemptuous. Haha, let's see what kind of trashy technique a spirit transformation cultivator from this savage land can pull out to fool me. The 3000 flame scripture? What? Such a tattered technique dares to have such a boastful name? As he spoke, Hong Tianye began to open the manual. Soon, his face was filled with utter shock. His eyes widened as he stared at the manual in his hands, screaming internally, This is impossible. The rebellious rage fire art that once helped me achieve immortality, which was considered the top-tier fire attribute technique in the central region, is nothing but trash compared to this 3000 flame scripture. This 3000 flame scripture completely shatters my understanding of fire attribute techniques. It is absolutely at the immortal grade, or maybe even the legendary saint grade. In the cultivation world, all techniques are divided into specific levels: mortal, spirit, mystic, earth, heaven, sovereign, immortal, and saint. With the help of this technique, my strength will increase beyond imagination. Returning to the true immortal realm is no longer enough to satisfy me. Seeing Hong Tianyé's expression, Ye Junlin smiled and asked, "Judging by your look, I take it you're satisfied with the technique I've given you, right?" Hong Tianyé forced a smile and replied, "Thank you for the technique, master. Your disciple has benefited greatly." He thought to himself, "Humph. I wonder how incredibly lucky this guy must be to stumble upon such a great opportunity in this desolate place." Just then, Ye Junlin took out another item and said, "Since you've already grasped the technique, I'll give you a pill to further assist you." When he saw the pill in Ye Junlin's hand, Hong Tianyé's jaw dropped. "This is a fire origin pill, and you're giving it to me." He hurriedly accepted the fire origin pill and thought to himself, for cultivators specializing in fire-based techniques, the fire origin pill is practically a divine elixir bestowed by the heavens. It can provide a massive boost and is so precious that even immortals would fight over it. How could a mere spirit transformation realm cultivator possibly get his hands on these two items? Even at my peak, I wouldn't have been able to obtain them. Ye Junlin suddenly asked, "Little Hong, are you perhaps doubting the gifts your master has given you?" Hong Tianyé was startled and quickly composed his expression. He cupped his hands, bowed, and said respectfully, "Master, absolutely not. It is this disciple's blessing of 3 lifetimes to have met you and been accepted as your disciple." But he thought to himself, "Humph, this guy probably has no idea how rare this technique and pill truly are. He must have stumbled upon them in some ancient ruins. I need to calm down." Meanwhile, Ye Junlin chuckled to himself. What is going through this demonic sect leader's mind? His expression keeps changing. It's actually quite amusing. On the surface, however, he showed nothing, simply nodding and saying, Take this pill. I will personally stand guard for you." "Yes, thank you, master." With that, Hong Tianyé popped the fire origin pill into his mouth and immediately sat down cross-legged to begin cultivating. Half an hour later, Ye Junlin, watching from the side, murmured to himself, "Foundation establishment, mid-stage, late stage, peak, perfection, golden core, early nascent soul. This guy really is a true immortal recultivating, breaking through from foundation establishment to nascent soul in just half an hour. Not bad at all. He's a good prospect." At that moment, Hong Tianyé's eyes snapped open and he let out a long cry. He thought ecstatically, "This is incredible. I never expected to break through so quickly. When I return to the central region, I will definitely avenge my past humiliation." Then, he remembered Ye Junlin was still there and cleared his throat twice before speaking. "I apologize for disturbing you just now, master. This disciple was rude. It's all right. Follow your master back to the sect. I'll introduce you to the martial uncles." Later that afternoon, outside the main hall of the Tian sect, disciples were talking. "Peak Lord Yi is so incredible. He destroyed a nascent soul expert with a single finger and has saved the Tian sect from annihilation time and again. It's such a shame I was blind back then and missed the chance to join Misty Peak. Otherwise, I'd be a disciple of Misty Peak by now." With Peak Lord Ye's strength, his standards for accepting disciples must be incredibly high. I really wonder who he'll choose. Just as the disciples were gossiping about him, Ye Junlin flew back with Hong Tianyé in tow. Seeing him, the disciples immediately cried out, "Everyone, look, Peak Lord Yi is back. Oh, who is that woman behind him? She's so beautiful. Where did this woman come from? How can she be so close to Peak Lord Ye?" As for Hong Tianyé, he scanned his surroundings and muttered to himself, "This cultivation sect is truly pathetic. The cultivation levels of these people are so low, they aren't even worthy of carrying the shoes for my demonic sect." At this moment, the sect master and several elders ran out to greet them. Shu Yunian asked, "Junior brother Ye, you're back." Ye Junlin placed a hand on Hong Tianyé's shoulder and said with a smile, "This is the disciple I picked up along the way. Little Hong, hurry and pay your respects to the sect master." Shu Yunian exclaimed in surprise, "A disciple?" Su Qiangshu was also shocked, exclaiming, "Peak Lord Yi, where did you find such a beautiful girl to be your disciple?" Suddenly, Hong Tianyé zipped in front of Su Qianshui like a gust of wind and declared, "I am a man." As he spoke, he released his powerful aura. Su Qianshui stumbled back a few steps in terror, stammering, "Non-Nascent Soul." Ye Junlin angrily smacked Hong Tianyé on the head and scolded, "Little Hong, don't be so insolent. This is my senior sister. Apologize at once." Hong Tianyé could only obediently cup his hands and say, "My apologies. This disciple was rude." He thought to himself, "I'll endure this for now. When I reach the spirit transformation realm, I will definitely avenge this humiliation." Ye Junlin laughed and said, "He's teachable." Now that introductions are over, I'll take little Hong back to Misty Peak to get him settled. Shu Yunian said, "All right, you two may go." And so, Ye Junlin and his disciple flew off towards Misty Peak. Watching the two fly off into the distance, Shu Yunian said softly, "Where on earth did Peak Lord Yi find a disciple at the Nascent Soul stage? He is truly unfathomable." Beside him, Su Qiangshui sighed. "In less than a day, junior brother Ye has already brought us so many unbelievable surprises." Meanwhile, Ye Junlin had led Hong Tianye back to Misty Peak. "You are my first disciple, so feel free to choose any place on this peak for yourself. Don't be shy." Smiling, Ye Junlin pushed open the door and walked inside. Hong Tianye followed him in and saw the dilapidated state of the place. His face twitched as he said, "Thank you, master." Inside, however, he was screaming, "What kind of dump is this? Even the residences of the fire-worship demonic sect's disciples are 100 times more luxurious than this. I, the great Hong Tianye, have to stay in a place like this?" Ye Junlin laughed and said, "Remember, only the weak complain about their circumstances. The strong learn to adapt quickly. For a cultivator, these are merely external things. It's a bit messy, so you can just clean it up yourself." After saying that, he flew off, leaving Hong Tianye clenching his fists in anger. He thought, "Fine, I'll endure it. With my current cultivation speed, it won't be long before I turn the tables. Ye Junlin, just you wait." Meanwhile, in Qing province, at the Yuhua Gates Hall of True Disciples, Chen Zhao was kneeling alone before Venerable Zhuyang. Venerable Zhuyang silently stared at the cracked life tablet in his hand, which bore the name of Elder Mu. After a few minutes, Chen Zhao spoke up. "Master, it is all my fault. I was the one who entrusted Elder Mu with delivering the pills to my father. Elder Mu's death worries me. I can't help but feel that. My father's sect will be implicated, so I wish to go to the desolate province myself to see what's going on." Venerable Zhuyang finally spoke. "Zhaoer, do you know why I took you as my disciple?" Chen Zhao replied, "Because this disciple possesses the solar physique and has the aptitude to become an immortal." Venerable Zhuyang forcefully crushed the life tablet and said, "That is only one reason. The second reason is that I saw great ambition within you. How could someone like you, who yearns for strength, possibly be distracted by something as trivial as father-son sentiment? The core disciple competition is approaching. You should start preparing. As long as you defeat other direct disciples to become the leader, the sect will increase the resources allocated to you. That's the real prize." Chen Jiao said hesitantly. "But," the Venerable Zhuyang interrupted. "No buts. It's just the tiny snow wind sect. I'll send someone to the barren continent to investigate. You just focus on taking first place for me, and that's all that matters." Chen Jiao clasped his hands and replied, "Disciple understands. I will not fail to live up to Master's expectations." The next morning, at the ethereal peak of the profound sky sect, Ye Junlin was lounging on a chair, sunbathing in the courtyard when he suddenly shouted, "Hong Tianye, are you done yet? Your master is getting impatient over here." Hong Tianye brought out a tray of food and said, "It's ready, master. I'll bring it to you right now." Inwardly, he thought, all he knows how to do is eat. I really can't fathom how a cultivator in the deity transformation realm could actually crave this kind of food. Yesterday, he lectured me about not complaining about my circumstances, but today he's indulging himself like this. Just as Hong Tianye brought the tray of food over, Ye Junlin eagerly grabbed 2 skewers and took a bite. "This meat is amazing, so delicious. The secret skewer seasoning the system gave me is out of this world." Praising it internally, Ye Junlin took another bite, then offered a skewer to Hong Tianye, saying, "Hey, Hong Tianye, you have a skewer too. Don't be so formal." Hong Tianye turned his head to the side in disgust and said, "Master, your disciple has already transcended the need for mortal food and has long lost interest in the delicacies of this world." Ye Junlin asked unhappily, "Are you disrespecting me? If you can't enjoy life like this, what's the point of even cultivating? My apologies, master. If you insist, then I suppose I'll have 1 skewer." As he finished speaking, he took the skewer and took a bite while thinking, "This Ye Junlin guy is a real weirdo in the world of cultivation. What could possibly be so delicious about this pathetic meat skewer?" However, the moment the meat entered his mouth, his eyes shot wide open in astonishment. He thought, full of emotion, "This flavor is incredible. I haven't felt this happy since I was a child." Ye Junlin was a bit helpless and said, "What's wrong? Why are you crying now?" Hong Tianye didn't have time to pay attention to him, continuing to immerse himself in his own feelings, thinking, "When I was little, I was always starving and dreamt of eating just 1 piece of meat. That feeling of happiness when I first tasted meat, it's impossible to describe. But ever since I stepped onto the path of cultivation, Long Ming only focused on fighting his way to the pinnacle of martial arts, so I never cared for these simple pleasures of life again. It really is, as he said, if becoming a cultivator means you have to give up even the simplest desire for food, then what's the point of cultivating at all? At the same time, the aura around his body began to slowly surge upwards. Seeing this, Ye Junlin's eyes widened as he thought, is this another breakthrough? Early nascent soul. Mid-stage. Late stage. Peak. Perfection. A single thought to reach deity transformation. Holy crap, this guy broke through just by eating a single skewer. His talent is way too heaven-defying. A moment later, Hong Tianye awoke from his state of enlightenment to find Ye Junlin standing before him, holding 2 meat skewers, smiling as he said, Hong Tianye, congratulations on your breakthrough to deity transformation. As your master, I'm truly happy for you. Your cultivation level is almost catching up to mine, you know. Hong Tianye narrowed his eyes at Ye Junlin and thought, I didn't expect to break through to the deity transformation realm so quickly. Since it has come to this, it's about time this absurd master-disciple relationship came to an end. Atop the ethereal peak of the profound sky sect, Ye Junlin was comfortably lounging on a chair, saying, Hong Tianye, you've eaten and you've leveled up. Come over here and give your master a shoulder rub. Behind him, Hong Tianye seethed internally. You bastard named Yi. I'm in the deity transformation realm now, and you still have the nerve to order me around?
You're just a mere deity transformation cultivator yourself. Just drop dead for me.
As he thought this, he reached out a hand, forming a claw aimed straight at Ye Junlin's head. Just as he was about to land the blow, a disciple suddenly burst into reporting to Peak Master Ye. Peak Master Ye, the sect master requests your presence in the main hall to discuss important matter. Ye Junlin sat up in surprise and asked, Oh, it's only been a day and he's alive again? Hong Tianye quickly retracted his hand, thinking, a golden opportunity, wasted just like that. However, Ye Junlin is full of weaknesses. There will definitely be plenty of opportunities later on. Completely oblivious to what his disciple was thinking, Ye Junlin leaped into the air and said, Hong Tianye, your master is heading out now. Your massage technique is very relaxing. Help me with a foot massage when I get back, okay? Once Ye Junlin was far away, Hong Tianye shouted in anger, Damn it, do you really see me as your personal servant? I should have been more decisive just now in taking care of that shameless bastard on the spot. Meanwhile, in the council hall of the profound sky sect, the atmosphere was heavy. The disciples were whispering in low voices. What are we going to do about this? Perhaps the heavens truly want to destroy our profound sky sect. At that moment, Ye Junlin flew down and walked inside. The sect master and the elders all spoke up to greet him. Junior brother Ye, you've arrived. Peak Master Ye. Ye Junlin spoke up and asked, Esteemed elders, has the sect encountered another crisis? Why the solemn assembly? Shu Union spoke up, Junior brother, this is what happened. A few years ago, the Wei Kingdom, which is under our profound sky sect's protection, sent a distress call to the sect. They said that a series of bizarre events are happening across their country, and people are dying everywhere. The deaths are incredibly strange. All the blood has been drained from the corpses, and this phenomenon is becoming increasingly rampant in the Wei Kingdom. There are even cities with populations of nearly 1 million that have turned into horrific landscapes of piled-up bodies. I deduced that a demonic creature was causing chaos, so I sent a group of disciples to investigate the situation, but we lost all contact with them. None of them ever returned. The Wei Kingdom reported again this morning, saying that the situation is extremely critical and has now spread to neighboring countries. If this continues, the barren continent might be plunged into great turmoil. Moreover, when the profound sky sect tries to recruit new disciples in the future, our position will become precarious. Ye Junlin frowned and asked, Is that serious? For it to spread this widely, did no one see it coming or do anything about it beforehand? Su Qiangshui spoke up. Perhaps everyone who saw it is already dead. If this continues, the profound sky sect may be left without successors and will gradually fall into decline. Ye Junlin glanced at her and said, The barren continent is already a desolate place for cultivators. A Nascent Soul expert should be able to control any situation. Besides, the Wei Kingdom is on the very edge of the barren continent. How could there be a problem that our profound sky sect can't solve? To not even get a single message back. Could there be an even more terrifying power behind all this? A system notification appeared. New mission activated. Proceed to the Wei Kingdom and resolve the root cause of the crisis. After completing the mission, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Junlin gave a thumbs up and praised it internally. System, you're pretty sharp, aren't you? The system replied, Not bad at all. Then, Junlin looked at Shu Unian and said, Sect Master, I understand your concerns. Based on what you've said, this phenomenon began in the Wei Kingdom a few years ago, and it's currently the most severe there. In that case, the root of the problem must be there, so I'll make a trip personally. Su Union said joyfully, That would be for the best. Junior brother Yi truly understands the greater good. If you take action, this matter will surely be resolved quickly. Then I'll see you later. Wait for my good news." With that, Junlin wasted no more time and immediately flew off, leaving the people of the Tian sect to exclaim, "Peak Lord Ye truly acts like a clap of thunder." I wasn't even finished talking. A moment later, Zhao Deju spoke up. "Can Peak Lord Yi really solve this strange affair?" Su Qian Shui glanced at him and said, "You blockhead, in a small place like the barren continent, what could possibly trouble a spirit transformation cultivator?" Su Yunin agreed, saying, "That's right. If even he can't handle it, then this barren continent is truly beyond saving. All of you, focus on your cultivation. Don't overthink anything else. Let's not disappoint junior brother Ye's expectations of us." Everyone responded in unison. Understood. That afternoon, two figures flew across the border of the Wei Kingdom. One of them was Hong Tianye. He looked at Junlin flying ahead and thought to himself, after returning from the meeting, why is he in such a hurry to go to a poor country like Wei? Fine by me. I'll have to find an opportunity to deal with him on this trip. Before long, the two had entered the Wei Kingdom. As they flew over Peach Blossom Village, Junlin spoke. "It seems some bandits are pillaging the village. Let's go down and take a look." Hong Tianye snorted under his breath. "You're even concerned about something so trivial?" Meanwhile, in Peach Blossom Village, the village chief was kneeling on the ground, begging the chieftain of the Black Wind Fortress, "If you want to take things, just take everything. Please, I beg you, don't harm the innocent villagers." Hearing this, the Black Wind Fortress chieftain grinned. "Humph, who told you I want to take things? What I want is for all of you to pass on obediently. That way, there won't be any suffering." Ha ha ha. With that, the chieftain kicked the village chief away. His eyes turned bloodshot as he began to channel his technique. "Everyone, get back. The chieftain is about to unleash his divine art." The bandits shouted, retreating in unison. A second later, strands of blood essence began to leave the villagers' bodies, being absorbed by the Black Wind Fortress chieftain. The villagers, feeling the agony and torment, screamed, "Help us! Mommy, I'm scared. A monster. It's a monster. Is anyone coming to save us? Boo-hoo, I don't want to die." On a rooftop, Hong Tianye frowned and muttered softly, "Oh, this demonic art." He was suspicious, thinking to himself, "This technique is very similar to that enemy from the Central Plains," but he was already eliminated by the joint forces of the Great Sacred Lands. Junlin, standing beside him, looked at him and asked, "You know this technique?" Hong Tianye looked over and lied through his teeth. "No, I don't. But it looks very demonic." In his heart, he thought, "If it really is that enemy, I'm afraid this trip won't be an easy one to return from." Junlin said, displeased, "You brat, what kind of attitude is that?" But seeing that the villagers below were about to collapse, Junlin could only put it aside for now. He jumped down, placed a hand on the Black Wind Fortress chieftain's shoulder, and said with a smile, "Your mealtime is over." "Stop." The chieftain was startled for a moment, then furiously threw a punch at Junlin. "Who are you? You dare ruin my business? Are you tired of living?" Junlin didn't waste time with words. He simply pointed a finger, twisting and shattering the man's arm. The chieftain froze for a few seconds before clutching his arm and screaming in agony. The bandits cried out in fear. Chieftain. Junlin spoke up. "Don't get agitated. We can talk this over civilly." The chieftain snapped back to his senses at those words and hurriedly knelt on the ground, saying, "A spirit transformation realm cultivator. Please spare my life." Junlin asked, "Tell me, where are you from?" The chieftain replied, I was originally a guard in the Wei Kingdom's imperial palace, but I was ordered to be executed by the prince for seeing something I shouldn't have. Not wanting to die in vain, I desperately escaped from the palace." Junlin asked, "What was it that you shouldn't have seen? And where did you get that demonic art you're cultivating?" The chieftain replied, "I often saw the prince acting suspiciously, frequently going in and out of the rear mountain, but I never dared to investigate further. As for the demonic art, while I was escaping, a mysterious organization taught it to me, but I don't know anything about their origins." Junlin asked, "They just taught you a demonic art for no reason?" The chieftain replied, "They only demanded that I constantly use this technique to devour the blood essence of others to raise my cultivation. And just like that, they passed it on to me. To protect myself, I had no choice but to comply. I don't know anything else." Junlin looked towards Hong Tianye and said, "It seems there's a huge organization behind this, and their actions might be related to this whole demonic affair. Little Hong, what do you think?" Hong Tianye replied nonchalantly, "I don't know." Internally, he began to ponder. This method of teaching techniques is very similar to his. Could it be he's really still alive? But why would he appear in the barren continent? If this demonic affair is really his doing, then Ye Junlin, a mere spirit transformation cultivator, won't be able to handle it. This great way will be Ye Junlin's final resting place. As for Junlin, he placed a hand on the chieftain's head to perform the soul-searching art and said, "Let me see what secrets you're really hiding." A moment later, the chieftain's eyes rolled back as he collapsed to the ground. Junlin spoke. He really wasn't lying. However, I did see a very noteworthy piece of information. We need to get to the Great Wei's imperial palace immediately. Hearing this, Han Tianye casually turned towards the bandits and snapped his fingers. Instantly, a sea of flames erupted, engulfing them. Junlin and the villagers all stared at Hong Tianye in shock. Seeing their reactions, Hong Tianye asked, "Master, did your disciple do something wrong? Don't these bandits deserve a coffin?" Inwardly, he thought, "I've been holding back for so long. Finally, I can kill someone to let off some steam." Junlin cleared his throat, gave a thumbs up, and praised him. Not wrong at all. A job well done. The villagers also clapped and cheered. Fair immortals, for eliminating evil, protecting the people, and carrying out justice on behalf of heaven, our Peach Blossom Village will be eternally grateful to you both. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace of Great Wei, a court session was in progress. From the Dragon Throne, the Emperor of Great Wei sighed and said, "The population of Wei has plummeted by 30% in the past few years. If this continues, our kingdom will soon be destroyed by the evil Chong. I wonder if the immortal masters of the Tian sect can help Great Wei overcome this crisis." The civil and military officials below were dead silent, none daring to speak up. At that very moment, a young princess ran in, shouting, Imperial Father, Imperial Father." I was outside and saw two immortals flying this way. Hearing this, the Emperor of Great Wei joyfully sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What? It must be the immortal masters from the Tian sect. My dear ministers, follow us at once to greet them." Meanwhile, in the sky above the Imperial Palace, Ye Junlin said softly, "Little Hong, don't you agree that making an entrance like this is quite spectacular?" Hong Tianye replied, "Master, you are brilliant. This disciple feels the same." But inwardly, he thought, "Humph, what a show-off. Let's see how you handle the evil Chong once you learn what they are. Don't come crying to me for help then." By now, the Emperor of Great Wei had led his officials outside. They immediately clasped their hands towards Ye Junlin and Hong Tianye, shouting respectfully, "We humbly welcome the immortal masters." Ye Junlin announced, "I am Ye Junlin, the Peak Lord of Piao Miao Peak from the Tian sect. I have come to help you resolve this crisis, so there is no need to worry anymore." The Emperor of Great Wei said with delight, "On behalf of all the people of Wei, we thank you, great immortal. Do you have any requests for us to fulfill?" Ye Junlin and Hong Tianye landed and stated, "Arrange a place for my disciple and me to rest." The Emperor of Great Wei replied, "Not a problem at all. This way, please. We will personally escort the great immortal there." And so, the group left, completely unaware that a figure hidden behind a palace gate was watching them and whispering, "Humph, just a peak lord from the Tian sect, putting on such airs. And here I was, worrying about finding a suitable tribute to help my master break through to the peak of the spirit transformation stage. Your arrival is perfectly timed." That evening, in the residence prepared by the Emperor of Great Wei, Hong Tianye watched Ye Junlin, sprawled lazily on a chair and cursed inwardly. He put on such a grand performance earlier, but now he's this careless? Always so tired and lazy. How did someone like him ever reach the spirit transformation stage? Hemph. Fine. At this rate, I'll soon surpass him in cultivation. Making my move then will be a sure thing. He had no idea that Ye Junlin was secretly watching him as well. "Oh, little Hong, little Hong. You're so caught up in your petty schemes. Sooner or later, you're going to shoot yourself in the foot. Your biggest mistake was making me your target." With that thought, he kicked off his shoes and said aloud, "Little Hong, you're very curious about how I cultivate, aren't you? Go fetch some water to wash my feet. When I'm feeling comfortable, maybe I'll teach you a thing or two about cultivation." Trembling with rage, Hong Tianye snapped, "What did you just say?" Inwardly, he seethed, "You're just a mere spirit transformation cultivator from this godforsaken backwater, and you think you're worthy of teaching me cultivation? Back in my day, countless immortals learned their techniques from me. If you can actually teach me anything, I'll call you my ancestor." Ye Junlin ignored his attitude and pressed on, "What are you standing there gawking for? Don't you want to improve? You're so young. Are you trying to retire already?" Hong Tianye thought, "I, the great leader of the fire-worshipping demonic cult, have to wash your feet? I might as well just drop the act and finish him now." But just as he opened his mouth to speak, a voice came from outside. Reporting to the two great immortals, another strange phenomenon has occurred in Wei. This humble one has something urgent to report. Ye Junlin asked mockingly, "And who are you?" The person outside replied, "This lowly one is the first prince of Wei, Zhao Heng. This matter concerns the very survival of our kingdom. I beg the great immortal to grant me an audience." Ye Junlin said, "Come in. What's the rush?" With permission granted, Zhao Heng opened the door and stepped inside. Ye Junlin sized him up, thinking, so this is the prince who was hunting the Mazong bandits? He doesn't seem to match the description I was given. Is this really him? At that moment, Zhao Heng knelt before Ye Junlin and said respectfully, "Great Immortal, this is a secret I've never dared tell even my father. I suspect the evil Chong causing chaos in Great Wei are coming from the rear mountain of the palace. A few nights ago, I saw several black demonic bats flying into a cave on the mountain. What's more, palace maids and eunuchs have been disappearing frequently recently, so I'm certain it's connected to them. I've long heard of your great name, Immortal, and know of your world-shaking abilities. Right now, only you can save the people of Wei. I implore you, Great Immortal, to eliminate those demonic bats on the rear mountain." Ye Junlin let out a soft "oh" and stroked his chin thoughtfully. My divine sense didn't detect anything unusual on the rear mountain. How can he lie so brazenly? Does he take me for an idiot? Or he has a backer with methods powerful enough to counter me. Let's see what kind of trick you're trying to pull. Thinking this, Ye Junlin spoke up. Very well. Lead me to this cave so I can investigate. Thank you, Great Immortal. Please, follow me. With you taking action, the evil Chan of Wei will definitely be destroyed. After saying this, Zhao Heng stood up and enthusiastically led the way for Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin and Hong Tian'e followed. Before leaving, Hong Tian'e glanced at Ye Junlin, thinking, fine, I'll deal with you later. Elsewhere, the young princess was standing at a second-floor window and happened to see the two immortals walking with Zhao Heng. This came as a great shock to her. That's my older brother. His behavior is usually awful. Imperial Father has warned him countless times, but he never changes. How dare he secretly meet with the two immortals from the Tian sect? I must report this to Imperial Father immediately. With that thought, the princess rushed off to find the Emperor of Great Wei. Meanwhile, the group of three had arrived at the rear mountain. Ye Junlin asked with a smile, "First Prince, this place doesn't really look like a lair for demonic bats." Zhao Heng announced, "We have arrived." Ye Junlin chuckled, "So we finally arrived. Now, let's see just what kind of monstrosity you've been hiding." Zhao Heng dropped the act, his face twisting into a sinister grin as he stared at Ye Junlin. "Haha, I really didn't think I'd be able to trick you, yet you followed me here so meekly. In the end, you were far too confident in your own abilities. But have you never heard the saying, there is always a person beyond a person, and a heaven beyond the heavens? Model, you alone think you can stop us. Don't think for a second that just because you're a peak lord of the Tian sect, you're some kind of immortal. Ye Junlin, this place will be your grave today." With that, he crushed the token in his hand and yelled, "Elders, I request your assistance." Following his call, figures flew in from all directions, quickly setting up the 5-layered god-binding formation, trapping Junlin and his companion inside. Once it was complete, the leader, an elder of the Blood Ming cult with a Nascent Soul cultivation base, spoke up. "Ye Junlin, peak lord of the Tian sect. You've become quite famous lately. A mere peak lord, yet you managed to handle a Nascent Soul stage demon king. Haha, what a pity that within this 5-layered god-binding formation, even those in the soul transformation stage would find it hard to escape with their lives." Zhao Heng added with a smirk, "Everyone, act quickly. Remember, don't be too rough. We need to keep him alive for my master." Then, he turned his gaze to Hong Tian'e, licking his lips as he said, "As for the woman in red, I'll trouble you all to cripple her cultivation. This prince wants to enjoy her slowly." Standing indifferently to the side, Hong Tian'e's head snapped around upon hearing this, her eyes locking onto Zhao Heng with pure killing intent. "What did you just say?" This one had no intention of getting involved, but since you don't know how to watch your mouth, you dared to touch my reverse scale. As she spoke, flames erupted from Hong Tian'e's body, shattering the binding formation with a single move. Zhao Heng couldn't believe it, exclaiming inwardly, She broke it with one blow. Impossible. The 5-layered god-binding formation was actually broken. The Blood Ming cult elder shouted in terror. "First Prince, I never expected this peak lord of the Tian sect to have a disciple at the soul transformation stage. Moreover, her cultivation technique is likely equivalent to an immortal grade 1. Otherwise, she could never have broken our 5-layered god-binding formation." Cursing these useless fools under his breath, Zhao Heng forced a smile onto his face. He looked at Hong Tian'e and said, "Fairy, let's talk this out. With your level of cultivation, if you follow my master, your future will be limitless. You dare try to entice me, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death." With that, Hong Tian'e shot a flame at Zhao Heng. The fire didn't instantly turn him to ash, but slowly burned him, making him feel the agonizing pain gnawing at him bit by bit. After a moment, Junlin sighed and looked at Zhao Heng, remarking, How pathetic. You really know how to pick a fight, don't you? He then turned to Hong Tianyi and said, That's enough. Don't let him die, I have some questions for him. Hong Tianyi frowned, but still snapped her fingers, extinguishing the flame. Junlin looked at Zhao Heng and asked, Where is your master? Could he really have the ability to make someone at the soul transformation stage submit to him? Zhao Heng declared, My master was once an immortal in the central domain. A mere soul transformation cultivator is nothing in comparison. You might as well take this chance to submit to him now. Otherwise, when my master appears, it will be too late for you to beg for your life. Submit? How ridiculous. Let's see how long your master can hide. For now, I'll take one of your lives. As he finished speaking, Junlin pointed a finger at a member of the Blood Ming cult and counted 1. Instantly, the man's head was pierced through. Seeing this, the Blood Ming cult elder cried out in terror. He's also at the soul transformation stage. How can there be 2 soul transformation cultivators in the desolate province? 2, 3, 4. With each count, another member of the Blood Ming cult fell, and not even their elder was an exception. Finally, Junlin pointed his finger at Zhao Heng and said, You're the only one left. Zhao Heng shrieked in terror. You! Wait, master, save me. At the same time, the Emperor of Dawei, along with the young princess and their soldiers, were riding swiftly toward the back mountain when they suddenly saw a crimson pillar of light erupt from its direction. The young princess cried out, Father Emperor, what is that? That bloody light is so terrifying. Let's go, hurry. The Emperor of Dawei urged. Let's go and see what's happening. I hope nothing has happened to the High Immortal. Back at the mountain, Hong Tianyi clenched her fist, staring at the pillar of blood-red light and thinking, This aura, it's so familiar. It really is him. Although he might be able to handle Ye Junlin, facing him again makes this one feel a little uneasy. Meanwhile, Zhao Heng was already laughing manically. Ha ha! My master has finally arrived. Your lives end here. Very quickly, the blood-red light dissipated, revealing the figure of a man. This man was the leader of the Blood Ming cult from the central domain, Shi Tianju. Junlin looked at Shi Tianju and asked with a smirk, You must be the mastermind behind the evil cult, right? I was starting to think you were just a coward hiding in your shell. Shi Tianju looked at Junlin and said, Cultivator of the desolate province, I admit you have some skill, but you are not qualified to fight me. He then turned his gaze to Hong Tianyi and continued, On the other hand, my old friend over there has piqued my interest. Hong Tianyi spoke, Shi Tianju, I never thought you were still alive. Hearing this, Junlin thought to himself, Little Hong and this guy. What's their story? Shi Tianju landed in front of Hong Tianyi, saying, Shi Tianju. Over 200 years ago, this one was hunted down by the great sacred lands of the central domain for that title, and no one has heard it since. I'm surprised you still remember me. Hong Tianyi sneered. Ha. Anyone who experienced that pinnacle battle would surely never forget. Inwardly, she thought, this Shi Tianju was the strongest expert at the true immortal stage back then. He nourished himself by devouring human blood and even passed his evil techniques to countless followers. If left unchecked, he would have brought disaster to all living things. In the end, it backfired, and he devoured the energy of his own followers to sustain himself. Because his methods were so wicked, his cultivation rose too quickly. So the top powers united to eliminate him. Even this one, a practitioner of the demonic path, was drawn into the fight. I can't believe the infamous Shi Tianju is not dead, and has now appeared in the poorest place in the eastern domain, the desolate province. If this news were to reach the central domain, it would cause a massive shockwave. Just then, Zhao Heng spoke up. Master, you're finally here. These people want to kill me. You must avenge me. But he had pleaded to the wrong person. Shi Tianju just shouted, Insolent, and 2 beams of blood-red light shot from his eyes, piercing through Zhao Heng's body and ending his life. Following that, all the blood essence from Zhao Heng's corpse flew out and merged into Shi Tianju's body. Seeing this, Hong Tianyi remarked, the Shi Tianju's methods are truly the most malevolent. To even strike down his own disciple. Shi Tianju moved closer to Hong Tianyi and said, Model, he's just a disciple. I can find another one anytime. But if you want him gone, then I certainly won't spare his life. Do you understand my intentions now? Ye Junlin's eyes lit up as he said, Whoa, what a juicy drama. What kind of plot is this? Hong Tianyi was a bit panicked. He took a few steps back and asked, I saw it with my own eyes. Your immortal body was crushed to pieces by the 4 divine artifacts. Even your blood was completely vaporized. So how did you escape? Shi Tianju laughed loudly and said, Ha, those self-righteous fools. I had already separated a drop of my essence blood beforehand and used a spell to hide it in a secret place. After I fell, that drop of essence blood allowed me to be reborn. But what a coincidence. It seems you're just like me. Right now, I'm in a hurry to restore my cultivation. While you're only in the early stage of the deity transformation realm. Just obediently surrender. Give all of your blood to me. Only then can we be together forever. You're a complete lunatic. Back in the Central Plains, I rejected you countless times. Now, even after being reborn, you still haven't changed at all. Do you really think that just because you're at the peak of the deity transformation realm, you can definitely take me down? As he spoke, Hong Tianye activated his technique, and his body immediately erupted in flames. Seeing this, Shi Tianju smirked and said, "Good, very good. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. For others, fighting someone in a higher realm might be possible, but against me, it's nothing more than a fantasy." Hong Tianye laughed and said, "Haha, how will we know if we don't fight?" He then launched an attack at Shi Tianjue with his 5 absolutes divine flame. Shi Tianju exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" However, he didn't hesitate, immediately striking back with a blood slaughter palm to counter. The two techniques quickly collided, creating a massive explosion in midair. Shi Tianju frowned, thinking to himself, "This is impossible. This flame is unexpectedly powerful, and he's only in the early deity transformation realm. Yet it managed to break my blood slaughter palm. Where did he learn this technique?" Across from him, Hong Tianye shouted, "Humph, that was just the beginning." Then, he channeled his technique again, transforming the flames around his body into a layer of chilling ice before striking at Shi Tianju with a bone-chilling blazing flame. "You're just someone I've already defeated." Shi Tianju roared through gritted teeth and hastily used his soul-devouring blood spear to counter, but he was still a step behind. As a result, his arm was frozen solid. Shi Tianju asked in astonishment, "What kind of fire technique are you practicing? Why is it so demonic?" Next, he channeled his energy to shatter the ice on his arm, then stared intently at Hong Tianye and said with a grin, "No wonder you're the one I set my sights on. This is truly thrilling. You must have had some great fortuitous encounter after leaving the Central Plains and taken some powerful expert as your master, right?" Hong Tianye replied with a cold laugh, "That's none of your business. With this technique, I can finally walk the path to dominating the Central Plains." He thought to himself, "I can't believe it. With the blessing of the 3,000 flames, the Shi Tianju who once terrorized the Central Plains is now being suppressed by me. But I can't let this Shi Tianju know that this technique was actually taught to me by some deity transformation cultivator from the desolate continent." Just then, Shi Tianju suddenly burst out laughing. He pushed his technique to its absolute limit and said, "If I let you continue to grow, I'm afraid even I can't guarantee I'll be able to subdue you. So unfortunately, this is where it ends. Now, I'll show you the true power of the undying demon body." At the same time, a similar scene was unfolding in every city of the Wei Kingdom. The citizens writhed on the ground in agony, screaming, "Help! Someone, save me! Sobs, I don't want to die." From their bodies, strands of blood essence emerged and flew towards the back mountain of the Imperial Palace. Back on the mountain, after absorbing the massive amount of blood essence flying in from all directions, Shi Tianjue laughed excitedly. "Ha ha ha, this feeling. It's incredible. These people have long been my sustenance. With a single thought, I can instantly refine all of their cultivation to strengthen myself." Ye Junlin looked at Hong Tianye and urged, "Little Hong, stop wasting time and finish him off." Hong Tianye shot him a look and said irritably, "I don't need you to order me around." He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, how did things turn out like this? I originally thought that when Ye Junlin faced the Shi Tianju, he wouldn't be able to hold on and would come begging me for help. That's when I would step in. But now, I'm afraid even I can't survive this. This aura. Has he broken through to the integration realm? Back then, relying on this treasured body, I never fell behind, not even in the great war between the righteous and demonic experts. Even those old monsters from the sacred lands, working together with immortal artifacts, couldn't annihilate my undying body. And now my undying body has recovered by 70%. Once I've devoured all the living beings in the desolate continent, I believe I will make a full recovery. By then, I will have no rivals, not even in the Central Plains. Hong Tianye, I gave you your chance. Now, you will bear the consequences." With that, Shi Tianju reached his demonic claw towards Hong Tianye. Although Hong Tianye fought with all his might, he was heavily injured after just a few exchanges. Powerless, he could only let Shi Tianju seize his fate. Just then, the Emperor of Great Wei and his soldiers arrived. Witnessing this scene, the Emperor was filled with despair. So this is the source of the evil cult that has plagued Great Wei. Even the High Immortal is no match for him. Is my Great Wei destined to perish here? After a moment, Hong Tianye struggled to sit up, thinking to himself, is my path to attaining immortality going to end like this? It was so hard to obtain this technique. I can't accept this. Do I really have to beg that detestable Ye Junlin for help, admitting that I'm inferior to him? Wouldn't that be the ultimate humiliation? Besides, he's only at the peak of the deity transformation realm. There's a huge gap between that and the integration realm. Would begging him even do any good? At that moment, Shi Tianju laughed aloud and said, "We are cultivators who pursue eternal life. If you don't want to live on with me, then after you die, you can just merge into my body. Let me carry on your will and complete this long road to immortality." Hong Tianye watched as Shi Tianju prepared to strike, and threw his pride to the wind, shouting, "Master, save me." Hearing this, Shi Tianjue became wary. "Master? So you really did become someone's disciple. My good disciple, so you finally thought of your master." Ye Junlin flew down from the sky, landing in front of Hong Tianye to protect him. He then smiled and said to Shi Tianjue, "I am his master." Shi Tianjue looked at Ye Junlin and burst out laughing. "Hong Tianye, I never thought you'd sink to this level, taking some nobody from the barren continent who's only at the spirit transformation realm as your master. You are a true disgrace to the demonic path." Hong Tianye said nothing, but inwardly, he was worried for Ye Junlin, even though he hated how Ye Junlin was always ordering him around to do this and that. But he was still the one who saved his life, and now, standing up to Shi Tianjue, he was probably doomed. In response to Shi Tianjue's words, Ye Junlin just smiled and asked, "Am I to understand that you're looking down on me, an insect who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth? If I were at my peak, this one could annihilate you with a single spit," Shi Tianju mocked. Hong Tianye said apologetically, "I'm sorry. This disciple new master was no match for the Shi Tianju, yet I still called for help. If you still have the strength, please, just run." "Run? That's not happening. Just watch closely as your master eliminates him for you. Eliminate me. Ha ha. I doubt you can even withstand a single one of my moves. What gives you that confidence? Such arrogant ignorance." Seeing Shi Tianju about to strike, Hong Tianye shouted anxiously, "Forget about me. Master, get away from here, quickly." Ye Junlin just smiled, waiting for the system notification, detecting that the host is facing an attack from a late-stage body integration realm cultivator. Activating the passive effect, "The stronger the foe, the stronger I am." Receive mid-stage body integration realm cultivation base. And just like that, with a single move, Ye Junlin completely neutralized Shi Tianju's attack, shattering his hand to pieces. This left Shi Tianju utterly astonished. How is this possible? A mere spirit transformation cultivator? Wait, you're not in the spirit transformation realm. You're also in the body integration realm? Hong Tianye's eyes widened as he stared at Ye Junlin. This guy had hidden his power so well. He acted like a spirit transformation cultivator, but was secretly a great power in the body integration realm. No wonder he was always provoking me before. So it's because he had the cultivation of the body integration realm. I was almost fooled by him. Good thing I didn't actually turn on him back then. Feeling the power surging through his body, Ye Junlin thought happily to himself, so this is what it feels like to break through to the body integration realm. It feels like I could destroy heaven and earth with a single wave of my hand. As for Shi Tianju, despite his failed attack, he remained extremely confident. Even though we're both in the body integration realm, the difference between the cultivation techniques of a cultivator from the wilds like you and this one is as vast as the heavens and the earth. This one will make a country bumpkin like you understand what true power is. After his hand fully regenerated, Shi Tianju attacked Ye Junlin again. "You're the one who doesn't know what true power is." With that, Ye Junlin used the Human King seal and crippled both of Shi Tianjue's arms, then laughed in his face. "You said this was the gap between our techniques?" He thought to himself. The Human Emperor seal has already reached the great completion stage through the systems away from keyboard cultivation. It's many times stronger than the first time I used it. So what? You still can't destroy my immortal body. The longer this fight drags on, the less chance you have of winning. Hearing Shi Tianju say this only made Ye Junlin more interested. Good, this is a perfect chance to test out a new move. The proficiency of this divine ability has already reached the consummate level. Thinking this, Ye Junlin pointed 2 fingers at Shi Tianju and began muttering an incantation. "Great desolate heaven imprisoning finger. First finger, imprison heaven and earth. Second finger, shatter mountains and rivers. Third finger, extinguish all life. Fourth finger, break the firmament." A beam of light shot straight towards Shi Tianju, directly blasting him from a hulking figure into a shriveled husk. This couldn't help but make Shi Tianju question his very existence. Why would a monster like this appear in the tiny barren continent? Have I been secluded for so long that the prodigies of the outside world have become this powerful? Hong Tianye was left speechless as he witnessed this scene. It was just too powerful. In the face of this technique, his 3,000 flame inferno was nothing in comparison. No wonder he was so confident before. Turns out he never even considered me a threat. Who? Who in the world are you? To Shi Tianju's question, Ye Junlin simply smiled and replied, I am from the profound heaven sect, Peak Lord of Misty Peak, Ye Junlin. Impossible. When I infiltrated the barren continent to investigate, the sect master of the profound heaven sect hadn't even reached the spirit transformation realm. Though he was filled with doubt, the most important thing now wasn't to get answers, but to escape. Ye Junlin, I will remember you. As he spoke, Shi Tianju used the great blood escape art, injuring himself in the process. Seeing this, Hong Tianye quickly warned, he's trying to escape. If he gets away, the consequences will be unimaginable. Ye Junlin, next time, I won't be so careless. Shi Tianjue laughed loudly as his body turned into a stream of liquid and flew into the air. But just a second later, Ye Junlin's hand acted like a magnet, pulling him right back. He then finished him off directly. Once it was done, he grumbled unhappily. System, where's my reward? Have some initiative. Don't make me remind you so often. Remember, you're a professional. Here you go. This is the reward for the dashingly handsome host. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a mysterious bone engraved with runes. It can grant the user a top-tier innate physique and a future destined to become an unrivaled supreme being. Would the host like to bind with it now? Ye Junlin was thrilled. An unrivaled supreme being? Is it that awesome? Hurry up. I can't wait any longer. He followed the system's instructions and began the binding process. After binding with the supreme bone, the host's combat power will soar dramatically. Binding complete. Congratulations, host. Tian watched him, stunned. What is this guy doing now? The energy fluctuations coming from him are making me tremble. I don't know what kind of great fortune he must have obtained. Otherwise, there's no way such an unparalleled monster could have been born in the barren continent. Damn it, I have to reevaluate his true strength again. This one must train diligently to break through to the body integration realm as soon as possible. Only then can I be confident in controlling him. Faced with this offer, Ye Junlin carefully checked her information. The girl's details appeared. Name, Zhao Linger. Gender, female. No cultivation level. Talent, top-grade water, spiritual root. Identity, princess of the Wei Kingdom. After reading it, he felt this was quite a fortunate encounter. Ye Junlin accepted the offer. Linger indeed has a decent water spiritual root. She's a good seed. Very well, if you are so sincere, I can agree to this. Seeing this, the emperor joyfully urged his daughter. What? Is it true? Linger, hurry and thank the High Immortal. Linger bowed respectfully. Linger thanks the High Immortal. The emperor invited him in. High Immortal, you have saved the Wei Kingdom and even accepted Linger. On behalf of the people of Wei, I express my gratitude to you both. Please, come to the Grand Palace to rest for a few days. Ye Junlin turned to look at the silent Tian behind him. All right, let's go. After recovering his strength, Tian finally woke up. Hong Tian, at the peak stage of the spirit transformation realm, felt true qi surging throughout his body. He said, Finally, my injuries have healed. My cultivation has now broken through to the peak of the spirit transformation realm. Ever since I started cultivating the 3,000 flames and taking elixirs, my training speed has increased dramatically. His methods are truly extraordinary. But it seemed the resentment in his heart could not be easily extinguished. Although you saved me this time, the humiliation I suffered cannot be dismissed just like this. Just wait until I break through to the integration realm. I will repay you double the shame I endured before. You just wait. I can't wait to see the sight of you humbly begging for forgiveness. Ye Junlin's voice interrupted Tian's train of thought. Little Hong, come see your master. Although his heart was filled with hatred, he still walked over obediently. Humph, here we go again. I'll humor you. Ye Junlin looked with interest at the novel in his hand. This martial arts novel is quite interesting. It seems the locals here also like those face-slapping, power fantasy plots. If I had transmigrated to this country, I could probably make money writing novels. First, I'd write Battle Through the Heavens. It would definitely become popular throughout the country, and the author's name would be Ye Junlin Kuang Tu Dao. Tian couldn't understand what he was saying. What is this guy muttering about now? Outwardly, he spoke politely. Master, for what reason have you summoned your disciple? Seeing Tian, Ye Junlin was delighted. Ah, you're here. He dipped his feet into a basin of water, looking relaxed. Come here and wash your master's feet. A wave of anger flared up again. He had to remind himself, even someone as strong as Sui was killed by this man. Now is not the time to turn against him. Endure it. Ye Junlin seemed to really enjoy provoking this disciple of his. What's wrong? Do you find your master distasteful? Why haven't you knelt down and washed my feet yet? Tian endured it, his hands clenching into fists. Disciple does not. He knelt down before the foot basin. his heart filled with bitter resentment. I was once the leader of the demonic sect, a true immortal at the peak. The cultivators who have died at my hands number in the tens of thousands, and yet today, I have to suffer the humiliation of washing the feet of some cultivator from Huang province. Ye Junlin smirked sarcastically. My good disciple, still daring to fight me? Suddenly, as soon as he touched the water, Tian felt something was wrong. Wait, this water is Tai boundless water. As I recall, if a mortal drinks this, their beauty will last forever. They can live for 200 years. If a cultivator drinks it, they can purify the impurities in their body, making it clean and flawless, and their cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. Even a small bottle of this would be fought over desperately in the Central Plains. This is a treasure that countless cultivators can only dream of. And this guy is actually using it just to soak his feet? What a waste of a heavenly treasure. This just makes me more certain. He must have obtained some incredible opportunity. Otherwise, how could he be so extravagant? If I drank all of this Tai boundless water, it would be a tremendous help to my cultivation. But reality brought him back to his senses. Wait, this is foot-washing water. Ye Junlin pretended to be angry. What are you doing? Do you think your master's feet stink? Tian tried to suppress his anger. No, disciple was just thinking about something else. Ye Junlin was feeling extremely comfortable. The system had given him so much Tai boundless water as a reward, and he never expected that using it to soak his feet, combined with the technique of this convenient disciple, would feel so incredibly relaxing. While reading his novel, he ordered Tian, the water's getting a little cold. Add some heat. Tian obediently complied. As you command, master. He plunged his fiery hands directly into the basin, heating the water up. As the temperature rose just to his liking, a look of pure satisfaction spread across his face. Just then, footsteps could be heard approaching from outside. It was Linger. She had come in a hurry to find the High Immortal. As soon as she entered, she saw Ye Junlin enjoying himself so much his face was flushed. Ah, that feels so good. This particular scene led Linger to a misunderstanding. Oh my goodness, what are they doing? I can't believe this master and disciple have that kind of relationship behind closed doors. Embarrassed, Linger didn't dare to interrupt or even look any longer, so she turned and fled. How mortifying. Her new disciple's actions confused him. What is that Linger girl running for? After a period of dedicated service, Tian finally asked, Master, now that my foot washing is done, are you satisfied? A hint of frustration flickered in his eyes. Ye Junlin didn't make things difficult for him anymore and replied, Satisfied? Of course, I'm satisfied. Little Hong, tell me, what's troubling you? Let your master help you relieve that burden. Tian only dared to curse inwardly. You damn brat. If I showed you what's really on my mind, it would scare you to death. Go on and be arrogant for a few more days. I'll be watching. Just then, the ring on his finger stirred. Ye Junlin realized it was a message from the sect master. The message came through, Junior Brother Ye, please return to the sect soon to discuss countermeasures. A major event has occurred in Huang province recently. We suspect an ancient mystic realm is about to open. If the Xuantian sect can gain something from it, our prosperity will be guaranteed. Ye Junlin wondered. An ancient mystic realm. Tian explained. An ancient mystic realm is a treasure land that can nurture vast cultivation resources, enough for an ordinary cultivator to change their destiny like a carp leaping over the dragon gate to step onto the immortal path. I never thought a place like this would exist in the barren Huang province, he calculated inwardly. News of this mystic realm's appearance cannot be hidden. Chaos will surely erupt then, but this is also my opportunity. If I can seize a great fortune and combine it with the terrifying power of the 3,000 flames, then my cultivation will definitely soar. Just then, the system issued a quest, announcing a new sign-in mission. If the host can complete the sign-in at the Luo Tian secret realm, you will receive an incredibly surprising reward. Ye Junlin grew excited. An incredibly surprising reward? Ha! System. Hurry up and tell me what the hell kind of surprise it is. The system replied secretively, if I told you, then it wouldn't be a surprise anymore. Ye Junlin gave an order to Tian, disciple. Pack up. We're going to see the Wei Emperor for a moment, then we'll return to the profound heaven sect. He immediately complied. Yes, master. The master and disciple duo went to the Great Wei Imperial Palace to have an audience with the emperor. The princess looked at her father, emperor, reluctantly. Linger can't bear to leave you. How about I stay here with you? Although he was also reluctant, he knew this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. No. You have already joined the profound heaven sect. This is a great and momentous event. Countless people dream of this chance and never get it. You must cherish this opportunity. Don't squander your own future. The emperor turned to Ye Junlin for help. High Immortal, I will remember your teachings. I will treat the common people well and become a good emperor. I hope you can look after my little daughter. He assured him, everyone has their own destiny. Now that she has joined the Profound Heaven sect, she won't suffer any injustices. But how far she can go will depend entirely on herself. After speaking, he immediately set off to leave. Let's go, Linger. We're leaving. The entire Great Hall shouted in unison. We respectfully see off the High Immortal. Linger chased after Ye Junlin while looking back to tell the Emperor, Father Emperor, your daughter will come back to visit when I have time. In the Hall of True Disciples at the Feather Transformation Gate, a solemn and quiet atmosphere pervaded the hall. Zhu Yang spoke up, many things have been happening in the desolate continent recently. I heard an ancient secret realm is about to open. Also, your father's Wind Thunder sect has been wiped out. It was done by the Peak Lord of Misty Peak from the Profound Heaven sect. Chen Jiao turned to ask his master, what is this person's cultivation realm? He replied, rumors from the outside world say he is a newly promoted Nascent Soul cultivator from the desolate continent. His eyes filled with disdain. A Nascent Soul? I can kill a Nascent Soul as easily as I kill a chicken. In the East Region's Hall of True Disciples at the Feather Transformation Gate, Chen Jiao inquired about the matter. Master, was that Elder Mu murdered by someone? Zhu Yang replied, it's still unclear, but all fingers point to the Profound Heaven sect. The problem is, how could a tiny sect like that possibly kill Elder Mu, relying on a single Nascent Soul realm Peak Lord of Misty Peak? Chen Jiao continued, if that's the case, then the killer must be someone else. But no matter what, the Profound Heaven sect must be destroyed, and that Peak Lord of Misty Peak who killed my father must also die. Zhu Yang revealed a piece of news to him. Coincidentally, an ancient secret realm has appeared in the desolate continent this time. The sect will send a few elders to accompany you on this trip. Remember, you represent the Feather Transformation Gate. When the time comes, you'll be competing with the other major powers. As for your revenge, do it after this is all over. Your master hopes you can distinguish between what's important and what's not. Do you understand? Chen Jiao agreed at once. Your disciple obeys. After saying that, he left immediately. Zhu Yang let out a cold laugh, holding a green jade stone in his hand. He was looking forward to it. My disciple, you must continue to perform well. Only if you obtain the ancestors' resources in the intersect competition will I be certain of breaking through the Mahayana bottleneck. Once I reach the Tribulation realm, we will both achieve great fame. In the Kunlun realm, deity transformation experts are called divine lords. Integration experts are called heavenly lords, and Mahayana experts are called venerables or supremes. As for the Tribulation realm, they bear the title of Void Immortal, with the word immortal attached. They are beings with the strength to dominate an entire region. But in the desolate continent, such a continent barely exists. Because of the ancient immortal fate secret realm, the East region suddenly became famous far and wide. Swarms of cultivator groups from all over flew on their swords toward this secret realm. A group of cultivators was discussing among themselves, isn't the desolate continent the most backward and barbaric land? And yet an immortal fate has appeared here. What dogshit luck. Fortunately, the cultivators of the desolate continent are both poor and weak. How could this kind of immortal fate possibly fall into their hands? Let's hurry over too. By the time the Feather Transformation Gate arrives, we won't even get to drink the leftover soup. The mountain ranges of the desolate continent were overflowing with spiritual energy. A whole crowd of people had arrived in the desolate continent, outside the Luo Tian's secret realm in the East region. An elder was curious. With the appearance of the secret realm this time, 4 of the 5 great sects have already arrived. Only the Profound Heaven sect is missing. Could it be that they've given up? The person beside him replied, not necessarily. After they annexed the Wind Thunder sect, I'm afraid they're already vying for the top position among the 5 great sects. The ancestor of the mountain-splitting sect, Ouyang Ye Junlin, a deity transformation realm expert, heard them and laughed. This old man has been in seclusion for a long time. The Profound Heaven sect, which was always at the bottom, has actually stolen the spotlight from my mountain-splitting sect. The other 2 were stunned by this information. What? Deity transformation realm? We originally thought the Profound Heaven sect having 2 nascent soul cultivators was enough to look down on everyone else. I never imagined that our desolate continent actually has a deity transformation cultivator. All the disciples of the mountain-splitting sect bowed respectfully to this ancestor. We welcomed the ancestor out of seclusion. The old man felt incredibly lucky. To think that this old man would emerge from seclusion just in time to encounter the appearance of an ancient secret realm. It seems this is the will of the heavens. My mountain-splitting sect will be the first to enter this secret realm. Does any fellow Taoist here object? They knew Ouyang Ye Junlin was already at the deity transformation realm, making him the #1 expert in the desolate continent today. Therefore, everyone present bowed their heads in submission. We will listen to the Divine Lord's decree. The people of the mountain-splitting sect shouted arrogantly, with a deity transformation expert present, Who dares to contend? The sect master is mighty. Ye Junlin was immensely pleased by the flattery. Good. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, accompanied by dense lightning. A massive ship appeared. A person on the ship announced, "The Heavenly Martial Holy Temple is here. You natives of the desolate continent, back off. Fog Shadow Gate is here. If you know what's good for you, get lost. This ancient secret realm belongs to my Imperial Zenith sect. No one shall even think of fighting for it." The person sitting in the main seat on the ship was the King Jinan of the Tian Imperial Dynasty, a late-stage deity transformation expert. Ye Junlin was shocked when he sensed the newcomer's level. There's another deity transformation expert in the desolate continent. Then, he received even more shocking news. What the hell? There are several hundred of them. This old man suffered through 1,000 hardships to break through to the deity transformation realm, becoming a living legend in the desolate continent for over 100,000 years. And yet, outside the desolate continent, I'm this insignificant? Faced with their power, Ye Junlin bowed and reported, "Greetings, fellow Taoists. This humble one is Ye Junlin, the ancestor of the mountain-splitting sect. You can just call me Ouyang Feng." A person from the Tian Imperial Dynasty sneered, "You shameless old fool. Trying to get chummy with us? Get the hell down there and wait. There's no place for you here. Even if you natives of the desolate continent break through to the deity transformation realm, you're still just low-class commoners. And you dare to consider yourselves our equals. Get down here, old man. Don't be an eyesore." Ye Junlin's expression darkened as he heard these insults. "Fellow Taoists, the conditions here in the desolate continent are extremely difficult, but the living beings here are not lowly creatures. We are all divine transformation realm cultivators. So on what basis should I obediently let you all step on my head?" he thought to himself. "My disciples are all counting on me. If I shy away from this fight and cling to life, what prestige will I have left in this desolate continent?" The sword had been summoned. With a powerful aura, Ye Junlin declared loudly, "The desolate continent may be poor, but we are not afraid of a fight. If anyone has a problem with that, then step forward and face me." The opposing side all began to unleash their power. One shouted arrogantly, "You old fool, you're looking for death. Let's all charge. Kill this old dog." Another voice rang out, "Everyone, wait a moment." It was the Southern King. He pointed at the old ancestor and said disdainfully, "This old man is nothing but a mere cultivator from the backwater desolate continent. If we all ganged up on him, wouldn't we become a laughingstock if word got out? How about this? I, your king, am somewhat lacking, so I'll use just one hand to suppress him." The man raised his palm. "Old dog, I'll show you just how vast the gap between us truly is." A giant palm print descended. Unyielding, Ye Junlin brandished his sword to meet it, unleashing waves of sword light. The man retracted his hand, frowning as he spoke. "You old geezer, it seems I underestimated you. But if that's the case, then let's continue." His eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he poured his power into his second attack. A gigantic, spike-covered mace descended. "You insolent old fool, I will kill you." The mace shot straight toward where Ye Junlin was standing, causing a massive explosion. The old ancestor immediately coughed up blood. He channeled his true chi into his sword and plunged it firmly into the ground. "You are a liar. You don't keep your word. You bring shame to the Eastern Domain. But it is worth it to die for my principles. I just want to tell you one thing. The cultivators of the desolate continent will not be humiliated." The Southern King raised his mace again. "Then I shall grant you your wish." What he didn't expect was for a formation to suddenly appear right above him. Someone's majestic voice echoed out, "Amitabha, why is it so lively here today?" The disciples were all agape. That's Grandmaster Jing Chan of the Xuankong Temple from the Buddha continent. They were in awe as Jing Chan appeared alongside Tian Yi. Behind them is the young master of the Jiang family. Tian Yi is hailed as the #1 cultivator from the spiritual continent's most prestigious family. Jing Chan just chanted, "Amitabha." Ye Junlin could feel their terrifying pressure. They're already at the integration realm. At the same time, another ship appeared through a spatial rift. A person on the ship said, "The desolate continent stands no chance." The crowd was even more shocked to see them. The Yuhua Gate from the Azure continent is here too. This time, all the strongest sects of the Eastern Domain were present. "Oh my god," they recognized the person leading the group. "That is the Holy Son of Yuhua Gate, Chen Jiao. I've heard of him. He possesses the Sun Immortal physique, making him invincible among those in the same realm. Without a doubt, he is the brightest rising star in the Eastern Domain's future. In another 100,000 years, the legends will be written by him." Someone was surprised to see him. "Chen Jiao. Isn't that the young master of the Wind Thunder sect? He's one of us from the desolate continent." Chen Jiao thought to himself, "The desolate continent, the very thing that caused me to be discriminated against when I first started at Yuhua Gate. It's truly disgusting. An elder from the Wind Thunder sect furiously unleashed his true chi, attacking the crowd below. The holy son of my Yuhua gate is not someone you ants from the desolate continent have the right to discuss. You have no sense of hierarchy. Your words dirty my ears. Die. Several cultivators were killed before they could even react. Even the Southern King had to bow respectfully before the Wind Thunder sect. Holy Son Chen, this bunch of poor devil cultivators from the desolate continent, why don't you leave them to me? To avoid dirtying the Holy Son's hands, he replied coldly, do as you wish. The people from the Mystic Sky sect observed quietly from a distant mountain peak. Shu Yunian exclaimed, I guess right. With the Mystic Realm appearing this time, old dog Chen's son was bound to show up. It's a good thing the Mystic Sky sect hasn't shown its face yet. Dezhu suggested, Sect Master, while they're off fighting for the Mystic Realm, let's quickly leave the desolate continent and go into seclusion for a while. Su Qianshui interjected, we still have to see how Junior Brother Ye is doing. He is the true hope of our Mystic Sky sect. Where is Junior Brother Ye's group? Shu Yunian's mouth fell open in shock at what he saw. Wait a minute. Su Qiangshu was equally surprised to see Ye Junlin's group appear. Junior Brother Ye, they've already gone over there. Chen Jiao is here. Isn't going over there now, just asking for death? Yang Ye Junlin sincerely warned Ye Junlin, kid from the Mystic Sky sect, don't be rash. He was telling him tactfully, you've done enough, don't come any closer. Understanding his meaning, Ye Junlin's face turned dark. Son of a bitch, being bullied and stepped on by these outsiders. He announced loudly, this desolate continent can't function without me. Nobody move. Every single one of you, stand still for me. This domineering aura angered Chen Jiao. Who are you? State your name. Ye Junlin looked at him grimly. I'm your father, Ye Junlin. This sudden appearance caused a stir among the cultivators. Ye Junlin? Isn't that the peak master of Misty Peak? But isn't he only at the Nascent Soul realm? Isn't this a suicide mission? When Chen Jiao saw him, his eyes blazed with fury. Mystic Sky Sect, Ye Junlin. In contrast to him, Ye Junlin remained perfectly calm. Why so worked up? Do you have some business with me? The sect master of the Wind Thunder sect. Was it you who killed him? You mean that idiot? I have some recollection. That old guy said his son had the aptitude of an immortal. May I ask, are you his son? Chen Jiao repeated through gritted teeth, I am his son. Ye Junlin replied with a look of feigned ignorance. Oh my, so you're that idiot's son. This attitude made Chen Jiao lose control. You, Ye Junlin, I'm going to kill you. The Southern King immediately stepped forward to volunteer for the task. Holy Son Chen, allow me to capture this fool who doesn't know his place and hand him over to you for punishment. He arrogantly drew his sword. Kid, how dare you be so disrespectful to the Holy Son? Now, you must pay for your crime. Tian stepped forward to act. Seeing him, the man asked mockingly, well now, where did this pretty boy come from? He threw a palm strike, unleashing a torrent of fire toward his opponent. Die. A single raging flame void lotus attack carried an undying flame that seemed to swallow the Southern King whole. The man could only try to resist. I can't believe he's this strong. His entire body was practically consumed by the immortal flame. The cultivators from the desolate continent were dumbfounded by this sight. A divine transformation cultivator died just like that. Since when did our desolate continent have such an extraordinary expert? Ye Junlin felt a sense of shame, and here I was, still calling myself the #1 expert of the desolate continent. Truly, there is always someone stronger out there and a higher heaven beyond the heavens. After completing his task, Tian returned to report, Master. All those elders were even more shocked. That senior is actually Lord Ye Junlin's disciple? Damn it, who was it that said Lord Ye Junlin had only reached the Nascent Soul stage? A Nascent Soul cultivator taking a spirit transformation cultivator as a disciple? Whoever said that, step forward now. I promise I won't beat you to death. Is the Xuan Tian sect really that strong? The group from the Xuan Tian sect had arrived. Su Yunian warned him, Junior Brother Yi, do you have any idea what you're doing? That's the Yu Hua sect. You need to run, now. We'll buy you some time. Dezhu chimed in. He's right. As long as the Xuan Tian sect has you, we have a chance to make a comeback. You absolutely cannot let anything happen to you here. Ye Junlin calmly reassured them, Sect Master, brothers, don't worry. I'll be fine. Allow me to introduce you to my disciple. Linger respectfully bowed and greeted them. Linger pays her respects to the seniors. He explained, after resolving the situation in the Wei Kingdom, I managed to recruit a new prodigy. She possesses a supreme-grade water, spirit root, and is also the daughter of the Wei Emperor. I think she would be a perfect fit for Tianxiang Peak. Linger obediently approached Su Qianshui to pay her respects. Zhao Linger pays respects to Master. Su Qiangshui thought to herself, this girl is pretty clever. Chen Zhao's grim voice suddenly rang out, shattering the peaceful atmosphere. Don't you dare ignore me. Ye Junlin and everyone else from the Tian sect will pay for my father's life with your own. Ye Junlin, get over here and die, he replied with scorn. Fight you? You're not even worthy of that. Hong Tianye, go up there and teach him how to behave. Tianye was annoyed. Why is he barking so loudly? She channeled all her anger, transforming into a blazing flame that shot towards Chen Jiao. He blocked her with one hand, then arrogantly called out to Ye Junlin. You coward! Don't you dare face this holy sun yourself. Tianye relentlessly continued her attack. She shouted, to deal with the likes of you, my master doesn't need to lift a finger. Chen Jiao sensed Tianye's extraordinary power and the danger she posed, so he tried to tempt her. With your strength and beauty, why stay in a minor sect just to die? If you surrender, this holy sun guarantees that the Yuhua sect will treat you exceptionally well. Tianye answered without a second's hesitation. Not interested. Seeing her getting closer and closer, he hastily tried to persuade her again. Young lady, won't you reconsider? She looked down on him with contempt. My master was right. Your father was an idiot, and so are you. Tianye's stubborn refusal to listen to reason ignited Chen Zhao's killing intent. Fine. If you won't do this the easy way, you'll do it the hard way. Now die. A violent vortex of true qi shot towards his target. The energy materialized into a roaring fire dragon that charged at her. Tianye countered with her flowing star flame, and with a single move, she completely extinguished the fire dragon. Chen Zhao was in disbelief. How could she destroy my technique so easily? Tianye asked him coldly. Is that all you've got? A dangerous expression crossed his face as he retorted, don't get cocky. This is just the beginning. Chen Zhao roared, and true qi exploded from his body, engulfing the area. His solar divine fist summoned countless giant fists that flew towards her. A stunned elder exclaimed, the Holy Sun is truly a gifted prodigy. This peak heaven-grade solar divine fist technique, combined with his solar immortal physique, forget a spirit transformation cultivator, even someone at the body integration stage would likely be defeated. Chen Zhao said smugly, you brought this on yourself. The people from the Tian sect were deeply worried. Chen Zhao waited gleefully to see his opponent's pathetic state, but Tianye emerged without a single hair out of place. She stood perfectly unharmed within a lotus shield she had created. Chen Zhao's eyes widened at the sight. This is impossible. He unleashed his true qi once more. I don't believe it. I have the aptitude of an immortal. I am invincible among my peers. He launched a full-powered fist. Tianye merely let out a cold scoff. You're just a frog in a well, she thought to herself. All the frustration I had to endure from Ye Junlin. I'll take it all out on you. I'm going to show you the meaning of humiliation. First, Tianye dodged his punch. Then with a casual sweep of her hand, she shattered his technique. A follow-up slap sent him staggering backward in utter disbelief. His technique was effortlessly neutralized by her. It felt like punching cotton, completely ineffective. Am I really no match for her? After steadying himself, Chen Jiao said stubbornly, that kind of reaction time and combat experience. I've never seen anything like it in the Yuhua sect. How could a minor sect like the Tian sect possibly have a disciple like you? Tianye retorted, because you're weak, you piece of trash. The elders behind him shouted encouragement, Holy Sun, don't doubt yourself. You are a top-tier prodigy, chosen by the Yuhua sect from among tens of thousands. You have what it takes to become an immortal. Chen Zhao growled to himself, this Holy Sun has what it takes to become an immortal. He gathered all the true qi from his dantian and let it erupt outwards. I haven't lost yet. Solar Sacred Body, activate. Elementary Saint Grade Divine Art, Solar Eclipse. An immense power shot directly at Tianye. Die. She had lost all patience with him. Childish. I'm going to open your eyes and show you what real power looks like. Tianye uttered grimly. Invincible in the Eastern Realm. An undying flame erupted, threatening to devour everything. It's time you felt the vast difference between us, she vowed. Seven-colored burning flame. As the two immense powers clashed, the members of the Tian sect gasped in astonishment. Is that really the power of a spirit transformation cultivator? This terrifying power. It's probably enough to obliterate someone at the body integration stage. It's impossible to tell who will win. Chen Jiao was sent flying backward by Tianye's seven-colored burning flame. Seeing his defeated form, everyone was astonished. That's the Holy Sun of the Yuhua sect. I can't believe the one who lost was from the Yuhua sect. In stark contrast to Chen Zhao's battered state, Tianye was still perfectly unharmed. She didn't forget to humiliate the defeated general at her feet. A mere speck of light like a grain of rice dares to compete with the bright moon. The members of the Tian sect reminded him worriedly, Junior brother Ye, your disciple is incredibly strong. Even though she defeated Chen Jiao, the Yuhua sect still has all those elders. Maybe you should take this chance to escape, he replied. Don't worry. It's fine. Hong Tianye, you performed well today. Make some extra rice for me tonight. Tianye bowed obediently. Thank you, master. Elder Yan helped Chen Jiao up. The defeat had sent him into a mental crisis, and he kept mumbling, I lost. Elder Yan tried to console him earnestly. Holy son, please don't fall apart like this. He replied, Elder Yan, I lost. I'm not invincible among cultivators at my level. I have disgraced the Yu-Hua sect. Elder Yan didn't. To think the Holy Son was defeated by a disciple from this barbaric land, his Dao heart has been damaged. If this continues, the reputation of the Yu-Hua sect will be severely tarnished. The old man continued, Holy Son, don't dwell on it. You still have a brilliant future ahead of you. You are one destined to become an immortal. The old man knew he had to stabilize the Holy Son's Dao heart first. Only by wiping out these barbarians in Huang province could they restore the absolute authority of their Yu-Hua sect. To stabilize the Holy Son's Dao heart, the old man shouted, They've injured the Holy Son of my Yu-Hua sect. This cannot be settled so easily. Someone. Who will go and eliminate all these savages in Huang province? Another elder spoke up, Let me. The people from the Shun Tian dynasty were all astonished. The Yu-Hua sect's foundation is truly deep and solid. To think 9 integration realm masters came for this one matter. Although that female disciple defeated the Holy Son, the Holy Son is only in the soul formation realm. Now, facing an integration realm master, isn't it like an egg hitting a rock? Such amazing talent is about to go to waste. What a pity, a real pity. That elder decisively rushed forward to attack Tian Ye. He panicked and called out, Master! Ye Junlin calmly reassured her, It's all right, Hong Tianye. Leave it to me. This attitude shocked all the cultivators of the Xuan Tian sect. Is Peak Lord Yi of the Xuan Tian sect, an integration realm master? Our Hualang province has a heavenly lord. Something unheard of in history. I thought Peak, Lord Yi's disciple, was enough of a blow to my pride. But to think he's a heavenly lord. And I called myself the #1 in Huang province. How ridiculous. Ye Junlin's opponent was unleashing his full chi. Integration realm, So what, you think you're worthy of facing me? His ki manifested into a gigantic hand. You dare disrespect the Holy Son? Your time is up, you savages of Huang province. Facing the overwhelming power crashing down, Ye Junlin calmly blocked it with a shield. Is that all you've got? The old man was stunned, not expecting him to be so calm and composed. In the blink of an eye, Ye Junlin closed the distance and appeared right in front of him, leaving the man speechless. A single palm strike from Ye Junlin flew straight at him, and all the man could do was try to defend himself. Ye Junlin asked disdainfully, Is that all? Even he was surprised. Who would have thought that after implanting the supreme bone, his physical strength would become this powerful? His physical body alone was enough to crush others at the same level. Elder Yan realized the situation was bad and ordered, All of you, attack. Kill him. All the talents of the Ye Junlin lay sect charged forward at once. Ye Junlin alone used the Human King seal to counter the countless streams of power from his opponents. The entire group was sent flying backward. Every single one of them was severely injured, spitting up blood. Someone cried out in disbelief, What kind of divine ability is this? This guy's strength is terrifying. Everyone, use your magic treasures and crush him. One old man summoned the Bayou sword, a magic treasure. The others also took out their strongest artifacts and joined forces to attack Ye Junlin. He stood there majestically, his ki swirling around him like a vortex. Jing Chan said worriedly, Amitabha, goodness me. I'm afraid this benefactor is in grave danger. Tian Yi thought to himself, This bald donkey is such a hypocrite. He acts all compassionate on the surface, but the things he does behind the scenes are so despicable, even I find them contemptible. Then again, it's better for a monster like that to die sooner rather than later, before he can cause any more trouble. Zhu Yonian and De Zhu shouted worriedly, This is bad. Junior brother Ye is in danger. I told him we should have run from the very beginning. It's too late to run now. Su Qiang Shui calmly reminded them. What do you guys know? Tian Ye was actually looking forward to this. After seeing how extraordinary this guy was back in the Wei Kingdom, I'm sure he still has plenty of tricks up his sleeve. Let's see what else you've been hiding. Ye Junlin did not disappoint him. If that's the case, then have a taste of this. A divine ability from the Supreme Bone. The entire area was blinded by the light from the Supreme Bone's power that he unleashed. The group from the Xuan Tian sect couldn't see what had just happened. What in the world is that energy? All they could see was a massive wave of energy blasting down from Ye Junlin towards his opponents. The group couldn't resist at all, they could only scream. We're dead. Elder Yan, save us. Elder Yan channeled his spiritual power, not expecting this guy to be so difficult to deal with. The Holy Sun is already severely injured. If even the sect elders fall here, how will I explain myself when I get back? His chi formed into an arrow and shot towards his opponent. The old man quickly appeared right behind Ye Junlin. Excellent. It's Elder Yan's third-grade spirit tool, the Futu Pagoda. This is the very weapon that helped Elder Yan become a Grand Elder. We're saved. It ends here. Die. But the old man had no idea he had fallen into Ye Junlin's trap. Good of you to show up. I was waiting just for you. A wave of fire erupted. System prompt, detected peak integration realm enemy attacking the host. Activating passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Acquired perfected integration realm cultivation. Elder Yan's power began to weaken. He struggled to maintain his spiritual energy. Seeing Ye Junlin's aura, he screamed in horror. You! Why were you hiding your cultivation level? Two palm strikes shot out from his hands, unleashing a brilliant light that tore through the darkness. In that instant, it was as if space itself was split in two. Elder Yan, battered and ragged, proactively admitted defeat. Senior, we admit our loss today. The Yuhua sect will voluntarily withdraw from the contest for this secret realm. Ye Junlin's hands swept forward. You think you can come and go as you please? All of you, die. The old man tried to persuade him. Aren't you afraid of the Yuhua sect's wrath for pushing things this far? Wait, I get it now. So Elder Mu of the outer sect was killed by you. Ye Junlin's giant hand closed in as he replied. That's right. Since I've already offended you all anyway, why not just kill you to my heart's content? Just like that, Elder Yan disintegrated into dust. The crowd of onlookers was shocked. How did it turn out like this? A mere cultivator from Huang province killed an elder from the Yu Hua sect with just one hand. Tian Yi thought to himself, the elders are dead, and Chen Zhao's Dao heart is damaged. I'm afraid the reputation and power of the Yu Hua sect will suffer a severe blow. But this means things in the eastern domain are about to get very interesting. Chen Zhao thought in terror. Even Elder Yan was no match for him. I never knew the person who murdered my father was this horrifyingly strong. Will I ever be able to get my revenge? Someone from the Ye Junlin Lei sect shouted. They're dead. All the elders are gone. We need to get the Holy Sun out of here, now. Activate the Golden Arc, now. Tian Ye said angrily, had your fun showing off, and now you want to run? A blast of fire shot down. All of you can die for me. The other cultivators were all indignant. He'd already wiped out all the elders of the Yuhua sect, and now he wanted to kill their Holy Sun too? This was a clear attempt to completely annihilate them. This master-disciple duo is completely insane. Jing Chan chanted Amitabha Buddha and joined the fray, a giant hand materializing as a shield to block all the damage. He advised, Benefactress, when will this cycle of revenge ever end? Why must you insist on hunting them down to the last man? Tian Ye didn't care. You bald donkey, don't you dare think I can't see through the little tricks of you Buddhist monks. You want the Yuhua sect to owe you a favor, don't you? Your kind of extreme hypocrisy disgusts me to my very core. Jing Chan just smiled warmly and replied in a friendly tone. Please, benefactress, do not speak such nonsense. Your prejudice against the Buddhist path is far too strong. You are on the verge of falling into the demonic path. This old monk advises you to restrain yourself immediately. Tian Ye paid his words no mind. Back in the central region, the type I despise most were sanctimonious cultivators like you, who clearly only act for personal gain. But you always have to beat around the bush, spouting nonsense from some moral high ground. So what if I fall to the demonic path? I don't need a lecture from you. When his advice failed, his attitude began to change. He said grimly, utterly foolish and unrepentant. In that case, allow this old monk to enlighten you. She realized a terrifying pressure was emanating from this bald donkey. He was actually at the peak of the integration realm. Ye Junlin stepped to her side. What's this? Someone dares to bully my disciple while I'm not around? Jing Chan stopped what he was doing and replied calmly, Peak Lord Ye, you have misunderstood. This old monk only wished to offer this junior some guidance. He retorted arrogantly, guidance? Are you even worthy? Why would a reincarnated true immortal need guidance from a moldy old monk like you, who's barely at the integration realm? Tian Ye bowed gratefully to Ye Junlin. Thank you for your support, master. Your unworthy disciple was trying to stop that flying ship from leaving, but this old bald donkey interfered, allowing the ship to escape. Jing Chan's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and said, Amitabha Buddha, peace be with you. This old monk simply felt that things had gone too far and stepped in to help you make amends. If you insist on blaming me, then I have nothing more to say. Ye Junlin stopped him. Hey, trying to slip away after putting on a show? Stay right where you are. Jing Chan whipped around and asked, Peak Lord Ye, what is the meaning of this? He believed that the Xuankong Temple was the foremost Buddhist power in the eastern region. You just offended the Yuhua sect. I'm certain you wouldn't dare to offend the Xuankong Temple as well. But his assumption was a grave mistake. As Ye Junlin shouted, "You moldy old monks are really something else. You do nothing and still manage to secure a huge favor, while I'm left to take all the blame. You're so good at scheming. Why don't you try calculating the day you die?" Humiliated, Jing Chan finally lost his temper. "Peak Lord Ye, you've gone too far." Ye Junlin pressed his advantage. "So what if I have? What are you going to do about it?" As a massive fist descended upon him, Jing Chan yelled, "Golden Bell Shield." His entire body was encased in a giant bell, but the external pressure shattered his golden bell shield instantly. All the monks of the Xuankong Temple had gathered. Jing Chan raised his Dharma staff and roared, "You've gone too far. Do you think our Xuankong Temple is some pushover you can just bully? Since you started this, Benefactor Yi, don't blame this old monk for being merciless." Om Mani Padme Hum. Grandmaster Jing Chan of the perfected integration realm had appeared. The others cried out in fear. Is that the Dharma idol divine ability of the Xuankong Temple? And he's even got the third-grade spirit artifact, the nine-ringed monk's staff. Even though this Ye Junlin fellow is also at the perfected integration realm, he's nothing compared to this display. Was this guy Ye reincarnated from a pig or something? Why did he have to go and offend the Xuankong Temple? Does he think he's lived too long? Jing Chan said with a benevolent expression. Benefactor Ye, I gave you a chance, but you were too foolish to take it. So, allow this old monk to send you on your way. A blast of power shot from the integration realm expert's hand, flying straight at Ye Junlin. But he remained surprisingly calm. True Qi gathered in his hand as the giant heaven-burying coffin appeared, blocking the enemy's attack completely. All of Jing Chan's power was sucked right in. He stared, jaw agape. Even I didn't expect this heaven-burying coffin to break through along with my own cultivation realm. It upgraded from a third-grade spirit artifact to a sixth-grade one. He taunted his opponent. Is that the best your divine ability can do? Then all of you can get in here for me. An overwhelming suction force pulled the entire group of monks into the heaven-burying coffin. They screamed, "What is this thing? Grandmaster, save us." Jing Chan trembled, thinking, a demonic artifact. Why does your Xuantian sect possess such a demonic item? He called out to the other sects. Everyone, this man is a demonic cultivator. Slay him at once. Not a single person from the other factions dared to move. At this point, who would possibly dare to help? Behind him, Tian Yi watched Ye Junlin and smirked to herself. This guy was definitely still hiding some tricks. Jing Chan tried to resist the suction as he pleaded. Benefactor Yi, Amitabha Buddha, you have already made an enemy of the Yuhua sect. Are you truly determined to oppose the greatest Buddhist power in the entire eastern region as well? Ye Junlin increased the power. I despise hypocrites like you the most. Stop your nonsense and get in here, all of you. In the end, a helpless Jing Chan was sucked into the heaven-burying coffin. The coffin swallowed every last monk. Holding it with one hand, Ye Junlin asked grimly, "Anyone else?" The other factions were so terrified they didn't dare to move. They all had the same thought. Who in their right mind would dare to step up now? He's just too terrifying. Shu Yonian and Dezhu shouted in unison, "Yes. Junior brother, that was amazing. Oh my god, am I dreaming?" Seeing Dezhu's disbelief, a hand slapped him squarely across the face. He held his stinging cheek and asked, "Junior sister, why did you hit me?" She asked, "Does it hurt?" Dezhu yelled nonsensically, "Of course it hurts." Su Chang Shui said coldly, "Then it's not a dream." Yang Ye Junlin was still staring blankly at Ye Junlin's figure in the distance. Did the desolate continent actually win? I can't believe he suppressed all those masters single-handedly. All the desolate continent cultivators began to chant, "Long live Tianjun. Tianjun is mighty. Tianjun is divine." Tian Yi thought with envy. How did it come to this? Is this even the desolate continent anymore? Did we come to the wrong place? I thought this Yi guy was seeking death over and over again, but I never imagined he would inflict such heavy casualties on the Yuhua sect, the strongest immortal sect in the eastern region. And he even sucked the entire Xuankong Temple, a Buddhist holy land, into that coffin. But now he has made enemies of both the Yuhua sect and the Xuankong Temple. I'm afraid we'll be dealing with his endless revenge later, but if he really has what it takes to break the stalemate in the eastern region, then all the better. When that time comes, our Zhang family can just swoop in and reap the rewards. The gate to the mystic realm finally opened, leaving the cultivators in awe. This is great. The mystic realm is finally open. This is the first time in my life that I've seen a mystic realm this magnificent. Can we even go in? Ye Junlin was the first to dash into the mystic realm, filled with anticipation. It's finally open. Now I can go in and check in to complete the mission. Oh, Right. There's still this bunch outside. I need to deal with them. He issued a command. All cultivators from my barren continent have the right to enter and explore the mystic realm. Everyone else, get lost. Tian was infuriated by this order. He protested. Our Jiang family has no beef with the Xuan Tian sect, yet you won't even grant us entry? It's a damn shame our ancestor isn't here. His subordinate quickly tried to calm him down. Young master, he's riding high right now, but he's bound for a disastrous fall. We don't need to clash with a man who's already on death row. He reluctantly agreed. You're right. Let him have his moment of madness before his doom. Someone that arrogant won't live long anyway. Let's go. The departure of the Jiang family prompted the other visiting cultivators to leave with regret. Even the most powerful family left, the Jiangs decided to leave. It seems no one dares to oppose this Ye Junlin anymore. We came all this way, but we ended up with nothing. Let him have his moment of glory. We'll just wait for the good show to start. After all the foreign cultivators had left, Ye Junlin announced, let's go. Everyone, enter the Luotian mystic realm. He felt refreshed by the crisp air inside. I never expected the environment inside the mystic realm to be like this. It's really not bad at all, the system announced. Detection confirmed, arrival at Luotian mystic realm. Do you wish to claim your reward? Claim. Congratulations, host, for the successful check-in. You have received the Celestial Emperor's Dharma Body. The Celestial Emperor's Dharma Body allows the user to directly summon the Dharma Body, which will significantly enhance their own strength and grant access to several additional divine abilities. Ye Junlin was very satisfied. A Dharma Body? Huh. This reward isn't bad at all. Master Jing Chan's Buddha Dharma Body was actually really tough to deal with. If I hadn't used the heaven-burying coffin, that would have been one hell of a fight. The other cultivators were thrilled to discover countless treasures in the mystic realm. Heavenly spirit grass, purple crystal vine, golden ginseng. And there's even a 10,000-year blood pond. It's all good stuff. Every last bit of it is top tier. Xu Yanyan reminded everyone. Spread out and search for precious herbs, but don't go too deep. And make sure to support each other. Everyone responded in unison. Understood. Ye Junlin thought to himself. I was originally planning to finish the mission and leave, but seeing my brothers this excited, I might as well explore a little. A disciple wanted to explore a different path. Let's search over there. The person next to him immediately agreed. All right, I'll go with you. Just then, the ground beneath them erupted. Both disciples were instantly caught in the mouth of a demonic beast. Xu Yumian shouted a worried warning. The creatures in this mystic realm are extremely vicious. Everyone, be careful. There's another one over here. We're surrounded. Everyone, fall back for now. There are golden core stage monsters in this realm. We can't underestimate them. Tian added, if you want to come in here and take its resources, you better have the skills to back it up. There's no such thing as a free lunch. A flock of birds in the distance scattered in panic, sensing the danger. From the dense forest, a horde of ferocious white apes charged out. Xu Yunian immediately gathered the disciples. Everyone, prepare for battle. Su Qiangshu sprang into action, felling one with a single palm strike. Dezhu powerfully swung his sword, taking them down one by one. The white apes grew even fiercer. A female disciple was quickly overpowered, unable to fight back. She screamed, help me. Other disciples unleashed their spiritual energy, surrounding the beast. Let her go, you damn animal. However, the white ape was completely unharmed. It opened its grotesque mouth, about to devour the female disciple. She squeezed her eyes shut and begged, no, not like this. Somebody, help me. At that critical moment, a blast of fire shot out. The white ape's thick, coarse back was struck by the massive flame. Standing beside the charred corpse of the white ape, Tian said with concern, thank goodness, you're all right now. The disciple sincerely thanked her. Thank you, senior sister Hong. Xu Yunian was busy fighting a ferocious charging ape. He called out, Marshal niece Hong, with you here, I can rest easy. Please look after the other disciples. This white ape has a nascent soul cultivation base. There's a shocking number of them, and they're incredibly agile. You need to be careful too. The swarm of white apes had locked onto him as their target and attacked in unison. Tian just let out a cold snort and casually released a wave of spiritual energy. You're looking to die. The entire pack of white apes was instantly engulfed in roiling flames. The other disciples watched in admiration. Senior Sister Hong is so powerful. She's incredible, as expected of Peak Master Ye's true successor. Tian cut them off. All of you, shut your mouths. She wondered to herself, where did that bastard Yi run off to? Meanwhile, on Ye Junlin's side, everything was still peaceful. Gazing at the scene before him, he spoke up. System, you said there were special energy fluctuations here. Are you sure it's in this direction? The system replied. Affirmative, host. This is the place. The new mission is located within. The rewards are far more plentiful than the check-in. Deep within the Luotian mystic realm, by the Daluo Immortal Tree, members of the Stone Clan were waiting for the Daluo Immortal Fruit to finally ripen. One clansman suggested, but opening the Daluo Mystic Realm has allowed outsiders to invade our territory. We need to deal with them. The chief of the Stone Clan, at the peak of the integration stage, replied, I believe dividing the Daluo Immortal Fruit is the most pressing matter. The chief of the Beast Clan, also at the peak of the integration stage, added, as long as we consume the Immortal Fruit, we can attain the Daluo Immortal Body. After that, we can crush those invaders like ants. The chief of the Feather Clan was a bit apprehensive. But right now, the Daluo Immortal Fruit has been taken by this white-furred rat. We don't even know where to begin. The chiefs of the Armor and Scale clans replied, well, who could have guessed the fruit would ripen so suddenly? Even we didn't have time to react. The Scale clan chief, at the peak of the integration stage, said, there's nothing we can do. It's already eaten the immortal fruit, and the Daluo Immortal Tree has accepted it. We can't attack it during this time, or the tree will retaliate against us. The chief of the Wood clan proposed the most optimal solution. It seems the only way is to wait for it to finish digesting the immortal fruit. Then, we can capture it, refine it with a secret technique, and share the meal. That way, it's both fair and reasonable. The Wood clan chief, at the peak of the integration stage, declared, this old one swears. The Beast clan chief also swore, I will make that. This white-furred rat thief is about to pay dearly for its greed. They noticed the glow was fading. The creature was about to finish digesting it. The little creature raised its paw, having just escaped. It chirped happily. Bai Shushu had such a nice nap. Faced with the glares of the clan chiefs, Bai Shushu grew a little frightened. Greetings, big brothers. Do you need something from me, Bai Shushu? If not, I'll be on my way. The Beast clan chief let out a roar and attacked. How is this rotten rat so fast? The effects of the great firmament immortal fruit are truly extraordinary. The Wood clan chief swung his branches in pursuit and commanded, stop shouting and chase it. The gnarled branches were about to catch Bai Shushu. You beast. Stop right there. But it tried to negotiate. Squeak. Big brothers, let's talk this over. Bai Shushu is a very reasonable rat. Seeing a space-time rift in front of it, it was shocked. Help me. Squeak. Just before the wooden hand could grab it, Bai Shushu leaped through the rift. Its vision blurred as it went through, making it feel dizzy. Where did Bai Shushu just end up? Who am I? Where am I? The Feather Clan chief unleashed a rain of feather arrows, thinking, I can't believe that, just by digesting the fruit, it gained the ability to traverse the void. If we let you escape and fully cultivate that power, you'll become a terrifying monster. So just be a good little rat and die here. Struck by the sky-filling feathers, it screamed. It hurts so much. Bai Shushu doesn't want to die. Bai Shushu has to be strong and survive. It ends here. From behind, the Stone Clan chief let out a roar, unleashing a wave of power that threatened to blow everything away. Bai Shushu was struck by the force and nearly sent tumbling headfirst to the ground. The momentum of the blow sent Bai Shushu falling from the great firmament immortal tree. It crashed down below with a thud. The Feather and Beast clan chiefs leaped down after it in unison. You're a dead rat, yet you dared to steal the great firmament immortal fruit. Do you have any idea how precious it is? A lowly creature like you has no right to enjoy it. Running? Why'd you stop running? Did you really think eating an immortal fruit would let you escape from us? Bai Shushu tried to argue back. Well, was your name written on it? Why shouldn't I be allowed to eat it? You're all ganging up on me now, and it's making Bai Shushu very sad. The Stone Clan chief demanded, do you have any idea that the great firmament immortal tree supports this entire secret realm, and it takes countless eons just to produce a single great firmament immortal fruit? Whoever consumes it gains the great firmament immortal body, an invincible physique that ranks at the very top of the Kunlun immortal realm. Our people have waited for hundreds of generations just to catch a glimpse of the great firmament immortal fruit, but then you wretched thief, got to it first. So tell me, shouldn't you atone with your death so that its power can go where it belongs? Only then did Bai Shushu realize the gravity of what it had done. What? The fruit I ate was that important? Does this mean Bai Shushu is really going to die here? Is there a great hero who can come and save me? The Stone Clan chief reached down with a wicked hand. Die. Suddenly, a blast of energy shot out, stopping him in his tracks. The Stone Clan chief froze, exclaiming, this aura, who does it belong to? Ye Junlin let out a faint laugh as he walked towards them and immediately asked, System, you said there were energy fluctuations in this direction. Are they coming from inside this white rat? Ding. The system confirmed. Correct. This rat has just ingested a great firmament immortal fruit. Its body has condensed a great firmament immortal body with immense cultivation potential. Ding. New mission. Recruit a disciple. Successfully recruit the white-furred rat as a disciple and receive a massive reward. He thought to himself, a great firmament, immortal body. Interesting. With teary eyes, Bai Shushu begged him, Great hero, please save me. These bad guys want to eat Bai Shushu. Ye Junlin realized why this scene felt so familiar. Why is it that every time I recruit a disciple, it feels like I'm rescuing someone? Have I become Tang Sanzang or something? Oh well. Hong Tianye is nothing but a rebel. This little rat, on the other hand, is white and plump. It seems quite obedient, so taking it as a disciple wouldn't be bad. The Beast Clan chief swung his club, charging forward. Intruder, you dare to ignore us? I'll make you pay the price. He casually blocked the attack with one hand. Ye Junlin then threatened them. This rat is mine. I'll give you one chance to live. Get lost. The Stone Clan chief asked with contempt. We are all at the peak of the integration realm. What gives you the right to say such things? The other chiefs chimed in. He's right. Everyone, attack. Let's crush him. Ye Junlin gave them a cold glance, then unleashed a palm strike that landed squarely on the Beast Clan chief's stomach. The chief was sent flying backward, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He exclaimed, How can a simple punch from this guy pack such immense power? The Feather Clan chief unleashed a rain of arrows. Human, you're looking for death. Ye Junlin decided. If you insist on resisting, then I won't be polite anymore. He unleashed the great desolate heaven-imprisoning finger, a fiery attack that threatened to incinerate everything. The immense power rained down on where the chiefs were standing. The Wood Clan chief desperately tried to block it with a shield. Don't take things too far. He then used his wood elemental chi to heal the Stone Clan chief. Ye Junlin was somewhat surprised. Oh, so you know how to support each other. How interesting. Very well, this is the perfect opportunity to test out my newly acquired reward. He summoned the Celestial Emperor's Dharma idol. Seeing Ye Junlin transform before their eyes, the Wood Clan chief was terrified. The Beast Clan chief added, Under the immense pressure of this terrifying phantom, we feel utterly insignificant. There is absolutely no way we can defeat him. Just who is he? At that moment, a group of other cultivators arrived on the scene. Yang Ye Junlin gazed at Ye Junlin's extraordinary aura, unable to suppress the horror in his heart. This is a Dharma idol divine ability, and it's even more powerful than the one from the Xuan Kong Temple. Who could have possibly cast this? Could it be a heavenly lord? Tian Yu wondered why such a powerful Dharma idol had appeared. Even the experts from the quote, Central region have Dharma idols that are much fainter than this. They can only submit before such power. But is this really one of his abilities? Just how many more secrets is he hiding? Ye Junlin's voice boomed with power. The Celestial Emperor is here. Do you still dare to resist? He gave the order to kill without hesitation. The Stone Clan chief roared and charged forward. Everyone, let's risk our lives and fight him. But the chiefs behind him didn't move an inch. The Beast Clan chief was trembling uncontrollably. The Feather Clan chief was equally terrified. The Stone Clan chief was stunned, finally stammering. You, all of you. Ye Junlin turned his attention to him first. Stonehead, you're the strongest among them. The heaven-sundering god-slaying finger descended like a divine blade. The Stone Clan chief was instantly superheated into molten rock. His face began to crack and shatter until his entire body disintegrated into dust. The remaining clan chiefs gasped in shock. This is too terrifying. Lord Heavenly Sovereign, I admit I was a bit impulsive earlier. Let's call a truce. There's no need for us to fight to the death. The response to his words was a devastating strike. The heavens and earth trembled, and a raging inferno erupted, threatening to burn away all the spiritual energy in the world. The Heavenly Emperor summoned by Ye Junlin roared in anger. You damned human. You are a wolf in sheep's clothing. My clan will never forgive you. You fools, what are you talking about? If you could actually defeat me, you would have just killed me already. Why would you need to call for a truce? Ye Junlin thought to himself that the result of the Heavenly Emperor's last strike was a bottomless crater. The Heavenly Emperor's Dharma body was truly formidable. However, that single move consumed 80% of his spiritual power. He'd have to be more careful using it in the future. All right, time to find a disciple. Bai Shushu had turned invisible, so he couldn't see it. Where is my future disciple? That damn rat. I just said it seemed well-behaved, and here it is running away while I'm fighting for it. Bai Shushu scampered away. He's terrifying. That two-legged beast is truly terrifying. That phantom nearly scared Bai Shushu to death. Even though you saved Bai Shushu, you're even scarier than those 6 villains. But the wound that evil, block-headed guy gave me earlier doesn't seem to hurt at all. Besides, Bai Shushu has never run this fast before. Could it be the effect of that fruit? This is incredible. Suddenly, it sensed danger approaching from behind. Why do I suddenly have such a terrifying feeling? I think that two-legged beast is coming to catch Bai Shushu. Ye Junlin followed the trail it left behind. System, the rat is just up ahead, right? The system confirmed with a ding. Correct. Keep it up, host. You're about to catch it. He guessed this rat's ability to run must be related to its grand luo immortal physique. If I didn't have the system, it would have gotten away. Once I catch it, I can't let it off the hook so easily. Bai Shushu sped forward. I'm doomed. Why is he getting closer? How does that two-legged beast know where Bai Shushu is in this huge forest? A figure swooped down from ahead. It was Ye Junlin. He blocked Bai Shushu's path, forcing it to screech to a halt with a squeak. Squeak. Bai Shushu lost its balance and nearly face-planted. Its tail was grabbed, and it pleaded. Bai Shushu doesn't want to die. Ye Junlin questioned it furiously. Didn't you promise to serve me like an ox or a horse? Then why did you run? Bai Shushu explained with a tremble. Master, your aura just now was too terrifying. Bai Shushu couldn't take it and ran away in fear. I was afraid you wanted to eat Bai Shushu, too. Ye Junlin licked his lips threateningly. I've had beef and horse meat before, but never rat meat. I suppose it's worth a try. The gullible Bai Shushu burst into tears. Bai Shushu's meat is sour. It's extremely tough to eat. Your senses must be wrong. After you eat it, you'll let out the stinkiest farts. Ye Junlin said menacingly. The more amazing you make it sound, the more curious I am to taste it. Now, come here and let me try. The little creature couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Ye Junlin looked at it helplessly. This guy has the strongest immortal physique, the Grand Luo immortal physique, yet he's such a coward. No wonder he got scared and ran off when he saw me fighting. He pinched Bai Shushu's cheeks, but he is kinda cute. Fine. I'll raise a rat as a pet. A few hours later, night had fallen. Ye Junlin was roasting meat in a cave. Bai Shushu was awakened by the delicious aroma, rubbing its eyes and mumbling. Smells so good. Is Bai Shushu not dead yet? Spotting the pot of soup next to him, it recoiled in terror. A big pot. Could it be four? Ye Junlin ordered. Get over here now. Don't make me come catch you. I don't want to play a game of cat and mouse. Bai Shushu looked at the roasting meat, momentarily confused about what was happening. Seeing it frozen in a daze, Ye Junlin handed it a skewer of meat. Look at the state of you. Here. This is for you. Touched, Bai Shushu took it and immediately took a bite. This is so fragrant, thank you. What kind of meat is this? I've never eaten anything like it. This flavor is just too good, he revealed. It's rabbit meat. Bai Shushu stopped eating. Rabbits are cute. Why would you eat a rabbit? Ye Junlin replied, if I don't eat rabbit, should I eat rat instead? Bai Shushu said fawningly, no way. Bai Shushu isn't as tasty as rabbit, so it's much better to eat rabbit. Master, could you please give Bai Shushu another piece of meat? He agreed, but on one condition. I can. But first, I don't just want to be your master. I want to be your master. Do you agree? The cowardly Bai Shushu asked. Master, Bai Shushu is without virtue or talent. Can I really become your disciple? Also, is it very dangerous to be your disciple? He began to entice the little creature. So many questions. As my disciple, you can eat all you want. Furthermore, if you're in danger, I, your master, will step in to protect you. Do you really want to pass up on such a great offer? Bai Shushu was tempted by these attractive benefits. I do. Bai Shushu wants to be your disciple, senior. Bai Shushu loves having a powerful backer to rely on. Ye Junlin sealed the deal immediately. Then what are you waiting for? Pay your respects to your master. Bai Shushu obediently knelt and kowtowed. Disciple Bai Shushu pays respects to master. The system updated. Congratulations to the host for completing the disciple recruitment mission. Reward. Supreme Divine Art, the 5 Extremes Reincarnation Great Annihilation Technique. Nothing it cannot destroy, nothing it cannot break. Capable of inflicting massive area of effect damage. Detecting Disciples' Aptitude. This system is gifting an additional Grand Luo Dao scripture. All rewards have been distributed. We hope the host and disciple will live in harmony and will never abuse small animals. Ye Junlin was extremely satisfied. Another ultimate move. Excellent, but really, system, you should stop your needless worrying. With my noble character, how could I ever do something like that? Seeing Ye Junlin muttering, it asked, Master, are you talking to Bai Shushu? He cleared his throat. Ahem. I will now teach you a cultivation technique. You must cherish it and train diligently. Become your master's finest warrior. No. Become my best disciple. A stream of true chi flowed into it, and a patterned sigil immediately appeared on Bai Shushu's forehead. It realized this was the Grand Luo Dao scripture. Feeling the power in its body, Bai Shushu exclaimed joyfully, This technique is so miraculous. Bai Shushu feels as if I have been enlightened. Thank you, master, for bestowing this technique upon me. Ye Junlin ladled out a bowl of soup and said, Get up and have another bowl of soup and some meat. The meat is ready. Bai Shushu replied emotionally. Thank you, master. It lifted the soup bowl and took a sip. It was delicious. Bai Shushu's heart was filled with happiness. Master was so good to him. Becoming master's disciple is Bai Shushu's greatest blessing. In the future, I will definitely repay you well. The peaceful atmosphere didn't last long, as the sky above them began to crack. Ye Junlin felt a sense of unease. What's happening? Why is the sky of this secret realm shattering? The system alerted him. Ding. Detected that the lifespan of the Grand Luo Immortal Tree has ended. The mystic realm can no longer be sustained and is now on the verge of collapse. Please evacuate as soon as possible. Amidst the crisis, he glanced at Bai Shushu's expression and asked, The mystic realm is collapsing. We need to leave. Now. Why are you crying? She replied, Master. For some reason, Bai Shushu feels so sad. Ye Junlin suspected that her great Luo immortal physique might be connected to this place, but the most urgent task was to regroup with the sect master and the others and get out. The cracks spread wider and wider, and the entire mystic realm shook violently. Xu Yunian shouted urgently, Everyone, get out of the mystic realm now. Be careful not to get injured. Dezhu was terrified. I can't believe something like this is happening here. Where's junior brother Yi? Should we wait for him? Ye Junlin returned just in the nick of time. Everyone, the situation is critical. We need to leave this realm as soon as possible. Seeing him return, Xu Yunian exclaimed with relief. This is great, junior brother Ye. You made it. Now we're just missing your disciple. Did you notice what was in his hands? Peak Lord Yi, who is that you're holding? Ye Junlin held up Bai Shushu and introduced her. This is my newly accepted disciple. Xu Yunian was stunned. A disciple. What about your other one? He thought to himself. His last disciple may have had a bad temper, but she was stunningly beautiful and talented. Why is this new one just a big rat with no cultivation whatsoever? Ye Junlin led the group away. Don't worry, I have a feeling she's already left the realm. Let's go out and regroup. One by one, the group behind him leaped through the portal. The entire Tian sect emerged from the gate with great presence. The people waiting outside cheered, Ye Junlin is out. That mystic realm was incredibly dangerous, but thanks to Ye Junlin, we managed to harvest countless precious resources. Tian stepped forward to greet his master. Ye Junlin introduced her. This is my new disciple. From now on, you two must look out for each other, understand? Apparently, Tian was afraid of mice. He took several steps back and yelled. What? Bai Shushu was knocked to the ground. Tian, acting as if nothing happened, replied crisply. Yes, master. As for the new disciple, she was looking around, dizzy and disoriented, thinking, Where? Where am I? Watching the mystic realm's portal slowly close before her, her eyes welled with tears. Bai Shushu's home is gone now. At that same moment, there was a stir in a nearby forest. The creatures from within the great Luo mystic realm had escaped. They began to speak amongst themselves, assessing their new surroundings. So this is the world outside the mystic realm? The spiritual energy is this thin. Could these two-legged creatures be these so-called humans mentioned in the records? Their cultivation levels feel pathetic. Well, since we've arrived in a new environment, we'll just have to learn to adapt. I propose we occupy this land first. Then we can divide the territory among ourselves. In that case, let's start by enslaving them. Countless monstrous beasts poured out from the mystic realm's portal. Xu Yunian's voice trembled with fear. This is bad. These creatures are ancient species that were hidden deep within the mystic realm. Their cultivation levels are on a completely different scale from anything we've ever faced. Just at a glance, there are hundreds in the spirit transformation stage and even dozens at the fusion stage. We're in deep trouble this time, Dezhu asked in shock. Ancient species? He began to explain, in the Kunlun realm, there are thousands of races and countless living creatures. Their origins were recorded on a stone tablet inside the realm. The beings in there all come from across the myriad realms, having been exiled to that place. That mystic realm was an ideal place for cultivation, and it's existed for countless eons. If these different races of creatures band together, their combined strength could rival the top 5 cultivation powers in the entire eastern region. Dezhu cried out, What? How are we supposed to fight them then? Is it possible to negotiate? Xu Yunian replied, I'm afraid that's impossible. They are feral beings. Besides, we just destroyed their home. They'll undoubtedly invade our desolate province to take revenge. I fear a great catastrophe is about to befall our desolate province. The other disciples grew tense. Are we really done for? What are we going to do? Ancestor Yang Ye Junlin's powerful voice steadied everyone's nerves. Do not fear. We have the Heavenly Sovereign. With him here, we can definitely stand against them. Everyone's morale instantly soared. That's right. We have the Heavenly Sovereign. They're no match for him. All hail the heavenly sovereign's divine might. Witnessing their cheers, Tian thought to himself, they're pretty confident. It seems even facing this many creatures won't be a problem for him. He received a notification. Ding. New mission activated. Induct 100,000 residents of the Luo Tian mystic realm into the Xuan Tian sect. The host will receive a reward of their choosing. Ye Junlin broke out in a cold sweat over this absurd request. System, are you kidding me? I have to deal with this many otherworldly creatures, and it's already hard enough. Are you telling me I can't just kill them all? That I have to subdue them to complete the mission? The system declined to comment. Ding. The host must figure it out on their own. An imposing creature stepped forward and asked, are you the heavenly sovereign they were talking about? The one who's supposedly the strongest fighter? Ye Junlin calmly replied, I am. He thought to himself, there are so many of them. Can the Xuantian sect even accommodate them all? Every single one of them had a bizarre appearance. The creature shouted, what's there to fear? It's just one guy. So what if he's at the peak fusion stage? Can he possibly withstand the combined might of all of us? He's right, everyone attacked together. Facing their coordinated assault, he quickly raised his shield to defend. What should I do now? My specialty is fighting, but this seems impossible. Bai Shushu noticed that her master seemed to be in a tough spot. Master has been so good to Bai Shushu. He taught me cultivation techniques and even gave me meat to eat. I can't let master fight alone. Seeing Bai Shushu rush forward, a surprised Tian yelled, what are you doing? She replied, Master, Bai Shushu is here to help. A streak of light flashed from behind, catching Ye Junlin's attention. Though small, Bai Shushu stood protectively in front of him, exuding an imposing aura that took him completely by surprise. Little Shu, you. An ancient runic array activated in Bai Shushu's eyes. A sigil slowly materialized on her forehead. The spiritual power radiating from her was so immense that everyone could feel its boundless might. Shu Yunian watched in awe. Junior brother Ye's new disciple is truly extraordinary. This majestic aura, it actually makes you want to prostrate yourself in worship. Tian Ye was astonished. How can this mouse? The ancient creatures sensed it, the aura of the great Luo Immortal Tree. The great Luo Immortal Tree. It hasn't abandoned us. They fell to their knees, begging the Daluo Immortal Tree to guide them. Little Shushu, so small, yet she made a whole group of ancient creatures kneel around her. They continued. Which path should we take from now on? Tian Ye became even more certain, so everything was within your plan after all. I knew you weren't so simple. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin was tense. The Daluo Immortal Tree nurtured the Daluo Immortal Fruit, which is essentially its method of resurrection through a host body. So after Bai Shushu ate it, she simultaneously developed the Daluo Immortal body inside her, and a part of the tree's will was also left behind. If the Daluo Immortal Tree's will has been revived now, it must be trying to possess Bai Shushu's body. He asked in a grim voice, Little Bai, are you okay? Answer me. Ye Junlin rushed to Shushu's side, trying to wake her. Shushu, wake up! Shushu screamed, Master is calling Shushu. Shushu can't sleep. She was struggling with all her might to control her own body and finally came to her senses. Shushu obediently thanked Ye Junlin. Thank you, Master, for waking Shushu. He smiled brightly and replied, It's good that you're all right. The ancient creatures observed this and shouted, What? The Daluo Immortal Tree is addressing a human as its master? Impossible. How can a mere two-legged beast be worthy of being the Daluo Immortal Tree's master? Ye Junlin's expression immediately turned grim. He ordered, Little one, now do as your master says. Shushu nodded in agreement. The crowd fell silent, waiting. Quiet. The Daluo Immortal Tree is about to speak. She cleared her throat with an ahem. This time, the mystic realm has been destroyed. Perhaps it was the will of the heavens. But do not panic. You are all my people, and I will never abandon you. Ye Junlin, from behind, added, The great Daluo divine tree, heaven has a deep love for all life. My divine children, if you have lost your homes, then our Xuan Tian sect is willing to be your new sanctuary. We will advance and retreat together, sharing all hardships. Shushu turned and bowed. Thank you, Master. The ancient creatures were still confused. I don't understand. Are you telling us to bow our heads in human territory? Immortal Tree, you. Shushu's eyes flashed with a sharp, red light. What's wrong? Are you doubting me? That creature trembled and replied, This lowly one wouldn't dare. Shushu sealed the deal. Good. From now on, you will all follow me and my master and live in the Xuan Tian sect. Tens of thousands of ancient creatures roared in unison. The system updated. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. You have received the Sun Treasury reward. Opens a cultivation space where 100 years inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. Ye Junlin's mood lightened considerably. Success. But this reward seems a bit ordinary. I already have a golden finger that makes me stronger the stronger my opponent is, so I don't need to cultivate. It's really useless to me. Glancing at Tian below, he thought. However, little Hong seems perfect for cultivating in there. Her innate talent will grow rapidly, and then I can just leech off her. It's perfect. But this kid is a rebellious one. I'll have to adjust her a bit before sending her in. Being stared at by him, Tian misunderstood. What does he mean by looking at me like that? Is he blaming me for not helping him? Shu Yunian said cheerfully, Am I dreaming? All these powerful beings want to join the Xuantian sect. Dizhu added, Sect Master. From now on, our Xuantian sect will be number 1 among the 10 great immortal sects of the Eastern Domain. Su Qianshu added gently, It's all thanks to Peak Lord Ye Junlin again. Ye Junlin was stunned. This is even possible? He thought to himself. Although I'm glad that Huang Province has been saved, it seems my Ban Shan sect will have no role to play from now on. Cheers erupted from the disciples. Amazing. I knew Tianjun could resolve the crisis. Shu sent a telepathic message to Ye Junlin, Master. Shu did it. They're all really listening to Shu. He smiled brightly and replied, You did very well. Your master is very pleased. Speaking of which, does the will of the Daluo immortal tree have any effect on you now? Shu replied, No. After Shu woke up, it's been hiding in the back and hasn't dared to make a move. Ye Junlin breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Now, I will lead all of you back to the Xuantian sect. Shu obeyed with a clear yes. At the Yuhua Gate Square in Qing Province, Eastern Domain, the disciples were all whispering amongst themselves. What happened to the Holy Sun? Why does he look so dazed? Yeah, he was so imposing before he left. What on earth happened in Huang Province? Chen Zhao was unsteady on his feet and needed someone to help him back. The elders rushed over and asked, Holy Sun, what's happened to you? He only said, I need to see my master. Another elder reported. Reporting to the Holy Sun, Venerable Ju Yang is in seclusion. May I ask what happened, and where are Elder Yan and the other disciples? He replied in despair, They're dead. They're all dead. They were shocked to hear this. What? Holy Sun, who did this? Tell me at once, so I can report this to the sect master. Chen Zhao's eyes filled with hatred. It was Yuan Tian's sect's Ye Junlin. At Yuhua Gate's outer hall of true disciples, anger filled the air. Impossible. Even Elder Yan and the others are all dead. Damn it. They dared to kill the elders of Yuhua Gate and even nearly killed our holy sun. They have no respect for us at all. Declare war. We must declare war publicly, then bathe that barbarian region in blood and pull them out by the roots, and all associated sects, too. In the streets of Senyu, the news had already spread. Extra. Extra. Get the latest explosive news from the Eastern Domain's cultivation world. Everyone who read the news was stunned. What's this? The holy son of Yuhua Gate was defeated by a young girl in red of the same rank. Yuhua Gate lost 9 masters at the integration realm, and the main culprit is the Peak Lord of Piomiao Peak from the Xuantian sect. In the tea house, this event became the main topic of discussion. The times have changed. Those country bumpkins from Huang Province even dared to kill experts from Yuhua Gate. The Xuantian sect has some talented people, but against Yuhua Gate, I see no need for discussion. The outcome is obvious. That's right. Yuhua Gate was a top-tier cultivation power in ancient times. It was once an immortal holy land that produced true immortals. How can these country bumpkins compare to that kind of foundation? In less than 10 days, the Xuantian sect will probably cease to exist. At Xuankong Temple's main hall in Fo Province, Eastern Domain, Grandmaster Xuankong gave an order, Amitabha. Yuhua Gate has sent word that it wants to declare war on the Xuantian sect. In that case, Xuankong Temple will also punish evil and promote good. The Xuantian sect must pay its blood debt in blood. The monk beside him replied, This disciple understands. I will pass down the order and call upon all the Zen cultivators of the Eastern Domain to vanquish the demons and uphold justice together. In Huang Province, ever since the Luotian mystic realm collapsed, dense spiritual energy began to frantically pour out. As the proverb goes, when a whale falls, a million things will live. This once barren and poor wild continent has now begun to radiate with intense life, allowing many creatures to benefit, their cultivation levels skyrocketing. Ever since the 100,000 foreign race beings joined the Xuantian sect, its overall strength has soared. But ever since the news of the declaration of war from the major sects in the Eastern Domain arrived, the Xuantian sect has been plunged into a gloomy atmosphere. Over at the Xuantian sect's martial arts training grounds, the disciples were discussing, the Yuhua sect is about to attack us. And then there are those bald-headed phonies from the Xuankong Temple, still treating us like some evil demonic sect. They really haven't given up. It's strange. I haven't seen the sect master or the peak lords these past few days. Where did they go? I heard they're in seclusion, cultivating. Peak Lord Yi is so powerful, yet he's still working so hard to cultivate. For the Tian sect, this is a great blessing, isn't it? In the courtyard of a residence on Tian sect's Misty Peak, Ye Junlin, sitting in an armchair in the garden, let out a sneeze. Bai Shushu fawningly presented a drink, showing it off. Master, Bai Shushu succeeded. The ultimate invincible bubble milk tea he wanted is finally done. Ye Junlin urged him on. Quick, put the straw in for me. Bai Shushu obediently handed the cup to him. He took a long, refreshing sip. Ah, that's the stuff. This is the exact flavor I remember. After finishing his drink, Ye Junlin praised his disciple. Little one, you did a great job. I, your master, will allow you to make 50 new cups. But this time, you can choose one cup for yourself as a reward. Bai Shushu cheered with joy. Really? Bai Shushu thanks you, master. He thought to himself, this bubble tea recipe I got as a daily login reward is even better than the ones from my past life. Even the Snow King had to offer me a cigarette when he came to visit. Tian, standing to the side, said coldly, this rat is so foolish. One day, you're going to get him sold for money. Ye Junlin asked him, Little Hong, where's my spicy grilled squid? Why isn't it ready yet? Look how quick little Shu is. You're not even as good as a rat. He angrily sped up the process of grilling the squid in his hands. It's almost ready, master. Your disciple will bring it right over. Carefully arranging the grilled squid on a tray, Tian respectfully presented it with a look of dissatisfaction. Master, please have a taste. Seeing him eat without a word of praise, Tian pressed, Master, is the heat to your satisfaction? Does the spiciness need any adjustment? He replied nonchalantly, not bad. Keep it up. Tian tentatively suggested, Master, could you perhaps grant this disciple the privilege of cultivating in the sunken sun for a few days? Your disciple is truly eager to improve. Ye Junlin complained, Look at you, getting impatient again. He replied, aggrieved, but you already let the sect master and the others go in first. Master, I want to become stronger. Only then can I protect the sect. He remained as calm as ever. It's fine. The sect has me. You just need to be obedient and stay by my side. Tian fumed internally. Damn it, I bet you're just afraid my cultivation will surpass yours. Bai Shushu, from behind, pleaded on his behalf. Master, if senior sister Hong wants to go, then please let her. Bai Shushu can handle all her duties. Ye Junlin readily agreed. Since your junior brother has pleaded for you, and is even willing to do your work, then I, your master, will allow you to go to the sunken sun to cultivate for a few days. You should thank your junior brother. Having succeeded, Tian said respectfully, Thank you, master. And thank you, junior brother, for pleading on my behalf. After finishing his food, Ye Junlin left. I'm going back to my room. You two take your time and eat. Behind him, Tian's eyes blazed with hatred. Just you wait. The day I emerge from my seclusion will be the day you bow your head to me. Ye Junlin was well aware of his intentions. Seems you've gotten impatient after being provoked. Huh. I know you want to turn the tables by sucking up, but unfortunately for you, the stronger you get, the stronger I get. So just be a good boy and level up for me. Bai Shushu obediently asked, Master, the 50 new cups of drinks are ready. Can Bai Shushu have this grass jelly one? He agreed immediately. Of course. Your master already said you could pick anyone you want. Bai Shushu replied happily. Thank you, master. He patted its head and said, Other people pet cats, but I pet a rat. You know, this feeling isn't half bad. The mere mention of cats made Bai Shushu's fur stand on end in fear. Cats? Where are the cats? Bai Shushu is most afraid of cats. He looked at him helplessly. You possess the great Luo immortal physique. What a waste. A cat isn't even bigger than you, and you command 100,000 subordinates in the secret realm. And you're still afraid of cats? It frowned and replied sullenly. Bai Shushu is just scared. He suggested, Why don't you go cultivate in the sunken sun? 100 years in there is only one day outside. Your great Luo immortal physique would improve tremendously. It revealed its reason. Bai Shushu doesn't want to. If Bai Shushu spends 100 years in there without seeing master, Bai Shushu will be very sad. Besides, cultivating is really boring. Bai Shushu likes eating delicious food with master. He decided to let his disciple do as he pleased. Being like this really suits my personality, not like some other people. The one being talked about, Tian, let out a sneeze. Ye Junlin suddenly remembered. Oh right, don't they say that demon beasts who cultivate to the soul transformation stage can take human form? Why have I never seen you transform into a human? It revealed. Because Bai Shushu forgot. He waited with eager anticipation. Well then, try transforming now. Bai Shushu scratched its head and shyly agreed. Okay, Its eyes shut tight as a stream of true energy enveloped the small rat's body. A pair of slender legs appeared. Its figure was petite and adorable. Ye Junlin stared in a daze, exclaiming, "Isn't this the standard lowly body?" Just as he said that, he saw Bai Shushu's face and spat out a mouthful of bubble tea. "What is this monstrosity?" Bai Shushu, with a lowly body but its original head, asked shyly. "What's wrong, master? Isn't Bai Shushu's form beautiful?" Ye Junlin's face darkened, unable to look any longer. "It's not just not beautiful, it's downright terrifying. You little brat, are you messing with me on purpose?" It waved its hands in denial. "Absolutely not. Bai Shushu tried really hard to transform, but for some reason, this is all I can do." Bai Shushu felt very wronged. Ye Junlin rubbed his forehead helplessly. "It's fine, just change back." Bai Shushu received the order, yes, but after a long while, only the sound of crows could be heard, and Bai Shushu's body remained the same. He couldn't help but shout, "It's been half an incense stick's time. Why haven't you changed back yet?" Bai Shushu cowered in fear and begged. "Master," Bai Shushu suddenly doesn't know how. Ye Junlin's expression grew darker and darker. "Are you really a rat, or are you a pig?" Bai Shushu pleaded with him. "Don't rush me, master. Give me a few more days to try again. I'm sure I'll be able to change back then." He helplessly tried to encourage her. "Just hang in there." Bai Shushu then asked, "Master, do you want to touch it again?" Ye Junlin waved his hand dismissively. "I need some quiet." Bai Shushu quickly ran over to the water vat. She admired her new appearance. "That's strange, isn't this beautiful?" In the eastern domain, at the border of the barren and spirit continents, warships had already set sail. The onlookers were all waiting in anticipation. No one can withstand the fury of the #1 immortal sect in the eastern domain. The Tian sect is done for. No matter how domineering that guy named Yi was before, this time, he's going to die a miserable death. He'll probably be so scared he'll piss his pants. At the Jiang family estate, suggestive sounds echoed from within a room. A woman's delicate voice was heard. "Young master, please be gentle." A guard from outside burst through the door to report, "Young master, they're here. We're under attack." Tian Yi roared, "You damn dog. Spit it out. Who the hell is attacking? If you don't, I'll chop off your head and throw it in a cesspit," he reported. "It's Yuhua Gate. The Yuhua Gate army has invaded the barren continent." Tian Yi asked excitedly, "What did you just say?" "Excellent. Yuhua Gate is finished. Just some country bumpkin who dared to act arrogantly towards me. I knew you wouldn't last long. This is going to be a good show." On the cliffs of Banzong Mountain in the barren continent, the cultivators of the barren continent observed the distant army. An army this large. Just how many cultivators have they sent? Yang Ye Junlin spoke up. "Tian Quan, I'm begging you, don't force it this time. If things go south, let's just run. You are the strongest person in our barren continent, and the spiritual leader for all of our cultivators. If you fall, it will be an unimaginable loss." At the plaza of the Xuan Tian sect, the disciples were shouting, "The enemy is here. The entire sect, on alert. The great enemy is upon us. Where is our sect master?" A tower on the back mountain of the Xuan Tian sect was struck by a powerful force descending from the sky. Two shadowy figures appeared. It turned out to be Dezhu and Su Qiangshui, who had just returned from their closed-door cultivation. Dezhu felt that after 500 years of arduous training, he had almost broken through to the integration realm, but still couldn't grasp the final feeling. It seems closed-door cultivation has its limits. Su Qiangshui reminded him, "You should be satisfied. We're lucky to have the cultivation techniques and pills passed down by junior brother Ye. Otherwise, even if we exhausted our entire lifespan in this life, it would have been difficult to even break through to the Nascent Soul realm, let alone 500 years. Looking behind them and not seeing the sect master, he wondered, where is the sect master? Hasn't he come out yet? Shu Yunian emerged with an extraordinary aura, saying, "A great battle is upon us. I can only fight with all I've got. Fortunately, I managed to break through to the integration realm before the battle." Behind him, a major figure was revealed. He exclaimed in surprise, "There's someone else? Who is it? This aura. It's terrifying. It even surpasses junior brother Ye's." Footsteps emerged from the brilliant flames. It was Tian Ye. Dezhu exclaimed with joy. "So it's junior brother Ye's eldest disciple. A tiger father truly raises a tiger cub. You and your master both have monstrous talent. Quick, tell your senior uncle what realm you've reached." Tian Ye asked angrily. "Insolence. What are you talking about?" Dezhu stared at him, stunned, as a palm strike shot out, giving him no time to defend. Su Qianshui shouted loudly, "Hong Tian Ye, your senior uncle just misspoke. We're from the same sect. Why did you have to injure him?" Tian Ye's expression turned cold as he sneered. "Same sect? This venerable one is a titan of the demonic path, a true immortal level expert. Are you flies worthy of claiming a connection to me? If it weren't for Ye Junlin, I would never have had to suffer such grievances, but not anymore. Enraged by his words, Su Qianshui shot back. Have you cultivated yourself into madness? What is this attitude? Watch it, or I'll report you to junior brother Ye. He was unfazed. Go ahead. This venerable one couldn't care less about him. Besides, that guy can barely save himself right now. If you've got the guts, then tell him to come here. With my current cultivation, it's not even certain who would be teaching who a lesson. Tian said arrogantly. A supreme treasure like this shouldn't be wasted. It's better if you hand it over to me to use. The others tried to stop him. How dare you? What do you think you're doing? Are you really not afraid of junior brother Yi punishing you? With a single palm strike, Tian sent them all flying. Get lost, all of you. Xu Yonian spoke cautiously. This person's demonic nature is so strong. I didn't expect that after he entered the integration realm, I can't even withstand his aura. Just what is the origin of this disciple that junior brother Ye took in? While controlling the sundial, Tian scornfully insulted them. A bunch of rabble. But then, he realized something was wrong. What's going on? Why isn't the sundial moving at all? Xu Yunian tried to stop him. Tian, you are junior brother Yi's disciple, and the most outstanding prodigy in our sect. The sect will definitely nurture you well. Why must you do something so despicable? Tian angrily retorted. You bastard, who do you think you are? Does this venerable one need a lecture from you? Xu Yunian was struck by his palm attack, stumbling as he flew backward. He couldn't believe it. What kind of cultivation level is this? With just a wave of his hand, I didn't even have a chance to fight back. The difference between him before and after entering the sundial is like heaven and earth. The disciples behind him called out worriedly, Sect Master. Tian continued to insult them. Mere ants dare to posture before this venerable one. Not killing you just now was the greatest mercy I could show you. Suddenly, an arrogant voice rang out. The grand army of Yuhua Gate has arrived. Why hasn't that ringleader Ye Junlin crawled out here to die yet? This is the perfect time to show them our hand. Xu Yunian urgently pulled the disciples along. Quick, let's go see. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin was relaxing. This homemade milk tea really hits the spot. Tian returned just in time to see this sight. What a disgrace to the world of cultivators. With such a degenerate style, and he dares to cultivate immortality. He just got lucky as hell and stumbled upon his supreme opportunity, gaining precious techniques and heavenly treasures. But now, they all belong to me. Seeing him return, Ye Junlin said leisurely, My good disciple, you've come out of seclusion. Your master missed you very much. Tian reminded him, The people outside are about to storm in and take your life. I can't believe you're being so lazy. Aren't you afraid of dying? Ye Junlin feigned surprise. They're already attacking? How come I didn't know? He became even more indignant. You're just enjoying yourself in this soundproof paradise. Of course, you don't know anything about what's happening outside. Now listen up. Outside, the enemies have come to settle the score. Ye Junlin, get out here and die. Ye Junlin was perfectly calm. So, they want to start a war. Tian looked at him. Do you see the situation you're in? But if you hand over everything you have to me now, I might consider saving your life. He asked suspiciously. What do you mean by that? This attitude annoyed him. Don't play dumb with me. We're all intelligent people here, so let's be frank. Before he could finish, Bai Shushu's appearance terrified him into silence. Holy crap, what the hell is that thing? Bai Shushu happily announced, Master, these are the braised chicken wings you asked Bai Shushu to make. They're nice and spicy. Hurry up and try them. Oh, senior brother Hong, you're out of seclusion already? That was fast. Tian couldn't even form a complete sentence. You, stay right there. He thought in a panic. Is this supposed to be that white-furred rat? How did things turn out like this? Its form is so grotesque. What a damn monstrosity. I can't believe this guy has such peculiar tastes. Ye Junlin knew he was being misunderstood. What's with that look? Is he thinking of something sinister? But I'm an upright and honorable man. Just then, Xu Yunian's group arrived and shouted, You traitorous disciple. What do you think you're doing to your master? Junior brother Ye, you have to be careful. But when they saw Bai Shushu, their own eyes widened and jaws dropped. Bai Shushu was already used to this reaction. Everyone, don't be afraid. It's me, your disciple, Bai Shushu. Xu Yunian clutched his chest and sighed in relief. So it's junior brother Yi's second disciple. That appearance is truly terrifying. Let's go. Not only is junior brother Yi exceptionally talented, but even his tastes are far beyond ours. Ye Junlin cut them off. Hey, stop. What are you all talking about? Tell me. Why did you all rush over here in such a hurry? Xu Yunian pointed an accusing finger at Tian. Junior brother Yi, your eldest disciple is plotting a rebellion. Not only does he want to steal the Sun Treasury, but he even attacked us. Ye Junlin asked with a dark tone. My dear disciple, is what they're saying true? Tian didn't deny it at all. So what if it is? What can you possibly do to me? The Grand Army is on its way. Your death is imminent. Don't you understand the situation you're in? Xu Yanian was furious. Damn you, you ungrateful beast. Junior brother Ye has never mistreated you. This remark wounded his pride. What the hell do you people know? For how long have you all insulted me and treated me like a servant? I can't take it anymore. Watching the two of them bicker and accuse each other, Ye Junlin felt helpless. He rested a hand on his forehead and muttered, Karma. This is definitely karma. Then, like a top-tier actor, he began to cry sorrowfully. Don't blame him. It's my fault. It's because I failed to understand my disciples' feelings. It was my mistake. I truly regret it. Bai Shushu supported Ye Junlin, also sobbing, Master. Xu Yunian was stunned. Junior brother Ye, this is the first time I've ever seen you like this. Tian found this display unsightly. Go on, keep acting. I know your true face better than anyone. Are you really going to put on a show in front of everyone? Ye Junlin continued his deep performance. Little Han, my beloved disciple Tian, your master truly knows he was wrong. Can you forgive your master? We are master and disciple, after all. Let's start over. Okay, he refused. In your dreams, stop disgusting me. The system announced, Congratulations, host, for completing the temporary mission. Actively admit your mistake and focus all emotions to make everyone sympathize with you. The reward is the Indestructible Tyrant Body Art. The Indestructible Tyrant Body Art is a supreme technique that combines both strength and physical body cultivation. When cultivated to the highest level, one can create an indestructible tyrant body, reigning supreme for all eternity. This was Ye Junlin's true goal. He thought smugly, I finally did it. This mission was really strange, but thankfully the reward is pretty good. It was worth the effort. Now that the mission is done, it's time to slowly play with you. Ye Junlin lay down on a chair and continued his act. Little Hong, you must know that once a master, always a master. No matter what, I'm still your father. No, I'm your master. I'll just tease you a little more to see how long you can last. If you really decide to make a move, I'll just consider you a free experience pack. With that, he ordered Bai Shushu, Hey, kid, come over here and massage your master's shoulders. He obediently came over. Yes, sir. Daeju guessed suspiciously. Everyone, do you think junior brother Ye is under so much pressure that he's developed schizophrenia? Su Qianshu scolded him. Shut up. What are you talking about? Meanwhile, Tian was on high alert. What is this guy planning now? Ye Junlin began to speak. Little Hong, you were in seclusion in the Sun Treasury for 200 years. Now that you're out, are you feeling pretty good about yourself? He shouted impatiently. Stop your nonsense and hand over everything you have to me. I can help you. But if you refuse, you'll die right here. Daeju whispered to Su Yonian. Sect Master, from what he just said, it seems he does intend to help. He still has some conscience. A great war is about to break out. If we have his help, perhaps we can resolve this crisis. He replied, This still depends on what junior brother Yi wants. Ye Junlin calmly replied, You seem so certain. Is your current strength really greater than mine? Tian answered, Although you've always suppressed me. Wasting my precious cultivation time, I've cultivated in the Sun Treasury for 200 years. My cultivation base and my strength have long since surpassed yours. He ordered, Hurry up, stop dawdling. The fleet from the Yuhua Gate is already approaching Piaomiao Peak. Do you really want me to take action myself? Bai Shushu trembled and exclaimed, Senior brother Hong is so scary. Su Yunian realized that Hong Tianyi now harbored a great ambition, intending to seize all of junior brother Ye's opportunities. He righteously rushed forward. Junior brother Ye, I'm here to help you. At that very moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and a terrifying surge of power tore through the air, roaring as it plunged towards Huang Province like a divine punishment. In that instant, it surged down upon the spot where Ye Junlin and his disciple were standing. Tian let out a loud roar, his eyes blazing with intense killing intent. A torrent of true qi erupted from his palm, striking directly at that wave of power. That surge of power was knocked back, carrying a world-shaking aftershock as it shot towards the warship hovering in the sky. Cries of alarm rang out in chaos. Our attack was reflected. Get out of the way! Boom! With a deafening explosion, the ship blew up in midair. Cries for help echoed. Help me. The cultivators were scattered by the blast, their bodies staggering before falling like withered leaves in a storm. Whoever did this, get the hell out here and face your death. Tian shifted his focus to them. They dare cause trouble for me at a time like this. Still, Ye Junlin is no match for me. His resources will be mine sooner or later. First, I'll get rid of these flies. He faced them and admitted with an imposing aura, I was the one who did it. Do you think you can stand against me? His appearance caused the late-stage integration realm inner elder from the Yuhua Gate to misunderstand. A mere first-tier female cultivator dares to speak so arrogantly here? Model, you want this old man to come and deal with you. He charged straight forward to attack. Die. Tian looked down on these ignorant gnats. A wave of power erupted from Tian like a massive tidal wave, directly suppressing the elder before her. A piercing scream tore through the air. The old man's body felt as if it were being ripped apart by an external force. Every muscle fiber stretched to its limit, looking like it would explode at any moment. Tian didn't stop. Her hand increased the pressure, making the released power even more violent. She commanded, "I'll give you half an incense stick's time. All of you, get out of Huang province or die." The elders' faces turned pale. "What?" Elder Mu shouted. "Utter arrogance. You think you alone can give orders to the #1 immortal sect of the Eastern Domain. That's right, one elder was just unlucky enough to get hit by your killing move. Do you really think you can fight against tens or even hundreds of integration realm experts by yourself? Everyone, execute this person and slaughter the Xuanqing sect." A dark, demonic aura emanated from Tian. "You refused the toast, so now you'll drink the forfeit. If that's how it is, then I shall begin a massacre." Netherworld soul-devouring flames dragged vicious spirits out from behind her. The integration realm elders were continuously pushed back, and a third of them died in the very first clash. A large number of bluish-black skulls were ravaging the battlefield like a swarm of mad locusts. In the midst of the carnage, they could only scream in pain, "My hand! Don't get bitten, you'll be poisoned." Stop it now. Many disciples of the Yuhua Gate were burned to death on the spot, screaming horribly. Cries for help echoed across the sky. The people from Xuankong Temple arrived just in time. "Amitabha Buddha, benefactors, Xuankong Temple has come to assist you." Tian paid them no mind. More people looking to die. Master Xuankong thought to himself, "What's going on?" According to our information, Ye Junlin's disciple had just reached the spirit transformation realm. But this situation, could it be that she has some heaven-defying technique? If the disciple is like this, wouldn't Ye Junlin be even more powerful? But we're already here. The arrow is knocked and must be fired. The monks set up a formation to seal Tian. Xuankong roared, "You damn demoness, don't you dare be so arrogant." True Qi roared from his palm, tearing through the air. Tian sneered, "It's the fake, bald-headed frauds that I hate the most. Die." The barrier was shattered in an instant. The monks' bodies swayed and stumbled like dry leaves in a storm, completely scattered, their formation destroyed. Xuankong was stunned. Why can't our Dharma seals eliminate these strange flames? Someone angrily interrupted him. "To hell with Amitabha Buddha, it's coming for us." He cried out in despair. "No, I just got here." Countless flames erupted in midair, swirling like beings from hell as they rushed towards the monks. Xuankong was terrified. In a single clash, tens of thousands of his inner disciples had vanished. "Damn it, Yuhua Gate, who the hell did you people provoke?" He cursed. "You fiend, the Buddha will not forgive you." Xuankong swung his hand, unleashing a palm strike that could shake the heavens and the earth. A giant hand materialized in midair, its heavenly might bearing down on Tian with overwhelming force. She declared arrogantly, "Even if the Buddha himself came, I would still kill him for you to see." The reflection of the giant hand was clear in Tian's eyes, but her gaze did not waver. A fierce palm strike, engulfed in massive flames, erupted from her hand. It spiraled upwards against the current, roaring as it shot straight towards Xuankong. Tian snorted coldly, killing intent spreading through every inch of the air, and scoffed, "You don't know your own limits." Su Yunian exclaimed in admiration, "Junior Sister Ye, this monstrous disciple's talent is too terrifying. Our humble Xuantian sect can't possibly contain such a great Buddha. This isn't a fight to the death, she's simply invincible." Diju agreed. "That's right. Right now, she's protecting our Xuantian sect from disaster. We should just meet her conditions instead of confronting her. Staying alive is what's most important." The disciples cheered excitedly, "Junior Sister Yi is so amazing." "Go, Junior Sister Yi." Even Ye Junlin himself was intrigued. "This girl has only been in seclusion for 2 days. Let me use my insight technique to see what's up." His eyes of insight activated. He thought, half-step Mahayana, so she's already broken through to the Mahayana realm. No wonder she's so confident. It's good that she can stand up for herself. Once she's done dealing with this, I can break through and level up. The atmosphere grew darker, and hazy figures began to appear. A surprised voice rang out, "Look, the core elders are here to help us." They bowed respectfully. "Welcome, Venerables." Shu Yumian was terrified by this title. Venerables? That means 18 Mahayana realm cultivators have arrived. Is this the eternal foundation of the strongest immortal sect in the Eastern Domain? We're doomed. Is the Tian sect really going to be destroyed under my watch? The 18 Venerables are the core fighting force of the Yuhua Gate, each one a powerful expert of the Mahayana realm. They once joined forces to suppress the North Sea Demon King and annihilate the Southern Wasteland Demon Cult. They're known as the undefeated myth of the Eastern Domain. Ye Junlin was quite looking forward to this. Excellent. Compared to a half-step Mahayana, a true Mahayana realm is much more interesting. At that moment, a great crisis fell upon the Tian sect with the appearance of the 18 Venerables. Venerable Ye Junlin, at the peak of the Mahayana realm, scolded them. You're all a bunch of useless trash, bringing shame to our Yuhua Gate. Venerable Jin. She also at the peak of the Mahayana realm, added, the mightiest immortal sect in the Eastern Domain, beaten to a pulp by a little girl. If we hadn't come here personally to oversee the battle, wouldn't we have become a laughingstock to the entire world? Tian looked at them with contempt. Where did this old fossil crawl out from, daring to be disrespectful to me? The old woman thought she misheard. What did you say? The other venerables tried to calm her down. Venerable Jinshi, you don't need to bother with someone who's about to die. A mere half-step Mahayana wants to stop our Yuhua Gate? That's right. Besides, that Ye Junlin is so arrogant, sending his disciple out to deal with us. Isn't that looking down on the Yuhua Gate too much? An elder in the early Mahayana realm added, kill his disciple first. I want to see if he feels any pain while hiding inside. Tian replied coldly, get lost. I have no relationship with him. They sneered. Such a deep bond between master and disciple. You lot, go capture her. This old woman will ruin her face and rip out her tongue. The other venerables joined forces and charged forward. Junior, countless souls have perished under my azure Luan palm. Today, I'll ensure your soul is utterly extinguished, leaving not even a speck of dust behind. A single palm strike from me could crush 10 guys like you. Today, I'll use your head as a sacrifice for my sword. I imagine it could nurture a peerless sword spirit. Tian coldly retorted. Nurturing a sword with a blood sacrifice? This master will show you what true hell is. He swore to himself, Ye Junlin, just you wait. After I'm done with these ants, let's see what excuse you have to keep your mouth shut. The ancient runic array he unleashed shot forward, as if to crush those arrogant venerables. They couldn't believe their eyes. No, this is impossible. He's just at the half-step Mahayana realm. My azure Luan palm has been fused with an ancient demon soul. How could it be broken by a nobody like you? His sword shattered the moment he swung it, my shattered sky. No, this demon fire. It can even burn a sword spirit. Hong Yu was highly impressed. He's only at the half-step Mahayana realm, yet he can repel 3 early-stage Mahayana experts. Ye Junlin and Jin, she chimed in. I never expected to find such a peerless prodigy in this desolate wasteland. That makes it all the more reason this brat cannot be allowed to live. Let's attack together and kill him. Without a hint of shame, the group of venerables coordinated their attacks, unleashing their strongest techniques. The Great Sorrow Palm, the Star-Plucking Hand, the Dragon-Subduing Slaughter Technique, and the Soul-Extinguishing Seal. Tian unleashed a single move. The heaven-burning dragon flame and a torrential force of fire erupted like a blazing sea, scorching the entire sky. From within his palm's force, fiery dragons roared to life. Their bodies ablaze, they let out thunderous roars as crimson flames lit up the heavens, directly engulfing each venerable in midair. Xu Yunyan's eyes widened in amazement. He never thought Tian could fight against so many venerables at once. Ye Junlin said with a hint of regret, it's a pity the flames are getting weaker and weaker. 3 streams of true qi tore through the air, whistling like 3 sharp swords as they shot straight for Tian. It seems you're at your limit after all. Tian's face darkened, his sharp gaze fixed on the 3 incoming streams of true qi. If he couldn't dodge this, he'd be split in 2. A piercing screech erupted from Tian's hand as the Annihilation Demon Flame roared out. Annihilation Demon Flame, go. The flame shot straight into the center of the 3 swirling streams of true qi as he yelled, kill. Each strand of true qi was utterly annihilated, leaving no trace behind. A strange, crimson dragon stared coldly at the group of venerables. Tian continued, is this all the Yuhua Gate has to offer? You might as well change your name to the Gate of Misfits. The venerables exclaimed in horror. What? Did this bizarre flame devour all of our techniques to use for itself? Hong Yu couldn't accept it. A single person suppressing 15 venerables. Is this something a half-step Mahayana expert can even do? Ye Junlin replied, I have never witnessed such talent in all my years. Jin, she scolded them. Are you all blind? This is definitely some evil technique. This fiend must be eliminated as soon as possible, or he will become an endless source of trouble in the future. Tian challenged her, you old hag. Why don't you do it yourself? I'll give you a 3-move handicap, lest people say I'm bullying the disabled. She then launched a true qi attack in retaliation. Let's see if you can still talk so tough after I rip your mouth off. Hong Yu decided. If this woman is allowed to live for another 100 years, she will become a great threat to the Eastern Domain. Today, we must hunt her down and extinguish her very soul. They focused all their power on attacking Tian Ye's demon dragon. He began to lose ground. Damn it, this is all because that fool Ye Junlin wouldn't give me the secret treasure sooner. I can't believe the Yuhui Gate sent 18 Mahayana realm experts to deal with a small sect in this wasteland. This is truly using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Hong Yu shouted. This ends now. The Overlord's palm shot towards him with a ferocious fist. That single punch was enough to heavily injure Tian Ye, sending him crashing to the ground. Bai Shushu asked with concern, Brother Tian Ye, are you all right? Ye Junlin took the opportunity to mock him. My dear disciple, didn't you promise you'd push them back? Why do you look like a beaten dog right now? As your master, I'm truly disappointed in you. Tian Ye, his pride wounded, yelled back, You dare to mock me? At least I can retreat in one piece. You, on the other hand, can just wait here to die. Someone brought out a space compass without a second thought, and its power enveloped the entire Tian sect. Its owner was none other than Ye Junlin. With this old man here, don't even think about leaving the Tian sect. Xu Yonian was so outraged that he clenched his fists tightly. The space compass. It's actually the space compass. Daju asked him, Senior brother, do you remember the records in the ancient texts? During the North Sea demon calamity 100 years ago, with this very compass, Venerable Ye Junlin vaporized 31 North Sea elites with a single thought. 100,000 members of the demon race were turned to dust. It's said this thing once sealed an ancient demon god. Now, it seems our Tian sect isn't even worthy of surviving. Tian Yi was defiant. Damn it, am I really going to die here with this swarm of flies? I refuse to accept this. Xu Yunian turned in surprise to ask Ye Junlin, Junior brother Yi, how can you still be so relaxed at a time like this? Tian Ye found a target for his anger and screamed, How can you still be eating at a time like this? To die with someone like you. I'm speechless. How shameless. He brushed his hands off and praised, Kid, your skills aren't bad at all. Next time, I, your master, would like to try the honey-glazed flavor. Bai Shushu asked doubtfully, Master, will there even be a next time for us? He affirmed, Of course there will be. After eating his fill, he prepared to settle the score with the Venerables. Hong Yu spoke first. Ye Junlin, you finally decided to show yourself. He replied, You people beat my useless disciple like a dog. As his master, it's only natural that I stand up for him. Tian Ye cut in with a curse. You son of a bitch. They laughed loudly. Your fate is sealed. I will flay your skin, pull your tendons, and grind your bones to dust as a warning to others. The ringleader Ye Junlin has appeared. What are you waiting for? Seize him. Although his aura registers as the integration realm, the fact that his disciple has such power is truly suspicious. The whole group charged towards him as if he were a target. Kill. His eyes activated, scanning them. The system announced, Ding. Host has been detected under attack by an early-stage Mahayana enemy. Activating passive effect. The stronger the enemy, the stronger I become. Granting host the cultivation of a mid-stage Mahayana realm. He casually released his true chi. He said in a low voice, You all are far too weak. Xu Yunian's jaw dropped in shock. Junior brother Ye is a Mahayana realm expert. So our Tian sect had a venerable watching over us all along. Tian Ye continued, What kind of joke is this? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Damn it. Just how much of your cultivation have you been hiding? Who the hell sandbags like you? The venerables felt like they had been set up. Mahayana. So you were a Mahayana expert all along? He asked casually. Weren't you all disappointed by the integration stage? Jin, she retorted stubbornly. Even if the intel was wrong, he's only at the mid-Mahayana stage at best. He's nothing but an ant. Everyone, help me take him down. Form the array. Use your blood essence to activate the Emperor's sword. 15 Heavens Immortal Extermination. Seeing them set up the formation, he let out a cold laugh. As they formed the grand array, Ye Junlin stood his ground calmly. Xu Yonian shouted in confusion, Why isn't Junior Brother making a move? With the combined attack of 15 Venerable Sword formation, even someone at the peak Mahayana stage would struggle to block it. Tian Ye wondered, what trick is this guy pulling now? Could it be that he's given up? He casually brushed his hand, taking their blow without a single scratch. Is that all? I didn't even break a sweat. This indestructible tyrant body technique really is something else. To think it can block a combined attack from so many cultivators at the same level. They were all in shock. This is impossible. Even a venerable who has reached the perfected Mahayana stage would find it difficult to withstand the 15 Heavens Immortal Extermination sword formation. He's only at the mid-Mahayana stage, yet he blocked the attack with just his physical body. Tian Ye knew it. As expected, this guy was hiding some fortuitous encounter. I must seize it for myself. The old man couldn't believe it. You are definitely not at the mid-Mahana stage. Who in the world are you? Ye Junlin waved his hand coldly. Do the dead have the right to ask questions? Another venerable was targeted. And you? A massacre unfolded. Ye Junlin took them down one by one with relish, moving as leisurely as if he were taking a stroll among the cultivators. They screamed in terror. This guy's physical body is too unnatural. Everyone, run. One of them begged, Great Venerables, please lend us a hand. Ye Junlin showed no mercy and charged forward. The group of venerables all perished before the great masters could arrive. As for Hong Yu, he desperately tried to resist his power. The disciples behind them exclaimed in gratitude. Thank you for taking action, Venerable Hong Yu. As expected, a Venerable Hong Yu. That punch was so powerful, yet it couldn't harm you at all. That brat's body cultivation is pathetic compared to yours. Ye Junlin's interest was piqued. Interesting. You actually managed to block one of my punches? Hong Yu couldn't help but cough. Only he knew that body cultivation was his specialty, and he was even enhanced by the blessing of the beast soul imprint. But that simple punch just now, it had shattered his defenses so easily. If he took another one, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to withstand it. Jin, she transformed into a giant python and joined the battle. This old woman is here to join the fun. Ye Junlin stood there, unfazed, ready to welcome the arrogant enemy. She swore, I refuse to believe you can withstand the combined attack of the three of us. Perfected Mahana masters. Ye Junlin merely raised an eyebrow. Ye Junlin unleashed his full power, launching the chaotic breath Great Annihilation. Seeing the palm strike rushing toward him like a hurricane, he waited silently. Hong Yu swung his fist and roared, You rotten brat. If you have the guts, then try to block our attack. A fist-carrying destructive power surged towards the target. This was the moment Ye Junlin was waiting for. The system announced, Host detected to be under attack by enemies of the late Mahayana stage. Activating the passive effect. The stronger the foe, the stronger I am. Cultivation has reached the peak Mahayana stage. They were horrified as their attack was repelled. Impossible. His cultivation. A resentful scream echoed. The sect's intel was wrong. Ye Junlin's cultivation is at the peak Mahayana stage. Damn it, we've been tricked again. Before they could even recover, Ye Junlin retaliated with a terrifying palm strike. Thank you for your gifts. Allow me to return the favor. The group of venerables roared in unison, unleashing their spiritual power to its absolute limit, desperately trying to defend themselves. Jin, she proposed. Since it has come to this, we can only use the sect's secret art. We must kill this man, no matter the cost. Hong Yu agreed, I'm in. Ye Junlin was determined to win this battle, as it concerned the reputation of the Feather Transformation sect. Their sect's secret arts erupted simultaneously. Mystical light flashed around their bodies, followed by a violent surge of true qi. Ye Junlin, for you to be able to force us. To use a technique left by our founder, you can die without any regrets. Glowing runes appeared on the faces of the three venerables. The cultivators below gasped. Could that be the legendary exclusive secret art of the Feather Transformation sect, the mark of the fallen immortal Tao? This secret art was created by the founding ancestor. It's the very foundation upon which the Feather Transformation sect was built. Those who use this technique will have their combat power increased to a level approaching that of a void immortal. This Ye Junlin guy is dead for sure. Tian thought to himself. This secret art is truly profound. It's not much inferior to those of the great sects in the central region. Shu Yunian reminded him worriedly. What kind of powerful secret art is that? Has he finally reached his limit? Junior brother, you must be careful. Hong Yu felt his entire body brimming with power under the effects of the secret art. Ye Junlin ordered, Let's hurry. You all know this secret art can't be maintained for long. What does the price matter? We have no way out. As long as we can wash this sect in blood. So what if this old woman's cultivation regresses and her foundation is destroyed? The three of them poured their true qi into the formation. Great Annihilation art, go to hell. The entire space seemed to explode. Ye Junlin watched with interest. It has some weight to it, I suppose. He summoned the Celestial Emperor. Celestial Emperor Dharma Idol. The Emperor's majestic voice boomed. Insects, kneel. A wave of destructive power was unleashed, enough to send the venerables reeling. Tian realized, that's the Dharma idol that appeared in the secret realm back then. It really was him. This pressure. It's even more terrifying than the primeval demon god from the depths of the demonic abyss. Even the group of venerables realized they had picked a fight with the wrong person this time. This is a Dharma idol divine ability. Damn it, I've never seen a Dharma idol like this before. Ye Junlin asked them coldly, had a good look? Now, for the main course. Jin, she retorted stubbornly. Who do you think you're scaring? What great battle hasn't this old woman seen? He chuckled with amusement. The heaven-sundering finger descended. It pierced right through her body. With her dealt with, it was time to settle the score with the other cultivators. Now, for the rest of you. They urged each other in fear. Run. This devil isn't human at all. The feather transformation sect tricked us. He's definitely a reincarnated void, immortal old monster. Ye Junlin said calmly, this Samsara's great annihilation art of mine specializes in dealing with those who refuse to submit. Don't worry, I'll even scatter your ashes for you. No need to thank me. Desperate screams rang out, save me. Before the surrounding cultivators could even react, their protective barriers were shattered by the aftershock, and their bodies were sent flying like fallen leaves in a storm. Hong Yu was stunned, tearing apart the Mahayana stage with his bare hands. Has he really become this powerful? The venerables knew when to fold. Let's get the hell out of here. Ye Junlin raised a divine palm and clenched it around them. Still think you can run? Ye Junlin stared at him with bitter hatred. You demon. The Yuhua sect will not let you go. Hong Yu shouted in surprise. A great demon from Huang province has appeared. A great demon. He clenched his fists, meaning 2 lives had just been wiped out. He finally spoke up. So what? If you all hadn't come here seeking death, how could you have ended up like this? No wonder it's a supreme divine art. Although the consumption is a bit high, it's time to deal with this traitor. A torrent of killing intent surged forward. Tian panicked, realizing he was done for. The sky cleared, and Ye Junlin returned to his mansion. Dezhu cheered joyfully, Master, are your thighs missing any pendants to hang from? Su Qian Shui cut him off. What? Why would junior brother Yi need a stinky man like you? Junior brother Yi, you've worked hard this time. Let your senior sister give you a shoulder rub. Shu Yunian said cheerfully. This battle has finally shown us your true cultivation level. Otherwise, how much longer were you planning on hiding it from us? Junior brother Ye, venerable Ye. He cleared his throat and replied, Ahem, be humble. One must always be humble. Tian Ye grew even more frantic. What do I do now? With things as they are, can I even escape? This old schemer is a real bastard. He's at the peak Mahayana realm, yet he pretends to be at the integration realm. In all my life, I've never seen someone so shameless. Only then did Ye Junlin notice someone else. Oh, so you're still here? The man was stunned, thinking, what does he mean? Could there still be a way to turn this around? Ye Junlin asked a favor of senior brother Xiao. Please turn him into minced meat, then use him as fertilizer for the parasol tree in my courtyard. Thank you. Shu Yunian agreed immediately. Done. Tian Yi wisely knelt down, begging, Master, please spare your disciple's life. I'm willing to atone for my crimes. I beg you, Master, calm your anger. Ye Junlin interrogated him. Weren't you so arrogant just now? Why the sudden cowardice? Tian Yi pleaded sincerely. Master, your disciple was arrogant and conceited this time. Please give your disciple a chance to correct his mistakes. Ye Junlin ordered grimly, slap your own face. Don't stop until I say so. Hatred flashed in his eyes, but to save his own life, he could only grit his teeth and obey. Yes, he slapped himself until he spat blood. Shu couldn't bear to watch the scene. Senior brother Hong. Shu Yonian thought to himself, although this Hong fellow has a bad temper, his potential is limitless. If he's properly nurtured by Ye Junlin, he can still be used to strengthen the sect. He spoke up to plead for him. Betraying the sect is a crime punishable by extermination. But Tian Ye did indeed protect the Xuantian sect until the very end, so that can be considered a good deed. I suggest we banish him to the back mountain to reflect on his mistakes. Junior brother Ye, what do you think? Ye Junlin went with the flow. If that's the case, the death penalty can be waived, but he can't escape punishment. Now, get lost and go face the wall to reflect on your transgressions. With his cheeks swollen like buns, Tian Ye expressed his gratitude. Disciple Hong Tian Ye thanks Master for his mercy. He then ran off in humiliation. Shu Yunian remarked, that disciple of yours is truly unsettling. Dezhu understood perfectly. Among us here, only junior brother Ye can control him. If it weren't for junior brother Yi, in his eyes, all of us would be nothing. Su Qianshu had to agree. Well, he is a highly talented person. After all, the only reason our Xuan Tian sect can keep him is all thanks to junior brother Ye. Ye Junlin helplessly touched his forehead. It's all my fault. My lax discipline is what made him so insolent. Everyone, rest assured, I will continue to guide him. Inwardly, however, he was delighted. I just love seeing that look on Hong Tianye's face, clearly furious, but still having to swallow his anger and force a smile. Leaning back in the grand chair in his courtyard, Ye Junlin ordered, Little Shu, your master wants to eat hot pot. It replied cheerfully, Okay, Shu will get right on it. In the back mountain of the Xuantian sect, Tian Ye muttered to himself, I refuse to believe you can be smug forever. As long as I cultivate diligently, It won't be long before I reach the peak Mahayana realm, and I might even break through that peak. Ye Junlin, you just wait for me. In the Buddha province of the eastern region, the monks were all discussing it. What the hell? Is it true that Ye Junlin of the Tian sect has reached the Mahayana realm? Did he really kill the 18 venerables sent by the Yuhue sect? What? The army of 1 million cultivators was completely wiped out. What a tragedy. My older brother was in there. I guess I'll have to take care of my sister-in-law from now on. Being so bloodthirsty, the white-haired old devil will surely face divine punishment, simply because he's the #1 murderer in the eastern region. In the spirit province of the eastern region, Tian was shocked when he received the report. Impossible. Those country bumpkins from Huang province not only survived but also killed the entire allied army. Could it be that a great power from the immortal realm was reincarnated? He heaved a sigh of relief. Good thing I didn't make a move that day, or else not even my father could have saved me. Then he urged, hurry and find some female cultivators for this young master. This young master needs to suppress this fear. His guard was surprised to hear him say that. Huh? Tian yelled. What are you standing there gawking for? Can't you understand me? I told you to go, so go. If not, I'll use your mother to fill the spot. The man ran off immediately. This humble one will go at once. In the hall of true disciples of the Yuhua sect in the eastern region, Chen Zhao stammered before he could speak. Are you telling the truth? The elder reported. Holy son, every word this old man says is true. Elder Mo said begrudgingly, this news has already spread throughout the eastern region. Our Yuhua sect has suffered a devastating defeat this time. Chen Zhao trembled with rage. Ye Junlin, you are so devious. You were clearly in the Mahayana realm but still hid your cultivation. Were you intentionally toying with me, the Holy Son? He reproached himself. Turns out, my efforts to cultivate to the integration realm to compete with him were nothing more than a fool's dream. Elder Mo encouraged him. Holy Son, you shouldn't be discouraged. That white-haired old devil is probably an old monster who has lived for tens of thousands of years. Otherwise, how could he have such a profound cultivation level? You are still young. The Mahayana realm is his destination, but for you, it's merely a necessary phase. Chen Jiao regained his spirits. That's right. I, the Holy Son, must transcend the tribulation and become an immortal. How can I admit defeat like this? Isn't it just the Mahayana realm? Sooner or later, I'll be able to break through it. Elder Mo, please inform the higher-ups that I've decided to refine that supreme yang item first. Only then can I rapidly increase my cultivation and strength. Elder Mo advised him worriedly. What, Holy Son, you want to do it now? This old man understands how you feel, but you should calm down. Chen Jiao reassured him. Elder Mo, please believe in me. Right now, I just want to become stronger. The true sunfire was prepared for me. It was all secretly arranged long ago. The Holy Sun Pan wants to undergo nirvana rebirth, so old Mo left to let him cultivate in peace. All right, this old man will report this to the higher-ups. I hope the Holy Sun is mentally prepared. He was now filled with hatred. Ye Junlin, this time, I, the Holy Sun, will definitely take your life. 3 months later, at the Tian sect's Misty Peak, Ye Junlin was still leisurely waiting for his disciples to serve him. Hong Tianye, get me a glass of 82 Lafite, he replied respectfully. Yes, Mr. Yi. The glass of wine was carefully poured. Please, Mr. Ye. Ye Junlin raised the glass and took a sip. Very good. Tianye felt like he couldn't take it anymore. This guy's gone crazy again. There's really something wrong with his head. When will my miserable life finally end? Ye Junlin hummed a line in English, never gonna give you cup. Just then, the system announced that today's login had been refreshed. Does the host wish to log in? Ye Junlin agreed. The system updated. Congratulations to the host for a great surge in luck, receiving a supreme grade mount. Hearing this news, he immediately perked up. What? A supreme grade mount? The ill-fated wine glass was thrown to the ground and shattered. Tianye, not understanding what happened, immediately bowed his head to apologize. This disciple knows his mistake. Ye Junlin prompted the system. System, give me the details. What kind of mount is it? The system announced it was a kunpeng, but it was currently still in its infant stage, though it was already at the Mahayana realm. It hoped the host would take good care of it. A kun, an ancient divine beast with limitless growth potential. It is one of the most powerful creatures in the myriad realms, able to fly freely in the sky and swim freely in the ocean. Ye Junlin was extremely satisfied. How could a handsome cultivator like him go out without a magnificent mount? Besides, the kun is a divine beast that everyone in fantasy novels wants, and now I can actually ride it. I can finally go out and show off. Tianye frowned from the side. Damn it, he doesn't seem to be angry. Why is this guy acting so crazy? Did something good just fall into his lap again? Just then, Bai Shushu came in to report. Master, The sect master received an invitation and asked me to deliver it to you. He looked at the invitation in his hand. It was an invitation to a banquet from the Jiang family's old ancestor in Ling province. It was said that this old fellow had just come out of seclusion not long ago, breaking through to the tribulation transcendence realm, shocking the entire eastern region. However, inviting the Tian sect to a banquet at this crucial time seems like a show of force, a way to establish the Jiang family's old ancestors' prestige. Tian revealed. After breaking through to the tribulation transcendence realm, the Jiang family's old ancestor has achieved the title of Void Immortal. Although not equal to a true immortal, he's not someone we can deal with. The Tian sect has made many enemies in the past. Will attending this banquet be dangerous? He immediately denied it. Danger doesn't exist. Just come to the banquet with me. He had his own plans. A Void Immortal is so great, is he? You want to see me put you in your place? Oh, and by the way, I can also show off my mount. The system announced a new random mission had been triggered. The host is to bring the new mount to the Jiang family's banquet. If you successfully intimidate everyone present, you will receive a special reward. Ye Junlin celebrated inwardly. System, your mission came at the perfect time. I'm just itching to show off right now. Bai Shushu asked with concern from the side. Master, when do we depart? He replied, right now. But Tian felt something was wrong. Why is this guy so confident? With a flick of his hand, the wind swirled and the clouds gathered in the sky. A kun appeared, and its divine presence made all the other demonic beasts wary. The cultivators below saw the sky suddenly darken and panicked, running out to see what was happening. Is a demonic beast attacking the sect? Sect master, that thing is a supreme grade demonic beast at the Mahayana realm. Why is it here? Could it be from the Yuhua Gate? Su Union ordered anxiously. No matter where it's from, this is a critical moment. Activate the sect protecting grand formation for me. The Tian sect's sect protecting grand formation has been activated. Tian looked ahead, his eyes filled with astonishment. Could it be that a demonic beast has really come? Bai Shushu squeezed his eyes shut in fear. Only Ye Junlin was very pleased. Not bad, not bad. It's just an infant, yet it already has such an imposing aura. I'm afraid that even the 18 elders from before wouldn't be its match. If it reaches adulthood, its power will be even more terrifying. Tian looked at him suspiciously. If an ancient divine beast of this level suddenly attacks the sect from the sky, I'll be caught up in it too. I'll definitely die. He shouted. Do you see that? This is your karma. Seeing him shoot up into the sky, he thought in a panic. Doesn't this guy value his life anymore? Why is he taking the initiative to attack? Ye Junlin was now in front of a kun. Tian still didn't understand his intentions. What on earth does this guy want to do? Is he walking to his death and trying to drag us down with him? This is impossible. He was shocked to see Ye Junlin stroking a kun's head. He praised cheerfully. Such a good boy. I'll call you a kun, okay? From now on, you'll roll with me. Shu Union's jaw dropped in terror. Am I seeing things? Junior brother Yi subdued it with just a wave of his hand. Zhu guessed. It seems that demonic beast was already acquainted with junior brother Yi. Everyone, this demonic beast looks very much like what I've read about in the ancient texts, which name this ancient divine beast as a kun. Shu Union remembered and said, now I remember too. According to the ancient scriptures, when a kun reaches adulthood, its body is enormous, capable of swallowing entire planets and roaming the myriad heavens and realms. But this Kunpeng is clearly much larger than the legends say. Zhu had his own theory. I think it's because this kun is still in its infancy. If it were to reach adulthood, its power would be unimaginable. Ye Junlin finally spoke up. Everyone, don't panic. This is my mount, the Kunpeng. This information left them stunned. Holy crap, this ancient divine beast is actually Junior Brother Ye's mount? Junior Brother Ye is truly favored even by the heavens, or perhaps this is your destiny. Tian Ye's expression grew even darker. In the past, the most knowledgeable immortal in Kunlun said that this species of ancient divine beast was already extinct. Yet now, a descendant of a kun has not only suddenly appeared but has also taken the initiative to become Ye Junlin's mount. This is too absurd. On what grounds? A lazy degenerate who wastes his days and nights like him? Why would even old man heaven favor him? And I, a demonic cultivator who has endured countless hardships and cultivated diligently, only to have my dignity trampled under his foot. Ye Junlin stepped down and said, Sect Master, let's prepare to depart. With a kun accompanying us, you all can rest assured. But it feels like something's still missing. Are you casting a spell? There it is. A magnificent estate appeared on a kun's back. Ye Junlin's goal was clear. This way, I can finally lie down and relax. Shu Union felt a sense of deja vu. Hey, that's my house, Ye Junlin announced. Disciples, Get on. It's time for us to depart. Bai Shushu happily agreed. Yes, sir. Bai Shushu is coming up. Senior brother Ye, master is telling us to go up. Tian was still fuming. I admit that you have great fortune and are indeed powerful, but I refuse to believe I'll have to live under someone else's shadow forever. As long as I endure, sooner or later, I will seize your luck and make it my own. As long as I don't give up, anything is possible. A-kun immediately carried them away. Shu Yunion's group, who stayed behind, wondered amongst themselves. Hey, do you think anything will happen when junior brother Ye attends the Jiang family's banquet? After all, the Jiang family's ancestor is an immortal. You worry about everything every single day. When has junior brother Yi ever given us a reason to worry? That's right. In fact, if junior brother Yi doesn't cause any trouble, I'd thank the heavens. Su Yunian continued. The Jiang family wanted to put on a show of force, but the tiger they wanted to scare just walked right up to them. I think the Jiang family is definitely going to regret this. On the floating island of the Spirit Continent in the eastern region, talents from all over were making their way to the Jiang family estate. They discussed amongst themselves. The Jiang family's ancestor ascending to the void immortal realm has really attracted a lot of clans. That's good. The more people there are, the more worthy it is to be my stage. Inside the Jiang family's residence, the various clans were endlessly flattering them. Congratulations, congratulations. A void immortal has appeared in the Jiang family. For the next 300,000 years, the Jiang family will be protected by a void immortal. It truly makes me envious. Why stop there? Don't just think of him as a void immortal now. In the future, he might even break through to the true immortal realm, an existence that can live for millions of years. Young Master Jiang, don't you think what I'm saying makes sense? Young Master Jiang is the direct grandson of the Jiang family's ancestor. Isn't his status even higher now? Forget the Spirit Continent, he could run wild throughout the entire eastern region. Tian replied, You all flatter me. Rest assured, everyone here is family. The Jiang family will certainly look after you. Someone remembered, oh right, I wonder if the Jiang family sent an invitation to the Xuantian sect. Tian answered enthusiastically. Of course we did. The only question is whether the Xuantian sect will dare to send someone. But they better not send some nameless nobody to dirty my Jiang family's home, or they won't even make it past the front gate. Someone asked apprehensively, what if Ye Junlin comes in person? He laughed coldly. Then let that country bumpkin come. Let him see what the foundation of our Jiang family of the Spirit Continent is truly like. The other families all chimed in. Young Master Jiang is so domineering. Even though Ye Junlin is a venerable one, when he sees our young Master Jiang, he'll have to obediently come over and toast him. That's right. After all, young Master Jiang's ancestor is a void immortal. No matter how powerful a venerable one is, how can they compare to a void immortal? This praise made him think smugly. Ye Junlin. So what if you're famous? In front of me, even a dragon would have to coil up. Suddenly, someone shouted, My God, what is that over there? High in the sky. A-kun, carrying an entire, towering estate, flew over like a mountain floating in the air. Its imposing aura billowed out in all directions, pressing down like the might of the heavens. The surrounding atmosphere instantly became tense and suffocating. No one dared to breathe too loudly. The crowd of families below was completely shocked. Wah, what kind of demonic beast is this? I can feel the aura of a venerable one, too. Could it be? Kunpeng, but the ancient divine beasts were lost long ago. Young Master Jiang, a great power, is riding a kunpeng to attend the banquet. The appearance of a kunpeng is an auspicious sign. Oh my heavens, using a supreme-level divine beast as a mount, this fortune is just too great. No wonder the Jiang family ancestor has connections with such a great power. Tian falsely claimed, Ahem, that's right. This guest is an acquaintance of my family's ancestor. My parents told me that when I was born, he made a special appearance and wanted to take me as his godson, his adopted son. But later, my parents felt that this karmic bond was too great, so they declined his offer. Thinking back on it now, it's truly a pity. The other families exclaimed, There was such a story. No wonder you're the Jiang family. In that case, I wonder which divine figure this great power is. Tian spoke up. May I ask which fellow Taoist has come from afar to attend the banquet? I shall accept this show of respect on his behalf. Ye Junlin announced his name. The one who has come is Ye Junlin of the Xuantian sect. The crowd below grimaced, exclaiming, It's actually Ye Junlin. People say the Xuantian sect is an ancient sect. I was skeptical before, but now I truly believe it. They can even use a kumpeng as a mount. It shows just how terrifying their foundation is. Even Tian couldn't accept it. This, how can it be him? Someone suspiciously asked him, Young Master Jiang, didn't you just say? Tian asked grimly, What did I say? I advise you all to think carefully before you act. The crowd immediately understood. Nothing. Young Master Jiang didn't say anything. We didn't hear anything at all. In their hearts, they cursed resentfully. This guy is so shameless. The Jiang family's ancestor, at the early stage of the tribulation transcendence realm, appeared to greet him. To think that the one who can control a Kunpeng is actually a junior from the Tian sect. The people below bowed respectfully. Greetings, ancestor. The ancestor stared intently at A Kun, thinking to himself, if the Jiang family could obtain this kind of divine beast, if it weren't for the Tian sect's recent actions that shook the eastern region, given the origins of this Kunpeng, I would have wanted to seize it for myself. The ancestor politely welcomed him. So, it is Venerable Jun who has graced us with his presence. This is truly an honor for our Jiang family, the system announced. Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. The reward is a 50-fold increase in the automatic cultivation speed of all cultivation techniques and divine abilities. Ye Junlin's mood lifted instantly. Not bad at all. It seems having a mount is really great. Even a void immortal has to show some respect. This reward is quite reasonable, isn't it? He replied. I, Jun, representing the Tian sect, congratulate you on your breakthrough to the tribulation transcendence realm. The ancestor politely invited him inside, please. The moment he entered, Ye Junlin became the center of attention. Those damn monks from the Buddhist continent said he was the white-haired old devil. But seeing him today, I find him quite handsome. He's not as scary as the rumors at all. Look, the man in red beside him is Ye Junlin's eldest disciple. Outsiders call him the Red Fairy. And there's also that young attendant whose face we can't see. But I'm sure he's very cute, too. This guy doesn't seem like the villain from the rumors at all. Bai Shushu's eyes lit up at the sight of the delicious food. Wow, so much yummy food. Senior brother Hong, look. Ye Junlin indulged her. Little one, if you want to eat, go ahead. Bai Shushu rushed to the table. Really? Then Bai Shushu won't hold back. Tian Yi approached with a friendly expression. Senior brother Yi, it's been a long time. Ye Junlin thought to himself. Who is this punk? Do I know him? He introduced himself. I am the young master of the Jiang family, from the direct lineage of the Jiang family's old ancestor. Ye Junlin felt a bit annoyed. What the hell is he talking about? He continued smugly. It's all right. It's not too late for us to get to know each other now. He replied coldly. What the hell does that have to do with me? Seeing Ye Junlin coldly ignore him, Tian Yi finally couldn't hold it in anymore and shouted, I am the young master of the Jiang family, the future heir to the position of family head. Our old ancestor is a void immortal. How dare a country bumpkin like you be so disrespectful to me? How dare you? Under the scrutinizing gazes of the other prestigious families, Tian Yi yelled, What are you looking at? His attention then turned to Tian Yi. This must be the peerless prodigy who defeated the holy son of the Yuhua sect. Such a beautiful face. And this aura. None of those dolled-up girls I hang out with can even compare. I, this young master, am so suave and charming that countless female cultivators have fallen for me, unable to escape. I'm sure if I just get close to her, my irresistible charm will be enough to win her over. When that happens, I can use her to control Ye Junlin. Seeing Tian Yi admiring the flowers, he approached him. Fairy Hong, you like flowers? This flower is called Drunken Scarlet. It's the most suitable flower for viewing and very rare. My Jiang family has only managed to collect 6 of them. But if Fairy Hong likes it, please take it. It's just a small token of my sincerity. Tian Yi thought in annoyance. This idiot. In the Central Plains, this flower is called Spirit Star, and it can be used to refine elixirs that enhance spiritual power. It's a rare, high-grade material, and he's using it as a decoration in a vase. What a country bumpkin. Tian Yi struck up a conversation. Fairy Hong, what's wrong? Don't you like this flower? He cut him off. Do not call me Fairy. I am a man. He didn't believe him. Fairy Hong, you're so funny. With a beautiful figure like yours, you even know how to joke. How about you come back to my room with me so we can exchange cultivation insights? Tian Yi emanated a threatening, murderous aura. Pester me again, and you will die. Tian Yi was stunned, a bead of sweat rolling down his cheek. What is happening? The powerful aura radiating from Tian Yi made him tremble in fear. He couldn't understand why he felt that. Before this hazy red figure, even his Jiang family's void immortal ancestor was nothing more than an ant. Overcome with fear, he lost control, and a wet patch spread beneath his feet. Seeing Tian Yi collapse to his knees, the others were completely stunned. Holy crap, young Master Jiang has lost his mind. He actually knelt before Fairy Hong. Is this the newest way to pursue someone? From behind, his father felt deeply humiliated. He walked up and smacked him. You disgraceful thing, Tian Yi stammered. His father turned to Tian Yi to apologize. Fairy Hong, it is all my fault for not teaching my foolish son properly. He repeated in a low, dangerous voice, I am a man. This shocked the head of the Jiang family. A man? Looking closely, he saw a tall, straight posture that lacked the delicate grace of a woman. His lower body was as steady as a pillar. It was unlikely he just enjoyed wearing skirts. Perhaps this old man misjudged your gender. How could I? He turned red and shouted, how could I have been mistaken? Fairy Hong, you're really quite the joker. Tianye's anger flared up again. He said menacingly, you people dare to mock me time and time again. Are you looking to die? Just then, Bai Shushu rushed over, calling out to him. Senior brother Hong, master told Bai Shushu to give you this. Try it. It's super yummy. Tianye thought in frustration. I'm about to lose my mind. Who told me to be so weak? Not only am I being suppressed by that damn Ye Junlin, but there's also the power of the Jiang family's void immortal ancestor. I'm no match for him right now. Hearing how she addressed him, the Jiang family head understood. So Fairy Hong. Ah, no, young Master Hong is actually a man. How rude of us. Annoyed, Tang Ye snatched the wine gourd from Bai Shushu's hand. She then walked over to the wine table to grab another one. Bai Shushu wanted to keep tasting it too. The tiny Bai Shushu lifted the wine gourd and chugged it down so hard her hood fell off. The surrounding guests stared with wide eyes. My God, what is that thing? Could this be the white-haired old demon's preference? How? Unique. Ye Junlin awkwardly went over and gently reminded her. Little one, be more careful. Don't let your hood fall off, or you'll cause your master to be misunderstood. She said refreshingly, that was great. Facing their scrutinizing glares, Ye Junlin remained calm. Come, little one. Let's go over there and have some snacks. She replied, yes, master. After being thoroughly humiliated, Tian Yi angrily returned to the rear courtyard. Bring some women over for this young master. This young master wants them now. A guard complied, understood. He thought furiously, Ye Junlin, you rode a Kun Peng, suppressing the prestige of my Jiang family, and you humiliated me like an ant in front of everyone. And that disciple of yours. I will absolutely never let this go. I will make you watch with your own eyes as your disciple is turned into mincemeat and the Xuantian sect is reduced to ashes. Just then, a mysterious person appeared behind him, ominously approaching them. Tian Ye was hiding in a corner behind them, observing silently. Such a heavy killing intent. Looks like there's going to be a good show. Tian Yi sat down on a chair in the rear courtyard and ordered. The women I asked for, why aren't they here yet? The maid beside him stammered, sorry, young master. He grew even more irritated. A bunch of useless trash, daring to make this young master wait. The mysterious person immediately made their move. With a swing of their sword, Tian Yi could only cover his head and scream, who's there? The sword strike failed upon hitting him. Knocked far back, the attacker realized, I can't believe this rotten brat has such a high-grade protective treasure. I missed my chance. Tian Yi shouted loudly, you've got some nerve. How dare you ambush this young master in the Jiang family residence? The guards in the mansion quickly appeared and surrounded the mysterious person. There's an assassin. Protect the young master. The attacker calculated silently. They're fast. I have to be quicker before more of them arrive. As long as I can kill this beast, so what if my soul is eternally damned? Blood sacrifice calamity. He unleashed a sword strike at Tian Yi, roaring in a low voice, die. Tian Yi was terrified. This crazy bastard. He's actually burning his own lifeblood. Is he trying to take me down with him? Stop him. The mysterious person's momentum was unstoppable. One by one, the guards were eliminated. Having lost his protectors, Tian Yi had one of his arms cut off just like that. He screamed in pain, guards, guards, quick, stop him. The assassin thought resentfully, damn it, my attacks were blocked by so many people. Just one more strike was all I needed. Then he charged forward again, yelling, anyone who stands in my way will die. You bastard, I swear I'll cut you down today. Tian Yi begged in terror, my good sir, who on earth are you? This young master has never offended you, so why are you trying to kill me? The man swung his blade down. The sins you've committed can't be washed away in this lifetime. Die. It seemed Tian Yi's fate was finally sealed. A guard escaped to call for help. This is bad. There's an assassin in the rear courtyard trying to kill young Master Tian. The Jiang family guards are trying to hold him back. The others heard this and exclaimed in shock, whoa, is that for real? Let's go check it out. Ye Junlin whispered to the person next to him. Hong Tianye, did you sense this was going to happen? He replied, Master. This disciple was only guessing. Ye Junlin, eager for some drama and bored anyway, said, take Junior's sister by and go have a look. Understood. Tianye frowned, looking at the completely wasted Bai Shushu. Bai Shushu was still clamoring. I want to drink more. still want a drink. Just in the nick of time, the man's blade was stopped. The Jiang ancestor spoke with a grim voice. What a bold rat, daring to cause trouble at my Jiang family's estate. Speak. Who sent you? Choked and pinned to the ground, he remained defiant. Who sent me? That bastard's sins are so great, heaven itself won't tolerate them. It's just a shame you interfered. Otherwise, I would have killed him for sure. The old man turned and asked, Tian, do you know him? He denied it. Ancestor. He's just some lunatic. I don't know him at all. He must have been kicked in the head by a horse or something. He's obsessed with killing me. The man roared in anger. Don't know me? Listen up. Your granddaddy here is none other than Wu Ji. The newcomers who had just arrived to watch the drama immediately recognized the name. What? Wu Ji. So he's the blade demon Wu Ji? Someone asked curiously. The blade demon? Is he really that strong? He received many answers. Of course, his blade techniques are fast and precise, and he acts without any rules. If he sees someone he doesn't like, he'll just draw his blade and cut them down. That's right. For a while, he traveled all over Yun province, seeking out powerful experts to practice his blade skills. When their bodies were found, they were covered in slashes, terrifying all the cultivators in Yun province. I just can't believe a guy like him would come to the Jiang family estate to assassinate the young master. The head of the Jiang family roared, Damn it, how did an invitation from our Jiang family fall into the hands of a demonic cultivator? Wu Ji cut him off. Stop yelling. I stole it. Tian Yi demanded, I have no grudge against you, so why would you risk your life to assassinate me? Hearing this, Wu Ji let out a laugh. No grudge. My younger sister died at your hands. Tian Yi was stunned. Your sister? Wu Ji began to explain. My sister's name was Bai Shushu Fei. We relied on each other since we were children. After we grew up, we cultivated and ventured through the eastern region together. The year my sister broke through to the Golden Core stage, she planned to travel to Ling province. She said she wanted to see the most beautiful sea of flowers in the eastern region. But at that time, I had a fortuitous encounter and became obsessed with cultivating my blade techniques, so I couldn't go with her. As a result, just a few months later, the jade pendant she left me shattered. I knew then that something had happened to her in Ling province. I rushed there immediately. Along the way, I asked around everywhere and spent nearly my entire fortune, only to find out that my sister had gotten into an argument at the Drunken Immortal Pavilion in Anyang City and was arrested by your Jiang family guards. She was never seen again. Everyone in Anyang City knows that the Jiang family's young master is an extreme lecher. There are even rumors that you secretly cultivate an evil art that nourishes your yang with yin, and that many innocent female cultivators have been tortured to death by you. Moreover, my sister they were brought back by A Kun. Ye Junlin thought to himself, the Dark Abyss has launched its first wave of attacks, and other places in the eastern region will likely have to face their invasion as well. Even the other 4 great regions will be dragged into this crisis in the Kunlun realm. Well, just let this boss save you all. Suddenly, he remembered something. Oh, right, I almost forgot about this. Bai Shushu smelled the fragrance and asked, That smells so good. Master, what is this? Can I have a taste? He refused. This is food for pet beasts. Bai Shushu transformed into her beast form and begged, Bai Shushu is a beast too. And I'm Master's pet beast. Ye Junlin had to give in to her. I guess there's nothing wrong with that. All right, you can have this bag as a snack. Bai Shushu cheered happily. Yes, thank you. Master, Tian Ye, off to the side, cursed inwardly. This stupid mouse does nothing but cultivate all day. She only knows how to eat. Her fate is just like that, ye fellows. What a complete waste of a grand Luo immortal physique, a true crime against nature. Bai Shushu took a bite, and as soon as she ate it, a surge of true qi erupted from her body, and she instantly leveled up. Tian Ye was stunned as he realized, mid-stage spirit transformation, late-stage, peak, perfected. She broke through to the body integration realm, then early-stage Mahayana. What is this? Bai Shushu naively said to Ye Junlin. Master's snacks are really delicious. Huh? Why did Bai Shushu suddenly break through? Even he was surprised, not expecting that a single bag of top-grade pet food would allow her to break through from the early spirit transformation realm straight to the early Mahayana realm. What would happen if she ate a few more bags? Would she just directly become an immortal? Wu Jie, on the side, couldn't help but shout, Senior Sister Bai, in the blink of an eye, your cultivation is on the same level as mine. Tian Ye thought there must be something fishy about that bag of snacks. This seat is truly curious. What kind of top-tier treasure vault does this Ye Junlin fellow possess that he can pull out world-coveted items at any moment? Ye Junlin patted her head and asked, Little one, do you want some more? She replied, Yes, please. Bai Shushu wants to eat more. Ye Junlin gave the rest to Bai Shushu. Here, take it and eat. Her eyes lit up. Thank you, master. There's still so much left? This is great. He didn't forget to get more food for the Kun Peng. Hey Kun, you've been working hard recently. This is for you. Bai Shushu sat below, happily enjoying the delicious food. Yum. So good. A Kun devoured all the food Ye Junlin gave him in one go, and his whole body immediately leveled up. Wu Jie screamed in shock, what the? Even a Kun went from early stage Mahayana straight to the perfected stage. Master is truly unfathomable. Tian Yi swore. Is this method of increasing cultivation fair to those who train painstakingly? I strongly condemn such an unfair act. Most importantly, there must be side effects. Even if you gave it to me, I wouldn't eat it. Ye Junlin observed Bai Shushu and saw no further changes, thinking. She ate 3 bags, but the effect isn't even as good as the first one. Her cultivation only reached the late stage. It seems the effect diminishes significantly with continuous consumption. Tian Ye signaled to her. Hiding behind a tree, he called out, Hey, kiddo, come over here. Little Bai Shushu hugged her bag of food and walked over, asking, Is senior brother Hong calling Bai Shushu? Does senior brother Hong need something from Bai Shushu? Senior brother Hong, what do you need me for? He warned her. I wanted to tell you that the thing master gave you to eat is poisonous. The naive Bai Shushu was terrified. Though her eyes welled up with tears, she still denied it. No way, master would never harm Bai Shushu. Besides, after eating it, my cultivation has been constantly increasing, Tian Ye explained. Everything in the world has 2 sides. The pills that cultivators consume often have various medicinal properties that, while increasing cultivation, also poison the meridians. Therefore, this snack might seem to help you break through realms, but it's actually just burning through your potential. It's likely accumulating a large amount of toxins inside your body. If you keep eating it, it's no different from suicide. Bai Shushu didn't believe him. The fact that master gave this to Bai Shushu proves that there's nothing wrong with this snack. Besides, I don't feel any discomfort in my body at all. Tian Ye replied, If you don't believe me, then let your senior brother take a look for you. After checking, he was astonished. Impossible. Her meridians are completely unharmed. Her foundation is incredibly solid. There's even an extremely pure innate essence qi constantly flowing throughout her body. This thing is even more effective than an elixir. Bai Shushu said happily, Senior brother Hong, is Bai Shushu okay? If there's nothing wrong, I'll be on my way. Tian Ye's expression darkened as he ordered, Leave the snacks. Senior brother is doing this for your own good. You'll listen to me, won't you? Bai Shushu replied fearfully. But master gave this to Bai Shushu. The shameless man snatched the snack from the child. Give me that. Seeing Bai Shushu cry, Tian Ye scolded her. What are you crying for? Go back to your master and take care of him. And another thing, you are not to tell him about this. Do you understand? Bai Shushu obediently replied, Yes. Tian Ye thought to himself, This little mouse. I'll just grab you myself. Now is the perfect time for me to break through my tribulation. He tore open the bag of snacks and poured them straight into his mouth. As Tian Ye tried to chew, he wondered, Huh? This food actually has a fragrance. But why does my stomach feel so bloated? He realized in a panic, This is bad. There's a stream of chaotic energy rampaging through my body. If this continues, it will destroy my body. Why was that stinky mouse fine after eating it, but when I eat it, this happens? Oh no. I think I'm about to. He let out a powerful blast of air, so strong it launched Tian Yi into the sky. Down below, Ye Junlin wondered curiously, What's going on? Why did Hong Tian Yi just fly into the sky? Wu Ji added, And, is that a weird smell in the air? He turned and asked, Hey kid, what's wrong with you? Bai Shushu sulked and replied, Nothing. From her attitude, Ye Junlin easily figured it out. Bai Shushu was still sulking in a corner. Ye Junlin thought with irritation. So that's what this is about, Tian Ye. Tian Ye landed on the ground with a thud. He clutched his stomach, writhing as he pleaded, Master. Ye Junlin asked in a dark tone, Tell your master, what exactly did you do? Tian Ye was too ashamed to confess. Ye Junlin snapped, Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Tian Ye bowed his head and admitted his guilt. This disciple was wrong. Please, master, calm your anger. He yelled right in his face, Speak. Why did you steal the little one's snacks? Bai Shushu spoke up for him from the side. I gave them to him. Senior brother Hong said he wanted to try them too. Ye Junlin continued to scold him. I know you'd resort to anything to raise your cultivation level, but little Shu is your junior sister. Tian Ye closed his eyes, accepting his mistake. This disciple knows he was wrong, master. Suddenly, he fell silent as another blast of air sent him rocketing into the sky. Ye Junlin waved away the pungent smell around him and yelled, This isn't over. Get back down here later and obediently accept your punishment. Tian thought bitterly, I can't believe I tried to steal a chicken, only to lose a handful of rice. Next time, I have to be more careful. It's a good thing my old enemies didn't see this. Or else, how could I ever show my face in this world again? In the peaceful Jiba village, the villagers all pointed to the sky. Hey, look, a stunningly beautiful fairy. And she's making some kind of strange noise. I think that sound is the pretty lady. Farting. Nonsense. How could such a beautiful fairy possibly fart? This is a celestial being bestowing us with immortal energy. It's a blessing for our Jiba village. Everyone, quickly, breathe in the immortal energy. Breathe it in. The villagers deluded themselves. Immortal energy, you say? So this is immortal energy. No wonder it has such a pleasant smell. Hurry, everyone, breathe it in. This chance won't come again. After a long struggle, Tian finally returned to report, Master, this disciple has purified the energy in his body. I am ready to receive my punishment. He announced the penalty. I know you have immense pride. In that case, for the next 3 months, you will serve little Shu. What? Tian thought to himself, I can't believe. I, this great master, have been reduced to being a servant for a mouse. Damn it all. Outwardly, he replied, Understood. Thank you for your mercy, master. 3 months later, outside the Eastern Kingdom, in the Yuju Prefecture, aboard the Zhulongmen vessel, someone shouted, The Medicine King Valley is about to open. I really don't want to miss this rare opportunity. Discussions echoed throughout the tavern. That's right. The Medicine King Valley is a supreme, treasured land filled with opportunities. According to legend, the Medicine Sovereign, the master of the valley, possessed incredibly profound medical skills, and he was revered by cultivators throughout the world in the ancient era. Not only that, but he also planted all kinds of rare medicinal herbs inside the Medicine King Valley. He even set up a spirit gathering formation inside, directly siphoning half of Yu Zhou's spiritual energy to nourish them. Inside, even a single branch of a common treasured herb would cause a bloody storm in the outside world. The Medicine King Valley only opens once every 100,000 years, and the opening time is limited, and the number of people who can enter is also limited. This time, we finally made it. The competition is going to be incredibly fierce. I heard the first-class rooms over there are all filled with Huashen cultivators. We're just some Zhuji small fry, only good enough to stand outside and talk big. Someone else replied, That's nothing. I heard that in the top-tier rooms above, there are even heavenly lords of the He-Ti realm. But hey, we might as well give it a shot, you never know. A group of men entered with an imposing aura and ordered, fellow Taoists, hand over all your valuables. Don't force this old man to act personally. The other cultivators were shocked. What is this? A robbery. There's a heavenly lord presiding on this vessel. Yeah, who's so bold? Daring to commit robbery in broad daylight. Let's go see what's happening. The innkeeper hurried over and asked, May I be so bold as to ask your esteemed name? The man stroked his beard and announced, Xuan Tianzong, Ye Junlin. Beside him were his followers, disguised as Ye Junlin's disciples. The group of cultivators stared with their mouths agape. It's him. The white-haired god of slaughter, Ye Junlin. Is that really him? I feel like he would never do something like this. Could he be an imposter? Are you blind? Didn't you see the people standing next to him? It matches the rumors, doesn't it? But then again, there are also rumors that his mount is Akun, an ancient divine beast. No way you actually believe that. That kind of divine beast vanished from the Kunlun realm a long time ago. How could it possibly be his mount? Exactly. The stories must have been exaggerated. No matter how powerful Ye Junlin is, there's no way he could capture a Kunpeng as a mount. Let's just stop talking. Right now, all we can do is obediently hand over our valuables to save our skins. The old man thought smugly. Looks like this bunch of trash has taken the bait. I can make my move now. He then ordered Wu Jie, go and collect the goodwill of these fellow Taoists. The man replied clearly, Yes, master. His sword was already drawn. Be smart about this. Hand over all your money, now. Don't make me cut you down. The crowd retreated in fear. We'll hand it over. We'll hand it over. Please, don't hurt us. Bai Shushuyi, the one impersonating Wu Ji, pointed his sword towards the upper floor. Upstairs, all of you, get out here and hand over your storage rings to me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. The door upstairs remained shut. Bai Shushuyi decided to go up and settle the score. Are the people in the top room playing dead? Do you want me to personally come up there and deal with you? The innkeeper followed, pleading, Master Li, please don't. The two guests inside are from Gongzhou. They're very important people, you see. Hearing this, the man only grew smugger and shouted, Important my ass. They still have to show my master some respect. If you know what's good for you, get down here now. If you wait for my master to make a move, you're all dead for sure. The innkeeper hesitated about the matter when a voice called out from the room. Fellow Taoist, we are from the profound Tao sect of Gong Continent. We're traveling, and it's not convenient right now, so we'll have to schedule a formal visit to your Mystic Heaven sect another day. Bai Shushu Yi was a little worried. The profound Tao sect? Wasn't that a top-tier sect in the Eastern Domain, second only to the Feather Emergence Gate? He'd heard they'd even produced a few immortals. But even the Feather Emergence Gate had to tuck its tail and run when facing Ye Junlin, so he didn't care and refused to back down. We'll talk about the future later. For now, all of you get down here for me. Miao Yi and De Zhang opened the door and stepped outside. Bai Shushu Yi immediately lashed out. You rotten brat, what are you staring at me for? Are you looking to die? Miao Yi raised her fist. Who are you calling a rotten brat? De Zhang stopped her. Miss, don't be rash. Leave this to me. De Zhang secretly sized up the group of 4. They did indeed resemble the rumored Ye Junlin and his followers. Although he couldn't see any void immortal cultivation, he had heard that Ye Junlin was very good at concealing his cultivation level, so it was better to be cautious. So, he handed a pouch over to the man. Inside are 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones, along with a few useful spirit artifacts. I hope you'll accept this, fellow Taoist, and relay a message to Immortal Yi Shu. Tell him this is a small token of our profound Tao sect's sincerity. The man snatched it immediately. See, you know your place. I'll report back to my master. Miao Yi stomped her foot in frustration. Uncle Fan, why did you do that? Bai Shushu Yi laughed to himself. All he had to do was act the part and get out. It was so thrilling. Facing a Mahayana realm martial artist was certainly pressuring. Luckily, my acting skills are superb. De Zhang waved him off. I have received your kind intentions, fellow Taoists. Farewell. Miao Yi was still fuming at the side. Uncle Fan, you've disappointed me so much. He explained, Miss, I was only ensuring your safety. That Ye Junlin is bloodthirsty. If we didn't show him respect, he would have surely killed all of us. He doesn't even show any regard for the Feather Emergence Gate. If something were to happen to you, I would become a sinner of the profound Tao sect. She glared angrily in the direction Wu Ji had left. It's true what they say, like master, like servant. That Ye Junlin is just too much. What gives him the right to be so lawless and arrogant? Does he think he can do whatever he wants in the Eastern Domain? De Zhang continued. It's because his cultivation is unfathomably deep. In battle, he even killed a void immortal from the Feather Emergence Gate, who happened to be the master of their holy son. It's a pity. He traveled 1,000 miles, thinking he alone could kill Ye Junlin. Who knew that man was intentionally hiding his cultivation? In the end, Zhu Yang was tragically counterattacked and killed. Miao Yi exclaimed indignantly, Damn it, how can such an evil person exist in this world? I must become strong enough to personally eliminate this scoundrel. The elder added, That's right. With your talent, you'll sooner or later break through, face your tribulation, and even attain the Tao to become an immortal. Don't forget, you possess the star spirit immortal physique. This constitution is in no way inferior to the sun immortal physique of the Feather Emergence Gate's holy son. Her fighting spirit surged. Don't worry, Uncle Fan, I will cultivate diligently. Ye Junlin, you just wait for me. Meanwhile, the 4 imposters returned to their hideout. Bai Shushu spoke up. Using that, Ye Junlin's name really works wonders. All our heists these days have been successful without any surprises. Bai Shushu Yi recounted, Damn, I was scared to death back there. Luckily, that venerable from the profound Tao sect obediently surrendered under the pressure of Ye Junlin's reputation. To think even a venerable had to show me respect. Hongdi mocked him. You nearly pissed your pants. Take a look at yourself. Do you think he was being respectful to you? He was being respectful to Demon Blade Wuji. And what about you? You're just a nobody. Bai Shushu Yi shouted, Who are you talking to? You're nothing but a common slut from the Ye Junlin Chun pavilion that thousands of men have been with. Have you forgotten? Do you really think you're some fairy Hong now? I spit on that. Hongdi flew into a rage and lunged at him. I'm going to rip your mouth apart. Jia Ba, the one impersonating Ye Junlin, roared. Everyone, shut up. Can't you all grow up a little? Don't you even know your own worth? Let me tell you, none of you are irreplaceable. I can find someone to replace any of you at any time. So be smart and know your place. The number of people passing through has been increasing lately. We need to seize this opportunity, pull off one last big job, and then we all go our separate ways. But before that, we need to go bigger. Just then, a kun flew over their heads, startling Jia Ba. What is that thing? The divine beast. A kun swept its tail with immense power, knocking the entire group to the ground. Bai Shushu Yi cried out in fear. Ah, that's terrifying. What kind of demonic beast was that? Bai Shushu watched it fly away and breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing it didn't stop. Otherwise, We wouldn't have been enough to even fill the gaps in its teeth. Lounging comfortably on top of the beast, Shou was enjoying Tian's service. Ah, this is so comfortable. Thank you, senior brother Hong. Ye Junlin reminded little Han. Your punishment period is almost over. As your master, I will give you a grand gift. Shou, go get the chocolate ice cream I went to great lengths to prepare. Shou took out an ice cream cone. I found it. It's a swirl cone. He introduced it. Little Hong, this is the most delicious drink in the world. I know you've had it rough these past 3 months, so I prepared this especially for you. Don't you dare refuse your master's kind intentions. Tian hesitantly accepted it. Thank you, master. He thought resentfully. Is this bastard Yi trying to humiliate me even at the very end? How can I possibly eat this thing? Seeing that he wasn't eating, Ye Junlin asked, What's wrong, little Hong? Are you not satisfied with your master's reward? Tian brought it to his mouth and took a taste. His eyes lit up as he felt the cool, delicious flavor in his mouth. The refreshing coolness melted the moment it touched his tongue. It's actually delicious. It seems that Gaia doesn't bear me any ill will this time. Wu Ji came forward to report, Master, we have entered Wu continent. I heard that the Medicine King Valley will be opening in a few days. He looked at Tian and thought with envy. Senior brother Hong looks like he's enjoying that. Is this the master's final punishment? For him to put on such a look of enjoyment, he's really going through a lot. Ye Junlin asked, Medicine King Valley? What's that? He answered in detail. The Medicine King Valley is a treasure land, a place filled with opportunities. Inside, there are all sorts of heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and rare spirit medicines. It's a great place that we can't miss. The system announced, detected that the host has entered Wu continent. Check-in location has been refreshed. Please complete the check-in at Medicine King Valley and you will receive wonderful benefits. Ye Junlin said with interest. Sounds pretty good. We've been wandering for a few months already. This time, we're heading to Medicine King Valley to see what it's all about. In the Martial Continent's eastern domain, Wu Ji stood before an inn and began his introduction. Master, this is the largest inn within a 100-mile radius. We can stay here for a few days and wait for Medicine King Valley to open before we head in. Ye Junlin mumbled, Why does that name sound so familiar? All right, this place will do. The moment they stepped inside, a waiter came to greet them. Honored guests, right this way, please. Wu Ji announced, Waiter, we'd like 2 of your best rooms. The waiter replied, Of course. Please, follow me to the 2nd floor. Tian, completely covered up, asked suspiciously, Master, why do we have to be so secretive? Ye Junlin explained, Well, you see, I'm quite famous now, so there are bound to be many overzealous fans. If my identity were to be exposed, people would flock to me for autographs, and that would be a huge headache. Tian immediately regretted asking, I really shouldn't have opened my mouth. It's impossible to understand this guy's logic with common sense. Once inside their private room, Ye Junlin asked, Waiter, what are the famous dishes here? He presented the menu. Allow me to introduce some of our inn's specialties. I guarantee you'll love the flavor. Take a look at this dish. It's called braised lion's head. The lion's head is taken from a Nascent Soul stage, frenzied wind lion. The skin is crispy and incredibly satisfying. We also have this sweet and sour carp. This is no ordinary carp. It contains a trace of true dragon bloodline, making it exceptionally delicious. And the ingredients for this stir-fried beef are from an azure sky bull that has reached the spirit transformation stage. Eating it will grant you boundless strength and enhance your vital energy. Bai Shushu's eyes lit up as she asked, Then what about this one? Bai Shushu thought this dish looked delicious. The waiter praised her. This guest certainly has a discerning eye. The ingredients for that dish are from an Arctic ice rat. Each slice of meat is as translucent as a snowflake, which is how it got its name. I'd recommend having it as hot pot. Upon hearing this, Bai Shushu covered her head and pleaded, No, I don't want it. Bai Shushu doesn't want to eat it. Ye Junlin cleared his throat and placed their order. Ahem, besides the jade snowflake meat, bring us all the other dishes you mentioned. The waiter thought joyfully. It's been a long time since anyone ordered these dishes. I've really hit the jackpot with these big spenders. He replied, right away. Honored guests, I'll inform the kitchen to prioritize your order immediately. Meanwhile, a heartbroken Bai Shushu was covering her ears. Rats are so cute. Why would anyone eat rats? Wu Ji asked curiously, Master, why don't we just stay on Ah Kun's back and wait for Medicine King Valley to open? Ye Junlin explained, You wouldn't understand. Think about it. With Medicine King Valley about to open, the winds of change are stirring. Of course, we have to come down here personally to experience the atmosphere. Who knows, something interesting might happen. Wu Ji understood. Master is truly wise and thoughtful. This disciple is full of admiration. Tian gestured cautiously to them. Shish, I think someone's talking about us. Ye Junlin said nonchalantly. That's normal. I have many fans. Let me listen and see which of my glorious deeds they're discussing. He perked up his ears to listen, only to be met with a chorus of curses. What a disaster. I ran into that bastard Ye Junlin. Damn him. Every last spirit stone I worked my whole life to save. He stole it all. Damn it, me too. It wasn't just spirit stones, he took 6 or 7 treasured artifacts, 30 mystic rank talismans, and 5 earth-grade pills. He cleaned me out in one go, so it seems everyone here got robbed. I thought I was the only unlucky one who got targeted by that damn imposter. Wu Jie angrily reached for his sword. These people are spouting complete nonsense, insulting our master. Only Tian was secretly pleased. Well, Ye Junlin, so you two have a day where you're cursed by thousands? See, this is what the people think. Ye Junlin stopped him. Don't get worked up. It's very clear that someone has been impersonating me to cheat people. It seems they're victims as well. Little Hong, if you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in and make yourself sick. Exposed, Tian put on a loyal act and began rubbing his wrists. Damn it, these flies truly deserve to die. Master, just give the word and this disciple will act immediately, leaving none of them alive. Ye Junlin couldn't stand the act. You're being way too fake, little Hong. They continued to listen to the crowd's discussion. I heard that Fairy Hong is incredibly beautiful, with an unparalleled cold temperament. However, when I met her in person, I found she was very different from the rumors. She was more like a woman from a brothel. You're not wrong. Based on my many years of experience frequenting such fine establishments, I'd say Fairy Hong's beauty is merely above average. I really don't know why everyone hypes her up so much. Indeed, hearing is one thing, but seeing is believing. My fellow Taoist, your assessment is very objective. When I met that Fairy Hong, I almost started drooling. There's a certain part of her that's magnificent, makes a guy want to have a little fun with his hands. His face darkened as he asked, Junior Brother Li, what are you looking at? Wu Ji stammered out an excuse. As Senior Brother Hong, it's just some sand got in my eye. Please, don't misunderstand. Ye Junlin taunted him. Little Hong, you should be more magnanimous. Besides, they're talking about the imposters. What's more, she's a woman, and you're not. So why would a man like you get so angry? Tian was speechless as Ye Junlin continued to ramble on. Little Hong, could it be that you've completely accepted the title of Fairy Hong? Otherwise, why would you have such a strong reaction? Tian denied it. I haven't. He slammed his hand on the table in anger. I really haven't. The waiter, bringing in the food, spoke up timidly. Honored guests, your dishes are ready. Here you are. Bai Shushu's eyes lit up at the sight of the food. It smells so good. The waiter bid them, please, enjoy your meal. I will take my leave now. Please let me know if you need anything. Ye Junlin dismissed the earlier conversation. All right, let's eat. The fakes will eventually expose themselves. As he walked out, the waiter mumbled, why do those honored guests look so familiar? At that very moment, and Miaoyi was having a meal with Zheng. She asked, Uncle Fan, did you hear that? Everyone is cursing Ye Junlin and his group. If you ask me, that's what public opinion is, not that he cares. Young miss, that's all just idle gossip. A truly powerful expert wouldn't be swayed by outside rumors. So what if thousands of people are pointing their fingers at him? Miaoyi puffed up her cheeks, displeased. Uncle Fan, why are you always defending that bastard? He replied. All right. This uncle won't say any more. Let's eat first. The food here is just as good as what we have in our Tao-seeking sect. Go on, try some. Ye Junlin's group had finished their meal. They covered themselves up again as Bai Shushu exclaimed happily, that was so delicious. Bai Shushu's so full, I could die. They then walked past the table where Zheng was sitting. He watched the 4 of them warily. Miao Yi asked curiously, Uncle Pa, what are you looking at? Zheng revealed, I can sense that the strength of those people is unfathomably deep, especially the one leading them. He gives me a sense of utter helplessness that comes from the bottom of my heart. Miao Yi followed his gaze. How could that be? Could it be another void immortal? We just ran into Ye Junlin. How can there be another one? He advised. In any case, the Medicine King Valley is about to open. Who knows how many powerful cultivators will be drawn to this inn? Young miss, we must be extra careful when we go out. As night fell, a group of people moved stealthily. Your Excellency, the revered High Priest, are you sure you want to act now? I, Lu Gu, the High Priest of the Serpent Clan, give the order. To weaken the human race's power of resistance, tonight's massacre plan will begin at this inn. Move immediately. Begin setting up the Great Dream Illusion Array, all for the holy war of the Nether Abyss. They opened the inn's doors, and the other evil serpents rushed in. They set up the formation in the corners of the inn, Violet blood as the guide, nether scales, scorch the dream, one poison devours the soul, and 100 curses gnaw the heart. Lu Gu warned carefully, be extremely vigilant. Cover this entire inn from me, and do not allow any mistakes. If even one person is missing, the entire plan will be ruined. Our serpent clan has sent countless human experts to their deaths with this very move. Human cultivators below the void immortal realm will be plunged into an endless nightmare, never to awaken. Once the array is complete, not even a great Luo golden immortal could hope to break it. The human race will be trapped in a dreamscape forever. Once the formation is complete, even a great Luo golden immortal couldn't hope to destroy it. Ye Junlin's group of disciples had already sunk deep into the illusion, and the human race would fall into an eternal dream. In Wu Ji's illusionary realm, the holy war battlefield of the Kunlun realm, he was bravely fighting a horde of demonic beasts alone. A desperate cry rang out, "Do the heavens wish for my Kunlun to perish?" But step by step, the demonic beasts were pushed back. Looking at the figure before them, they were stunned. Which expert has made a move? Wu Jie swung his blade down, declaring, "It is I." The other cultivators, upon seeing him, cried out with tears in their eyes. "It's the strongest saber cultivator of Kunlun, the greatest blade master of all time. We're saved." Wu Jie announced in a grim voice, "Those who trespass upon my Kunlun shall die." Streaks of saber aura flashed, reaping the lives of countless invaders. Wu Jie alone, acting on behalf of the heavens, declared with great momentum, "I will protect the Kunlun realm." Below, the cultivators cheered in unison. "Blade God Wu Ji, you are our great hero. Long live Wu Ji." In Tian Ye's illusionary realm, he sat on the main throne in the center of a great hall, saying, "I hereby declare that the era of the fire-worshipping demonic cult's rule has arrived." Cheers rose from the cultists. The cult master's power is boundless. The sacred flame burns the heavens. The fire worshippers are supreme. For 1,000 autumns and 10,000 eons, only the flame is eternal light. As for Bai Shushu's illusion, the dreamscape was overflowing with food. It joyfully tried one dish after another. "So good. This is so delicious. This place is amazing." Ye Junlin was still awake, troubled by what he had heard during the day. "Damn it. I thought my heroic name would spread throughout the eastern region, but who knew it would become a stain on my reputation instead? Times really have changed, and so have people's hearts. It's been a long time since I've checked in. I'll give it a try. Maybe I can get retroactive check-in rewards." The system prompted, "Ding. Of course you can. Now distributing supplementary check-in rewards. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 5 peak honored grade flame burst talismans. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 bags of top-grade pet food. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the #1 flute in all the heavens and myriad realms, the flute of eternal life." This item surprised him. The flute of eternal life? System. What grade is this thing? The system prompted. It has no grade. The flute's power depends entirely on the host's flute-playing skill and cultivation level. Curious, Ye Junlin placed it to his lips, preparing to play. "Oh? I seem to recall that my flute-playing skills have already reached the pinnacle of perfection. It would be nice to play a tune to relieve my worries." The sound of the flute spread everywhere. Down below, Lu Gu heard it and immediately became alert. "What is that sound?" One of his subordinates began to dance with joy. "Such wonderful music. It reminds me of my childhood, back when I was in the tribe." Lu Gu shouted at him, "You idiot. What do you think you're doing? Maintain the great dream illusion array for me." Seeing that all of his subordinates had lost their minds and were dancing, he was stunned. "Who on earth are you, playing these tricks? Show yourself to this high priest." In the room where Dezheng was staying, the sound of the flute echoed, and an evil serpent dropped its staff and began to dance. This allowed Dezheng to snap out of it. "Phew. I was caught in a trap just now. I haven't dreamt in tens of thousands of years. Who in the world could have put me into such a deep dream? This is bad. Young miss, wake up." He tapped a finger on Miao Yi's forehead. "Wake up." Miao Yi slowly came to. She asked doubtfully, "Uncle Pa, what are you?" Dezheng replied, "We've fallen into a trap." Miao Yi understood. A trap. No wonder I didn't want to wake up. And the deeper I fell asleep, the more exhausted my spirit became. He continued, "If I'm not mistaken, the enemy has set up a great dream illusion array. Legend says it is one of the most ancient and evil formations. It can cause people to fall into a deep sleep without anyone knowing, until that person dies, completely unaware, in their dream." Hearing this, Miao Yi was outraged. What a vicious idea. What's their purpose in doing this? Are they trying to kill people for their money? Dezheng recounted, "The Medecine King Valley is about to open. The situation is volatile, so anything can happen. Besides, I heard a flute playing just now, but it has stopped. Young miss, don't wander off. I'll go out and check the situation." With that, He shot outside and happened upon the evil serpents lost in a trance. He roared, "They're creatures of the nether abyss, the legendary serpent clan." On Lu Gu's side, the evil serpents below seemed to snap out of it and ask for instructions. "Lord High Priest, He reassured them, although we were just interrupted. Most of the human cultivators will choose to continue sleeping because they are having pleasant dreams. As long as we reinforce it in time, we still have a chance." But Dezhang gave them no such chance. He charged forward, brandishing his sword. "You beasts from the nether abyss, how dare you make a move against our human race?" The priest replied casually, "So what if we did? My nether abyss army will surely sweep across the eastern region. Killing a few of you cultivators first isn't such a big deal, is it?" Dezhang roared, "You lot have some nerve. This is the territory of our people." Lu Gu was not intimidated in the slightest. "You and I are both Mahayana realm cultivators, and behind me are more than a dozen elite integration realm warriors. What do you possibly have to fight us with?" He never expected that the moment he finished speaking, Wu Jie would charge forward. "Pumph, I was wondering who it could be. So it's you beasts from the Ming Yuan abyss. I slaughtered tens of thousands of you last time, and my hands are still itching for a fight." Tian charged in at the same time. "So it was you filthy, lowly creatures who wanted to ambush me, was it?" This sudden turn of events made Lu Gu break out in a cold sweat. Two more Mahayana realm cultivators. Dezhang felt an incredibly powerful sense of oppression. This was not an aura that a typical Mahayana realm cultivator could possess. But more importantly, why did this stranger feel so familiar? An evil serpent spoke up, asking, "Lord High Priest, what should we do now? The enemy has 3 Mahayana realm cultivators." Lu Gu ordered, "Don't panic. Pour all of your power into me, now." "Yes, sir," came the resounding reply. The evil serpents channeled all their power, chanting, "With the netherworld bone, I shall vanish without a trace." The group of 3 then charged forward. "Damn it, they're trying to escape. Don't even think about it." Lu Gu slammed his staff, which was crackling with power, to the ground. "It's useless. This staff is a holy relic bestowed upon me by the clan leader back then. Even if a tribulation transcendence expert tried to intervene, they'd have a hard time stopping us, let alone the likes of you." The sound of a flute reached them, and Wu Ji felt that after hearing it, he had the urge to dance. Even Tian was stunned and let out a small hum. Lu Gu shouted in frustration, "No! It's that damned flute again." Seeing his subordinates dancing around, he pleaded helplessly, "Stop it." Tian was shocked by the scene. What on earth are they doing? Wu Ji misunderstood. "Damn it, are they trying to provoke us?" Dezhang looked toward the source of the flute's sound. "It's that music. That's the sound that woke me up earlier." Indeed, this place is full of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Up on the second floor, Miao Yi heard it and grew curious. "Who's playing the flute? It sounds so beautiful." She walked towards a room with a slightly ajar door and, upon entering, saw Ye Junlin engrossed in playing. And Miao Yi's eyes widened in surprise. Her face turned bright red as she stammered, "Say, senior, I'm so sorry for disturbing you. I was just trying to." From outside, Miao Yi pushed the door open and stepped inside. Seeing this, Ye Junlin was startled, thinking to himself, "Could it be? Has my identity been exposed? Has an enthusiastic fan finally tracked me down?" Without a moment's hesitation, he quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her forcefully towards him. Then, he asked cheerfully, "Well, if my cover is blown, then I won't hide it anymore. Come on, let me give you my precious autograph." Hearing those strange words, Miao Yi became even more frightened. Her vision blurred and she stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Ye Junlin continued his enthusiastic greeting, asking, "Tell me, where do you want me to sign?" Her expression was a mix of confusion and bewilderment, her cheeks blushing as she thought, "Why did this guy just drag me into his room without a word? And why is he so rudely insisting on giving me an autograph? What should I do?" At that thought, Miao Yi immediately pushed Ye Junlin away forcefully. She backed away and shouted, "Sir, please let me go. I went into the wrong room. I don't want your autograph." He looked bewildered, pointing to himself as he asked, "Huh? What do you mean? You don't want my autograph? Then why were you standing outside my door?" This question hit a nerve with Miao Yi. It left her speechless, unable to argue back, her whole body trembling. After a moment of thought, she finally came up with an excuse. "My name is Miao Yi. I was captivated by your flute playing, which is why I stopped outside your door. I didn't expect to interrupt your music," she explained further. "So, I don't know you, and I don't want to ask for your autograph. May I ask for your esteemed name? Perhaps you're not very famous in the eastern region, which is why a humble girl like me hasn't heard of you." Ye Junlin replied, "Oh, so that's how it is. My apologies for being so forward. My name is Yi Fan, from the Huang province. As for my fame, I guess I'm fairly well known. When she learned where he was from, Miaoi's eyes widened in shock as she exclaimed, "You're from the Huang province?" His expression was serious as he replied, "That's right. Is there a problem?" Without hiding anything, she frankly stated her thoughts. "Yo, Master Ye, to be honest, I had a very bad impression of the Huang province. The seniors said it was a barren land, the worst province in the eastern region, without even a single nascent soul cultivator." As she said this, she started to sound more cheerful. "But now, with the appearance of the Tian sect, I've come to know of the Huang province. I've suddenly realized that the place has been severely underestimated." Ye Junlin asked, "So, you have a better impression of the Huang province now?" He thought Miaoi's attitude towards the place would have softened. But no, the moment he mentioned it, she started boiling with rage and shouted, "No, it's much worse. That guy, Ye Junlin, the peak lord of Bai Shushu Miao Peak from the Tian sect, relies on his profound cultivation to commit every crime imaginable. Recently, he even brought his disciples to the Yu province to rob passing cultivators, and even Uncle Fan and I became his victims, a dignified void immortal of the tribulation transcendence stage. And yet he resorts to such despicable acts. He's a disgrace to the entire cultivation world of the eastern region." Faced with this barrage of criticism, Ye Junlin couldn't even argue back. Since he was in disguise, he could only force a smile and explain, "Miss Anne, I think there must be some kind of misunderstanding here. In the eyes of us Huang province people, Ye Junlin is a perfect, one-of-a-kind handsome man. Not only is he incredibly powerful with an upright character, but he also has a handsome face that's perfect from every angle. Even a man like myself was almost captivated upon seeing him. How could such an outstanding man possibly do something that would ruin his reputation? It's impossible." Before he could finish, Miao Yi put on a terrifying expression and warned him, "Young Master Ye, there's no one else here. You can tell me the truth. You don't have to worry about your words leaking out and that white-haired old devil taking revenge on you." Ye Junlin forced a laugh and replied, "Miss Anne, you certainly have a vivid imagination." She wasn't done yet. She clenched her fist and added emphatically, "Ye Junlin used cruel methods to oppress the people of the Huang province, forcing you to lie through your teeth. But in reality, your fear of that white-haired devil is ingrained in your very bones. You must be living a very difficult life, aren't you, model? Don't be afraid. Justice will ultimately triumph over evil. I will strive to become stronger, and then I'll kill that white-haired old demon and save the suffering people of Huangzhou." But looking at Ye Junlin's expression right now, Miao Yi asked doubtfully, "Yo, Master Yi, from your expression, was I wrong about something?" He quickly raised his hand and replied, Right, keep it up. I have high hopes for you. Defeat Ye Junlin and save Huangzhou." Receiving this vote of confidence from him, she became even more delighted. Her eyes lit up as she reassured him, "Don't worry, young Master Ye, I can do it." "Oh, it seems Uncle Fan is outside." As soon as she finished speaking, Miao Yi quickly ran outside and called out, "Uncle Fan, I'm over here." Standing outside, a man who was already waiting there replied, "Young miss, why did you run all the way out here?" "Didn't I tell you to wait in your room?" She hurriedly stammered an explanation. "Just now, I heard someone playing a flute. The melody felt so beautiful, so I followed the sound of the flute here." He exclaimed in astonishment, "Wait, are you saying you found the person who was playing the flute?" Without a moment's hesitation, Miao Yi grabbed Ye Junlin's hand, pulled him outside, and replied, "That's right, he's right here. His name is Yi Fan." The man clasped his hands together and bowed respectfully. "Young Master Yi, I am truly impressed by your methods." He replied, "It's nothing. I just have a few special skills up my sleeve." Just then, from the rooftop above, Tian Ye and Wu Ji appeared at the same time and began to speak. Before Tian Ye could even finish her sentence, Ye Junlin shot her a look, reminding her, "Don't blow our cover. Just call me Brother Ye." She had no choice but to comply. "Yi, Brother Ye. The problems outside have all been taken care of." Seeing the two of them appear, Miao Yi's eyes sparkled like stars as she stared intently at Tian Ye, praising her in her mind. "She's so beautiful, just like a fairy." "And these two are?" Ye Junlin quickly introduced them. "This one in red is named Wang Kuihua, and this one holding the saber is named Li Tiden." Wu Ji was very cooperative, nodding as he replied, "That's right, my name is Li Tiden." Only Tian Ye was extremely annoyed. What kind of weird trick is this guy pulling now? Why did he have to give me such a disgusting name? Hearing this, she bowed respectfully and said, "Greetings to you both. We won't disturb you any longer then. We'll see you again, young Master Ye." In her mind, she thought, "She's so beautiful. But her name is Wang Kuihua. What a pity." Watching Miao Yi's retreating figure, Wu Ji asked, "Master, what was that just now?" Ye Junlin replied, I have a feeling that imposter will definitely make another move, so for the next few days, we shouldn't reveal anything, lest we alert the enemy. Hearing this, Wu Ji gave a thumbs up in agreement and praised, Master, you are wise. Standing behind them, Tian thought in disgust. Humph, this guy is just as much of a suck-up as that other white mouse. Besides, on what grounds does this venerable one have to be called Wang Kuiyua? Meanwhile, back with Miao Yi, old Uncle Fan warned, this young Master Ye is not simple at all. He didn't even show himself tonight, but he was able to defeat the enemy with just his flute, resolve the crisis, and toy with those creatures from the nether abyss as if it were child's play. Impressive, truly impressive. She asked in surprise, Uncle Fan, is there a need to exaggerate so much? He turned back and answered, those other two are so powerful, yet they treat him as their superior. Also, for some reason, when I see them together, they give me a very familiar feeling. In short, these people are very strange, so we should be cautious. Young miss, you should go back and rest. The Medicine King Valley is about to open. She replied, Time passed in a flash, and finally, the moment they had been waiting for arrived. Behind the mountains, a terrifying explosion occurred, creating a pillar of fire that shot straight into the sky, tearing through the dark night. Everyone rushed outside at once, their eyes fixed on the sight as they exclaimed, the Medicine King Valley has opened. That's strange, the timing doesn't match the predictions. It opened so suddenly this time. Let's not waste any more time standing around here. Uncle Fan and Miao Yi quickly departed. Young miss, let's set off. The scene shifts to Ye Junlin, who had just finished his afternoon snack. He strolled outside leisurely, patting Bai Shushu on the head as he spoke. Bai Shushu, thank you for the tiramisu. It was really not bad at all. She replied happily, I'm glad you liked it, master. Bai Shushu can make it for you every day. He began to urge them on. I didn't expect the Medicine King Valley to open so soon. Let's go. In the eastern region of Wuzhou, outside the Medicine King Valley, many people had already gathered, waiting. They buzzed with discussion. I can feel countless heavenly treasures waiting for me inside. If I can just get my hands on a single supreme-grade precious herb, I'm certain I can break through from the integration stage to the Mahayana stage, becoming a venerable one with a lifespan of 50,000 years, free to roam the world as I please. That's all? A supreme-grade precious herb? All you need is a Medicine King. If you could obtain a Medicine King, you'd have more than enough power to break through to the Tribulation Transcendence stage. A Medicine King? I'm afraid even the great masters of the Tribulation Transcendence stage would have to fight for it, tooth and nail. So what can a small fry like us possibly do? Hearing their conversation, Miao Yi asked in confusion, Uncle Fan, what is a Medicine King? He replied, medicinal ingredients are divided into many different grades. They are, in order, spirit herbs, precious herbs, medicine kings, great medicine kings, and immortal herbs. Within each grade, they are further divided into low grade up to supreme grade. In the cultivation world, spirit herbs are the most common. Whenever an herb reaches the precious grade, it will cause a great auction to be held, attracting various powers to fight over it. If you were to casually toss just one of them out into the world, it would blow everyone's minds. As for a Medicine King, it is exceptionally rare. For tens of thousands of years, there has been almost no trace of a Medicine King in the eastern region. Even masters at the Tribulation Transcendence stage would have to fight fiercely to obtain such a renowned medicine. After hearing the explanation, Miao Yi was in awe. The competition is actually that fierce. With so many people here, can the Medicine King Valley really accommodate all of them at once? Uncle Fan gazed into the distance and replied, the Medicine King Valley has limits on the number of people and the amount of time they can spend inside. If a cultivator's life is in danger, they will be teleported out by the valley's formation array. Overall, the arrangements made by the Medicine Sovereign back then were very reasonable. We of the younger generation are incredibly grateful for his kindness and truly indebted to him. I can't believe Great Master Tian Deng from the Xuan Kong Temple is here as well. He's also a powerhouse at the Tribulation Transcendence stage. It seems the fight this time is going to be incredibly fierce. After we go inside, you are not to act on your own. You must stay by my side at all times. Do you understand? The people sitting behind Great Master Tian Deng exclaimed in awe, Amitabha. With Great Master Tian Deng leading the group this time, we'll definitely be able to get enough precious herbs. That's a guarantee. Tens of thousands of years ago, Grand Master Ran Deng entered the Medicine King Valley all by himself and obtained a great fortune, which is why his strength increased by a whole level. Amitabha, Amitabha. With Grand Master Ran Deng making a move, the Medicine King Valley is already in the bag for our Xuan Kong Temple. Sitting at the very front was the Grand Master of Xuan Kong Temple, Ran Deng, at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence stage. Ran Deng thought to himself, the Medicine King Valley isn't as simple as it looks. The mysteries hidden within are beyond what you people can imagine. Even I couldn't handle it back then. My Tao heart nearly collapsed, but that only made him more determined. Returning here this time, I have cultivated painstakingly. While the memory is shameful, it has made me braver. After all these years, I've patched up my shortcomings, and my strength has skyrocketed. Even if I have to face those little creatures in the Medicine King Valley again, I'm confident I can handle them with ease, and perhaps even wipe them all out. At the same time, atop a tall tree, Ye Junlin's group had also arrived. Master, so this is the Medicine King Valley. I heard that this immortal valley contains an immense number of heavenly treasures. A treasure herb that's incredibly rare in the outside world can be found in countless numbers here. Interesting. He was also looking forward to this trip, thinking to himself, although the medicinal ingredients inside are said to be magical, they can't possibly surpass the rewards the system gives me. But since I'm already here, who knows, I might run into something interesting. After a while, the gate finally opened. The crowd roared and surged forward. It's open. It's finally open. It finally opened. Let's go. Quick. Charge. Pa Ba Ba pointed forward and shouted, Young miss, let's go. Shuang Kong wasted no time, adding, A few of you stay behind as support. The rest of you, follow this old monk inside. Among those who entered was Ye Junlin's group, their faces filled with eager anticipation. The number of people entering the Medicine King Valley grew larger and larger. After they were all inside, the sight before them left everyone stunned. So this is what the inside of the Medicine King Valley looks like. It's magnificent. Suddenly sensing something, Tian Ye's eyes shot open and he froze. He couldn't believe it, looking down at himself and exclaiming, How can this be? My cultivation level has been dragged down to the 9th level of qi refinement. Wu Jie suddenly realized it too, adding, Me too. Ye Junlin thought to himself, Why hasn't my cultivation level changed? It seems the medicine sovereign's restriction has no effect on the system. The corner of his mouth curled up into a pleased, calculating smile. Well, I might as well pretend to be at the 9th level of qi refinement. After all, playing the pig to eat the tiger is what I do best. Ye Junlin took off his hooded cloak, looked around, and said, It seems this medicine sovereign has suppressed everyone's cultivation to the same level. This way, the competition will be fair. Moreover, it prevents those with excessively high cultivation from causing damage to the Medicine King Valley. This is truly an intelligent design. Wu Ji added, It's just a shame the realm's suppression is so severe. I can no longer use my beloved dark blade, so I'll have to use this old kitchen knife instead. Hearing this, Ye Junlin turned and exclaimed, Oh, you've kept this most common of magical artifacts all this time. He smiled and replied, Although this kitchen knife is old, it was the first knife I used when I practiced my first blade technique. It was with me when I was at my weakest. I just never expected to have the chance to fight alongside it again. Ye Junlin nodded. So, that's how it is. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Detected that the host has arrived at the Medicine King Valley. Would you like to check in? Ye Junlin replied, Check in. The system continued. Congratulations to the host for receiving Supreme Enlightenment tea. You can drink it in your leisure time. Hearing this, his face darkened with annoyance as he thought, System, what kind of garbage reward is this? You know full well I don't need to cultivate. Whatever, I guess I can use it to quench my thirst. Standing behind them, Tian Yi snickered to himself. It seems that guy, Yi, is worried about losing his cultivation. If we're at the same realm, I'll just find the right opportunity and strike with all my power. He'll surely be defeated. The more he thought about it, the happier he became. Humph, he snorted. Just you wait. I'll torture you in all sorts of different ways. At that moment, Wu Jie, standing behind him with the kitchen knife in hand, suddenly spoke up. Oh, right. I heard that when cultivators fight in the Medicine King Valley, if their lives are in danger, they will be automatically teleported outside. So, we don't have to worry. We just need to try our best. This caused Tian Ye to fall into despair once more, hating that he couldn't just tear Ye Junlin to shreds right then and there. Why is there such a stupid rule? If I can't kill that guy Yi, he'll definitely take revenge and humiliate me after we get out. My plan failed before it even began. Damn it all. Of course, Ye Junlin knew this and sneered inwardly. This guy must be thinking of using the suppressed cultivation to get his revenge. What a pity. I really wonder what his expression will be like when he finds out my cultivation level hasn't changed at all. Just as he was thinking this, Bai Shushu suddenly spotted something, pointing towards a bush over there and shouting, Master, look, these medicinal herbs have spirits, they can move. Without a moment's hesitation, both Wu Ji and Tian Yi rushed forward, laughing loudly. Haha, even the heavens are helping us. To think so many medicinal herbs would just deliver themselves to our doorstep. Don't let your guard down. Any herb with sentience is also at the 9th level of qi refinement, just like us. And things were exactly as he'd said. These herbs all had a sinister side. Hey everyone, we can talk. The old master medicine sovereign has sent us new toys. Now we can capture these humans and torture them brutally, just like before. 3-leaf grass, medicinal grade, treasure herb, foxtail grass, medicinal grade, treasure herb. I'll strip them naked and hang them around the valley like dogs. Hearing the words of the herbs, Wu Ji and the other man became enraged and unleashed their techniques simultaneously. Humph. Since when did mere herbs dare to be so insolent? They truly have a death wish. However, faced with their barrage of techniques, the herbs were able to launch a counterattack, deflecting the moves and sending them flying back. Tian's jaw dropped in astonishment, and he stood frozen in place, thinking, what? I used 40% of my power and still couldn't burn it to a crisp? Outside the Medicine King Valley, a single move like that would be enough to take down a cultivator of the same realm. The foxtail grass roared, "You filthy wench, how dare you touch me? Watch me strip you naked and hang you up. I'll chase you up a tree and beat you mercilessly." Its words immediately stunned him, followed by an explosion of rage. Without another word, he launched another attack straight at it, yelling, "You're courting death. Crimson Soul Demon Flame." The dogtail grass refused to back down, unleashing its own techniques against the fiery attack. Haha, the wretched woman is back for more. Huh? I won't go easy on you. However, this time, its techniques had no effect. Tian's flame attack was incredibly powerful, about to engulf it completely. What are you all staring at? Hurry up and help me. I'm about to be burned to a crisp by this wretched woman. The surrounding medicinal herbs also began to attack to protect their own kind. A barrage of attacks flew out, pushing back the flames unleashed by Tian. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Impossible. My cultivation technique, enhanced by my immortal grade spirit root, should be on par with the foundation establishment stage. They shouldn't be a match for me. So how can I not even burn these damn chi refinement level weeds to death?" Just at the most critical moment, Wu Ji finally arrived, rushing in like a bolt of lightning. "Senior brother Hong, I'm here to help." The two of them coordinated perfectly, continuously launching attacks at the insolent spirit herbs. Standing behind them, Bai Shushu cheered enthusiastically. "Go, Senior brother Hong, go, Junior brother Li." So this is Medicine King Valley, where medicine is king. How interesting. Ye Junlin still hadn't made a move. He closed his eyes and slowly sensed his surroundings. With Hong Tianye and Li Wuji as talent, they should be able to defeat cultivators of the same level, or even one stage higher. Yet, they're only evenly matched with these herbs of the same stage. There's definitely something strange about these medicinal herbs. Suddenly realizing something, his eyes flew open as he exclaimed, "I see. These herbs are able to unleash such power because they're being enhanced by a formation here. This must be the medicine sovereign's doing. But what is his purpose in doing this? If Hong Tianye and the others weren't so powerful, I'm afraid they would have already been defeated by these herbs." Thinking of this, Ye Junlin's gaze shifted to the sky above. "I originally thought the cultivation suppression was for the sake of fairness, but it's actually intentionally empowering these things to suppress human cultivators. Clearly, the medicine sovereign is protecting his own people. Moreover, this isn't the first time Medicine King Valley has been opened. Yet, the previous participants never revealed the truth about this place. It's just as they say, people who get caught in the rain want to rip everyone else's umbrellas. That only strengthens my resolve to win." The corner of his mouth curved into a smile. "If you insist on protecting them, then I can't very well fall behind." Immediately, he slowly raised his hand, then snapped his fingers. "Let's see how arrogant your weeds can be without the enhancement of the formation." With that snap, the formation vanished, returning the area to its original state. This time, the spirit herbs could no longer withstand the assault, and they took the full force of TNA's attack, getting utterly decimated. He shouted with joy, "It looks like they can't hold on any longer. Suppress them. Burn them all." The dogtail grass, completely engulfed in flames, wondered to itself, "What's happening? Why can't I withstand this all of a sudden? Wait a minute. Fairy sister, please stop burning us. We were wrong." That remark only infuriated Tianye further, causing him to unleash even more intense flames. "Humph, die for me." He decided to wipe them all out, not sparing a single spirit herb. "Don't even think about escaping me. All of you, turn to ash." Nearby, Wu Ji wasn't idle either, using a kitchen knife to satisfyingly chop down the spirit herbs. "Senior brother Hong, please show some mercy. They can no longer fight back. Why don't you let your junior brother harvest them all? They're all top-grade medicinal herbs." Hearing this, Tianye finally stopped and stepped back. Ye Junlin walked over and said, "Not bad. It's finally over. Little Li, gather them carefully. We can use them to make soup when we get back." Wu Ji replied without hesitation, "Yes, master." Bai Shushu poked at one of the herbs and said, "Huh? This one's still moving." Suddenly, A dried root snaked into a clump of grass to hide. Then it shot a brilliant red flare straight into the sky. When the flare shot into the sky, it formed the glowing image of an axe head, as if signaling everyone in the vicinity. Witnessing this, Ye Junlin, not understanding what was happening, exclaimed, "Ah, you're scaring Bai Shushu to death. What is this thing? Could it be a distress signal from the axe gang?" The more Tian watched, the more excited he became, flames flaring up in his hands. "No matter how many reinforcements they call, I'll burn every last one of them clean. Getting arrogant now, are we? If it weren't for Little Lee's help just now, you'd have been sweating bullets. Haven't you noticed something is wrong?" Wu Jie observed his surroundings for a moment and replied, "I have. This isn't the kind of power these herbs should be able to display. If this continues, I'm afraid the ones that appear later will be even stronger. At that point, most of the cultivators who entered Medicine King Valley will be in danger." Tian added, "This medicine sovereign suppresses humans while strengthening herbs. What a hypocrite. And here I thought he was some kind of human sage. But in the end, he pulls something like this. He even designed it to open only once every 100,000 years, making the outside world think he's generous and magnanimous." However, hearing this, Wu Jie disagreed. "That can't be. I've heard the medicine sovereign is kind and generous, with transcendent medical skills. He's a mighty figure praised throughout the Eastern domain. I don't think he would set a trap. Perhaps he just loves these herbs, so he treats them favorably here." Tian cut him off. "Ha! If he really loved the herbs, then why open Medicine King Valley at all? Why not just seal it off forever instead of doing this? A total hypocrite." Ye Junlin, who already had a plan in mind, spoke up. All right. Let's take it one step at a time. I'd like to see just what kind of trick this medicine sovereign is trying to pull." The scene changes to another location within Medicine King Valley, where a monster was sitting on a large throne. It was the leader of the Axe Gang, a golden-grade ginseng king, the Medicine King. He spoke. "Who was it that just sent out the distress signal? Who dares to mess with our Hammerhead gang?" A dry tree below answered. "Reporting to the Ginseng King, we haven't been able to find out yet. Could it be other forces hiding in Medicine King Valley?" The man beside him angrily added, "No way. We've lived in peace for many years. Who would dare attack our Hammerhead gang? Could it be those humans? After all, based on our calculations, today is the exact day the Medicine King Valley opens. Impossible. How could the human race be so weak and still pose a threat to our noble medicine clan?" Hearing their clamoring, the Ginseng King shot to his feet, releasing a pressure that silenced everyone. "Silence, all of you, for this king." He grabbed his weapon, which was placed beside him. Then, the Ginseng King raised the axe in front of him and continued. "After so many years, the Medicine King Valley has opened once more. Let this king see for himself just who is bold enough to come here and lay a hand on our Hammerhead gang." Not far from the entrance to the Medicine King Valley, all the humans were being tormented by those spirit herbs, suffering a fate worse than death. "Ah, stop. Help. Somebody. Save us. The herbs in here are all giant monsters with utterly hideous appearances. They're frantically chasing after the humans. Why are these medicinal herbs so strong? I'm a prodigy of my sect, yet I can't even fight back against a single medicinal herb. Run." The Medicine King Valley is a huge trap. Those seniors deliberately kept quiet and tricked us. They must be plotting something. At the same time, deep within the Medicine King Valley, an incredibly fierce battle was taking place. A hand was raised, unleashing an extremely explosive palm strike. The one who had just launched that attack was none other than Xuan Kong. With just that one blow, the old man was able to knock down all the spirit herb plants around him. As he unleashed his attacks wildly, he thought to himself, "The last time I was here, my cultivation was suppressed, revealing all sorts of weaknesses, and these things gave me a miserable time. But it's different now. It's time for revenge." Behind Xuan Kong, his disciples were busy collecting the spirit herbs. "Great Master, Xuan Kong is so powerful. These things are no match for you at all, Master. We'll definitely have a bountiful harvest this time." That's right. On our way here, all those royals, nobles, and powerful figures from the major sects were being oppressed by these herbs, treated like slaves. But we're completely different. This really makes me hold my head high with pride. "Master, be careful. Another group of herbs is coming as reinforcements." Without a hint of hesitation, Xuan Kong waved his hand provocatively. "Amitabha, you've arrived right on time. Now I don't have to go looking for you myself." They all charged forward, shouting, "How dare you lay a hand on our precious herb tribe? You damned old traitorous donkey!" However, before they could even touch him, they were sent flying back by a golden shield that had formed around his body. Sensing that something was wrong, the herbs stopped their attack and became highly vigilant, backing away cautiously. "Everyone, don't get angry. Focus your attacks. Inside this Medicine King Valley, we are the ones in charge. That old geezer can't hold out for long. Right in front of Xuan Kong, a multitude of withered roots shot out, wrapping around the old man as he was bombarded with a barrage of other attacks from all sides. Finally, the shield could no longer withstand the assault and shattered into countless fragments. Witnessing this, a withered tree root burst into laughter and exclaimed, "We finally broke his shield. Kill him." But this was all part of Xuan Kong's plan. The old man's eyes flashed with a brilliant golden light as he cut them off. "You think you've broken my defense? How ridiculous. To deal with all of you, this old monk has spent a long time traveling across famous mountains and great rivers, using every method and resource to diligently cultivate my body-tempering art and overcome all my weaknesses." With just a clasp of his hands, the robe he was wearing was torn to shreds. Revealing his powerful muscles, he declared, "Today, this old monk's indestructible diamond body has reached the peak of perfection. I am just one step away from the legendary incarnation realm. So what if my cultivation is suppressed? As long as I have my diamond body, you still can't do anything to me." Xuan Kong clenched his fist and charged towards the herbs, shouting, "This old monk would like to see what else in this Medicine King Valley can possibly threaten me." In a flash, the fierce battle was over, and of course, the victory belonged to Xuan Kong, his body still steaming. "Clean up all these herbs. We're preparing to advance." His disciples scrambled to obey, answering clearly. The scene shifts to Miao Yi's side. The two of them were also struggling greatly against these herbs. Luckily, the young miss has a spiritual immortal physique, so even with her cultivation suppressed, she can still unleash immense power. Otherwise, it would be difficult to withstand the siege of these herbs. But why are these things so terrifyingly strong? Could it be the Medicine Sovereign's doing? She finally understood everything and cursed. "I used to think that old Medicine Sovereign was a good person, but now I see he's just a vicious and cunning old man." Uncle Fan hid. "And we've only just entered the Medicine King Valley. I wonder what greater dangers are waiting for us deeper inside." At this point, I'm actually hoping the Medicine King Valley closes soon and teleports us out. Otherwise, being humiliated by these herbs will damage our Dao hearts. Just as he said this, a withered branch suddenly shot down from nearby, and its target was the spot where Miao Yi was standing, catching her completely by surprise. Before she could even react, the root had wrapped tightly around her ankle, making it impossible to escape. Miao Yi was terrified. Her eyes flew open in fear as she let out a piercing scream. Not about to let the herbs have their way. She quickly launched a powerful attack, sending a bolt of lightning toward the tree root. However, because of that disastrous decision, she had to pay a heavy price. The entire electrical charge was redirected back into her body, causing her excruciating pain. Not only that, but Miao Yi was also dragged straight up into the air as Uncle Fan watched. He yelled, "Young miss!" To save her, he also launched an attack at the root, shouting, "Let her go, now." Suddenly, several other tree roots swarmed towards him. They whipped violently at Uncle Fan, sending him staggering backward. He finally recognized the true power of this plant. Isn't this the Nine Tribulations Thunder Vine? A mid-grade Medicine King. Tears streamed down Miao Yi's face in fear. Unable to react, she could only beg for help. "Let me go. Quickly, let me go. Uncle Fan, save me." The plant let out a loud laugh. "Ha, this is fun." After attacking for a while, he was ultimately unable to do anything. He stood there and said, "Young miss, please forgive this useless Uncle Fan. This mid-grade Medicine King is equivalent to a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. While my cultivation is only at the chi refinement stage, I am truly powerless to help." Miao Yi's tears fell as she reassured him. "It's okay, Uncle Fan. You've already done your best." He continuously kowtowed, banging his head on the ground as he pleaded. "Oh, great Medicine King, please be merciful and spare us, or at least spare this child. I'm willing to suffer in her place." But the tree refused to let them go, interrupting, "Haha, I've waited so long for you all to arrive. You think I'd just let you go? You humans are so naive. Look at this woman. See how she's enjoying the shocks I'm giving her." As soon as it finished speaking, it unleashed another bolt of electricity, causing Miao Yi's body to convulse uncontrollably as she screamed, You. Blood was even trickling from the corner of her mouth. Just then, a group of people slowly approached and asked, "What game are you playing?" It turned out that the group was none other than Ye Junlin. He surveyed the scene and exclaimed, "Playing with tentacles? How shameful." Hearing the voice, Fan Ba Ba felt like he had grasped a lifeline. He hurriedly turned and pleaded, "Fellow cultivators, is that you? I beg you to lend a hand. If you succeed, the Wendao sect will surely repay your kindness." With just a single glance, Tian immediately recognized it, exclaiming, "Oh, this is a Nine Tribulations lightning vine." Wu Jie, beside him, added, "Wow, that's a mid-grade Medicine King." Hearing this, Ye Junlin became very interested and gave an order. Miss Anne and I are fated to meet. How can I stand by and not help? Go. Wang Chuihua and Li Titan. One of them stood there cursing inwardly. Damn it, why is he calling me like a dog? Have you no shame? Wu Ji immediately obeyed and charged forward. Wang Chuihua, I'm going ahead. Remember to cover me. The more Tian thought about it, the angrier he got, but there was nothing he could do, so he could only reply. All right, Li Titan, I'll help you from here. Witnessing him charging straight towards it, the ferocious tree roared. Haha, someone's brought new toys for this great one. Tian cut in. Let's see if you're still laughing when you're roasted to a crisp in a minute. He and Wu Jie combined their attacks with perfect coordination, unleashing a barrage of strikes towards the ancient tree's base. Sensing the danger, it began to grow fearful, recoiling as it made a threat. Arg, damn you. You humans dare to injure me. Ice Soul Demonic Flame. Its teeth clenched tightly, its eyes turning blood red as it formulated a plan. Don't push your luck. Nearby, Miao Yi was quickly released and began to free fall downwards. Fortunately, just in the nick of time, Fan Ba Ba managed to rush over and catch her. Miss, let's retreat for now to ensure our safety and let them deal with the Medicine King. But she replied, still unsettled. I'm also at the 9th level of Qi refining. I possess the Divine Star immortal body, yet I couldn't stand against the Medicine King at all. But they can fight it on equal footing. Fan Ba Ba, were you and father lying to me all this time? I'm not the genius you both said I was at all. He looked ahead and interrupted. It's not that you're weak, miss. It's just that the world is vast. There's always a higher mountain. I really don't know where they came from. With such incredible strength, it's impossible that I've never heard of them. Miao Yi suddenly remembered something and replied, Young Master Yi once told me they came from Huangzhou. Hearing this name, Fan Ba Ba's face turned to one of horror, his eyes widening. It seemed he was starting to realize something was wrong, exclaiming, Huangzhou? Impossible. Returning to the fierce battle, the spirit plant began to unleash a massive surge of electricity toward Ye Junlin's group. This great one will bind you all and electrocute you with all my might, so much that you won't even be able to breathe. In an instant, both Tian and Wu Ji were trapped in the center of its attack, unable to find a way out. Watching from the sidelines, Miao Yi grew extremely worried. This is bad. Even they can't handle it. Ye Junlin also saw the situation was dire and could no longer stand still. Looks like they've reached their limit. Time to lend them a hand. Bai Shushu, standing above, shouted. Junior brother Hong and junior brother Li are in danger. Bai Shushu has to go save them. Before he could react and stop her, she had already leaped forward, transforming into a mouse. Bai Shushu, he thought. It's rare for her to actively want to fight. Maybe now I'll get to see her true combat potential. There, Wu Ji and Tian were caught in a massive storm of electricity. Damn it, we still underestimated the Medicine King's advantage in its own territory. It's incredibly difficult to inflict a fatal blow on it. This is even more frustrating than being bullied by that guy, Yi. At least he has the protagonist's luck. But now, even a common plant dares to walk all over me. Just as they were thinking this, they noticed Bai Shushu arriving to help. Tian exclaimed, Why did this silly mouse run over here? Wu Jie tried to stop her. It's too dangerous here. Senior sister Bai, get out of here, quickly. The tree also looked down on her, paying her no mind as it laughed mockingly. Humph, you dare to cause a scene with your pathetic little skills? Or did you think this great one would go easy on you? Before it could finish its sentence, Bai Shushu grabbed one of its roots and yelled, Don't look down on Bai Shushu. Bai Shushu unleashed the immense power within her body, tearing off a branch and shouting, You are not allowed to bully my senior and junior brothers. Taking this blow, the spirit plant cried out in agony. But she didn't stop there. She continued to unleash various attacks, ripping its roots apart and giving it no chance to react. Senior brother, junior brother, I'm here to save you. Witnessing this, Tian couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, This has to be fake, right? The silly mouse who does nothing but follow people around and eat good food actually has this much power. Even Wu Ji was stunned by Bai Shushu's terrifying strength. Senior sister Bai, you were this strong all along? Perhaps the most shocked of all were Fan, Ba Ba, and Miao Yi. Their eyes widened as if they'd been struck by lightning, and they wondered. Turns out this tiny one is even stronger than the other two? Of course, Ye Junlin already knew Bai Shushu's power was not to be underestimated, but seeing it on full display now, even he was surprised. So this is the power of the first heavenly body in all the heavens and myriad realms? Truly extraordinary. While the spirit plant was being suppressed by Bai Shushu, Tian and Wu Jie could no longer stand by. They charged forward to support her. Let's use the chance this mouse created for us and destroy it together. Kill. Without hesitation, he launched a powerful fire attack toward the large tree trunk. Crimson Soul Demonic Flame. Chaotic heavenly blade art. Taking this fatal blow, the spirit plant was sliced in two, burned to a crisp, and stopped moving. After defeating the demonic thing, Bai Shushu was so happy she jumped for joy. Awesome, we won. Does this mean senior brother is going to give me a reward? Hearing this, Tian cut in. You finally got to show off for once, and now you want me to praise you? I'm not your servant anymore, you know. She looked crestfallen. Tears began to stream down her face as she asked, Did Bai Shushu do something wrong? Seeing her so upset, Wu Ji panicked and quickly tried to comfort her. Senior sister Bai, you were so incredible just now. Senior brother Hong, don't you agree? If it weren't for her, we would have been in deep trouble, wouldn't we? He had no choice but to offer a compliment. Hemph, I'll admit, you were truly impressive today. As soon as she got that acknowledgement from Tian, Bai Shushu immediately brightened up again. She exclaimed, Oh, it was nothing, really. Bai Shushu just wanted to help. From nearby, Miao Yi ran over and said, Thank you, fellow cultivators, for lending your aid. Miao Yi is eternally grateful. Wu Jie smiled and interrupted. There's no need to be so formal, miss. We were just lending a hand. Standing behind them, Bai Shushu quickly pulled up her hood and turned her face away. Ah, a stranger. Before she could finish, Miao Yi noticed her, pointing in her direction and praising her. Why is this little junior sister so shy? I saw you earlier. You were amazing. I admire you so much. You shouldn't worry about your appearance. You're very cute. She happily peeked her head out and asked, Really? Master. Did you hear that? This big sister really admires Bai Shushu, and she doesn't even care what I look like. Meanwhile, Fan Ba was still carefully observing everything, thinking to himself, Master, it seems my suspicions are becoming more and more certain. Ye Junlin walked over with a smile and gently patted Bai Shushu's head, praising her. All right. Just look how thrilled you are. Witnessing this scene, Miao Yi asked in astonishment, You're this little girl's master? Just what kind of being must you be to have such a powerful disciple? He replied, That's right. She's the disciple I have painstakingly raised. I've poured my heart and soul into her. Tian was speechless when he heard that and sighed, thinking to himself, You actually have the nerve to say that. What did you ever raise? Her cooking skills? Bai Shushu smiled cheerfully and added, That's right. Master taught Bai Shushu so many things, and he's always so good to me. Hearing all this, Miao Yi understood and exclaimed, So that's how it is. She thought to herself, Why do these four people traveling together look so familiar? I feel like I've seen them somewhere before. Seeing her expression, Ye Junlin also began to feel a sense of unease and wondered, This girl seems sharp. I wonder what she's figured out. Just then, from a distance, the Ginseng King and his cronies suddenly appeared. An imposing aura flared around them as one shouted, Your Majesty, we've found the humans. The fluctuations from the earlier battle came from them. Humph. I recall this being the Thunder King's territory. Hearing this voice, Fan Ba was so frightened he stumbled backward, exclaiming, That's so many treasure-grade herbs. We're in trouble now. Tian also turned to take a look. Whoa, there's an incredibly dominant aura in that group. The Ginseng King was still putting on a show of force, his eyes glowing blue as he roared, You humans dare to cause trouble in our territory. And you even killed Little Thunder. He wasn't about to back down either. With flames erupting from both hands, he cut in. Well, this place is certainly something special. The herbs here are higher quality than elsewhere. To think there's even an Erd King of this caliber. He became more and more frenzied, gripping his iron axe and pointing it straight ahead. Insolent. You lowly human, you dare to covet this king? Ye Junlin suddenly realized something and ran forward to get a better look. That axe. This must be the axe gang. The other herbs were crying for help from earlier. Wu Ji turned his head to look at Bai Shushu and asked, But this one is even stronger than the last. Senior sister Bai, can you still help us? Her eyes filled with determination, she clenched her fists and replied, Bai Shushu will do her very best. Wasting no more time, the Ginseng King began to order his subordinates, Charge for this king. Capture them. Ye Junlin's group obviously wasn't going to surrender. Tian and Wu Ji initiated the attack with a loud cry, and while their enemies were distracted, Bai Shushu vanished from her spot in a flash. In the blink of an eye, she was standing there, blocking one of the Ginseng King's axe blows, leaving him utterly stunned. Your opponent is me, Bai Shushu. Hearing this, a powerful pressure radiated from the king's body as he burst out laughing. Ha, just you. First, the humans dare to look down on this king, and now even a mouse shows me no respect. How ridiculous. And with that, the two of them clashed savagely. No matter what attack the Ginseng King threw at her, Bai Shushu managed to block it. However, she couldn't maintain this level of performance for long. Her arms and legs began to grow weary, and she stood there panting heavily. Bai Shushu's. So dizzy. I'm gonna be sick. No more fighting. Bai Shushu isn't fighting anymore. Seeing that she was starting to give up and had no strength left to resist, the Ginseng King pressed his advantage, bringing his axe down hard on her. Humph, you want to fight this king? Your cultivation is still far too lacking. Die, you filthy rat. Seeing the giant axe blade descending right toward her, Bai Shushu screamed in terror. But there was nothing she could do, as her body had lost all its strength. Suddenly, a scene unfolded that made the Ginseng King stop dead in his tracks, his eyes widening in horror as he gasped. At the most critical moment, Ye Junlin finally made his move. With just a flick of his finger, he shattered the king's axe into tiny fragments. The corner of his mouth turned up in a smirk as he spoke. I say, you little ginseng, you're far too arrogant. It seems I'll have to brew you into ginseng soup to teach you some humility. Bai Shushu hugged his leg tightly, trembling as she added, Master, Bai Shushu has brought shame upon you. But Ye Junlin paid it no mind and gave an order. Don't think about it. Go help the others. You can leave this to me. She hurriedly ran to the side, replying, Yes, sir. Standing in the back, Miao Yi and her companion were still watching everything. Fan ba ba, it looks like young Master Yi is about to make his move. He stared, wide-eyed, wondering to himself, I don't know why, but no matter what I do, I can't see through his cultivation. Just how deep does his power run? Feeling that he had been insulted, the Ginseng King went berserk, clenching his fists and charging directly at Ye Junlin. But even as his attack was about to land, he remained motionless, standing in place and thinking to himself, System, if I get serious, will my true cultivation level be exposed? The system replied, Rest assured, host. The Medicine King Valley will suppress your cultivation to the 9th layer of chi refinement whenever you act. However, since it cannot override my system, to outsiders, you will always appear to be at the 9th layer of chi refinement, but in reality, your cultivation level remains unchanged. Receiving this confirmation from the system, he became even more confident. His eyes flashed a brilliant, blood-red color. Then I have nothing to worry about. Without a moment's hesitation, Ye Junlin began his counterattack, unleashing a devastating palm strike toward the Ginseng King, sending him flying backward before he could even react. Witnessing this scene, Miao Yi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Fan Bobo, is that really the kind of power someone at the 9th layer of chi refinement can unleash? He continued, How strange. Could it be that young Master Yi is not actually at the 9th layer of chi refinement? Could he have broken through the Medicine King's restriction? The Ginseng King's entire body was smoking from the impact of that single blow, and he collapsed to his knees, looking up and asking, You human, what trick did you pull? This isn't the power of the 9th layer of chi refinement. Ye Junlin cut him off. I'm just a humble chi refinement cultivator. What tricks could I possibly pull? It's obvious you're just too weak. Why don't you try hitting me again? Hearing his words, the Ginseng King became even more enraged and launched another attack. Insolent human, taste this king's golden fist. Sensing that this attack was no ordinary one, Fan Bo warned, What a powerful aura. I fear that fist has the power of the golden core stage. Can young Master Ye block it? But of course, he didn't feel threatened at all. On the contrary, he was incredibly excited, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Immediately after, a massive, majestic phantom of a man appeared behind Ye Junlin. The phantom clenched its fists and threw a punch straight at the Ginseng King's body, directly smashing him into the ground below. The attack was so sudden that he had no time to react, or even understand what had happened. His body lay motionless in a newly formed crater, rubble scattered everywhere. Unable to believe his eyes, Fan Bo exclaimed, What was that? How could someone at the 9th layer of chi refinement possibly unleash such a powerful move? Miao Yi also spoke up worriedly. That's right. How did he do that? Could he have some secret art that allows him to break the cultivation limit? Back at the battle, the Ginseng King finally managed to open one eye and pointed a trembling hand at Ye Junlin, accusing him, You cunning human, you tricked me. You're definitely not at the chi refinement realm, you liar. But Ye Junlin paid little attention to his words. He sighed and said, The heavens can witness that I truly am in the chi refinement realm. If you're weak, just train more. Seeing the Ginseng King utterly defeated and lying miserably on the ground, the surrounding medicinal herbs cowered in fear, exclaiming, Impossible. How can a human be this strong? In all my years, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. Sob, is a great disaster about to befall Medicine King Valley? Faced with this scene, Wu Jie wasn't surprised at all and praised him, as expected of Master. Even when his cultivation is suppressed to our level, his true strength is still something we can't hope to match. Unlike him, Tian was extremely unsettled, thinking to himself, Impossible. I could feel that this Ginseng King's cultivation completely suppressed my own, yet he defeated it so easily. On what basis can a ninth layer chi refinement cultivator like you be so powerful? To think that Wang and I thought we could suppress him just because we were at the same level. We were truly delusional. Not letting this opportunity slip by, Wu Jie quickly grabbed his saber and slashed fiercely toward the crowd of medicinal herbs. The great king is dead. Run, brothers. Trying to run? You're all top-grade treasured herbs. Stay right where you are. After a short sweep, the medicinal herbs were finally wiped out completely. Ye Junlin reminded him, "Bai Shu Shu Li, you did a great job. Gather up all these herbs." He happily collected them while replying clearly, "Thank you for the praise, master. It was all thanks to you subduing the Ginseng King. This disciple is merely reaping the benefits of your work." Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, a large group of people rushed over with astonished expressions, pointing and shouting, "Everyone, look, there are treasured herbs everywhere. Oh my god, they've all been taken down by someone. Besides Master Randang, is there another senior in Medicine King Valley capable of this? There are a few people up ahead. It looks like they're the ones who did it." One of them suddenly noticed the glowing ginseng on the ground and said, "Master, look at that ginseng. Doesn't it look unusual?" The old master exclaimed, "That's a supreme-grade Medicine King." Hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward it. What? Even a regular Medicine King would make Tribulation Transcendence Realm experts' eyes turn red with greed, let alone a supreme-grade one. If this were outside, all the old monsters hiding in the eastern region would rush over to snatch it away. But if they were capable of subduing a Medicine King, who would dare to do such a thing? However, that old master was an ignorant one, and he charged directly towards the 1,000-year-old ginseng. If a supreme-grade Medicine King appears and is ownerless, how could my Xuan Kong temple possibly ignore it? Before he could even act, Wu Jie suddenly launched a punch that sent the man flying backward. "You son of a bitch, you dare try to take it? Get lost." Suddenly, another old master stepped forward with a calm expression and asked, "Amitabha, well said, well said. Benefactor, do you know that the person you just struck is a member of our Xuan Kong temple?" But Wu Jie couldn't care less. His eyes blazed with fury as he roared, "You bald donkeys came here to steal our things, and you still think you're holy? You're nothing but a bunch of hypocritical robbers." He readied his saber, prepared to fight at any moment. They cursed angrily, "Bastard, you're spouting nonsense. Who can prove that you were the ones who defeated it? You just got here earlier than us, that's all." "That's right. I advise you rogue cultivators not to be so ignorant. If you provoke our Xuan Kong temple, don't even think about having a place in the eastern region ever again." Like the others, Xuan Kong was also furious, his face darkening. "Benefactor, you've gone too far with your words." Wu Jie remained frighteningly calm as he cut him off. "Old donkey, it seems you're quite displeased, aren't you? Then come and try me." A disciple of the Xuan Kong temple pointed a finger straight at him and shouted, "You wretched creature, do you know who you're being insolent to? You should know that this man is a true tribulation transcendence realm mighty expert. You think you're worthy of being the great master's opponent?" The guys in the back heard this and asked in shock, "What? A powerhouse at the tribulation transcendence realm?" Although they had already sensed that this great master's realm was very high, they never expected him to be a virtual immortal. In Medicine King Valley, there are many people of noble status, but in front of a tribulation transcendence powerhouse, they are nothing more than ants. When he learned the master's true realm, Wu Jie also hesitated for a moment, thinking to himself, the tribulation transcendence realm. But after thinking it over, he still refused to back down. "I don't give a damn who you are. Everyone here is at the 9th level of Qi refining anyway. Even if we were outside, I'd still cut you down just the same." Xuan Kong's eyes widened as he stared at him and interrupted. Such arrogance. "May I ask for this patron's name?" Without a hint of hesitation, he casually introduced himself. "Listen up. This great master's name is Li Tian." The other disciples of Xuan Kong Temple burst out laughing mockingly. "Ha ha, Li Tian? What kind of country bumpkin name is that? What village are you from?" "That's right. You don't even have a sect, yet you dare to shout in front of a tribulation transcendence expert." Right after the introduction, Xuan Kong couldn't wait any longer and began to strike, creating an oppressive aura around him. "Patron, your foul aura is too heavy. Allow this old monk to purify you." Faced with this move from the old man, Wu Jie didn't just stand there and take it. He launched his own attack. Primordial Cross Slash. Bring it on. A chance to fight a tribulation transcendence expert is a rare and excellent opportunity. The moment he finished speaking, a massive explosion erupted, as if it would tear the entire forest into 100 pieces. The force of the shockwave blasted outwards, making Xuan Kong retreat in disbelief, forced to shield his face with his hand. Wu Jie seemed to have gone berserk, his eyes gleaming as he frantically unleashed a barrage of slashes against the old man's protective barrier. "Again, this is awesome. So awesome. Witnessing this incredibly fierce battle against the Golden Buddha's sacred seal, the group of onlookers couldn't help but exclaim, I can't believe that Li Tidong guy is so strong. He's actually been able to fight the Great Master for this long. The Great Master definitely hasn't used his full power yet. After all, it would be embarrassing if word got out that he went all out against a nobody like this. But contrary to their thoughts, Xuan Kong truly didn't know how to react and could only grit his teeth and endure. I, this old monk, have painstakingly cultivated for 100,000 years for Medicine King Valley, yet I can't even beat a junior. I have no choice but to use this move. With that thought, he decided to unleash his hidden ultimate technique, pressing his palms tightly together. Sensing that something bad was about to happen, Wu Jie paused for a beat to observe carefully, looking ahead and muttering, Oh. It turned out the old man had further reinforced his barrier, preventing any of his attacks from getting through. Patron, stop wasting your time. Even if you were to slash at it for 3 days and 3 nights, you wouldn't be able to do anything to this old monk. Hearing those words, Wu Jie's blood boiled. He spat a wad of saliva right onto the shield, a move that Xuan Kong never saw coming. Patui. Seeing this, the old man could no longer just stand inside his barrier. He clenched his fist and threw a punch straight at Wu Jie, roaring, You wretched creature. Waiting for just this opportunity, Wu Jie could finally strike, landing a lightning-fast slash across the old man's abdomen. However, the attack had no effect on Xuan Kong at all. His entire body was as hard as stone, not budging in the slightest. My attack was nullified, but he didn't stop, launching another attack. You old bald donkey, is your family name Wang Ba the Turtle? The old man closed his eyes and cut him off. Patron, why must you struggle so? It's not like we'll be in Medicine King Valley forever. Xuan Kong was extremely confident in his abilities, believing no one could defeat him. You think it's so impressive to fight on par with the Great Master in here? If you have the guts, then stay here forever. But if you ever leave, you idiot, just you wait to die. Hearing these arrogant words from the Xuan Kong Temple disciples, Ye Junlin couldn't take it anymore. The corner of his mouth curved into a smirk as he interrupted. I was the one who brought down this Medicine King plant, yet you people from Xuan Kong Temple came to steal it. You're completely shameless. You deserve to be beaten like this. Xuan Kong refused to back down and retorted. Patron, the moment all of you attacked together, the nature of the situation changed. Besides, who made the rule that whatever falls on the ground belongs to you? The old man remained incredibly stubborn, believing he was in the right and formed a protective barrier around his body. This old monk believes that only what is in one's hand can be considered one's own. Just as he finished speaking, Tian suddenly rushed at Xuan Kong from behind with a flaming fist. Old bald donkey, are you looking for death? But before he could even get close, another fire attack suddenly struck from the side. Humph, you think the likes of you can stop this old monk? Stop struggling. This Medicine King plant belongs to me now. The old man's attack was too fast, so fast that Tian couldn't even react or understand what was happening, his eyes wide with terror. At the most critical moment, Ye Junlin appeared and blocked the blow, saving his life. Old bald donkey, do you really think no one can handle you? Without a moment's hesitation after saying this, his hand began to clench into a fist, and he unleashed the victorious fighting fist technique. Seeing this incredibly powerful punch, Xuan Kong's jaw dropped. His eyes widened as he exclaimed, How can the power hidden in this fist be so terrifying? It even feels like it surpasses the restrictions of Medicine King Valley. The moment he finished speaking, the punch landed squarely in the center of his chest, creating a powerful shockwave. Following that was a terrifying explosion that seemed powerful enough to blow everything away. As the dust and smoke gradually cleared, it revealed the figure of Xuan Kong, who had been knocked back several meters. He had to dig his feet hard into the ground, creating a long trench, just to bring his body to a halt. Seeing that he was still stable, the disciples of Xuan Kong Temple became even more smug and cheerful. You dare to show off that little cat scratch of a move in front of Great Master Xuan Kong? That's right, all thunder and no rain. If you got the guts, try it again. However, unlike them, Ye Junlin thought differently. Very confident in the punch he had just thrown. How did that last punch taste? He continued. I was holding back my power as much as possible because I didn't want word to get out that I beat a monk to death. Xuan Kong's face darkened as he stood up straight and replied, My Buddha is merciful. Patron, take care of yourself. Farewell. Without another word, he turned and left, leaving the disciples of his sect utterly astonished. Is this how it ends? We haven't even decided a winner yet. Grandmaster, don't we need these divine herbs anymore? Hearing these words, Xuan Kong became even more furious. He shot a sharp glare back, silencing that elder. I understand. Let's go. Watching the backs of the departing group, Ye Junlin was quite satisfied and let them go without pursuit. figuring the old man knew when to back down. A moment later, deep within another part of the forest, Xuan Kong's group was still on the move when he suddenly coughed up a large mouthful of dark red blood, his eyes filling with bloodshot veins. Seeing this, his followers behind him asked worriedly, "Great Master, what's wrong?" "This humble monk is fine," he replied. "It's just a minor injury." Xuan Kong's face was dark and pale, as if he were gravely injured. He thought to himself, just what kind of immortal is this person? To think such power exists in Medicine King Valley. Could it be that the era of great conflict has already begun? Can even this old monk not escape the changing times? But of course, he couldn't just let this go. His eyes filled with hatred as he glanced back. "Never mind. There are restrictions here, so I can't finish you with a single blow. You just wait. In the future, this old monk will personally send you on your way." Back at the headquarters of Medicine King Valley, a Drug King Council meeting was underway, held swiftly around a circular table, surrounded by countless rare and precious herbs. The Golden Cherry Drug King spoke up, his expression full of apprehension. "Human cultivators are running rampant in our Medicine King Valley. Even Thunder King and Greed King have been captured. This is a matter of life and death. Everyone, we must decide now, should we hide and wait for Medicine King Valley to close on its own, or should we fight back?" Hearing this, the two sitting beside him reacted violently. "Why should we hide? This is our territory. All the human cultivators who came here before were enslaved by us. We cannot back down this time. We must resist together." "That's right, fight back. We are the masters here. If we surrender, we'll never be able to stand up again." These were the Blood Jade Flame Bone Bamboo Drug King and the Red Star Ganoderma Drug King. The others largely agreed with this sentiment and added, "But the human cultivators this time are very strong. Even with the power of a Drug King, it'll be difficult to counterattack. We might even risk being completely suppressed." "That's right, especially that white-haired one. He defeated Greed King in a single move. It's terrifying." These were the Cold Spirit, Nether Lotus, Drug King, and the Velvet Antler Drug King. In contrast to the others, one who had been silent finally spoke up with his own idea. "Why don't we ask him to intervene? He was a fearsome existence back in the day. He once followed the Medecine Sovereign. If he makes a move, he could crush the human cultivators." This was the He Shou Wu Drug King. Hearing this, the Cold Spirit Nether Lotus immediately replied, "But, with his personality, I'm afraid he'll refuse us." Before he could finish, the Blood Jade Flame Bone Bamboo cut him off. Medicine King Valley is facing a catastrophe. As the first successor of the Medicine Sovereign, is he just going to watch us get chopped into pieces and boiled into soup? Does he feel no shame before the Medicine Sovereign and our kinsmen? Stop hesitating. Our survival is on the line, we have to take the risk. And so, after some discussion, the Drug Kings decided to seek help from the Medicine Sovereign's first successor. They made their way to a deep waterfall hidden within the forest. In the middle of the waterfall, sitting majestically on a large stone slab, was a figure, the Great Demon Mushroom King, a supreme-grade Drug King. The Cold Spirit Nether Lotus began to speak. "We pay our respects to the Great Demon King. We implore the Great Demon King to save Medicine King Valley." The Red Star Ganoderma continued, "Please wake up, Great Demon King. Wake up." As soon as the words were spoken, the Great Demon King finally awakened. His eyes snapped open, filled with killing intent, and an incredibly powerful force erupted from his body. Witnessing this, the Drug Kings exclaimed with joy, "Look, the Great Demon King is awake." In the blink of an eye, the Great Demon King was no longer on the stone slab. He had vanished. But contrary to the powerful image everyone had imagined, he seemed very timid, not even daring to make eye contact. He stammered, "Don't come over here. Whatever you have to say, just say it from there." It turned out the Great Demon King had social anxiety. He was afraid of strangers, preferred to be alone, and hated being disturbed. They all bowed their heads and shouted in unison, "Respected Great Demon King, human cultivators are slaughtering our people in Medicine King Valley. If we don't fight back, our race will be annihilated. Medicine King Valley needs your help." Hearing this, the Great Demon King refuted doubtfully, "That's impossible. The Medicine Sovereign set up a restriction to prevent human cultivators from threatening us, unless the enemy is the strongest, most unparalleled prodigy of all time." The Red Star Ganoderma and the Blood Jade Flame Bone Bamboo tearfully affirmed, "It's true. Many of our kinsmen have already fallen prey to them. Now, only you can save us. Your power is the strongest, your seniority the highest. If you just show yourself, the Medicine Tribe will surely unite to fight off the invaders." But in the end, the Great Demon King still couldn't overcome his fear, hiding behind his stone pillar. "No, I can't do it. I just want to wait here in peace. Besides, the time Medicine King Valley is open is limited. The humans will be kicked out eventually. Everyone should just go hide for now." This made the Drug Kings extremely frustrated, and they interrupted him. "Great Demon King, You're thinking too simply. The ultimate target of those humans is you, the most ancient being in all of Medicine King Valley. They won't stop until they've captured you. Hearing this, the great demon king was so scared he looked like he was about to cry. His hands trembled. Huh, a lot of humans are coming to get me. The red star Ganoderma threatened him dramatically. Yes, and they are very cruel. After they capture you, they'll humiliate you, torture you, and even drag you out to be auctioned off. Then, countless humans will surround you, touching you all over. The great demon king cowered and cut him off. Stop. Don't say any more. The two drug kings goaded him further in unison. Great demon king, you only need to take care of the toughest one among the humans. Leave the rest to us. That's right. Helping us is helping yourself. After this is done, you can go back to sleeping peacefully, and no one will ever be able to bother you again. After thinking it over for a moment, the great demon king finally decided to give it a try. Fine. I'll only deal with the strongest human. You handle the rest. Upon getting his agreement, the drug kings exclaimed with joy, Great demon king, thank you. Hiding behind the stone pillar, he interrupted them. You guys go outside and wait for me for a bit. The Hisho-Wu drug king witnessed this scene and sighed doubtfully, looking at him. Can he really suppress those humans? He doesn't seem reliable at all. Hanling Yu Lion reassured him. Yes, don't underestimate the great demon king. He's a peak golden core realm medicine king. Dealing with a bunch of puny humans is no trouble for him. Meanwhile, deep inside the forest, Xuan Kong's group was meeting with another sect. Grandmaster Ran Deng, I am the supreme elder of the Luo Ri sect. After we leave the valley, would you be willing to sell me a few of your divine herbs? The old man replied, Rest assured, the price will absolutely satisfy you. Putting his palms together, the old monk added, Amitabha. To meet is to have fate. The Buddha only guides those with fate. Benefactor, you will surely get your wish. The supreme elder of the Luo Ri sect bowed respectfully. Thank you, Grandmaster. Hearing this, the others standing behind him all started clamoring. Grandmaster, I want the lightning strike wood. What's the price? Just name it. I want the dragon's blood grass. Xuan Kong stopped them. Goodness, goodness, this old monk will certainly help all you fellow Taoists fulfill your wishes. Just as he finished speaking, the Medicine Kings suddenly appeared, lunging down from above with ferocious expressions. Witnessing this scene, a disciple panicked and pointed upwards, shouting, We're under attack. Xuan Kong, completely unfazed, spoke up. Excellent. This old monk was just lamenting that I couldn't find them, and yet they've delivered themselves right to my doorstep. The blood jade flamebone bamboo angrily interrupted. You old swindler, still acting so smug. Humph, I'm here to deal with you. The more the old man looked, the more delighted he became. So many medicine kings, the Buddha has been merciful to this old monk. Without wasting any more time, he began to form a barrier around his body. Stubbornly unenlightened, this old monk will grant you salvation. The moment he finished, the Medicine Kings launched a barrage of attacks at Xuan Kong, creating a massive explosion and kicking up a thick cloud of dust. Die, you old swindler. After a moment, when the white dust cloud cleared, Xuan Kong was still standing there, completely unharmed. His defense is so strong. Qi Xingji was furious. He pointed directly at him and yelled, Great Demon King, it's this old swindler. Hearing this, Xuan Kong felt a sense of foreboding. His whole body froze for a second, and his eyes shot wide open as he thought, What? The Great Demon King? Could it be that this Medicine King Valley is guarded by a great power from the demonic path? But before they could even see the Great Demon King appear, when Qi Xingji turned to look behind him, its figure was already gone. The Great Demon King was so scared it had tucked tail and fled, leaving the other Medicine Kings standing there in stunned confusion. Left with no choice, Qi Xingji had to grab the Great Demon King and drag it back to the fight. Great Demon King, we're counting on you. Otherwise, everyone's going to be turned into soup. The moment it opened its eyes, it saw Xuan Kong's massive group gathered there like a festival crowd, and it became even more terrified. Ah, so many people. The group exclaimed, Isn't this just a mushroom? So this is the Great Demon King they were talking about. Haha. The crowd, unaware of the Great Demon King's power, continued to whisper amongst themselves. No, this is a type of mushroom recorded in the ancient texts of the Xuan Kong Temple, a completely green mushroom called the Immortal Chaos Mushroom. If a cultivator can refine and use it, their strength will skyrocket, and their lifespan will extend by 1,000,000 years. If it's brewed into a soup, it can greatly increase one's cultivation speed. Realizing the wondrous nature of the Great Demon King, Xuan Kong was so overjoyed he couldn't stop grinning. It must be because of this old monk's sincerity, which has moved the Buddha himself. The day of my ascension is near. Without wasting any more time, he quickly launched an attack, wanting to capture the Great Demon King. This mushroom has a fate with the Buddha. This old monk will take it first. The attack rapidly closed in on the Great Demon King, smacking it right on the head and knocking it back before it could react. When it realized it had just been assaulted, its fearful demeanor vanished, replaced by immense anger. It flailed its arms and legs wildly, shouting, "That's too much. Why did you have to hit me on the head?" Just by flailing its arms around, it dispersed a power that made the crowd feel a special pressure. "Oh my god, that mushroom looks like it's a peak. Perfected golden core Great Medicine King." Xuan Kong interrupted, "Wicked creature, don't even think about causing trouble." The Medicine Kings, standing behind, continued to point and taunt. "Great Demon King, he wants to capture you and sell you at an auction." It gritted its teeth and said, "I won't let you get your way." Xuan Kong, still fearless, raised one hand to the sky and shouted, "This old monk has the indestructible Vajra body, you can't possibly." But before the old monk could finish his sentence, the Great Demon King launched a kick, completely overpowering him and slamming him to the ground, where he cried out in pain. Secret art, angry mushroom shakes the 8 directions. The Great Demon King was furious, crazily stomping on Xuan Kong, making him want to vomit blood from the pain. "How dare you pat my head? How dare you pat my head?" His entire body ached immensely as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Wicked creature, if you have the guts, let this old monk up." Just as he finished speaking, numerous vines suddenly shot out from all around. One vine quickly wrapped around Xuan Kong's hand, holding it tight. His legs had also been entangled at some point, and he was lifted into the air before he could react, his face turning pale. Just like that, all 4 of his limbs were crudely pulled apart, leaving him spread-eagled. Just kill this old monk, to be publicly humiliated by this pathetic mushroom. How can I guide others to enlightenment in the future? The Great Demon King said, "I've taken care of him for you, I'm not dealing with the rest." Hearing this, the Medicine Kings were overjoyed and let out sinister smiles as they advanced together. "Hee, just leave it to us." Seeing this, Xuan Kong broke out in a cold sweat and asked, "What are you trying to do?" "The Buddha will not forgive you." His eyes bulged, filled with bloodshot veins, and his body trembled as he thought to himself, could it be that this old monk must experience the same humiliation as 100,000 years ago? The scene shifts elsewhere. A large tree was being beaten relentlessly by Ye Junlin's group, unable to fight back. Suddenly, while standing there, Ye Junlin sensed something strange. He exclaimed, "Oh, interesting. The aura over there is anything but ordinary. It even surpasses all the other Medicine Kings." His eyes flashed with a blood-red, murderous light. A smile crept onto his lips in anticipation. The power behind the Medicine King Valley has finally appeared. As he thought this, a series of punches and explosions rang out continuously. That plan had been beaten to a pulp by Tian's group and was now crying its eyes out, begging, "Esteemed seniors, please stop hitting passing. This junior was just passing by. I'm not the same kind of medicinal herb as the ones who bully humans. Whatever you seniors want, I can just give it to you." Hearing this, Miao Yi didn't hesitate to point at the fruits on its head. "Really? The fruits on your tree look so beautiful." It stammered in response, "These, if you all spare me, I'll give them all to you." As soon as it finished speaking, a shower of those fruits rained down. It continued, "If these fall to the ground, not even spirit beasts can eat them. They're all yours." Fan Baba's face lit up with joy, and she exclaimed with a grin she couldn't hide, "My lady, these are celestial origin spirit fruits. Eating them can strengthen one's spiritual power. They'll be very good for your constitution." Without a second thought, they gathered all the fruits. The Wendao sect had previously searched all of Gong province but couldn't find a single trace of this divine fruit. And now, in the blink of an eye, we found dozens of them at once. "This is truly a heaven-sent opportunity," she added. "That's right, Fan Baba. This trip wasn't a waste. As long as I consume and refine these fruits, my spiritual power can break through to the next level." After giving them the fruits, the tree forced a smile and asked timidly, "Honorable seniors, may this junior leave now?" Hearing this, Tian just sighed and angrily yelled, "Get lost." Without a moment's hesitation, the tree dashed away. "Thank you, senior." Standing behind them, Ye Junlin spoke up with a smile. "Everyone, there's an unusual aura over there. Let's go check it out. We might find the power behind this Medicine King Valley." "Really? We might actually uncover the secret of Medicine King Valley this time?" Tian thought to himself, confused. "Why can't I sense any aura at all? Is he really only at the 9th level of Qi refinement?" Miao Yi walked over, offering a fruit to Ye Junlin, and said, "Young Master Ye, we only got these fruits thanks to your 2 disciples. Please, you should take a few more." He waved his hand and replied, "No need, you can have them." Fan Baba also came forward and added, "Young Master Yi is truly righteous. In the future, if you ever need anything from the Wendao sect, please don't hesitate to ask." He waved his hand again. "You're too kind. Let's head over there together." After about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the group finally reached the place where Ye Junlin had sensed the unusual aura. But the scene before them left them completely stunned. What? What is this? Why are there so many Medicine King level herbs here? Holy crap. Oh my god. Amazing. Truly amazing. Down below, the Medicine King herbs were completely oblivious, continuously torturing their captives. Suddenly, Shushu pointed at a figure dangling nearby and said, "Master, that charred black thing looks awfully familiar." Ye Junlin was speechless. It hasn't been that long. How did that old swindler end up like this? It turned out the dangling figure was none other than Xuanqiu, in Luolu's body, being brutally tortured. His people were also being trampled on by the herbs at will. "Hurry up and crawl for me. Bark like a dog." Witnessing this scene, Ye Junlin grew even more intrigued. To be able to humiliate Grandmaster Xuan Kong and the cultivators from the eastern region like this, it seems the power behind all this is no simple matter. Wu Ji, standing beside him, added, "The stronger the herb, the higher its grade. This could even be a peak grade Great Medicine King." Suddenly, Qi Xingji noticed Ye Junlin's group. It turned around and shouted angrily, "You newcomers, have you seen their fate? Get on your knees and beg for mercy already." He just stood there with a disdainful smile and asked, "I'd like to see just who gave you all this much courage." Hearing the familiar voice, Xuan Kong forced his eyes open and looked down in despair, thinking to himself, "You little brat, enjoy being human while it lasts. In a little while, you'll regret being so naive." Qi Xingji was furious, pointing directly at Ye Junlin's face and yelling, "You, the silver-haired kid. Are you the one who killed the Thunder King and the Greed King? Too bad for you. The Great Demon King is here now. You're only fit to be our plaything. My brethren, please summon the Great Demon King." They all started chanting like mad, "Great Demon King, Great Demon King, Great Demon King." Seeing their powerful momentum, both Fan Baba and Tian began to feel intimidated. The Great Demon King. How could such a terrifyingly evil being exist in this place? Even at my peak, I wouldn't dare call myself a Great Demon King. Just what kind of entity is this thing? Ye Junlin grinned and said, "I'm actually quite curious myself to see what this Great Demon King really is." When Qi Xingji turned to look behind it, the Great Demon King was nowhere to be seen. Furious and helpless, it quickly rushed over to where the Great Demon King was to drag it back. After a bit of searching, its figure finally appeared. "Great Demon King, this is the strongest bad guy. Only you can defeat him." Ye Junlin asked in surprise, "You're the strongest being in Medicine King Valley?" Miao Yi added, "This is the Great Demon King?" The Great Demon King stood there, trembling all over, but tried to answer calmly. "Why, yes, that's right. The moment Tian saw it, he recognized it instantly." "Wait a minute. Isn't that an immortal chaos mushroom?" Ye Junlin, standing beside him, chimed in, "Wang Feikui. What kind of mushroom did you say? Is it really that powerful?" He began to explain, "This thing is called an immortal chaos mushroom. Anyone who eats it can increase their strength and lifespan. It's incredibly miraculous. Legend says it's the closest thing to a true immortal elixir." Hearing this, Fan Baba couldn't believe her ears and exclaimed, "The closest thing to an immortal elixir? Then doesn't that mean it's a peak-grade Great Medicine King? Its cultivation is at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Young Master Ye, be careful. If things go south, we need to find a way to teleport out of here." Ye Junlin cut her off. "Don't panic. I know what to do." Standing opposite them, the Great Demon King began to burst with rage, yelling, "You humans are too cruel. All you want to do is eat me. Why do you keep disturbing my sleep?" Its phantom grew to a colossal size, engulfed in swirling flames, and it roared with blood-red eyes. "Why?" Sensing its aura, Tian instinctively took a step back, thinking, "What terrifying pressure. The gap between my strength and its is just too wide." But Ye Junlin remained as calm as ever, without a hint of fear. He grinned and urged it on. "Bring it on." The moment the words left his lips, he threw a powerful punch straight at the Great Demon King, creating a thunderous explosion before it even had a chance to react. Witnessing this, the other herbs standing by were scared, speechless, crying out, "Great Demon King." Miao Yi stumbled back in fear and said, "Fan Baba, young Master Ye's technique." "It seems the young master isn't affected by the restraints of the Qi refining realm," he replied. "What a formidable technique, to be able to completely ignore the restrictions of the Medicine King Valley." Standing behind him, Tian Ye's face darkened as he resentfully asked himself, "This is impossible. How on earth did he do it?" The reason the Medicine Clan is so powerful here is because of the rules set by the Medicine Sovereign, and the rules here are a technique that only an immortal could perform. Just thinking about it made him even more terrified. Once you enter the Medicine King Valley's domain, you are subject to its rules. Only someone on par with or stronger than the one who cast the spell could ignore or even break this kind of rule. And that was the only possible explanation for Ye Junlin's current strength. Tian blurted out, could he be? But he still couldn't believe it, retorting through gritted teeth. No, no way. He absolutely cannot be that kind of existence. Absolutely not. Otherwise, I would have never had a chance to escape from his clutches. Seeing his expression worsen, Wu Ji asked worriedly, are you all right? He roared in anger. Get lost. Humph. Did I have to open my mouth and bother an unlucky bastard like him? At the same time, over where Xuan Kong was, he felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. Thinking to himself, oh, Buddha, what in the world is happening? The palm strike he hit me with before was nothing compared to the power I used on the Great Demon King. It was like comparing a candle to the sun, and yet now he sent the Great Demon King flying with just a single slap. This old monk's Buddha's faith is truly about to crumble. After taking an incredibly powerful blow from Ye Junlin, the Great Demon King was sent flying for tens of meters, crashing hard into the ground below and kicking up a massive, blinding cloud of white dust. It lay there, its body covered in wounds, with tears of pain welling up in its eyes, asking itself, I was sent flying just like that? Impossible. Back then, the Medecine Sovereign himself laid down the restriction and even assured me that no one below the immortal realm could break it. How did it come to this? Could it be that the restriction has lost its effectiveness after so long? Before it could figure out what was happening, Ye Junlin flashed a sharp smile, pointed directly at it, and said, Great Demon King, if you don't have any other tricks, then I'll be taking you to make some soup. Unwilling to accept such a crushing defeat, the Great Demon King was determined to get up and charge once more. You damn bastard, I won't let you get your way. But just like before it could even launch an attack, Ye Junlin unleashed a flurry of slaps on its body, sending it tumbling backward. He then continued to clench his fists, forming giant fists of fire, preparing to land a powerful punch on it. The Great Demon King's mouth was twisted as it coughed up blood, and it began to accept the truth. It seems he really can ignore the suppression of the rules. That Medecine Sovereign is completely unreliable. To think he'd set up a rule that could be broken by a human cultivator. Not stopping there, the corner of Ye Junlin's mouth curled up into a wicked grin as he shouted, Indestructible Overlord Body. He once again launched a series of fiery punches at the Great Demon King, slamming it into the ground. In the blink of an eye, a heaven-shaking explosion erupted, accompanied by a golden shockwave that shot straight into the sky, kicking up a thick cloud of dust. In the end, the Great Demon King had been utterly defeated, even losing consciousness. To think that even inside the Medicine King Valley, it couldn't defeat a mere human. I'm so weak. The surrounding medicinal herbs cried out in fear to one another. The Great Demon King has lost. We're doomed, we're doomed. Our Medicine King Valley is finished. The Great Demon King was even foaming at the mouth, tears streaming down its face as it whimpered. My skills were inferior, so don't blame the Medicine Sovereign or anyone else. I can only blame myself for this long and boring life. In my next life, I don't want to be a mushroom anymore. I want to be a human. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the Disciple Recruitment Mission. Subdue the Chaos Immortal Mushroom as a disciple to obtain the Peerless Divine Ability. 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones. 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones can create 2 clones with the same cultivation and strength as the original body. Hearing these words, Ye Junlin sounded a bit exasperated. System, are you sure about this? You won't even spare a mushroom. But the reward this time is tempting. With no other choice, he finally decided to give the Great Demon King a chance. You don't want to die? Then I can give you a chance. Recalling its earlier behavior, Ye Junlin was quite confident. A mushroom this scared of death will surely agree immediately. However, contrary to his expectations, the Great Demon King did not accept, shouting angrily, I refuse. Those words made him stop in his tracks, his eyes wide with disbelief as he uttered, Huh. He walked over to it and asked again, I haven't even stated my condition, and you're already refusing. Do you really not want to live anymore? It replied, That's right, I don't. Seeing its expression, Ye Junlin didn't think it was lying. Could it be that it really doesn't want to live? But this reward is so alluring. 1 Qi into 3 Pure Ones is both cool and explosive. I don't want to miss out on it. Thinking this, Ye Junlin forced a smile, bent down towards the Great Demon King, and made a proposal. Well then, before you die, do me a favor. It asked in surprise, What is it? As he spoke, his face darkened and his eyes became menacing as he said, Be my disciple. Hearing this, the Great Demon King jumped in fright, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking to itself, Who in the world asks someone on the brink of death to be their disciple? What a thick-skinned, shameless person. Ye Junlin continued with his less-than-friendly smile, Brother Mushroom, as long as you agree to be my disciple, I will do my best to beat you until you explode and ensure you have a painless death." The great demon king interrupted. "Are you insane? Where did a beggar like you come from? I'm not interested." After he had pleaded with all his might and it still refused, his patience began to wear thin. Ye Junlin became furious and played his final card. "In that case, I'll just have to throw you in a pot first, then kill a few chickens and add some other herbs. If I stew it all together several times, it'll become a delicious mushroom chicken stew. I'll eat every last bit, leaving no scraps behind." Hearing his words, the great demon king screamed in terror and scrambled backward. "Come here, I'll grant you your wish." It trembled as it thought, "This is too terrifying." Finally, with no other option, it bowed its head in defeat and agreed to become Ye Junlin's disciple. "I agree." It screamed again, "I agree to be your disciple." As soon as the words were out, the system displayed a notification. "Congratulations to the host for successfully recruiting a disciple. Receive the peerless divine ability. 1 key into 3 pure ones. Disciple's aptitude has been detected." Awarding the cultivation technique, Supreme Azure Emperor Longevity Art, he happily exclaimed, "It finally worked." He then looked at the great demon king and said, "Get up. From now on, you are my disciple. You will address me as master. I, your master, will protect you. I absolutely will not let anyone eat you." After saying this, Ye Junlin directly bestowed upon it a cultivation technique he had just obtained from the system. "This is a technique I, your master, am granting you. Take it and cultivate." A golden light shot directly between the great demon king's eyebrows, leaving it utterly shocked. Inside its mind, a cultivation technique had appeared in perfect, vivid detail. The Azure Emperor Longevity Art. What kind of incredible, high-level technique is this? The Medecine clan was naturally weak and disliked combat, relying entirely on the restrictive rules set by the Medecine sovereign to suppress the humans, and so, it began to rapidly absorb the technique, creating a pillar of light that shot straight into the sky. After a while, everything finally came to an end. The dust and smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the scene around them. Where the great demon king had been sitting, it was no longer there. In its place stood a young man with green hair. This Azure Emperor Longevity Art not only solved the Medecine clan's cultivation flaws, but now, the great demon king had a body made entirely of flesh and blood, just like a human. He looked down at his new body and spoke joyfully, and it even added a significant amount of combat power, helping my Medecine clan to completely evolve. Witnessing this, Miao Yi's jaw dropped in astonishment. Young Master Jun, he fights something, then takes it as a disciple, and even helps a medicinal herb take human form. What kind of hobby is this? Fan Ba Ba added. It transformed into a human before even becoming an immortal herb? What kind of immortal secret art is this? Standing beside them, Wu Ji, who wasn't too surprised, praised, "Master's strength is truly unfathomable." He then cheered, "Awesome. I have another little junior brother." And just like that, the great demon king decided to follow Ye Junlin. He knelt and clasped his hands respectfully. "Thank you, Master, for your grace. Please accept this bow from your disciple." He nodded in satisfaction. The young are teachable. While everyone else was overjoyed, Tian was visibly annoyed, thinking to himself, just how many more secrets is this bastard hiding? Not only did he take it as a disciple, he even helped it take human form. This guy definitely has an ulterior motive. Just as he thought of this, he suddenly remembered something. I get it now. This chaotic immortal mushroom has immense potential to evolve into an immortal herb in the future. An immortal herb is so valuable that even true immortals would fight to the death for it. This guy is planning to cash in. He's probably just waiting for the right opportunity to consume and refine it for himself. Meanwhile, Xuan Kong was just as shocked, exclaiming with his mouth wide open, "This old monk can't make sense of this world anymore. From start to finish, am I the only one who suffered the greatest loss here?" He began to go mad, thrashing about and screaming, "Someone, get over here and release me." But Ye Junlin couldn't be bothered to care. He started thinking, "Since you've become my disciple, I should give you a proper name." The great demon king was filled with anticipation. "I'm so excited." However, the name he came up with next was not the least bit satisfying. Bai Shu Shu Hei. It's very simple, but that's fine. This humility suits me. He forced a smile and replied, "Thank you, Master." Suddenly remembering something, Ye Junlin asked, "Oh, right. Your master, wanted to ask you something. If the Medecine sovereign agreed to open the Medecine King Valley, why did he also set up measures to suppress human cultivators?" He answered, "Because the Medecine sovereign himself is also a member of the Medecine clan, so he wanted to protect us from being wiped out." This statement made everyone come to a realization. They finally understood the reason why. What? The Medecine sovereign. He's not human? Bai Shu Shu Hei continued. The Medecine sovereign is a Keelan herb, a rarity in this world. so he knows exactly how treacherous and unpredictable this world can be. Hearing this, Tian suddenly recalled something from the past, a Kulin herb. That's a legendary immortal medicine, one that has seized the very fortune of heaven and earth. Anyone who consumes and refines it can even bring the dead back to life. Their combat power would be unrivaled, and their path to immortality would be wide open. Ye Junlin asked again, if that's the case, the medicine's sovereign must have had to make some kind of sacrifice to protect you all, right? Suddenly, the nearby medicine kings all showed expressions of great resentment and shouted, and isn't that all thanks to you humans? They began to bitterly recount the grievances they had suffered. Back then, many human factions coveted the Medicine King Valley and pillaged it daily. We herbs with low cultivation levels had no strength to fight back, so we became either trade goods or food on a plate. For the safety of our kin, the medicine's sovereign exhausted his own medicinal power to satisfy the greed of those powerful human experts. He secured a space for the medicine clan to survive. Wuji understood the situation and exclaimed, "Oh, so the medicine sovereign used his own body to pave a path for the medicine clan." Qi Xingzi continued, "But the medicine sovereign's power was finite, while the greed of the major factions was endless. So, the medicine sovereign decisively ascended to the immortal realm, using himself as a bargaining chip to protect the medicine clan. The immortal realm set a condition. The Medicine King Valley would open once every 10 years, and in return, they would offer protection. On the surface, the medicine sovereign conceded, but he secretly reinforced the formation that suppresses human cultivation to better ensure the medicine clan's safety. However, this is something only high-grade herbs like us know. Many of the lesser herbs hope to achieve immortality under the medicine sovereign's protection, which is how the Medicine King Valley maintained its peace. Even in such a bleak and desperate situation, the Medicine Clan has never, ever murdered the human cultivators who entered. They only wanted to relieve their boredom and pass the time. After hearing everything the Medicine Kings had recounted, Ye Junlin couldn't help but admire the Medicine Sovereign's spirit. The Medicine Sovereign sacrificed himself to find a path to survival for the Medicine Clan. That is truly worthy of respect. Wu Ji was so moved that tears streamed down his face. The medicine sovereign is so righteous. Fan Ba Ba gently stroked his beard and said, I have always respected the medicine sovereign. Even though I now know he isn't from the eastern region's human race, the fact that he made such a great sacrifice for his people makes me respect him even more. Miao Yi added, looking back at what the human cultivators did in the past, it's truly shameful, utterly disgraceful. Just as she said this, suddenly, up in the sky, a giant portal appeared, causing everyone to look up at once. The exit portal has opened. We can finally leave this place. This was exactly what they had all been waiting for. As for this hellhole, whoever wants to come back can come back. Among them, Xuan Kong had not yet given up his ambitions. With a sinister smile, he thought to himself, Amitabha, I'm finally free. Once I'm out, I will wash away this humiliation with blood. When they saw that the teleportation gate to the outside had opened, everyone rushed forward in unison, including Ye Junlin's group, who also left. While on the move, he suddenly paused for a beat, glanced over at Bai Shushu He, and called out softly, Bai Shushu He, don't you want to come with us? He stood there, hesitating. In Bai Shushu He's mind, scenes of his days living here, just sleeping peacefully, appeared. I thought I could go back to sleep after the crisis was resolved, but now I've encountered a huge opportunity. I've been taken as a disciple and even taught a supreme cultivation technique. Should I go out and experience this vast world? Seeing Bai Shushu He hesitate and not want to leave, Ye Junlin had no intention of forcing him and waved goodbye. As your master, I respect your choice. If we have the chance, we'll meet again in 100,000 years. See you later. Hearing these words, Bai Shushu He looked up, startled, and asked himself, do I really want to stay here and continue this life of doing nothing? Why is there such an empty feeling in my heart? By staying here every day, he could only sit quietly on a tree stump watching the sunrise, with nothing else to do. Because of that, a spark ignited in Bai Shushu He's heart. His eyes widened and sparkled as he stared straight at the teleportation gate. Am I going to have to return to that long and boring life? His mind reminded him, no, I don't want to go back. In that moment, there was no more time for hesitation. Bai Shushu He had finally made his decision, leaping forward. The world is so big, I want to go out and see it. He rushed to Ye Junlin's side and said, Master, take me with you. I want to see the world. He nodded and replied, all right, then from now on, I'll take you flying everywhere. The figures being teleported out of Medicine King Valley were moving further and further away. The Medicine Kings standing below were bewildered, murmuring among themselves, why is the Great Demon King leaving too? Did the Great Demon King become so restless after taking human form? He must have been oppressed by that human. Damn that human. But they finally left. We can go back to our peaceful life for another 100,000 years. The teleportation gate grew smaller and smaller as almost everyone had made it outside. Back outside Medicine King Valley, everyone was already there waiting, their eyes full of anticipation as they pointed and gossiped. Look, they're out. They look so cheerful. They must have had a great harvest. I'm so jealous. It's a shame the number of people who can enter Medicine King Valley is limited. My chance is gone in this lifetime. Among those who came out, of course, was Xuan Kong, with an extremely furious expression, thinking, finally out, damn it. Below, the disciples from his sect were already waiting. With bright, smiling faces, they asked, Great Master, how was the harvest this time? Do you even need to ask? With Great Master Xuan Kong leading the way, our Xuan Kong temple surely returned with our bags full. Before they could finish, Xuan Kong shot them a murderous glare, cutting them off. Do I look like I came back with my bags full? Seeing that expression, all the disciples cowered in fear, breaking out in a cold sweat, and stammered, Our apologies, Great Master. I spoke without thinking. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, making everyone turn their heads in shock. All of you who entered Medicine King Valley, stand still and don't move a muscle. Standing there was a group of people who had been waiting, their faces extremely sinister as they continued. Whoever dares to resist, don't blame my master for being merciless. My master, Ye Junlin, is a void immortal. Hearing these words, everyone shouted out in anger. You've got to be kidding me. Another robbery? So shameless. The person next to him cut in. Shh, keep your voice down. You got a death wish? Miao Yi also quickly recognized this group, her expression darkening. Damn it, it's these guys again. Contrary to everyone else's reaction, Ye Junlin flashed a very sinister smile, his eyes looking as if he wanted to eat the entire wicked group alive. Excellent. I hadn't even gone looking for you, lot, and here you are, delivering yourselves right to my doorstep. The group remained in place, striking a confident and smug pose, unaware of the disaster about to befall them. Tian gritted her teeth and clenched her fists, thinking, to think they'd find a woman to impersonate me. This is nothing short of a grave insult. I will personally grind your bones to dust. Standing beside her, Wu Jie was just as furious. I am the blade demon that strikes fear into the hearts of men, and yet I've been turned into a common bandit. Hiding behind a nearby tree, Bai Shushuhei spoke with a naive expression. There are so many people. Shushu gently patted his head to reassure him, Junior brother, don't be afraid. Master and our senior brothers can handle this. He asked worriedly, Thank you. But may I ask how I should address you, senior sister? She replied cheerfully. My name is Bai Shushu Shu. You can call me Shushu. Hearing this, Bai Shushuhei also replied cheerfully, Senior sister Bai, I hope you'll take good care of me from now on. Shushu exclaimed, Aya, you're so cute. There's no need to be so formal. At this point, he looked back at the group of imposters and asked, Senior sister Bai, why are those mortals dressed so much like all of you? She answered, Oh, those people are impersonating us. They're going around robbing people and ruining our reputation. Hearing this, he was left speechless and helpless. Huh, there's a trick like that. You humans really know how to play, don't you? Back with the group of imposters, before they could even start their rampage, Xuan Kong stepped forward to confront them. Already simmering with rage and now having someone to vent it on, he became even more aggressive, his voice booming, Gentlemen, are you certain you want to do this? Witnessing this scene, the imposters gritted their teeth in fear. What do we do? That old guy doesn't seem to be afraid of us. The woman also sensed that something was wrong. That's the aura of the tribulation transcendence realm. He's a void immortal. Unlike the other two, Zhuoba's expression remained calm as he thought to himself, what's there to panic about? Ye Junlin killed a void immortal from the Yuhua sect at the Igzi family's estate. As long as I stay calm, I can scare this bald donkey. With that thought, he stepped right in front of Xuan Kong and said, Fellow Taoist, do you know who I am? When I decide to do something, there are few in this entire eastern region who can stop me. Hearing those words, the disciples of Xuan Kong Temple pointed their fingers in anger and interrupted. Great Master, he is the god of slaughter, Ye Junlin. He previously wiped out the entire 1 million-man army of the Yuhua Gate. In that battle, our Xuan Kong Temple also lost quite a few elders and disciples. Knowing this, Xuan Kong still didn't back down in the slightest and exclaimed, So it's you. You saved this old monk some trouble. Faced with that statement, Zhuoba's expression remained calm, but inside, he was in turmoil. This old fraud is actually a high monk from Xuan Kong Temple. It seems they have a grudge against Ye Junlin. I'm so screwed this time. The old monk continued, Amitabha Buddha, Benefactor Yi, a pleasure to meet you. This old monk has long heard of your reputation. Suddenly, the monk's demeanor put Zhuoba somewhat at ease. He's being so polite. Does this mean he's not going to settle old scores? This Ye Junlin's name is actually pretty useful. The surrounding crowd was still standing there to watch the drama unfold. Great Master Xuan Kong was actually being polite to him, but they're supposed to be mortal enemies. Has this Ye Junlin really become this powerful? Not far away, a rather surprised Wu Ji turned to ask his master, "Master, is that old swindler really showing his face?" He smirked and added, "That old swindler's heart is filled with nothing but wicked schemes. Just sit back and enjoy the show." Zhuo Ba remained completely oblivious to what was about to happen to him. If that's the case, then our meeting is truly fate. For what comes next, I hope my fellow Taoists can hold back. Otherwise, Xuan Kong cut in. This old monk understands Benefactor Ye's intentions perfectly. How about I lend you a hand? The moment he finished speaking, he suddenly shot into the sky like a bolt of lightning. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he took out a golden bell, throwing it up into the air as his hands formed a spell formation. In the blink of an eye, a giant golden bell manifested, looking as if it would devour everything. Xuan Kong used his world-suppressing bell technique, smashing the bell down onto the ground, causing everything to feel like it was about to explode. The group of imposters was trapped inside the bell before they could even react. With a dazed expression, one exclaimed, "Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this?" Of course, Xuan Kong had no good intentions. He now revealed his vicious side and interrupted. Goodness, goodness. To meet is truly fate. This old monk will personally send you all on your way to Nirvana. Not only was the group of imposters in trouble, but even innocent bystanders had been trapped inside. One cried out in fear, "Great Master, we have no grudge against you. If you want the divine medicine, we can give it to you." Was it about the deal at Medicine King Valley? We can swear an oath not to speak of it. Hearing those words, Xuan Kong asked in mock surprise, "What deal?" He thought to himself, "The important thing is that you all saw this old monk being humiliated at Medicine King Valley, and that story absolutely cannot spread to the Eastern Domain. I'll kill you for your silence, take your treasures, and let Ye Junlin take the blame. That way, this old monk can kill 3 birds with 1 stone, all while maintaining a reputation for vanquishing evil." Among the group below, one person even held up a token before him. "I am a prince of the Great Yan dynasty. Have you considered the consequences of your actions?" The person next to him also spoke up. "I am an elder of the Crane sect from the Qian Kun sect. If anything happens to us, our sect will investigate this to the very end." However, faced with these threats, Xuan Kong couldn't care less. "I'll wipe you all out. Enough talk? Go meet your maker." A giant phantom hand of his seized both of them and squeezed hard. In the blink of an eye, they were crushed to death by Xuan Kong, their bodies mangled as they let out agonizing screams. Witnessing this scene, Zhuo Ba's face turned pale with fear as he thought, "I was planning to wash my hands of this business after this job, but how did things escalate to this point, fellow Taoist? Are you planning to eliminate me as well?" Xuan Kong smirked, a murderous glint in his eyes as he replied, "How could I? This old monk has the utmost respect for Benefactor Yi. Besides, I still have one more request. You, Benefactor, are greedy for wealth, while this old monk is greedy for my life. I hope you can be magnanimous about this." At last, he finally understood Xuan Kong's plan. This old swindler has a massive scheme. I bet he wants me too. No, he wants to frame that Ye Junlin guy. But that's fine, too. Fellow Taoist, do as you please. As for the consequences, I, Ye Junlin, will take full responsibility. Hearing those shameless words, a man in the crowd roared in anger. "Demon Lord Lin, so you're in league with this old swindler. You're after our lives and treasures. You won't die a peaceful death." And Miao Yi was furious and wanted to rush forward to deal with them. "Fan Bobo, this Ye Junlin has completely lost his mind." He whispered to cut her off. "Miss, keep your voice down. Haven't you noticed that our young Master Ye and his group look an awful lot like these people?" Faced with his words, she finally stopped to observe everyone more closely, and it was just as Fan Bobo had said. And Miao Yi had the same thought. Fan Bobo, actually. I've had that suspicion for a while now, ever since our last trip. I even thought that young Master Yi was the real Ye Junlin. He replied, "Miss, please calm down. Let's just watch quietly for now." Back with Xuan Kong, he was still diligently trying to slaughter everyone to pin the crime on Junlin. Above his head, a dazzling golden flower began to manifest. The people below were subjected to a sound that echoed in their skulls like a hammer, causing them to scream in agony. While Xuan Kong was still carrying out his plan, on Wu Ji's side, he had already used a recording sphere to capture the entire incident. "Master, as you instructed, the whole process has been recorded in the image sphere." Junlin stood with his arms crossed, replying with satisfaction. "Humph. Let's see how these swindlers can pretend to be so compassionate after this." A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he continued, Now that we have the evidence, I suppose it's time for me to warm up a bit, wouldn't you say? With that, he finally made his move, launching straight into the sky and vanishing from his original spot. Without any hesitation, Junlin pointed 2 fingers straight ahead, unleashing a terrifying blast straight at Xuan Kong. Caught by this surprise attack, the old monk had no time to react, and the golden bell was blown to smithereens. No longer hiding his identity, he flashed a confident smile and introduced himself. Tian's sect, Ye Junlin. The people below exclaimed in shock. What? Did he say he's Ye Junlin? Wait, isn't he that person from Medicine King Valley? There was no longer any doubt. Everyone finally recognized him and turned their hateful glares toward the group of imposters in unison. If he is the real Ye Junlin, then that group must all be fakes. This outcome was exactly what Fan Bobo and Miaoi had anticipated. The two of them spoke up joyfully. Fan Baba, young Master Yi is really Ye Junlin. I knew it. From the start, back at the Dragon Gate Inn, I had a feeling this person was no ordinary man. At Medicine King Valley, that feeling grew even stronger. He really is just like the legends say. Truly a divine dragon soaring through the 9 heavens, a being that ants like us could never hope to reach, hovering high in the sky. At this moment, a surging aura of power radiated from Ye Junlin's body, making it clear to anyone watching that this was the real deal, not some cheap imitation. Chatba looked up, no longer able to feign composure, his jaw hanging open, ready to drop. We're dead for sure this time. We put on that act for so long, and it turns out the real master was just watching from the sidelines. It's over. We're done for. Suddenly, the sound of Xuan Kong grinding his teeth rang out once more. Amitabha, Patron, you really know how to play games, making me waste all that time being polite to you. The old monk continued. No wonder you were able to humiliate me so badly back in Corpse King Valley. So you are Ye Junlin. Very well, let's settle all our scores, new and old, right here. Ye Junlin cut him off with a smirk. You old bald fraud, that little play you just put on. I've recorded all of it. What do you think? If I release this to the public, how will the world view your Xuan Kong temple? The old monk couldn't care less. If no one leaves here alive today, who's going to know? Besides, that sterling reputation you've built recently, it was all your own doing. Hearing Xuan Kong's despicable words, Ye Junlin grew angry and warned him. You're far too confident. The old man prepared to strike again, roaring. Back in Medicine King Valley, my cultivation realm was suppressed, and I fell into your trap. But things are different now. He threw a punch straight at Ye Junlin, intending to take his life. Die, you demon. Witnessing this, Wu Jie became extremely worried. This bald swindler is at the peak tribulation realm. Is Master in danger? Standing beside him, Tian thought to himself. This guy definitely has more tricks up his sleeve. Someone who can break the rules set by immortals can't be this simple. The attack drew closer and closer to Ye Junlin, but he didn't even try to dodge, standing perfectly still as he waited. Suddenly, a notification popped up from the system. Detected that the host is under attack from an enemy at the peak tribulation realm. Activating passive effect. The stronger the enemy, the stronger I become. Host has obtained the perfected tribulation realm cultivation. This was exactly what he was waiting for. His aura began to surge as he exclaimed, "It's here." Instantly, he raised his hand and shattered the incoming attack with a single punch. Xuan Kong, whose palm strike had just been destroyed, burst out laughing. "Ha ha, is that all you've got?" As his technique was broken, a mouthful of fresh blood shot from his lips, and his entire body was thrown backward. You? How could you? Xuan Kong was furious, refusing to accept defeat. He grit his teeth and continued, "You hid your powers so well. I never expected you to be at the perfected tribulation realm." Not wanting to waste any more time, a murderous glint flashed in Ye Junlin's eyes. He formed a stance with his hands and asked, "Tell me, how do you wish to die?" In response, Xuan Kong's rage exploded into a furious frenzy. So what if you're at the perfected tribulation realm? The Vajra indestructible body that I painstakingly cultivated was meant for fighting within Medicine King Valley. Even someone at the tribulation realm can't possibly kill me. Hearing the old man's arrogant words, Ye Junlin was at a loss. I gave you a chance, but you simply refused to take it. The old man let out a cold snort and interrupted. You spawn of evil, don't be so arrogant. With that, he began to unleash his ultimate technique, manifesting a massive golden dragon illusion. Great majestic heavenly dragon. The dragon phantom carried an incredibly oppressive aura, opening its maw filled with sharp fangs as it charged toward Ye Junlin, but he showed no fear. Humph, a puny loach. As soon as the words left his lips, a tear in space appeared in the sky above, and a colossal hand reached out from within it. The supreme bone. The hand moved swiftly toward the dragon, and Ye Junlin roared, "Hand of the heavens, Wasting no more time, Ye Junlin's lips curled into a smirk, ready to end this. He commanded, "Annihilate." Just like that, the dragon was seized by the giant hand, unable to move. Its body writhed and struggled, trying to break free. But with a single, powerful squeeze, the dragon was annihilated, its body torn into two halves before Xuan Kong's horrified eyes. Impossible. The ultimate technique of Xuan Kong Temple was destroyed in an instant like that, but it wasn't over. After destroying the dragon phantom, the colossal hand continued on, reaching for the old monk himself. In that instant, the old man snapped out of his shock and quickly fought back, using his Vajra Infinite Lantern to block the attack. Insolent. Although he tried his best to resist, the situation didn't look any better for him. The phantom hand squeezed tighter and tighter, making it impossible for him to hold on. Ye Junlin began his finishing move, yelling, "Humph, you don't know your own limits." Taking the full force of the blow, Xuan Kong was thrown backward, his body twisting and his face contorting in pain. Blood sprayed everywhere as his body slammed into the ground, creating a massive, earth-shattering explosion that sent debris flying in all directions. The disciples of Xuan Kong Temple witnessed this and didn't dare to move, huddling together with fear on their faces. As the dust settled, the scene was revealed. Xuan Kong was sitting there in a miserable state, coughing violently. Ye Junlin was quite surprised, exclaiming, "You're still not dead?" The old man was stubborn, refusing to admit defeat. His trembling hand pushed himself up from the ground. "My ultimate defense is invincible against those in the same realm. Yet today, I was defeated by pure physical strength. If that's the case, then it's time to use the sacred medicines from Medecine King Valley." As soon as he finished speaking, all the sacred medicines held by the disciples of Xuan Kong Temple suddenly flew out of their hands, much to their astonishment. Not only that, but the sacred medicines of others standing nearby were also shamelessly stolen, all flying towards Xuan Kong. He absorbed every last one of them. His eyes lit up, and his spiritual energy surged violently. Once he had absorbed enough, he prepared to launch his attack, his eyes filled with bitter hatred as he spoke. "This battle is just beginning." Before he could finish his sentence, Ye Junlin appeared before him and cut him off. "No, it can end now." Xuan Kong was stunned, wondering, what does he mean by that? Ye Junlin just grinned and continued, "I admit your defense is strong, but this technique of mine." As he spoke, Ye Junlin formed a sphere of golden lightning in the palm of his hand, crackling with energy, and asked, "How will you deal with this?" The moment he saw the fist technique Ye Junlin was preparing, Xuan Kong recognized it instantly and gasped, "That fist. That fist technique is." With a look of absolute confidence, Ye Junlin let out a triumphant laugh and asked, "You remember it now." Yet, the old man still didn't know when to quit, wanting to attack once more. Ridiculous. The power of that punch wasn't even a mosquito bite. Ye Junlin simply said, "Oh? And what if I told you I only used 1/10,000th of my power back then?" His words left Xuan Kong speechless. His eyes widened in absolute terror for a split second. What? But by the time he realized the problem, it was too late. Ye Junlin's thunderous punch was already closing in, accompanied by a loud roar. Damn it. Just like that, the old man took the full force of the blow to his stomach. Blood sprayed from his mouth as his eyes rolled back. An excruciating wave of pain shot through his entire body and up to his brain, making it unbearable. He wished he could just die on the spot. In the blink of an eye, Xuan Kong's body was torn to shreds, leaving nothing intact. With this threat eliminated, Ye Junlin felt a sense of relief and broke into a wide smile. Down below, the crowd that had witnessed everything trembled uncontrollably, unable to believe their eyes. "He's dead. The demon monk is dead. We're saved. We're saved." They had now completely shed their negative opinion of him. Instead, they saw him as their savior. It was Ye Junlin. Senior Ye saved us. From now on, my life belongs to Senior Ye. If anyone calls Senior Ye a villain, I'll fight them to the death. He's a hero. That's right. From now on, if anyone dares to slander Senior Ye's name, I'll put my life on the line against them. The heroic Senior Ye floated in mid-air. Ye Junlin looked down at the crowd cheering for him and gave a satisfied smile. A hero. A hero. Miao Yi's eyes sparkled brightly, filled with admiration. Young Master Yi is so incredible, so cool. Standing beside her, Fan Bobo added, "Young Master Yi's strength is beyond my wildest imagination. However, young miss, if you work hard enough, you can definitely become that strong too." Wu Jie praised him proudly. Master's might has once again opened this disciple's eyes. Tian thought to himself, Master Xuan Kong's defensive power was already extremely rare in the Central Plains, yet he was annihilated by a single punch. Just where is this guy's limit? After witnessing Xuan Kong's demise, Xuan Kong's disciples fearfully stumbled backward, scattering in a panic. Quick, back to the Xuan Kong temple. But of course, Wu Ji wasn't about to let them get away. Wielding his saber, he charged at them from behind. Where do you think you're going, you bald bastards? With a flurry of slashes, he wiped out the entire group, sparing no one. Finally, turning back to the group of imposters, Ye Junlin stood there, looking at them and said, "Now, it's time to settle the score between us." Their bodies went limp, unable to move. Zhuo Ba bowed his head, slamming it repeatedly on the ground as he shouted, "Senior Yi, please spare us. We were despicable and shameless. We beg you, don't lower yourself to deal with worms like us." The others quickly turned on each other. It was him. It was him. He forced us to do it. That's right. I was minding my own business, working at the Phoenix Spring Pavilion, but he insisted on tricking me into coming here. I used to be a farmer. I only followed him because he promised me food. I never expected to fall into his trap. Seeing all the blame being shifted onto him, the old man exploded with rage and yelled, "You ungrateful fools. You ate and drank your fill following me, and now you want to wash your hands of it all?" Looking at this bunch, Ye Junlin was speechless and couldn't be bothered to lift a finger. "TSK, this imposter is pathetic. I don't want to dirty my hands. Every debt has its debtor. I might as well let them handle it." With that in mind, he glanced over at Miao Yi and asked, "Miss Anne, how much did they steal from you?" She pointed a finger straight at them and replied, "You bastards. Cough up the 5 million supreme-grade spirit stones you took from me right now." The others behind her also rushed forward. "And the Bodhi Pearl treasure of our Spirit Mountain sect, and the treasure from our Lixiang sect. Spit it all out." The crowd descended upon them, mercilessly punching and kicking the imposters. "Our stuff too. Hand it over. Give it all back to us." Seeing the crowd tearing into the imposters, Ye Junlin didn't bother to intervene. With so many creditors, they're in big trouble now. Wu Jie fully agreed with this approach and added, "These worms are not even worthy of Master making a move." Miao Yi turned back to Ye Junlin and said, "Thank you, young Master Ye, for helping us reclaim our treasures. I always felt you were hiding something, but I never imagined you were the real Ye Junlin. I've been so blind for so long." Ye Junlin smiled and replied, "Actually, I wanted to reveal my identity when we first met, but you despised the imposter to your very core, so I could only play along and continue the act." Realizing how harsh her words had been, she was too embarrassed to look him in the eye. "Humph. It's all the fault of those scoundrels for misleading me. I even swore I'd become stronger to enact justice on heaven's behalf. Thinking back on it now, it's just ridiculous." He cut in, "Don't laugh. That's called having a righteous heart. It's beneficial for your cultivation, and with your spiritual constitution, your future is incredibly bright. I have high hopes for you." Hearing his words, she became even more excited. "Really? In that case, I'll work many times harder, and one day, I'll surpass you." Ye Junlin replied, "I'll be waiting for you at the finish line." After everything was settled, Ye Junlin had no reason to stay. He snapped his fingers and called out, "A kun." A kun appeared instantly, descending from the sky. Ye Junlin's group all flew up onto its back, and he didn't forget to wave goodbye. "Miss Anne, we'll meet again." The two of them replied in unison, "Yes, until we meet again." Witnessing the divine beast soaring through the sky, everyone had their minds blown. The rumors are true. Senior Ye's mount really is an 8 kun. Senior Ye truly is the prodigy of the eastern region, both kind and powerful. I was wrong to so easily believe the slanderous rumors about him. We have to find a way to clear Senior's name. He's our savior. Exactly. We must repay his kindness. And of course, they would start with the source of the problem. Then let's make the mastermind pay the price first. Right? Hearing this, Zhuo Ba's face turned pale with fear. He cowered and asked, "What do you want?" "I already returned your things." The others also cried and begged. "It had nothing to do with us. He's the one who took everything." But the crowd was no longer listening to their words. They all rushed forward, beating the imposters to a pulp. Agonized screams echoed through the air. The scene changes to the sky above, where Akun was still moving slowly. Traveling with Ye Junlin's group had been a real eye-opener for Bai Shushu-hei. His eyes were wide with wonder. The back of this Kun Pang is so vast, it's like a heavenly paradise. Ye Junlin gently introduced him. "Bai Shushu-hei, from now on, you're officially one of us. Let me introduce you to your senior brothers. This first one is Tian Ye. He's your eldest senior brother. He has a very eager personality. If you have any questions about cultivation, you can ask him." He forced a smile and replied, That's right. If fourth junior brother runs into any trouble, you can come find me." Bai Shushu-hei heard this and asked happily, "What? I've been in Medicine King Valley for 100,000 years and have never met such a stunningly beautiful person, and it turns out to be a man." Junlin continued, "This is your second senior brother, Bai Shushu. He is also your master's personal attendant and housekeeper. If you have any trouble with daily life, you can go to him. This is your third senior brother, Li Wuji. He is your master's scout and vanguard. If anyone bullies you, you can find him to take care of it for you." After getting acquainted with everyone, Bai Shushuhei bowed respectfully and said, "Bai Shushuhei greets his senior brothers. Please take good care of me from now on." With all that done, Junlin could finally rest after many tiring days. "All right, introductions are over. Everyone, go about your business. Bai Shushu, come here and massage my shoulders." Shushu replied cheerfully and enthusiastically, "Yes, master. Shushu will definitely satisfy you." After everyone had left, only Bai Shushuhei and Tian remained in the courtyard. He thought to himself, "Isn't all this just an act? Isn't the real goal to refine him later? However, maybe I'll get a piece of the action when the time comes." Thinking this, he cast his sharp gaze towards Bai Shushuhei, terrifying him. He couldn't stay any longer. He turned tail and fled. Senior brother's gaze is too scary. Why do I get the feeling he wants to eat me? He found Wuji and peeked over, asking, "Third senior brother, what are you doing?" Suddenly, his senior brother turned with a murderous look in his eyes and replied, "Fourth junior brother, want a bite?" Bai Shushuhei broke out in a cold sweat. "Third senior brother is offering me his own kind to eat. This guy is terrifying. Is it too late for me to run?" But while still munching away, Wuji realized his slip of the tongue and paused. He scratched his head awkwardly and turned around to speak. "Look at my brain. Senior brother really didn't mean it." But before he could finish, Bai Shushuhei had already vanished. "Third senior brother is too scary," Wuji exclaimed in frustration. "Ugh, I've completely blown it this time. I left such a bad impression on my junior brother." Meanwhile, back with Junlin. After Shushu finished his massage, he felt much more refreshed and comfortable. Time for a cup of tea. He looked at the teacup on the table. Shushu was so delighted, his eyes sparkled as he praised, "Master, you smell so good." Junlin then said, "Bai Shushu, let's have some tea." Just then, Tian was passing by when he suddenly noticed something. His gaze snapped back to him, and with quick recognition, he exclaimed, "Master, could this be enlightenment tea?" Junlin smiled and replied, "Yes, you know of it?" Without a doubt, Tian was practically drooling with desire. "It really is enlightenment tea. This is an extremely rare spirit tea. A single pinch of these leaves could cause a war among the top powers of the central region. The ancient supreme Immortal Ling of the central region only produces a tiny amount every 10,000 years for true immortals to have a small taste. I was once only able to smell its fragrance from afar. Can it be that my wish is finally coming true?" Filled with excitement and anticipation, he rushed forward and asked, "Yes, master. Might this disciple be fortunate enough to have a taste?" Junlin replied, "Of course." He picked up the teacup, handed it to Tian and urged, "Here, try it." Even as he held the cup in his hands, he still couldn't believe his eyes. He thought the enlightenment tea that the immortals of the central region spend 10,000 years searching for just a tiny cup of, and now I finally have it in my grasp. Wasting no more time, he raised it to his lips and took a sip, slowly savoring the flavor as it flowed through his mouth. The very next second, a strange sensation washed over him, making his eyes fly open as he shouted, "This power!" Tian dropped the teacup. Staring at his own body, which seemed about to explode with energy, his mouth hung open. A surge of power lifted his entire body into the air. Flames erupted, threatening to burn everything. Junlin, who had been leisurely sipping his tea, was stunned by this sudden sight and blurted out, "What's going on? Why is this kid getting so full of himself?" It turned out that thanks to the tea, Tian power was skyrocketing, jumping several levels at once. Early stage tribulation transcendence realm. Mid-stage tribulation transcendence realm. Late-stage tribulation transcendence realm. Peak tribulation transcendence realm. Standing nearby, Wuji heard the commotion and ran over, witnessing the scene. "What's happening?" In the blink of an eye, senior brother has broken through to the peak of the tribulation transcendence realm. He felt his body changing at a dizzying speed. Tian burst into a wild, ecstatic laugh, as if he'd gone mad. But before he could even savor the feeling, Junlin, already getting a headache, gave him a hard slap that snapped him back to his senses. "Huh? What the?" The blow was incredibly painful. Tian turned back with furious eyes and roared, "You!" Before he could finish, Junlin glared and cut him off. "What is it? Do you have a problem with your master?" He suddenly realized how foolish he'd been. He quickly clasped his hands and replied respectfully, "This disciple unintentionally offended you. Please forgive me, master." Junlin didn't want to dwell on the matter. He replied, "Just be more careful next time. Disciples, all of you, come have a taste." Hearing this, everyone quickly gathered, each taking a cup of tea with excited eyes. "Thank you, master, for the tea. Master, Forgive this disciple's impudence, but how much of that enlightenment tea do you have left? Oh. In response, Junlin immediately took out a massive, giant jar of tea and held it up. It's all in here. Tian was so shocked his jaw dropped. That much? A few leaves of enlightenment tea were enough to make countless true immortals desperate, yet he had a whole giant jar of it. Junlin gently patted his tea jar and asked, "What's wrong?" "Afraid there won't be enough to drink. If you want some, don't be shy." His eyes sparkled like stars as he asked happily, "Really? Thank you, master." Without hesitation, Wu Ji and Shu Shu began to sip and enjoy their tea. The moment they finished drinking, both of their bodies began to level up completely, becoming unbelievably powerful. Witnessing this, Bai Shu Shu Hei's jaw dropped in astonishment. He thought to himself, this aura is so powerful. Do these tea leaves really have such a great effect? Wu Ji glanced at Shu Shu and said, "Thank you, master." "Senior sister Bai, you've actually reached the late-stage tribulation transcendence realm," she replied cheerfully. "Senior brother, after just one sip, you can feel how much stronger you become too, right? Besides, this tea is delicious." Seeing Bai Shu Shu Hei just standing there without drinking, he urged, "Junior brother, drink up quickly. It can help you comprehend the Tao and level up." Hearing this, he didn't hesitate any longer and downed the whole cup of tea in one gulp. His senior brothers had all leveled up significantly, but he wasn't sure if it would work for the Medecine clan. But unlike the others, he seemed to adapt to this tea even better than everyone else. His body felt like it was about to explode. Wu Ji stood there, his jaw dropped and his eyes wide with astonishment. Perfected golden core, nascent soul, spirit transformation, body integration, Mahayana. Perfected Mahayana. After a series of continuous level-ups, Bai Shu Shu Hei finally stopped. Wu Jie and Tian let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness he stopped at perfected Mahayana. Otherwise, we senior brothers would have lost all our face. Because of the enlightenment tea, everyone had advanced by several realms. Even though the second cup didn't increase their cultivation level, it greatly enhanced their comprehension of the martial Tao. Ye Junlin took a sip of tea and thought to himself in satisfaction, this enlightenment tea is even more powerful than all the previous cultivation boosting rewards. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Due to the host's disciples' rapid cultivation advancement, a new mission has been triggered. Go to the Xuankong Temple to check in and receive a fantastic reward. Hearing this, he started looking forward to the next reward. A new mission has arrived. Perfect timing to settle the score with those baldies. Bai Shu Shu Li, bring the shadow recording sphere. We're taking a trip to Xuankong Temple. Wu Jie immediately grabbed the shadow recording sphere and replied, "Yes, master." Xuankong Temple is the supreme Buddhist sanctuary in the Eastern Domain. This time, we can finally knock them down a peg. I can't believe it's already time to settle accounts with those bald monks so soon, but the abbot of Xuankong Temple is unfathomably powerful. Can he really handle him? The scene shifts to the Eastern Domain. In Fozhu's Luoshan Kingdom, the surroundings were engulfed in thick smoke and fire. Everything was horrifically devastated. What's more, the perpetrators were cultivators, their weapons stained with blood, bringing disaster to countless innocent families. "Mom," a haggard woman grabbed the leg of a monk and pleaded, "Please, don't take my child. I'm willing to take his place." Hearing this, the bald monk, still gripping the child's head tightly as he cried, cut her off. "The Buddha is merciful. Patron, your sins are grave. The son must pay for the father's debts. Let your child bear this burden." Just as he said this, an attack suddenly shot down from the sky at incredible speed. The attack slammed into the bald monk's stomach, causing him immense pain. He hastily let go of the child. Not far away, a group of soldiers on war mounts advanced together, shouting, "How dare you! This is the territory of the Luoshan Kingdom. How can we let you people from Mount Xuankong run rampant?" He was Mirong Hai, the city lord of Luo Yu City, at the peak of the Nascent Soul stage. Hearing this, the bald monk became even more excited, revealing his fierce nature as he interrupted. "Humph, it's you again. Even if your king himself came here, he wouldn't dare to interfere. Who the hell do you think you are? These poor children we've taken in under the compassionate guidance of our mountain master will have immeasurable prospects. Don't ruin their future." The more Mirong Hai listened, the more furious he became. "Mountain master my ass. A beast in tattered Kaseya robes dares to preach Buddhist principles. The children you've taken have probably all ended up in his stomach." The bald monk clenched his fist and charged forward. "Insolent! How dare you slander the mountain master?" Without hesitation, he also unleashed a fatal slash. "You beast, take this." The two sides clashed fiercely. 2 blows were exchanged, but Mirong Hai was no match for him. His entire body was knocked backward, and he had to dig his feet in to stop himself. Just then, A man approached from behind and said, "City Lord, be careful. Let me help you." Hearing this, Murong Hai felt incredibly relieved and burst out laughing. "Commander Yang, you've come at the perfect time." He then pointed at the bald monk and shouted, "You demonic monk, surrender now." But before he could finish, the monk cut him off. "Patron Yang, show your compassion." This statement from the bald monk made Murong Hai pause for a second, not understanding what was happening. Standing behind him, Commander Yang, as if possessed, swung a heavy mace and struck him hard in the back. Caught by surprise, Murong Hai couldn't react in time. His body was sent flying, crashing violently into a stone wall. The immense pain rendered him unable to move. He could only lie there, motionless, as blood poured endlessly from his mouth. In that moment of agony, he struggled to get up, his whole body trembling violently. "Yang, you." Seeing this, the bald monk grew even more smug, a triumphant smile spreading across his face. "Amitabha, Patron Murong." Surprised, the shameless Commander Yang continued, "Only a fool like you would continue to oppose Mount Swan Kong. Everyone else has already converted." Murong Hai roared, "Shameless. You conspired with Mount Xuan Kong to kill a city lord. The imperial court will not spare you." The bald monk laughed maniacally, sparks flying from his body as he revealed everything. "Ha ha. The Luoshan Kingdom has long been in our grasp. Who would bother to investigate?" Commander Yang added, "To tell you the truth, the previous generations of city lords were all liberated because they stubbornly refused to be enlightened. Did the imperial court ever send anyone to check?" Faced with these words, Murong Hai gritted his teeth in bitter anger and exclaimed, "How can this be?" Before he could finish, the bald monk approached him. "Patron Murong, this humble monk warned you long ago, but you remained stubborn. In that case, this humble monk will send you on your way to paradise." Just when it seemed he was about to lose his life, with what little strength he had left, Murong Hai decided to fight back, grabbing his sword. He pointed it straight to the sky, creating a brilliant pillar of golden lightning, roaring, "You damn bald bastards, I'll take you down with me." Witnessing this, the bald monk was both angry and amused. A smirk appeared on his face as he muttered, "Foolish." Just as a fierce battle was about to erupt, Ah Kun flew in, shouting loudly, "Fellow Taoist, don't be rash." Hearing the loud noise and feeling the overwhelming aura, everyone stopped fighting and looked up in terror. Murong Hai couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, "Could that be an ancient divine beast from the Kunlun realm? A Kunpeng?" Of course, the bald monk also recognized it immediately. "Is that a supreme great demon at the Tribulation Transcendence stage? Why would it appear here?" At last, a familiar figure emerged, standing there with a brilliant smile. That person was, of course, none other than Ye Junlin. He brought his fingertips together, aimed them downward, and commanded, "Ah Kun, swallow those shaved-head freaks whole for me." The moment he finished speaking, Ah Kun opened his gaping maw full of sharp fangs, like a colossal black hole, sucking in absolutely everything. Witnessing this scene, the bald man was so terrified he couldn't even close his mouth, his eyes wide with shock as he thought, this great demon of the Tribulation Transcendence realm is actually his mount? What kind of sick joke was this? The entire shameless bunch was sucked straight into Ah Kun's mouth, completely unable to resist. He desperately pleaded, "No, senior, spare me. Spare my life." But it was already too late. There was no turning back for him. The entire group was wiped out, leaving only the echoes of their horrified screams. Murong Hai, who had been watching the entire event unfold, exclaimed with eyes full of terror, "The Kunpeng swallows all." After it had devoured the group, their mangled corpses were strewn all over the ground. Only Commander Yang remained, standing frozen to the spot. "All the bald monks are dead. What am I going to do?" Back over with Murong Hai. After dealing with the matter, Ye Junlin's group descended and landed right in front of him. Ye Junlin asked in a serious tone, "May I ask who you are, fellow Taoist? Why were those demon monks here, killing and plundering?" Murong Hai didn't hide a thing. He clasped his hands together and answered respectfully, "Reporting to you, senior, this humble one is the lord of this city, Murong Hai. That group was made up of fake monks, all minions of Xuan Kong Mountain. They came here to kidnap 800 young boys and girls for the master of Xuan Kong Mountain to consume. Thankfully, senior, you intervened." Hearing this, Ye Junlin grew even more curious and asked, "Xuan Kong Mountain? Is it related to the Xuan Kong Temple?" The city lord continued, "Yes. The master of Xuan Kong Mountain was originally a gray wolf spirit. It was enlightened by the abbot of Xuan Kong Temple and came to enjoy the incense and worship offered to it. But later, it secretly escaped and established its own sect. Under its command are 3 great demon clans serving as protectors, leading 48,000 lesser demons. The more he spoke of them, the more enraged he became, gritting his teeth. That beast uses the name of the Buddhist sect to recruit fugitive criminals, ordering them to kidnap young boys and girls across the 36 nations of the Buddhist continent. On the surface, it pretends to enlighten them and convert them to Buddhism, but in reality, he eats them all. Faced with such a horrifying truth, Wuji couldn't help but exclaim in indignation, "Truly a beast. Doesn't anyone in the Buddhist continent stand up to exterminate them?" Murong Hai replied, "At first, the rulers of the nations sent envoys to Xuan Kong Temple for help, but they all vanished without a trace. Clearly, someone is backing that beast. Xuan Kong Temple is the foremost power in the eastern region's Buddhist holy land. Abbot Xu Yun is the spiritual leader of all Zen cultivators. They have never admitted any connection to that beast. The nations can only suppress their anger and swallow their resentment. As for me, I can only rely on my own strength to fight them to the death." Standing behind them, Tian spoke up. Those hypocrites don't dare question the sins committed by their abbot, but fearing damage to Xuan Kong Temple's reputation, they secretly eliminated all the envoys. Murong Hai clenched his fists and continued, "No one dares to question Xuan Kong Temple, and even if they did, they probably wouldn't get an answer." While they were all talking, something unexpected happened. Ye Junlin spotted Commander Yang turning tail and fleeing. Of course, there was no way he was going to let him off that easily. The corner of his mouth curled into a wicked smile. "Where do you think you're going, you mud of Xuan Kong Mountain?" At the mention of him, Murong Hai snapped back to reality, pointing his blade at Commander Yang and roaring, "You animal. You colluded with Xuan Kong Mountain and caused the deaths of generations of city lords. If it weren't for Senior, I'm afraid I would have died at your hands as well." Ye Junlin added, "If I'm not mistaken, that gray wolf spirit must be up to something big, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't be in such a desperate hurry to run." Commander Yang immediately kowtowed, pressing his forehead to the ground as he explained everything. "It's true, the Mountain Master. No, that damned beast is planning to hold a grand birthday banquet soon, so he ordered his subordinates to step up the capture of children. The quota is incredibly high." Murong Hai furiously cut him off. "For this city alone, you needed 800 boys and girls. Across the entire Luoshan Kingdom and the other 35 nations, how horrifying must that number be? All of you deserve to die." The commander's face turned pale with fear, his voice trembling violently. "Xuan Kong Mountain's power is immense and its backing is unshakable. Who would dare to cross them? So it's not my fault. There's no forgiving a cold-blooded monster like you." Ye Junlin slowly raised his hand, forming a dazzling speck of golden light as he snorted coldly. "Then you can go down and keep those beasts company." With that, he flicked his finger. Commander Yang's entire body was sent flying backward before he could even react, kicking up a thick cloud of white dust. While he was still trying to process what had just happened, Kun's wide-open, fang-filled maw appeared right before his eyes. "Senior, spare me." A system notification popped up. "Congratulations, host, for activating the Xuan Kong Mountain mission. Eliminate the gray wolf spirit. Completion will grant a special reward." Hearing this, Ye Junlin thought to himself with even greater anticipation. Perfect timing. I was planning on dealing with those beasts anyway. With that, he decided not to waste any more time there. He looked at Murong Hai and asked, "Are you willing to lead us to Xuan Kong Mountain?" He immediately replied, "This humble one is willing." "Thank you, Senior, for saving the people from this fiery torment. You are truly a great benefactor." Receiving such high praise, Ye Junlin looked slightly embarrassed. He avoided eye contact and gave a flick of his hand. "A great benefactor, huh? It's rare for someone to describe me like that." In the blink of an eye, they all vanished. When they opened their eyes again, they were in the living space on Kun's back. Murong Hai thought in astonishment, "This is the back of the divine beast, Kun? How can there be such an elegant courtyard here?" Overcome with curiosity, he looked at Ye Junlin and asked, "If I may be so bold, Senior, may I ask your esteemed name?" "This humble one will surely etch it into my heart." Ye Junlin didn't hide it and introduced himself. "Xuan Tian sect, Ye Junlin." Just hearing that name, the city lord recognized it instantly. So, it is Senior Ye. But as he processed it further, Murong Hai was completely shocked, his eyes flying wide open. "Wait, Ye Junlin? Isn't that the white-haired demon whose infamous reputation has been spreading like wildfire recently? The one they call the God of Slaughter. This is completely different from the image that the Buddha continent has rumored for so long. Now, monks are kidnapping and plundering everywhere, while the God of Slaughter is vanquishing demons and saving the world. In this era, who is the real demon? The scene shifts to the eastern region of the Buddha continent at Black Sky Mountain, the lair of the Ash Wolf spirit. The landscape is shrouded in a grim and terrifying gloom. Sitting on a large throne, a beastman was frantically tearing at a piece of flesh, dark red blood dripping from it as he spoke. "How are things progressing?" He is the master of Black Sky Mountain, the Ash Wolf spirit, at the peak integration realm. Hearing his question, his monstrous underlings below immediately responded. Reporting to the Mountain Master, the disciples are about to return. The grand birthday banquet will be held in 5 days. We will definitely gather enough 66,666 young boys and girls. This was one of the 3 great guardians, the 5-colored Rooster King, at the peak spirit transformation realm. An ox-headed beastman continued. Haha, this humble one will definitely do his best. Please rest assured, Mountain Master. This was another of the 3 great guardians, the Red Ox King. Also at the peak spirit transformation realm, the last one, a pig-headed beastman, spoke up. Just thinking about their fair skin and tender flesh makes my mouth water. This was the 3rd great guardian, the Wild Boar King, at the peak spirit transformation realm. Hearing these words, the wolf spirit became even more ravenous, licking his lips with his long tongue and bursting into a loud laugh. Praise be. Over 60,000 children with spiritual roots are coming to form a bond with this Buddha. Just as he finished speaking, the surrounding space began to shake violently. His ears twitched, listening intently. Sensing something approaching, he angrily shot to his feet and roared. What a powerful aura! Who dares to trespass? Not waiting a moment longer, the Ash Wolf spirit ordered his 3 trusted subordinates. Follow me. Let's go see. Meanwhile, outside in the sky, Akon was carrying Ye Junlin's group to the lair ruled by the Ash Wolf spirit. When they arrived, Murong Hai pointed down below and said, Senior, below us is the lair of those beasts from Black Sky Mountain. Ye Junlin added, From this day forward, Black Sky Mountain will cease to exist. Akon, you've consumed quite a few demon cores and spiritual medicines along the way. You've now broken through to the Tribulation Transcendence realm. As he finished speaking, the Ash Wolf spirit and his cronies finally appeared. Their eyes filled with hatred. They shouted, Who has the audacity to? But before they could even finish their sentence, right before their eyes, Akon stood there majestically, his aura soaring, showing these scumbags what a true demon king looks like. The Ash Wolf spirit and his beasts seemed to be petrified, their faces filled with fear, all their earlier confidence gone. One cried out, Mountain Master, what is going on? But before they could figure it out, Akon opened his mouth and immediately took a massive bite, giving them no time to react as they took the full force of the blow. The wolf spirit and his minions were severely injured by the single strike. Blood spewed from their mouths, their eyes rolled back, and their bodies were sent flying straight into the ground below, creating a huge explosion. The earth and rocks in that spot were blown sky high. Witnessing what just happened, Murong Hai still couldn't believe his eyes. A single move destroyed all of Black Sky Mountain. Is this the legendary ancient divine beast, the Kun Peng? Down below, the wolf spirit hadn't given up yet. He reached out a hand with sharp claws and dug into the cliff face. Dark red blood poured from his eyes and mouth, revealing his extreme fury. A Tribulation Transcendence realm demon beast. I was careless. You just wait, he snarled. The wolf spirit quickly reached for a cord hanging above his head, laughing menacingly as he said, I have reigned as king in this far western land for 200 years, and I'm backed by the Black Sky Temple. Even the kingdom's ruler wouldn't dare to provoke me. You, a mere demon beast, dare to challenge your grandfather? As soon as he finished speaking, a phantom image of an old monk appeared above his head, blazing with a brilliant halo. He regained his confidence, unafraid of anyone. I have the Black Sky Temple backing me. Even if you're a Tribulation Transcendence realm demon beast, you can't look down on this Mountain Master. The phantom image of the old monk slowly opened its eyes and glanced towards Ye Junlin's group. Without any hesitation, it swung a giant hand down towards Akon, as if to crush everything below. Facing this sight, Ye Junlin wasn't scared at all. On the contrary, he seemed extremely interested. This attack contains the aura of the peak Tribulation Transcendence realm. The Black Sky Temple is interesting indeed. Standing beside him, Murong Hai gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, It's too strong. A mere phantom of the Black Sky Temple's abbot already has such power. Can Senior Ye withstand it? Even someone as stubborn as Tian was forced back by the aura, struggling to endure it. Although this seat is also at the peak Tribulation Transcendence realm, I wouldn't dare say I could take this blow head-on. How can we deal with this guy? He wondered. Contrary to their thoughts, Ye Junlin didn't see it as a threat at all. The corner of his mouth curved into a smirk as he asked, You think you can act all high and mighty in front of me? So you really are protected by a demon monk. Wasting no more time, he immediately launched an attack towards the phantom hand, intercepting its strike. A second later, an explosion that seemed to tear space itself boomed out. The phantom of the old monk vanished instantly. Down below, only the Ash Wolf spirit remained, his face a mask of terror, his mouth agape as he uttered, Impossible. Absolutely impossible. That was a phantom of the Black Sky Temple's abbot, at the peak tribulation transcendence realm at the very least. Could this guy be even stronger than that? But I can't sense his cultivation level at all. This is definitely someone I can't afford to provoke. Realizing this man was not to be trifled with, he and his minions hurriedly knelt before Ye Junlin. Senior, spare our lives. This humble one was ignorant. How? How did this humble one offend you, Senior? Hearing this, a murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he replied, You built your mountain fortress here. You're in my way. Although they knew that wasn't the real reason, the ash wolf spirit had to grit his teeth and endure it, his body trembling as he said softly, This humble one will get lost immediately. We will never set foot here again. Suddenly, remembering something important, Ye Junlin stroked his chin and asked, You want to return to the Black Sky Temple? Faced with this question, the wolf spirit put on a fawning expression. Looking up as he replied, If Senior has time to visit the temple, I can recommend the abbot to come discuss the Tao and preach the Dharma with you. Inwardly, he thought, Since you know about my relationship with the Black Sky Temple, you should know your place. Ye Junlin interrupted him. I was just thinking of going to the Black Sky Temple. How about we go together? He happily nodded in agreement. Yes. Thank you for the honor, Senior. In his heart, he thought, just wait until we get to the Black Sky Temple. You're a dead man. But of course, he wasn't given the chance to carry out his plan, as a lightning fast slash sliced straight through the wolf spirit's neck. His eyes bulged wide, and by the time he realized what had happened, it was already too late. He only had time to utter a single word, You, before blood splattered from his body. Across from him, Ye Junlin struck with a cold expression, not even blinking. I never said I'd let you return alive. After dealing with everything here, he looked towards Wu Jie and ordered, Bai Shushu Li, store that head carefully. This is my greeting gift for the abbot of Xuan Kong Temple. He replied cheerfully, Yes, master. He then turned to Murong Hai and said, City Lord Murong, Xuan Kong Mountain has been leveled. You can go rescue the remaining children without worry. He respectfully clasped his hands and replied, Thank you, Senior. Murong Hai and the children will remember your kindness for the rest of our lives. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone tablet appeared from the system. It read, Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Annihilate Xuan Kong Mountain. Reward, 9th grade Xuan Qi weapon, the Kang Yuan sword. The Kang Yuan sword is a mysterious, ancient flying sword with unimaginably terrifying power. Its quality increases along with the user's cultivation realm. Hearing this, he exclaimed happily, Oh, unimaginably terrifying power? I wonder just how terrifying it is. I'm really looking forward to finding out. The scene changes to the eastern region, Buddha continent, within the Pure Land nation's Fentua mountain. The scenery is magnificent, with rolling mountains that resemble the Penglei immortal realm. Nestled between two large mountains stands a solemn temple. This is the Xuan Kong Temple. At the entrance of the main hall, a monk walks inside and announces, Abbot, the Dharma altar will open soon. The disciples have completed all preparations. The man seated opposite him on a golden lotus platform replied with his eyes still closed, You are dismissed. This old man is the abbot of Xuan Kong Temple, Xu Yun, at the perfected tribulation transcendence realm. He fiddled with his prayer beads, thinking to himself, The seal I placed on that wretch was broken by someone. Never mind the far western lands, even in the entire Buddha continent, the number of cultivators on par with this old monk can be counted on one hand. Who could it be? Forget it. If that sinful beast dies while causing trouble out there, it can be considered karmic retribution. He stopped thinking about it. Xu Yun slowly stood up and stepped down from the lotus platform. I just hope whoever acted knows their place and stops there. If this escalates, it will surely damage the reputation of Xuan Kong Temple. He pondered as he walked. A few days ago, Elder Xuan Kong suddenly passed away. Lately, many unfortunate things have happened at Xuan Kong Temple. After the Dharma assembly ends, I must discipline the monks again. Meanwhile, outside on a trail leading up the mountain, 3 figures were walking. The one leading the way was the first prince of the Pure Land nation. He spoke up, saying, Ever since hearing the abbot's sermon last time, my understanding of the Buddhist golden body has become much more profound. I'm confident I could even withstand an attack from a demon emperor, he continued. The man behind him then spoke, Big brother, your comprehension is still superior. This younger brother is still quite clueless. This was the second prince of the Pure Land nation. The girl beside them, Princess Ming Yue, replied cheerfully, Second brother, didn't you say a while ago that your understanding of the 6-syllable mantra had deepened? You even said you could suppress a demon emperor. Having his secret exposed, the second prince hastily explained, Big brother, don't listen to our little sister's nonsense. My shallow cultivation is no match for yours. The first prince interrupted, Second brother, don't be so modest. We can spar when we get back." He hastily replied, "Ah, all right, all right." After chatting for a while, the three of them continued walking. Ming Yue looked full of anticipation. In 2 more months, it will be Father Emperor's birthday celebration. I hope I can use this opportunity at the Dharma altar to comprehend new Buddhist principles. That way, I can make Father Emperor happy. A while later, the Dharma altar finally opened. A synchronized chant echoed. All bodhisattvas and mahasattvas should thus subdue their minds. All living beings, whether born from eggs, from the womb, from moisture, or by transformation, I will lead them all to the ultimate nirvana for their final liberation. Just as they reached this point, Xu Yun suddenly sensed something, his eyes slowly opening to look up. Atop the Great Wall, Ye Junlin, Tian, and Wu Jie had appeared. A monk pointed at the group and shouted, "You people have trespassed into Xuankong Temple. This is a great disrespect to the Buddhist faith. Please leave at once." The first prince and his group from the Pure Land Nation also spoke up angrily. Who are these people to be so arrogant? Before they could even figure out what was happening, Ye Junlin grabbed the temple's sign and hurled it straight at the crowd of monks. He replied, "This venerable one has come to deliver a gift today." Seeing the sign lying on the ground, smashed into 2 pieces, a monk, so furious, his eyes turned bloodshot, cursed, "You audacious madman! How dare you smash the sign of Xuankong Temple? With this heinous act, you declare yourself an enemy of the Buddhist faith." Hearing their words, Ye Junlin couldn't hold back. With a cold expression, he cut them off. "Don't flatter yourselves. You demon monks don't have the right to represent the entire Buddhist faith." Holding nothing back, he pointed directly at them and continued, "Your Xuankong Temple is full of people with the face of a Buddha but the heart of a serpent. You are filthy hypocrites. Today, this venerable one will peel back your skin for the world to see your ugly true faces." Witnessing this, Ming Yue exclaimed in disbelief, "Heavens, is he insane? How dare he cause a scene at Xuankong Temple?" The first and second princes had the same reaction, frozen in shock. Someone actually dares to cause trouble here, in the Buddha continent. He's openly insulting Xuankong Temple. Where does that leave the dignity of our Pure Land Nation? Without letting Ye Junlin say another word, a massive crowd of monks charged forward all at once. "Wretch, it's not your place to cause trouble here. Seize him. The abbot will deal with him." But of course, Wu Ji wouldn't just stand by. He glanced at them with sharp eyes and retorted, "Ha, just you lot." Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a volley of space-tearing blade strikes at the monks as fast as lightning. Seeing this blade technique, even the first prince had to praise it. What an overbearing blade intent. This man's mastery of the blade is beyond the transformation realm. He's no ordinary person. So powerful. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Xu Yun finally decided to show himself. He said, "Trouble has indeed come knocking. But with so many of the world's meditation cultivators gathered here, this must be handled properly." He quickly approached Ye Junlin to speak. His demeanor was still incredibly calm as he clasped his hands together and spoke gently. "Amitabha Buddha, benefactor, you have been rude. May I ask how our Xuankong Temple has offended you? Please, tell this old monk. This old monk will surely handle the matter properly and give you a satisfactory explanation." Seeing Xu Yun's act, Ye Junlin was so disgusted he cut him off. "An act. Keep up the act for me. You really are the best actor of them all." Still refusing to admit anything, he feigned confusion. "Benefactor, it seems your misunderstanding of our Xuankong Temple runs very deep, but everything in this world is governed by reason. Today, this old monk is holding a sermon to teach the Buddhist scriptures, and you people have barged in without reason to cause destruction. This old monk hopes that you, patron, can provide a reasonable explanation." Without making Xu Yun wait any longer, he smirked and gave an order to Wu Jie. "This is my explanation." Wu Jie understood immediately. He took out the illusion sphere and threw it straight into the air for everyone to see. Inside the sphere, the previous conversation between Zhuo Ba and Xuankong appeared. Seeing this, the Buddhist disciples exclaimed in astonishment, "That's Elder Xuankong." They continued to point and whisper amongst themselves, "That's the white-haired old demon Ye Junlin. It looks like he's trying to kidnap the cultivators from Medecine King Valley. He's as evil as his name suggests." Luckily, Great Master Xuankong was there to stop him. May Buddha be praised. Xu Yun was shocked, thinking to himself, "Xuankong again. This person must be connected to Xuankong's death." The first prince was also very pleased, offering his praise. "That demon Ye is vicious and cruel. Even with Great Master Xuankong stepping in to stop him, there's bound to be a fierce battle." Inside the illusion sphere, Zhuo Ba's voice continued to play. "If that's the case, then our meeting must be fate. I hope, fellow Taoist, that you will not interfere in what comes next." Seeing this, Xu Yun feigned compassion and added his own words. "Amitabha, Amitabha, Those who have left the mortal world show compassion, converting the wicked and sacrificing their own lives. Elder Xuan Kong's charitable act is the very ideal that our Xuan Kong temple has always preached. However, before the old man could continue speaking, a series of subsequent scenes unfolded that was a true eye-opener for everyone. Regarding the deep secrets hidden within Xuan Kong Temple, everyone was utterly shocked, unable to believe their own eyes. What is happening? Why is this great master attacking his own people, and even cooperating with the white-haired old demon? Xu Yun was now speechless, standing frozen in place, thinking, that idiot Xuan Kong, you were foolish enough to get caught on recording doing this. At last, everything was brought to light, followed immediately by the scene of Ye Junlin fighting Xuan Kong. Everyone standing there turned their gaze in unison toward him. They whispered amongst themselves, he's the one who killed a god. Ye Junlin actually came to Fantuo Mountain in person. Ye Junlin saved those cultivators. Xuan Kong wanted to kill those cultivators. It was Ye Junlin who stepped in to stop him. An elder of Xuan Kong Temple actually did something so despicable. Ye Junlin stood still, his arms crossed over his chest, a look of anticipation on his face. Let's see how you'll talk your way out of this one. The first prince looked toward his younger sister and said, Little sister, quick, hide behind me. Ming Yue replied, Why should I hide? It was Ye Junlin who saved those cultivators. He's a hero. He responded, This whole thing is too strange. Let's just watch and see what happens. Standing there, Xu Yun was still lost in a moment of silence, thinking. To think that Xuan Kong was actually beaten to death by him. But the urgent matter now is to reclaim our honor first. With that thought, he spoke up to refute the claims. You demon Ye, you truly are despicable. How dare you tamper with the illusion sphere to frame Elder Xuan Kong and ruin the reputation of my Xuan Kong temple? You think you can deceive the world with such a vile trick? How utterly ridiculous. Hearing these words, Ye Junlin immediately grabbed the head of the Gray Star Wolf and threw it straight at the old man. He asked, Humph, I knew you'd deny it. So, what about this? Seeing the Gray Star Wolf's head roll to a stop at his feet, Xu Yun recoiled in horror, crying out, What? He grinned, his eyes fixed on the old man, and added, Old Baldy, I found the pet you lost. Aren't you going to thank me properly? Yet even at this moment, the old man suppressed the rage within his heart and resolutely denied everything. Don't talk nonsense. This old monk has absolutely no connection to this beast. In his mind, he thought, So it was you who killed this accursed creature as well. And that's not all. Ye Junlin then presented even more evidence. The words the Gray Star Wolf spoke before it died, for everyone to see. Look at how many wicked deeds this stupid wolf has committed in the Far West, all because it had someone backing it up. For years, the people of the Far West have lived in misery, repeatedly coming to Xuan Kong Temple for help. Instead, to protect their reputation, they secretly sent people to eliminate those who complained. Just as they were watching this, some people immediately recognized the wolf and spoke up in unison. I remember now. Xuan Kong Temple did indeed raise a gray wolf. I remember seeing it in the temple a long time ago. Would Great Master Xu Yun really allow an evil beast to commit such atrocities? Could this illusion sphere have been faked? I have indeed heard rumors of someone using Xuan Kong Temple's name to kidnap children. But while they were still doubting the authenticity of the illusion sphere, one person stepped forward to bear witness. The images in the illusion sphere are real. The man pointed a determined finger straight at Xu Yun's face, exposing his crimes. I am an elder of the Tianxiang sect, and I swear upon the honor of the Tianxiang sect here and now. There is nothing unusual about the images in these illusion spheres. Everything recorded is the absolute, verified truth. Standing nearby, the second prince also spoke up. The top sect of the Pure Land Nation would never lie. Ming Yue's voice trembled with fear. My God, that's horrifying. Xu Yun is truly despicable. The first prince exclaimed, the elder of the Tianxiang sect has personally stepped up to confirm it. There can be no more doubt. Everyone present was filled with indignation. They were utterly appalled by this exposed crime of Xuan Kong Temple. Abbot Xu Yun appears so righteous and solemn on the outside, yet he condones a demonic beast's cruelty. Oh, Buddha, what in the world is the truth? After letting them finish watching, Ye Junlin retrieved the illusion sphere and spoke. If anyone still doubts its authenticity, you can go to the Far West to verify it for yourselves. What I have just presented is the irrefutable truth. He waved his hand and shouted, This is the highly respected and virtuous figure in your eyes, the leader of the Buddhist faith, Xu Yun. You are a wolf in a monk's robes. What stains your lotus throne is not the morning dew, but blood and tears. It's the anguish of the children who died tragic deaths in the Far West. Even if you chant Amitabha Buddha for 10,000 years, you will never be able to bring salvation to the thousands of vengeful souls you've pushed into hell. The first prince was furious beyond measure, his eyes burning with hatred as he gritted his teeth and roared, "To think I was blind for so long." Everyone rose up in unison against Su Yun, shouting curses. "This is truly a disgrace to Buddhism, a disgrace to the world. Old man Su Yun, you are unworthy of being a man of faith. You beast, get out of the eastern domain. Get out of the eastern domain." After enduring these curses for a while, finally, Shu Yan could no longer contain his rage. He clenched his fists so tightly that his prayer beads shattered into tiny pieces. He went berserk, slamming his hands together and creating a powerful shockwave that radiated outwards. "Get out of the eastern region. Get out of the Buddhist sect." The aura the old man released was immense, silencing the entire space. "Shut up, all of you. Shut up." Naturally, the people present were no match for Shu Yun. With just a single strike, he shattered their very souls, causing blood to flow endlessly from their eyes, noses, and mouths. Fortunately, Ye Junlin acted just in time. He raised his hand, creating a barrier to keep everyone safe. The first prince looked at him and said, "Thank you, Senior Ye. I was almost killed by his shockwave. The abbot is trying to silence us. Big brother, little sister. We must report this to our royal father immediately." While still under Ye Junlin's protection, everyone rushed towards the main gate to escape. "Let's go. Quickly. The abbot has gone mad." But of course, there was no way he would let them get away. "None of you will leave." As soon as he spoke, a giant golden bell materialized in the sky, slamming down over the entire mountain, trapping everyone inside. Now, no one could get out. They were all completely helpless. "Su Yun, what are you doing?" The old man's face twisted into a vicious expression, his eyes glowing as he spoke. "Amitabha, today, as this old monk opened a Dharma altar, I was invaded by the demon, Ye. I joined forces with my fellow monks and other cultivators to fight this demon, using all our strength to finally kill him. It is only a pity that the other cultivators unfortunately lost their lives." Amitabha. Faced with such shameless words, everyone became enraged, pointing directly at the old man. "Shu Yun, you're digging your own grave and burying the reputation of the Xuankong Temple." Standing to the side, Ye Junlin watched everything unfold, yet he remained perfectly calm, letting out a slight smirk. As expected of someone from the same temple as Yuan Kong. Despicable, just the same. Expressing his outrage, the first prince pointed at the group of monks and demanded, "Are you all going to conspire with him in this filthy deed?" They replied, "Everything the abbot has done is for the sake of the Xuankong Temple. We will not betray him over the one-sided words of that demon, Ye. Amitabha, we swear to protect the Xuankong Temple to the very end." The second prince held Princess Ming Yue and said, "Big brother, second brother, they've been controlled by Shu Yun. Our only choice now is to fight our way out." Ye Junlin calmly pointed at the old man Shu Yun and gave an order to Tian Ye. "No more talk. Hong Tian Ye, go." Hearing this, he became furious, thinking to himself, "Your grandpa dares to order me around like a dog?" Watching Tian Ye charge at him with blazing flames, Shu Yun also began his attack. "Just in time. I'll use you as a sacrifice for my formation." Tian Ye roared, "You shut your mouth." Meanwhile, at the foot of Mount Fanda in the Pure Land nation of the Eastern Buddha region, everyone could see a massive explosion erupting on the mountaintop. The Xuankong Temple has activated its mountain-protecting formation. Could they be in some kind of danger? Invading the Xuankong Temple means making an enemy of the entire Buddhist sect. In the capital of the Pure Land nation, a group of soldiers had arrived to report, "Your Majesty, there has been an incident at the Xuankong Temple. The three highnesses are still inside. We await your command." Hearing this, the ruler of the Pure Land nation could no longer stand by. He ordered his soldiers to immediately summon the Gangcheng army to Mount Fanda. They replied, "As you command." While everyone was rushing towards the Xuankong Temple, one soldier furtively slipped behind a city wall to do something suspicious. He took out a stone tablet from his robes, which was enveloped in a strange aura. Then, his eyes darted to the side as a cunning smile spread across his face. "It's time." Back at the battle, Wu Jie looked up at the sky and shouted, "Damn it. It's all because of this stupid formation." But Tian Ye couldn't care less about that. A murderous look filled his face as he stared forward and scoffed. This bothersome Buddhist prison cage might be decent at suppressing mortal cultivators, but in my eyes, it's still far too weak. Enraged by his words, Shu Yun formed a fist of fire and lunged forward to shut him up. But Tian Ye wasn't about to just stand there and take it. His body erupted in flames as he charged forward to meet the attack head-on. Golden Crow incinerating flame art. When the two techniques collided, they created a terrifying explosion that lit up the entire area. But it didn't end there. Shu Yun continued with his next attack. Even though you're at the peak of the tribulation transcendence realm, you're still nothing to be afraid of. Since you're a master of fire-based techniques, let's see how you fare against the Buddhist sect. With that said, he unleashed a powerful strike, roaring, 9 nether-blazing fire. Tian retorted, Crimson Phoenix Flame. But as expected, the old man's power was not to be underestimated. After taking that blow, Tian was clearly at a disadvantage. That bald old geezer's flames contain the power of the 9 nethers. You're colluding with the Abyss clan and you still dare to call yourself a high monk of the Buddhist sect. Shu Yun's eyes flashed red like a demon's as he laughed in response. Arrogant. How could an outside demon understand the true Dharma? This is the karmic fire of the Buddhist sect, and it will incinerate all of you. Just then, a loud noise came from outside. What appeared was a kun, diving down at incredible speed. Witnessing this, Shu Yun was stunned. Is that a kun? Why would an ancient divine beast, a demon emperor of the tribulation transcendence realm, appear at Mount Fanda? Could this be another one of Ye Junlin's tricks? It turned out that a kun's purpose was to break the barrier and rescue everyone. Standing on its back, Bai Shushu shouted, Master, eldest brother and fourth brother are here to help you. Hearing this, Shu Yun became even more furious. He formed 2 fists of fire and roared, a mere beast like this Kunpeng can't possibly break my mountain-protecting formation. In response, Tian smirked contemptuously. Is that so? It turned out it wasn't just relying on a kun's strength. Bai Shushu and Bai Shushu He began to combine their powers to shatter the formation. Fourth brother, let's break this formation together. 2 powerful streams of energy, 1 gold and 1 blue, shot simultaneously towards the barrier, creating an enormous explosion. Soon, Shu Yun's formation could no longer hold, and cracks began to spread all over it. The old man froze in shock. How can this be? There are tribulation transcendence realm powers on that divine beast's back. Does that demon Ye actually have disciples in the tribulation transcendence realm? Finally, with one more strike from a kun, the old man's formation was completely shattered. Seeing the barrier break open, everyone saw their chance to live and quickly ran outside. The formation is broken. Everyone, run. Little sister, let's go. But Shu Yun was still stubborn, determined not to let this matter get out. He roared insanely. Get back here. No one will escape. Just when it seemed like everyone was about to perish in the most perilous moment, a technique shot out from nowhere, shattering the attack in an instant. The one who had just intervened was none other than Ye Junlin. He smiled and asked, surprised, shocked. Seeing his plan, which was so close to completion, get thwarted, Shu Yun was utterly furious. His eyes filled with bloodshot veins as he thought to himself, this can't happen. If these people spread the word, the Xuankong Temple will lose its standing, and my own reputation will be ruined along with it. Because of this, he quickly ordered his disciples, stop those trying to escape. Not a single one of them gets to leave this place. The monks, armed with weapons, responded with a clear yes, but Ye Junlin wasn't about to back down. He summoned Bai Shushu and Bai Shushu He and gave them an order. My dear disciples, ensure all the cultivators get out of here safely. Both of them replied, yes, master. And just like that, the 2 of them charged forward, unleashing a flurry of attacks, beating the monks so badly they couldn't even fight back. Seizing this opportunity, the Grand Prince's group managed to escape just as the soldiers arrived. Upon seeing them, a soldier immediately asked, Great Holy Sun, it's good that you're unharmed. Has the Xuankong Temple been infiltrated by a serpent demon? He cut him off, infiltrated my ass. The abbot of the Xuankong Temple is the real demon. Go report this to my father, the emperor, now. Hurry. Back inside, where the battle was raging, Ye Junlin looked at Shu Yun and said, Shu Yun, you struggled for so long and couldn't even defeat one of my disciples. Why don't you just repent for your sins? Hearing this, the old man angrily pointed a finger right at his face and interrupted. In your dreams, Demon Lord Ye, do you really think this is all the Xuankong Temple is capable of? With all this commotion, why haven't you all come out yet? Just as he thought this, a loud voice suddenly boomed. Who dares cause a ruckus here? Shu Yun replied respectfully. Shu Yun humbly requests the 2 saints to slay the demon and protect our sacred mountain gate. Witnessing this scene, Ye Junlin wasn't worried in the slightest. In fact, he seemed to be looking forward to it. This is getting interesting. From inside the main hall, a golden staff suddenly burst through the wall, flying out at incredible speed. The monks cheered with joy. It's the demon-subduing staff and the Vajra bracelet. The 2 saints of Xuankong Temple have come out of seclusion. We're saved. The weapons shot towards Ye Junlin, but he didn't even try to dodge. He simply looked up, a smirk playing on his lips, and raised a hand to block them. As the weapons collided with his barrier, Ye Junlin was knocked back. The figures of 2 men appeared, catching their weapons. The one on the right was one of the 3 saints of Xuankong Temple, Elder Long Xiang, at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. The one on the left was Elder Qing Jing, also one of the three saints of Xuankong Temple. They asked in unison, "How audacious! Who dares to cause a disturbance in this sacred place of Buddhist cultivation?" The atmosphere grew even more tense. The monks smiled and shouted, "Amitabha, we welcome the two saints, Elder Long Xiang and Elder Qing Jing." These men were once as famous as the abbot, known as the three saints of the Xuankong Temple. They are the strongest and most revered cultivators in the Buddhist world. I've heard stories of how they dominated the eastern region since I was a child, but the two saints went into seclusion tens of thousands of years ago. I never thought I'd get to see their esteemed figures today. Amitabha, seeing his lifeline had arrived, Shu Yun grinned from ear to ear and said, "Venerable elders, it has been a long time. If I wasn't forced into this, I would never have disturbed your peaceful cultivation." But inwardly, he was cursing. "Took you long enough. I was about to go see the Buddha myself." Hearing his words, the two of them asked what had happened. "Shu Yun, who is this person? How dare he barge into our temple and leave you in such a pathetic state?" Indeed, even the great mountain protecting formation was activated. The Xuankong Temple has never faced an enemy like this before. As the abbot, how do you explain this situation? He explained, he is the demon Lord Yi, who has been causing chaos in the eastern region. This demon forged a memory sphere to slander our temple's reputation and then led everyone here to destroy it. That's why I activated the mountain protecting formation and fought this demon with my life on the line. That's right, the elders of the Yuhua sect and the Great Sun Venerable were all killed by him. And now they want to destroy the Xuankong Temple too. I beseech you, venerable elders, to seek justice for our temple. Hearing them coordinate their lies so seamlessly, Ye Junlin was left speechless. Your ability to twist black into white is truly a masterpiece. I was covering the cultivator's retreat precisely to avoid a situation with no witnesses. Shu Yun quickly cut him off. "Demon Lord Ye, don't even try to argue. Today is the day you die. I will defend the Xuankong Temple to the death and completely eradicate a demon like you." Without letting him speak the whole truth, the old man began to attack, shouting, "Venerable elders, let us join forces to exterminate this evil demon and protect our righteous path." As he finished speaking, a massive shockwave shot straight into the sky. Shu Yun, holding his staff, soared into the air. The other monks recognized it at a glance, their faces filled with awe. Is that the heaven-piercing staff, the foremost of the Xuankong Temple's three great Dharma treasures, a ninth-grade mystic weapon? The two saints of the Xuankong Temple also joined in, charging towards Ye Junlin in unison. "Excellent. Demon-subduing staff technique. You vile creature, die." In front of him, Shu Yun also flew straight at him, yelling, "Demon Lord Yi, perish." However, Ye Junlin obviously had no intention of letting them have their way. He took out the magic weapon he had just received, the Kang Yuan sword, a ninth-grade mystic weapon, just a measly ninth-grade mystic weapon. Who doesn't have one? "Sword, come." As the words left his lips, he unleashed a single sword strike, instantly knocking all three members of the Xuankong Temple backward. Witnessing this, Shu Yun's jaw dropped in astonishment. "I can't believe a demon like you also possesses a ninth-grade mystic weapon." Ye Junlin gave a cold smirk. "Humph, I have many more treasures that are far beyond your reach. Let's see if you even live long enough to see them. This is truly a fine sword, but it's a shame I don't have a suitable sword technique for it." Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Detected that the host has checked in at the Xuankong Temple. Would the host like to claim the reward? He exclaimed happily. "Excellent. It's about time you responded. I thought you'd swallowed my reward. Claim." Immediately, the system replied. "Congratulations to the host for a successful check-in. The reward is a supreme sword technique. The Six Paths Immortal Slaying Sword Technique." Just from hearing the name of the reward, Ye Junlin was eager to try it out right here and now. Just what I needed. Not bad at all. "Seeing this reward, I'll forgive you this time, you little system." Wasting no more time, he quickly absorbed the technique he had just received, and a powerful, overwhelming aura erupted from him. What's such powerful killing intent? Before they could even understand what was happening, he unleashed a powerful, blood-red sword slash toward them, forcing the entire group to brace for impact. "You fiend, what kind of sword technique is this?" Ye Junlin replied with a smirk. "Listen closely. This is called the bald donkey slaying sword style, designed specifically to kill shameless, hypocritical frauds like you." Hearing these insults, one of them could no longer hold back. With his staff in hand, he lunged forward, shouting, "Insolent whelp! How dare you spout such nonsense?" But before his attack could even land, Ye Junlin stopped it with a single hand. "Is that all you've got? I'm a demon lord, you know. You should put some more muscle into it." Seeing that he couldn't defeat the young man, he turned his head and called to the others for help. "This demon is so arrogant. Aren't you going to do something? The others began to attack, forming the myriad leaf Buddhist lotus formation. Directly above Ye Junlin's head, the illusion of a lotus flower materialized along with a pillar of golden light. Standing below, Tian gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this guy is fighting 3 cultivators at the peak of the tribulation transcendence realm all by himself, and he's still so unfazed. Just how many tricks does he have up his sleeve? I can never see through him. Wu Ji, standing beside him, added, as expected of Master. Even if you monks from the Xuan Kong Temple have 3 profound artifacts, what can you possibly do? The pressure emanating from Ye Junlin grew stronger and stronger, making the group from the Xuan Kong Temple feel threatened. This demon is so hard to deal with. Back when we were famous throughout the Eastern Domain, we never encountered an opponent like this. Xu Yun, what on earth did you do to provoke this demon? The old abbot warned you when he was still alive. He told you not to make enemies for the Xuan Kong Temple. You even made an oath back then, and now look at this mess. Xu Yun's face instantly darkened, filled with worry. It was a look mixed with fear, but Ye Junlin had no intention of letting them off. Gripping his sword, he rushed forward with a calm expression. In the blink of an eye, he had unleashed a powerful slash towards the 3 monks from Xuan Kong Temple. Fortunately, they had a protective barrier that managed to block the blow. He grinned and asked, I thought you guys were much stronger. Turns out this is all you amount to. Left with no other choice, the 2 remaining of the 3 saints of Xuan Kong had to reveal their hidden card. This demon is bullying us like this. Brothers, I think we should use that power. Agreed. We've been accumulating it for so many years. If not now, when? Xu Yun formed a seal. Hearing their agreement, he said, Demon Lord Ye, you're the one who forced me to this point. Even dying 10,000 times won't be enough for you to atone for your sins. See seal of the 3 saints shines in 10 directions. The eyes of the 3 men glowed brightly as they mumbled. The white light of Dharma gathers all goodness. The 8 sufferings of the mortal world turn to sweet dew. The solemn pure Buddha land opens the path to enlightenment. As soon as the words were spoken, a gigantic seal materialized, pressing down directly on Ye Junlin. Die, Ye Junlin. Witnessing this scene, even Ye Junlin was somewhat surprised, exclaiming, Oh, Tian and Wu Jie shouted out, their faces pale with worry. That's the power of incense. This is bad. Master is in danger. Their power has increased by dozens of times in an instant. Xu Yun, with an air of smug superiority, chanted, Amitabha. He thought to himself, I originally intended to use the power of incense accumulated over tens of thousands of years to break through to the true immortal realm, but now I have no choice but to expend it. Right now, I must use it to slay him. I can always gather more power of incense later. But Ye Junlin was only growing more and more interested in this battle. He tightened his grip on his sword and asked, So this is your trump card, huh? The pressure these 3 were exerting far surpassed any opponent he had faced before. For the first time, it's making me feel excited. It's just a shame they're only at the peak of the tribulation transcendence realm. They can't trigger the stronger the opponent, the stronger I get ability, so I've lost my chance to become an immortal. Hearing those words, the old monk became so enraged that his eyes turned bloodshot, and he roared, Demon Lord Yi, perish. With that, all 3 of them charged at Ye Junlin at the same time. Suddenly, from outside the formation, an extremely violent attack shot in from nowhere, punching a hole through the barrier. It turned out that the attack came from a Kun, who was already charging another blast in its mouth. It then fired the ball of energy straight at the 3 old men. Witnessing this, Xu Yun didn't just stand there. He transformed into a giant, phantom hand to retaliate. You beast! This old monk must subdue you and make you the guardian holy beast of Xuan Kong Temple. His attack moved closer and closer to Ah Kun. Seeing this, Ye Junlin's face darkened, and a murderous aura flared in his eyes as he growled, Old bald donkey, you dare to touch my A Kun? But the old monk still didn't know his place. He continued his attack with a defiant tone. So what if I touch it? Not giving Xu Yun a chance to be smug any longer, he decided to unleash his hidden technique. He raised his sword in front of his face and let out a cold laugh. The moment he finished speaking, Ye Junlin's phantom image split into 3, all with identical appearances. Then I'll show you what 1 Qi transforms 3 pure ones really means. This was the first time Wu Ji had ever seen him use this technique, so he couldn't help but be shocked. Why are there 2 more masters? Tian added, Ye Junlin actually possesses such a profound divine ability. Is this an ancient inheritance or a great Tao that he created himself? This humble one has seen a true immortal once, but following this man, I feel like nothing more than a frog in a well. Back in the battle, Ye Junlin and his clones stood there, a cold smile on their faces. On the side of Xu Yun's group, their expressions were just as grim as they exclaimed, This. The aura and cultivation of these 3 bodies are exactly the same. These aren't simple clones. The old monk interrupted. What? One chi transforms 3 pure ones. It's just a bluff. Forget 2 clones. So what if he had 100? Without the enhancement of a profound artifact, they're nothing but illusions. Hearing this, Ye Junlin smirked and retorted, "Who says I don't have any?" As soon as he spoke, he began to take out all the immortal artifacts he possessed to open their eyes. The unfilled heaven-burying coffin, the unplayed longevity song. Faced with this sight, Shu Yun was so shocked his eyes flew wide open as he stammered. Why? What? Ninth grade profound artifacts. Why are they all ninth grade profound artifacts? One of the 3 saints of Xuan Kong added, the entire Xuan Kong temple only has 1 ninth grade profound artifact. How does this guy have 3 of them? After showing them his immortal artifacts, Ye Junlin spoke again. Are your pathetic bodies even worthy of me using the Kang Yuan's single sip, the Bing Yuan's reverence? Hearing this, Zhu Yun was once again provoked to the point of boiling rage. He clenched his teeth and shouted, Demon Lord Ye, you think you can deal with us just because you have 2 more copies of yourself? The young man flashed a provocative smile. Why don't you give it a try and find out? Wasting no more time, both sides charged at each other, engaging in a chaotic brawl. But of course, the old monk was still no match for him. He was sent flying backward after just 1 blow, coughing up blood. Impossible. Even with the power of incense, I couldn't even take a single one of his attacks. Seeing that Shu Yun couldn't possibly win, the 2 Sanshuan monks charged forward to support him. You wretched sinner, don't get arrogant. Shu Yun, we're here to help you. With that, one of them unleashed a fiery punch with his giant staff, while the other threw a spinning ring into the air, sending it flying towards Ye Junlin. However, he didn't show the slightest bit of fear, standing there with a sly smile as he stared straight ahead. Another one of his clones took out a flute and began to play softly, asking, What's this? We agreed to a one-on-one, so why are you ganging up on him? You really aren't holding back at all. Ye Junlin used his Blood 6, Heaven's Ruin art, and struck directly at the San Xuan monk from Xuan Kong Temple, catching him completely off guard. This is bad. Having no other choice, Shu Yun quickly blocked the blow with his scepter. But it didn't stop there. Ye Junlin thrust his sword forward in a continuous stream, shouting, Green Cloud Mist World. A barrage of deadly slashes tore through the air towards Shu Yun, forcing the old monk to hastily raise his hands to shield his face. At the same time, on the other side, the 2 San Xuan monks from Xuan Kong Temple were also being beaten to a pulp, struggling just to endure. He's too strong. Qing Jing, hold on. I'm coming to help. Hearing this, Ye Junlin immediately swung his arm, knocking the man straight to the ground. You can't even take care of yourself, and you have the nerve to worry about others? The monk's entire body was battered as he gasped for breath, his eyes glancing behind him. And when he saw the scene unfolding, he was stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. It turned out that right behind him, Shu Yun was also being thrashed so badly he couldn't block a single move. This demon's clone is unbelievably strong. The 3 of us together are being completely overwhelmed. After a moment of thought, one of the San Xuan finally came up with a plan and shouted, Shu Yun, if this is how it is, our only chance of winning is if you coordinate with us and use that technique. Hearing this, the old monk fell into deep thought. He clenched his teeth. It seemed there was no other choice. Shu Yun had to agree, thinking to himself, I really didn't want to use that last resort technique, but if I can't beat him, I'm afraid I'll truly need these 2 elders to give this old monk a hand. Hearing their discussion, Ye Junlin stood there and remarked, Oh, you guys still have another trick up your sleeves. Very quickly, all 3 from Xuan Kong Temple coordinated, their hands forming a strange seal. Then, they channeled all of that power into Shu Yun. The old monk's eyes suddenly flashed as he let out a great roar. In the blink of an eye, the 3 of them had merged into one, their appearance now incredibly terrifying. Witnessing this sight, Ye Junlin remained completely calm, even looking forward to it as he spoke. Oh, interesting. 3 heads and 6 arms. I never thought these 3 bald donkeys could turn into Nesha. But they still unafraid, shouted menacingly, Demon Lord Yi, your time has come. Amitabha, back in the day, we, the 3 saints of Xuan Kong Temple, used this very technique to reach the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain's Buddhist sects. Today, this old monk and the 2 elders will carry out heaven's will and eliminate a demon like you. With that, they began to launch their combined attack. We have to end this quickly. Every second that passes, every part of my body feels like it's being incinerated. I can't maintain this form for long. The 3 weapons of the monks combined into one, unleashing the technique. 3 worlds combined, great Sun Tathagata form. The old monk's eyes glinted with killing intent, confident in this attack. This one move will be enough to annihilate you. Ye Junlin, looking forward to it, smirked and replied, Interesting, isn't it? Looks like I'll have to get a little serious too. As it happens, I'll use you lot to test the strength of my one ki into 3 pure ones. Ye Junlin began to get into position. Sword in hand, he pointed it straight ahead and used his technique. Cosmic suppression, star-guided eternity. As he finished speaking, the phantoms of 3 enormous green dragons appeared, coiling around his body. Swords descent, heaven's silence. At the same moment, the 3 monks from Xuan Kong Temple rushed in, unleashing their combined attack with a great shout. Demon Lord Ye, die. Facing their technique, Ye Junlin didn't just stand there and take it. He launched his own counterattack. An ant trying to stop a chariot. Kang Yuan, today I will use this fake Buddha's blood to christen your sharp edge. In the next second, the 2 techniques collided, creating a terrifying explosion. The aftershock blasted out in all directions. Down below, countless eyes were still fixed on the sky. Master, I'm going blind. What's the final result? Oh my god, are humans really this terrifying? The force of the power was still immense, threatening to blow everything away. The other monks couldn't stay any longer. Terrified, they turned and fled in a panicked mob. I've never seen power like this before. It's horrifying. Hurry up and run. If we stay here, we'll be killed. Suddenly, a pillar of blue energy shot down from the sky, crashing into the ground and creating a massive explosion. Lightning crackled around it. Everyone's eyes remained fixed on the sky, observing the outcome of the battle. The abbot and the others must have won, right? Why is it that Demon Lord? Just as expected, even after combining their powers, the monks from Xuan Kong Temple were still no match for Ye Junlin. They were beaten and left sprawled on the ground. No, abbot, elders. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he looked down at them and asked, "Are you still not convinced?" And yet, despite their crushing defeat, they remained defiant, shouting, "Demon, don't you get cocky. With Xuan Kong Temple's fated connections, our righteous allies will come to carry out heaven's will and hunt you down." To think that the holy land of Buddhism, which once saved all living beings, has been trampled by a demon. I feel so ashamed before our ancestors. We couldn't protect this pure land, destroying all their life's work. Even with our combined form, we couldn't defeat this demon. We need to find a way to retreat. Faced with their hypocritical words, Ye Junlin couldn't listen anymore. He let out a sigh. The 2 of you, cut the act. For 1,000 years, Xuan Kong Temple has committed unspeakable deeds that heaven itself cannot forgive. This land has long been sullied by the likes of you, but they still refuse to believe it, retorting, "Don't you dare spout nonsense. Xuan Kong Temple has always shouldered the responsibility of saving all living beings. Every disciple must ascend the mountain for training, to punish evil, protect the people, and perform good deeds. It is not something you can just slander as you please. Do you think just because you won, you can smear our name however you want?" He was at a loss for words, asking helplessly. Perhaps it was after the 2 of you went into seclusion that Xuan Kong Temple was led down a path of no return, wasn't it? To help them see the situation more clearly, his gaze shifted to the ringleader, Xu Yun, and he asked softly, "Old bald fraud, things have already come to this, and you're still trying to hide it?" Hearing this, the man named San Xuan turned to look at the old monk and shouted, "Xu Yun, what is the meaning of this?" The old monk refused to admit it, retorting, "You fiend, are you still trying to slander this old monk?" Knowing he would never confess, Ye Junlin had to resort to force, pointing his palm downwards. "If you don't want to talk, then fine. I'll let them see for themselves." As soon as he spoke, a beam of light shot out from the center of Xu Yun's forehead, causing him to panic completely. "You abomination, what have you done to this old monk?" What he had just extracted were fragments of savage memories that only Xu Yun should know, displaying them for the other 2 from the Xuan Kong Temple. Witnessing this, tears welled up in their eyes, followed by overwhelming rage. Ye Junlin asked, "Have you 2 seen it all?" They exclaimed, "How? How could this happen? You've harmed so many innocent people. Is this how a man of the Buddhist faith acts?" They turned in unison toward Xu Yun, pointing a finger right at his face and roaring, "Xu Yun, you despicable old animal. Such a sin, such a sin. The reputation of our Xuan Kong Temple, built by generations of saints, has now been ruined by you. Have you forgotten the oath you made in front of the abbot all those years ago?" Standing behind them, Xu Yun spoke as he exhaled a sinister, dark energy. "To pledge to be a bright lamp, illuminating the way to save all living beings, to be a vessel on the sea of suffering, ferrying souls out of hell." Now, his body was shrouded in a different, strange power. He was no longer a follower of Buddhism. "That's right. I did all of this to fulfill that very oath, to bring glory and prosperity to the Xuan Kong Temple." Xu Yun threw his head back and laughed like a madman. "Let me tell you all something fun. The underworld has attacked the immortal realm, attempting to unify the myriad realms, so the end of the Kunlun realm is coming soon. Since I can't hide it any longer, I might as well take you all down with me. Witnessing this, the two shocked elders of Kong Temple charged forward in unison to retaliate. Netherworld power. Shu Yun. You actually conspired with the Nether Abyss clan for all these years, and not a single one of us noticed. The old monk leaped into the air, vanishing from his spot and roaring. Today, I will light the first flame for the Underworld's grand army in the conquest of the Kunlun realm. Now, all of you can die. Ye Junlin calmly commented, "Oh, so we're playing the undercover game now, are we?" That aura was rather intimidating, but no matter what mysterious power the old monk wielded, he was still no match for Ye Junlin. Shang Yuan Jin Dao. As he spoke, a volley of slashes rained down from the sky like a hail of bullets, instantly piercing Shu Yun's body and causing him immense agony. Before dying, he still let out a crazed laugh and a threat. Ye Junlin, killing me alone is pointless. Long live the Nether Abyss. Finally, after this intense battle, light returned and the darkness dissipated. All the monks looked up towards Ye Junlin in unison to express their gratitude. Amitabha Buddha. We are fortunate that Benefactor Ye stepped in to stop this. Otherwise, if the Kong Temple had truly allied with the Nether Abyss clan, it would have certainly led to irreversible consequences. Thank you, Benefactor Yi, for executing that abomination and preserving the millennia-old reputation of the Kong Temple. Thank you, Benefactor Yi, for protecting our temple. The two elders also spoke. If Su Yun's last words were true, then the Kunlun realm is about to face a great catastrophe, and its people will suffer terribly. Amitabha Buddha. If the Nether Abyss clan dares to invade, our Kong Temple will righteously fight back and protect all living things without hesitation. He smiled and replied, "Rest assured, everyone. Even if the entire Nether Abyss clan attacks, I can annihilate them with a mere flip of my hand." Having settled everything, Ye Junlin didn't waste any more time there and prepared to leave. Shu Yun has been executed, and the truth is out. The future of the Kong Temple is now in your hands, elders. The two of them replied. A moment ago, we nearly made a terrible mistake. Benefactor Ye, are you sure you won't hold it against us? That's right, we attacked without knowing the truth. This humble monk is truly ashamed. He paid it no mind and replied, you two were also deceived by Shu Yun, and besides, you were once beacons of Buddhism in the eastern region. I am not an unreasonable person. In any case, I don't want to actually become the demon you made me out to be. They both exclaimed, oh, those were definitely false rumors. This time, Benefactor Yi has eliminated an undercover agent of the Nether Abyss for the sake of the eastern region. How could someone who protects all living beings possibly be a demon? That's right, we two elders will certainly redeem ourselves for this incident and dedicate ourselves to the coming great war until death. As they finished speaking, Akun appeared from the sky above, swooping down to pick up Ye Junlin. Very good. With you two elders in charge of the Kong Temple, I believe it will soon return to its peak. In that case, we will meet again. Witnessing this scene, Long Shang exclaimed in amazement. To think that even the ancient divine beast, Akun, is willing to be Ye Junlin's mount. Ye Junlin is truly a divine being. At the same time, on the edge of the mountain, the first prince's group was walking when they felt a shadow pass over them. Ming Yue pointed to the sky in astonishment and said, Big brother, look! That's Senior Ye's mount. Why are they leaving already? Could the battle be over? He replied, I wonder what the final outcome was. Was the abbot victorious, or was he vanquished? But right now, the most urgent task is to report back to Father Emperor first. A while later, at the foot of the mountain, the two elders of Kong Temple stood there, sighing, I can't believe Zhu Yun was secretly colluding with the Nether Abyss clan, and we were completely unaware. And we even misunderstood fellow Taoist Ye. That's right, luckily, fellow Taoist Ye was here this time to expose the truth. Otherwise, the reputation of the Kong Temple would have been utterly ruined. Just as he finished speaking, he suddenly sensed something was wrong and glanced behind him. With a wary and vigilant expression, he exclaimed, Who's there? Get out here. Now. Unbeknownst to them, a group of mysterious, faceless individuals had been standing there for some time, observing everything. The mysterious man let out a triumphant laugh and said, Ha ha ha, the three saints of Kong Temple once dominated the eastern domain, and now only the two of you remain. Truly, fate is a cruel mistress. Hearing this, they interrupted. What little rat crawled out? You don't even dare to show your face, yet you have the gall to cause trouble at Kong Temple. He remained perfectly calm, revealing his sharp teeth as he replied, Great Master Longshang, your temper is as fiery as ever, isn't it? This reminds me of the higher-ups from the 10 great sects of the eastern region back in the day. When we met, you were just as loud-mouthed as you are now, weren't you? Every word he spoke filled the old man with a deep sense of unease. He asked, Who in the world are you? While thinking to himself, The people who could attend that conference were all elders and sect masters from the most prominent sects in the eastern region. It seems it wasn't just Xu Yun colluding with the Ming Yuan clan. This is getting more and more complicated. Faced with a question, the man had no intention of answering. His hands began to form a seal as he shouted, "Kill." The moment he spoke, countless bolts of lightning struck down from the sky, creating a massive shockwave that forced the two from the Sanqing Xuan sect to their knees. The mysterious man approached and continued, "What a pity. The two of you are at your limit. You don't even have the strength to fight back. You might as well just watch helplessly as the entire Xuan Kong temple is destroyed." Dongxing shouted, "No, stop." The air echoed with the terrified screams of the monks. Blood flowed like a river. Their bodies trembled uncontrollably as they asked, "Who are you? Why are you doing this? Did Zhu Yun offend you somehow?" The mysterious man gave a cold smile and replied, "Offend us? Of course not. In fact, we were allies. If you're going to blame someone, blame that loudmouth Xu Yun. I've already overturned the Ming Yuan's chessboard. Now, I can only ask the two of you to keep this secret and stay silent forever." They gasped, allies, you're. Before they could say another word, a beam of energy pierced right through the center of their foreheads, and just like that, both of them were cleanly eliminated, unable to reveal the secret only they knew. With everything taken care of, the mysterious man and his accomplices turned and left. From this day forward, the Buddhist Holy Land, the Xuan Kong Temple, would no longer exist in the eastern region. At the same time, in the Pure Land Nation, a meeting was taking place in the royal palace. The first prince recounted everything he had witnessed after the events at the Xuan Kong Temple. "I'm afraid the Buddhist cultivators of the world will soon unite to suppress the Xuan Kong Temple. So, I believe the Pure Land Nation should make its plans early." The second prince added, "That's right, father. I just saw Senior Yi and the others leave. Xuan Kong Temple has probably fallen. Should we take this opportunity to storm the mountain and make an example of them, to prove the might of our Pure Land Nation?" Seated upon the main throne in the hall, the ruler of the Pure Land Nation, at the peak of the Mahayana realm, gritted his teeth and angrily replied, "You're all thinking too simplistically. The Xuan Kong Temple has built its reputation over 10,000 years. It won't be destroyed so easily. Besides, we haven't even investigated the truth of the matter yet. Just wait." Outside, Ming Yue was gazing into a large orb. "This matter. Isn't it over yet? Huh? This black smoke. Could it be that something major has happened?" Just as she said this, a loud shout suddenly rang out, making her freeze in surprise. "Intruders in the royal palace! Intruders in the royal palace!" When Ming Yue looked up, her eyes were met with the sight of a group of black-cloaked figures slowly approaching. What is this?" The masked figures charged forward menacingly, pointing directly at the princess and roaring, "Kill them! Leave no one alive!" The moment the words left his mouth, countless soldiers below were cut down without any chance to fight back, their terrified screams filling the air. Witnessing this scene, the second prince exclaimed, "Father, there's trouble outside." Without a moment's hesitation, the ruler of the Pure Land Nation vanished from his spot and shot into the sky. He glared at the group of strangers and bellowed, "Who are you? How dare you barge into the royal palace and commit mass murder?" The men didn't answer and remained still, slowly surrounding him to block any escape. Impossible. There are 4 auras at the early tribulation realm. To mobilize so many powerful experts at once, they're definitely not an ordinary force. Which sect do they belong to? The more the ruler of the Pure Land Nation thought about it, the more confused he became. But things had already come to this, he couldn't possibly surrender to them. He pointed at them and threatened, "I advise you to retreat immediately. The Buddhist Holy Land is right here in the royal capital." Hearing this, one of them replied, "Oh, you mean the Xuan Kong Temple? Hey, they've long since been reduced to rubble." His words made the ruler freeze on the spot, his face filled with panic. "That's impossible. Don't tell me you've already destroyed the Xuan Kong Temple." A mysterious figure standing in the back cut him off, ordering the others to attack. "Why are you wasting your breath on him? Kill him, then slaughter everyone in the palace. Our mission isn't finished yet." But before their attacks could land, they noticed a barrier of seals surrounding the ruler of the Pure Land Nation. All, with the blessing of the nation's fortune, he can reach the mid-tribulation realm? How interesting. But this little bit of power isn't even enough to get stuck in our teeth. Their attacks grew more and more relentless, pressing down on him until he could barely breathe. He gritted his teeth, enduring the onslaught. Down below, the 2 princes and Princess Ming Yue watched their father being surrounded by those fiends, their hearts filled with rage. "Father, how did this happen so suddenly?" To prevent his children from getting caught in the crossfire, the ruler of the Pure Land Nation looked down at them and urged, "Quickly, leave the Pure Land Nation and get as far away as possible. Hurry." Hearing this, one of the mysterious figures ordered the others to charge downwards. You lot, go kill them. Don't let a single one escape alive. This is the mission the sect master has given us, Ming Yue urged. First brother, second brother, get on the Liu He flying carpet, quickly. The group jumped onto the flying carpet and sped away, but the cloaked figures behind them were in hot pursuit. After them, don't let them escape. As they were fleeing, a teleportation gate suddenly materialized before them. This was their only lifeline. The first prince exclaimed, "There's a teleportation array ahead. I have the token to activate it. We can use it to teleport out of the Pure Land Nation at top speed. Damn it, who the hell are these people? After we escape, we have to find out the truth." But just as they were about to pass through the teleportation gate, an attack suddenly shot towards them at incredible speed. The attack slammed into all three of them, shattering the carpet into tiny fragments. To protect Ming Yue, the second prince threw the token to her and shouted, "You guys, go." The first prince also stayed behind, giving the chance to his younger sister. "Little sister, go. I'll help hold them off." Just like that, the command token and Ming Yue shot straight towards the teleportation array. The first prince stood his ground to hold back the mysterious group. "No matter who you are, you won't get near this teleportation array today," those guys exclaimed. "Damn it, this guy is planning to self-destruct and take us all with him. Let's get out of here." A second later, a loud roar echoed out, followed by a terrifying explosion. In the middle of it all, the first prince had self-destructed and died to protect his junior sister. Witnessing this scene, Ming Yue was utterly heartbroken. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Eldest brother, back with the Lord of the Pure Land Nation." He was still being overwhelmed by that group. The protective barrier around him was showing more and more large cracks. He struggled to ask, "Who in the world are you people? Why do you want to destroy my Pure Land Nation?" One of them smirked and replied, "If you have to blame someone, blame your own bad luck. That gate just happens to be here, doesn't it?" Hearing this, the nation lord suddenly realized something, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, "A gate?" Those guys let out a triumphant, wicked laugh and continued, "Once we eliminate you, the creatures from the nether abyss will take the opportunity to attack. At that point, this nation will be conquered in no time. And don't you worry, the people here will have their uses later on." Finally, just before he died, he understood everything. He only had time to roar in despair. A conspiracy. This is a massive conspiracy. The scene changes to a pitch-black cellar. Inside, a strange white energy was drifting about. This was the Stargate, deep within the imperial palace of the Pure Land Nation. Suddenly, a spatial gate began to open, and a powerful aura shot out from it. The creature that had just appeared was absolutely gigantic. A single one of its feet could crush a person in an instant. 4 months passed. On a large airship cruising through the sky, a shout rang out, "Damn it all. This godforsaken world is just getting more and more chaotic lately." Standing behind the group of people who were talking, Wu Ji stood there, listening to everything. "My home, Luozhou, has been invaded by creatures from the nether abyss. Countless cultivators who fought back were suppressed, and the rest were imprisoned like livestock." That's right. The nether abyss army is on a rampage. The mid-tier and low-tier sects are no match for them at all. Only top-tier sects like the Yuhua sect are qualified to stand against them. But right now, everything is in chaos. Who can possibly step up and take charge? Hearing all of this, Wu Ji couldn't help but be shocked, thinking to himself, "We just left the Xuankong temple not long ago. How did the situation become so chaotic already?" Just as he was thinking this, a little girl ran up and tossed him a rolled-up newspaper, shouting, "Paper! Get your paper. The latest daily edition from the cultivation world. You won't want to miss it. 2 copper coins a copy," he stammered in reply. Thanks." The scene shifts to the courtyard where Ye Junlin was living. "Hong Tianye, your skills have gotten more and more refined lately, haven't they? You've got a real talent for this." He was lying on a chair in the courtyard, thoroughly enjoying a skillful massage from Tianye. Tianye replied with little enthusiasm, "As long as Master is satisfied, that's all that matters." Suddenly, Wu Jie returned, holding a newspaper in his hand, reporting, "Master, as you instructed, I brought back the latest newspaper." Hearing this, Ye Junlin looked up and asked, "You look troubled. It seems something big has happened recently, hasn't it?" He looked worriedly at the newspaper and replied, "The paper says that you, Master, destroyed the Xuankong temple, and in your rage, you also destroyed the Pure Land Nation. Not only was the imperial palace massacred, but the entire royal family was wiped out. The Pure Land Nation was only taken over by the Nether Abyss army because of internal conflict. I can't believe they would slander you like this, Master. It's utterly shameless." Just as he heard this, Ye Junlin froze. His eyes flew open as he exclaimed, "What? The Xuankong temple was destroyed?" Wu Ji, furious, offered his own judgment. Could it have been the work of the Nether Abyss clan? Ye Junlin thought for a moment before cutting him off. They wouldn't be so blatant. And besides, spreading rumors like this, it was definitely done by humans. Considering the abbot of Xuankong Temple had ties to the Nether Abyss, we can't rule out the possibility that other major sects in the Eastern Domain are also colluding with the Nether Abyss clan. Ye Junlin was fuming. The moment we left, both the Xuankong Temple and the Pure Land Nation were destroyed. This allowed the Nether Abyss creatures to easily occupy the Pure Land Nation. It seems the mastermind planned this a long time ago. And I was just a convenient excuse. Wu Ji asked his master. Are they scheming for that gate? Ye Junlin replied. Exactly. Everything revolves around activating the Stargate. I suspect the royal family of the Pure Land Nation also possesses a Stargate. The Nether Abyss clan conspired with some of the Eastern Domain sects, working from both inside and out to open the Stargate and release forces from another dimension. After hearing what Ye Junlin said, Wu Ji felt it all made perfect sense. Master, you're right. This disciple just heard the news on the passenger ship and saw many people fleeing. According to their complaints, many places in the Eastern Domain have been overrun by creatures from the Nether Abyss, and the situation is growing more dangerous by the day. I didn't expect the Nether Abyss clan to act so much faster than anticipated. Is there any other important news? After reading through the newspaper one more time, Wu Jie discovered something. This is bad. Huang province is in trouble, and so is the Xuan Tian sect. These words immediately made Ye Junlin anxious, and he asked, what? Something happened to the Xuan Tian sect too? It seems the distance is too great. Even the sound transmission jade slips aren't working. Akun turned his head towards Huang province. The system suddenly displayed a notification. Congratulations, host. You have randomly triggered a check-in mission. Head towards Huang province. Check in to receive the reward, Divine Art Heaven and Earth Manifestation. He happily wondered to himself, and here I was, trying to figure out how to lure the snake out of its hole. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door yourselves. In that case, let's see what kind of creatures you really are. At the same time, over in Huang province, it was just as Wu Jie had said. A group of strangers had appeared and were savagely oppressing the people. Hurry up. From this day forward, you and all your descendants will be slaves to my bone clan. The poor commoners had no way to resist and could only endure. Damn it. These monsters from the Nether Abyss bone clan are abusing us humans like this. And yet we can't fight back. Is our Huang province doomed to be plunged into darkness forever? Back when Senior Yi built his reputation, he made it so the other major provinces in the Eastern Domain didn't dare look down on us. Those glorious days weren't even that long ago, yet now, this is happening. Even the Xuan Tian sect is in peril now. I don't think anything would change even if Senior Ye were to appear. Inside an inn, someone suddenly rushed in, shouting, "This is bad." The Withered Bone clan is about to publicly execute another defiant cultivator on the street. This time, it's actually Fairy Zhao of the Xuan Tian sect. The crowd exclaimed in horror, "What? Let's go out and see." Outside, on a large wooden platform, a young woman was bound in chains, suspended in the air before the watching members of the Bone clan. To think that even Fairy Zhao of the Xuan Tian sect couldn't escape the clutches of the Withered Bone clan. The person standing there was none other than Zhao Linger, at the peak of the spirit transformation realm. I hear you hold a very high position in the Xuan Tian sect. Haha, even your elders don't dare to open the sect gates, choosing to hide inside like cowards. And yet you dared to run out here? Just where did you think you were going? The one standing there was a Bone clan general at the integration realm. He continued, throughout the entire barren continent, your Xuan Tian sect is the most troublesome. But no matter, today, my Greek Bone King will gather even more forces. He grabbed her face and squeezed it tightly, hissing, "We'll break through your Xuan Tian sect's defenses and slaughter every last person inside." Faced with the Bone clan general's arrogant words, Linger was enraged and shouted, "If you dim..." After our peak master Ye returns from his journey, he will undoubtedly slaughter your entire Withered Bone clan. Hearing this, he showed no fear, instead becoming even more savage. Humph, Ye Junlin, right? That so-called white-haired killing god, I bet he's all talk and no action. The reason he hasn't come back is probably because he's hiding somewhere like a frightened dog. How could he possibly dare to avenge you people? As he finished speaking, he stood there and burst into manic laughter, as if taunting them. Unable to bear it any longer, Ye Junlin, sect master of the Banshan sect and at the peak of the spirit transformation realm, was about to rush forward but was held back by the others. Everyone, don't be reckless. The gap in our strength is too great. Even if we all rebelled together, it would just be a pointless sacrifice. Wasting no more time, the Bone Clan general began his move on Linger. Let's see if your body is as tough as your mouth. As soon as he spoke, two spikes shot out, embedding themselves deep into her shoulders. Blood began to pour from the wounds, flowing more and more freely, causing her immense pain. Witnessing this scene, Ye Junlin was completely helpless, his voice trembling as he said, "I'm sorry, Senior Yi. This old man is truly powerless to do anything right now. The Banshan sect once tried to stop the Bone clan, but we suffered more than 50% casualties. The other disciples could only flee the sect, hoping to save their own lives. This old man doesn't want to see any more wasteful deaths." Despite the overwhelming pain, Linger didn't let out a single cry, which only enraged the Withered Bone clan's general even more. What's with this silence? He once again launched a frenzied attack towards her, thinking to himself, only by hearing this woman's agonizing pleas or her desperate screams can I effectively intimidate the human race. He continuously struck Linger's body while shouting, "You stubborn woman." Ye Junlin cried out helplessly, "Senior Ye, the barren continent needs you." Despite the barrage of attacks, she remained silent, refusing to utter a single word. "Humph, fine. If you want to die so badly, then I'll grant your wish." Linger thought, is this finally the end? At that very moment, an oppressive aura suddenly appeared, as if it would crush everything in its path, forcing even the Withered Bone General to stop. His face filled with terror, and sweat poured down as he stammered. What's happening? This kind of aura is something I've only ever felt from the kings of our Bone clan. Ye Junlin and the others were also forced to their knees, crushed to the ground in a state of helplessness. The aura of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Is this a demon emperor? We have the invading army of the Nether Abyss in front of us, and now a demon emperor from the Tribulation Transcendence realm has appeared behind us. I'm afraid the barren continent is doomed to be completely destroyed this time. Contrary to what they thought, the one who had just appeared was none other than Junlin, his bearing aloof and superior. The moment she saw his silhouette, Linger recognized him immediately. Is that you? Peak, Master Yi. Seeing her suffering so much pain, he reached out his hand towards her. With a single wave, the sturdy chains shattered into pieces, and Linger's body slowly descended. He caught her and asked gently, "It's me." "And you are?" She replied, "Peak Master Yi, it's me, Zhao Linger. You might not recognize me because I cultivated for 300 years in the Gyu Ri." Hearing these words, Junlin finally realized who she was. "So it's you. No wonder you felt so familiar. I can't believe you've gotten so big," she replied shyly. "Big? Where?" He chuckled and cut her off. "Hey, where's your mind going? I was talking about your age. You're even older than me now." Linger blushed with embarrassment. Without delay, Junlin quickly used his power to heal the wounds on Linger's body. Linger is heavily injured. She needs immediate treatment. Standing nearby, the Withered Bone General and his subordinates were completely dumbfounded, unable to comprehend what had just happened. So this is the white-haired killing god, Ye Junlin, they were talking about? His terrifying pressure. It's even greater than that of our clan's kings. After healing Linger's wounds, Junlin turned his attention to settling the score with them. "Next, it's time to settle the score with you bastards." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished from his spot and shot up into the air. His face darkened, his eyes flashing with killing intent as he bellowed, "Don't you know this place is under my protection?" With just a single shout, he slammed the Withered Bone General's face into the ground, pinning him completely. "And yet you dare come here and cause trouble." Faced with such power, the general couldn't run his mouth any longer. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, yet he still wasn't afraid. He struggled to look up and threaten. "My clan is guarded by a king. I advise you not to cause trouble. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. Otherwise, you won't escape death." Hearing these arrogant words, Ye Junlin burst out laughing, forming a glowing sphere in his hand. "Ha ha! When it comes to fighting, no one in this world is my equal." This sight made the dry bone general's eyes fly wide open, his pupils constricting. Before he could even understand what was happening, his body was torn to shreds, leaving no intact corpse. After dealing with the ringleader, Ye Junlin looked towards the crowd and declared, "Listen up. As long as I'm here, the sky won't fall. All you Bone Clan members in the barren continent can die for me." The remaining Bone Clan soldiers stood there, trembling all over, not daring to move a muscle, sweat pouring down like they'd been drenched. Standing on a Kun's back, Wu Ji had witnessed everything and exclaimed in admiration, "I never expected Master to be so beloved by the people of this barren continent. Truly admirable." In the blink of an eye, Ye Junlin had wiped out all the dry Bone Clan enemies, ensuring they could never be revived. Ye Junlin cupped his hands together, looked up, and said, "Senior Yi, you're punishing the Bone Clan, and we wish to help, but our cultivation is limited. So, I'd like to ask if Senior could offer some guidance to help us break through in our cultivation." Linger added, "That's right, Peak Lord Yi. I've been stuck in the spirit transformation realm for many years. If I wasn't, I wouldn't have been captured by that dry bone clan. Please guide us, Senior Ye. Hearing this, Ye Junlin didn't know how to react. He forced a smile and thought to himself, damn, what the hell do I know about cultivation? But these people are looking at me with such expectant eyes. It'd be too embarrassing to refuse. Just as he thought this, a system notification appeared. Congratulations, hosts, for reaching the barren continent check-in point. Do you wish to claim the check-in reward? He angrily yelled. System, you really like to procrastinate, don't you? I've been in the barren continent for a while now. Are you okay? Plus, I'm in a tough spot right now. So what am I supposed to do? The system replied, I just dozed off for a bit, that's all. Don't be angry, host. If you just accept this login reward, this system will add the Mouth of True Words function to help you handle the current situation. Just consider it a small compensation. He nodded in agreement. All right, that's more like it. Check in. Information popped up. Congratulations, host, for completing the check-in mission. The reward is the Divine Art, Dharma Heaven and Earth Image. Dharma Heaven and Earth Image can make the user become extremely large, super-duper gigantic, and their abilities will also be greatly enhanced. The Mouth of True Words function has been activated for the host. Duration, 2 minutes. Every word the host says will be blessed by the Tao, helping others achieve enlightenment. Even though Ye Junlin knew this, he still felt a bit uneasy and asked again. So I have to actually say something myself. Will any random thing I say actually work? The system replied, that's right, host. Just say whatever you feel like. Having no other choice, he cleared his throat and began. Ahem. Well, in cultivation, there's fundamentally no such thing as a bottleneck. When it's time to break through, you'll just break through. As for specific Taoist techniques and insights, that's all I can say. Those who understand will understand. If you don't, I won't explain further. If you get it, applaud. Hearing these words, everyone below stood frozen in silence. Immediately after, their voices trembled as they muttered non-stop. When it's time to break through, you'll break through. Those who understand will understand. And yet, Ye Junlin actually managed to attain enlightenment from it, clenching his fists. I get it. I finally get it. The way of water forms a river naturally, which means yin and yang combined with the secret art of death is the way of withering. Water is heaven and earth. Ye Junlin exclaimed in shock, holy crap, he actually understood that. Just those few nonsensical words caused them to start rapidly increasing their cultivation levels. Ye Junlin, early stage integration realm. Xiaoling early stage integration realm. Peak Lord Ye, I understand now too. And it wasn't just the two of them. Everyone else also advanced significantly. Their faces lit up with joy as they cheered. Looking down from above, Wu Ji was once again filled with admiration. Just a single short sentence helped everyone break through. No wonder he's the master. Tian Ye Go thought with annoyance. Humph, I always feel like this guy is spouting nonsense, but I have no proof. After everything was settled, Ye Junlin cleared his throat lightly and said, Ahem, very good. Everyone has broken through now. Do you know where the main base of the Dark Abyss army is? Ye Junlin replied, Senior Ye, those beasts are at the Black Devil Ridge. I will lead you there. Linger stepped forward and said, Peak Lord Yi, I'm very worried about my royal father and the others, so I want to return to the Wei Kingdom to check on them. He nodded in agreement. All right, you go ahead. We're leaving too. And so, the group, full of fighting spirit, flew alongside a Kun towards the place where the Dark Abyss army was stationed. The battle that would decide the fate of the barren kingdom was about to begin. Fellow Taoists, time is of the essence. Hurry and head to the front lines to provide support. To be able to fight alongside Senior Yi is the greatest honor. Anyone who's late this time will regret it for the rest of their lives. The scene shifts to the eastern region of the barren continent, the white bone land of the Black Devil Ridge. Everything was shrouded in a gloomy darkness, and a nauseating stench filled the air. Standing there, a few leaders of the Dry Bone clan, still unaware of what had happened, laughed and spoke. According to the original plan, our army was supposed to break through the hidden forces in the Stargate first. Right now, most of the Tao continent is already under our control. Only the mysterious Heaven sect is the toughest nut to crack. They're still stubbornly resisting. Badu Lu, have you notified my brothers yet? He replied, all 5 Bone Kings have been notified, sir. They should be arriving soon. Hearing this, the Bone Clan's Bone King Ba Cha, at the mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence realm, spoke with great satisfaction. Excellent. Although the sect master and peak lords of the mysterious Heaven sect were heavily injured last time, they couldn't do anything about their sect protecting Grand Formation. But this time, how can they possibly stop our Bone Clan? Ha ha ha. Just as he finished speaking, a series of loud explosions rang out. Several of his subordinates around him vanished from where they stood. Ba Cha tilted his head to the sky and shouted, second brother, third brother, fourth, fifth, and sixth. You finally arrived. A figure appeared right there and continued, Eldest brother, are you troubled? How could we not come? But I never imagined that in a remote place like the Tao continent, there would still be someone that even you couldn't handle. This was the Bone King Baji, at the early stage Tribulation Transcendence realm. Baja replied, in this Tao prefecture, aside from the Tian sect, everyone else is a useless freeloader. I heard the Tian sect has a peak lord who once killed many void immortals at the Tribulation Transcendence realm. He's called the white-haired god of slaughter, but he still hasn't shown up. I wonder if he's really as strong as the rumors say. Hearing this, Baji shot back, God of Slaughter. What an arrogant title, but given the current situation, no matter how powerful he is, he's dead for sure. Looking at the object in his hand, Baja asked in surprise, Second brother, could that be the underworld origin pill gifted by the emissary? Baji grinned brightly and answered, that's right. With one of these each in our clan's unique secret art, no one below a true immortal will be a match for us. Bolstered by this aid, he cheered, good, very good. We'll set out now and flatten the Xuan sect. But before he could even finish his sentence, a massive explosion erupted, sending shattered rock and debris flying everywhere. From nearby, a subordinate ran in with a look of panic, shouting, Great King, we're in big trouble. Someone from the human clan has fought their way in. Outside, a barrage of slashes with immense destructive power was unleashed, tearing the withered Bone Clan to shreds. Witnessing this scene, one of them pointed forward and ordered, Don't panic. Quickly, form up and unleash your phantom forms. The moment the words were spoken, they combined their power, creating a formation seal that shot straight into the sky. From that seal, enormous phantoms of grotesque creatures materialized, standing imposingly to confront Wu Jie. He showed no worry or fear, pointing directly at them and declaring, You dared to come and humiliate the people of my desolate prefecture and seize my territory. Therefore, I can also come to your home and slaughter you all. Without wasting any more time, he unleashed a powerful slash that seemed to tear space itself as it flew towards them. Struck by the blow, all three withered Bone Clan generals were thrown backward, their bodies racked with pain. Their arrogant expressions vanished, replaced by utter terror as they exclaimed, This is the aura of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Wu Ji stood there, looking up toward the source of the new aura with some surprise. Oh, so the ringleaders have finally decided to show up. They looked down and asked, Could you be the god of slaughter, Ye Junlin? Wu Ji replied, No, I am his disciple. Faced with that statement, they grew anxious, thinking to themselves, This Ye Junlin's disciple. Even his student is a void immortal at the Tribulation Transcendence realm? What a show of force. To actually send a disciple to deal with me. Do I not deserve any respect? Wu Ji paid no mind to their words, shouting, To deal with trash like you, my master doesn't even need to lift a finger. Baja refused to just stand there and take it, quickly launching a counterattack. Shameless boasting. Brothers, let's go. Stop him together. As he spoke, the five of them created a formation art aimed straight at Wu Ji, formed the 6-kill bone array. The two techniques collided, creating a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosion. Those standing below were caught in the blast, retreating in fear and screaming, Run, run for your lives. But they weren't going to get away that easily. Ye Junlin and the others began to close in. They're weakened. Now's our chance to take them down. Everyone, advance. Slaughter these beasts. The two sides clashed fiercely, overpowering their enemies and giving them no chance to fight back. Damn it. After being severely injured by that void immortal, my vital energy is depleted. Otherwise, how could these flies even touch me? Just as he thought this, a slash came out of nowhere. The one who had attacked was none other than Ye Junlin, who took down the withered bone warrior in a single move. To think that I, this old man, would one day personally slay a Mahayana realm chieftain of the Bone Clan. Seeing the situation worsening by the second, Baja gritted his teeth and stared at Wu Ji, thinking, Just a disciple of Ye Junlin is already this powerful. I have 5 early-stage Tribulation Transcendence cultivators helping me, so how can we not even block a single one of his slashes? Noticing the change in his expression, Wu Ji smirked and said, I told you before, to deal with a bunch of pathetic mutts like you, my master doesn't even need to show up. Suddenly, Baja slowly opened his mouth and tossed a pill inside, arrogantly proclaiming, Human, now I will make you pay the price. The moment he swallowed the pill, an immense power began to erupt from his body. The underworld origin pill the emissary bestowed upon us is truly amazing. In an instant, it has allowed me to ascend to the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he directed the skulls coiling around his body to lunge at Wu Ji, roaring, Human, die. Wu Ji didn't just stand there and take it. He unleashed a powerful sword strike, shattering the thunder bones and retorting, Ha ha, bring it on. The stronger you are, the more I'll enjoy this. Seeing this, his opponent didn't stop and continued his assault. It seems I still underestimated you. But this is as far as you go. Bone Clan's ultimate art, Bone Prison Kill. Baji, standing behind, added with a smile. Big brother, once you use that move, that guy has no chance of survival. All around where Wuji stood, countless dried bone branches erupted from the ground, encasing him completely. But of course, he wouldn't be defeated so easily, and a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. Smoke billowed from his mouth as, without hesitation, Wuji unleashed a powerful slash that shattered the enemy's formation. Bloodline of the Wind Demon. As he fought, he laughed tauntingly at them. Come on, let me hear the screams of your shattered bones. Suddenly, Baj's phantom form grew to a colossal size. He swung his sharp claws at Wuji, bellowing. An early-stage Tribulation Transcendence cultivator dares to put on a show in front of me. A peak Tribulation Transcendence master? Kneel or be turned to dust. Hearing his arrogant words only made Wuji more excited, his eyes glinting with killing intent. Without any hesitation, he swung a fatal slash, severing his opponent's arm in an instant, sending blood splattering everywhere. As the phantom's arm was cut off, Baja felt the same excruciating pain, clutching his own arm and screaming. Witnessing this, Baji called out in alarm. Big brother, he's only now getting serious. I truly underestimated the power of this wind demon, but this is as far as it goes. Use the underworld origin pills to form the abyssal bone demon quelling array. Model. Rushing towards Wu Jie, he roared. I refuse to believe you alone can defeat the 5 of us. Mid-stage Tribulation Transcendence cultivators working together. The moment he finished speaking, both sides clashed once more in a flurry of blows, creating a massive explosion. Suddenly, Tian appeared nearby, a fierce flame erupting around him, blasting everything away. He spoke. Taking this long to deal with a few skeletons. You're truly pathetic. Step aside and rest. Let me handle them. Hearing this, Wu Ji looked back and cut him off. Get lost, you guy in the red dress. If you dare try to steal my prey, I'll cut you down too. Witnessing this scene, Ba Xia was shocked and grit his teeth, thinking to himself, another disciple? And he's at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Who on earth is this Ye Junlin? Tian Ye, boiling with rage, shot back. What did you just call me? Wu Jie pointed straight at his face and interrupted. You in the red dress, if you've got a problem, then let's fight. We'll see if your fire burns faster or if my blade cuts cleaner. Hearing this, he became even more enraged. Fine. Just fine. You've gone completely mad, acting so lawlessly and spouting such arrogant nonsense. Today, I shall cleanse the sect on our master's behalf. Just like that, the two of them clashed. True flame crimson phoenix wings, violent wind flame palm. When the two attacks collided, they created a massive explosion. The skeleton generals burst into gleeful laughter. Humph. Not only is that Ye Junlin ignoring us, he's letting his own disciples fight each other. What an arrogant fool. Sitting atop Akun's back and witnessing this scene, Bai Shushu cried out in fear. Stop. Stop it. Don't fight anymore. I'm begging you. Please stop fighting. Junlin was also at a loss for words. Humph. I just wanted these two to get some practice and solidify their cultivation. How did they end up fighting each other? Baji spoke up. Big brother, these two are fighting amongst themselves. Their power is pouring out without restraint. This is the perfect offering to form our abyssal bone dharma body. This is an opportunity we can't miss. Basha added, That's exactly what I was thinking. In that case, let's send them on their way. We'll also make that Ye Junlin witness true despair with his own eyes. As soon as he finished speaking, they began to manifest a giant, illusory skull, the intimidating form of the abyssal bone. Next, a series of hands with razor-sharp claws appeared. Soul Devourer. In the blink of an eye, those fragmented parts combined into a majestic dharma body that descended upon the world. Ultimately, what Junlin's group now faced was the abyssal bone dharma body at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. Standing below, Ye Junlin's jaw dropped as he stammered, Thief, this. Bai Shushu was also startled and yelled, Whoa, Master, that giant thing is even bigger than Akun. Interesting. Very interesting. The aura from this combined form is even stronger than the Three Saints' three-headed, six-armed technique. Only then did Tian Ye stop fighting and turn to look behind him. The Dharma body looked at him, and with a savage grin, it asked, Haha, are you scared now? Below the level of a true immortal, our abyssal bone Dharma body is unrivaled. Let's see just how arrogant you can be now. Humph. I face all kinds of opponents. Besides, how long can you even maintain that form? Just like that, it cut him off with an attack. You wretched woman, die. But thanks to his incredible speed, Tian Ye managed to dodge out of the way, fast. aren't you? Then how about this? The Dharma body roared furiously as it tried to grab him. No matter how fast you fly, you can only delay being crushed to death by me. Seizing the opportunity while it wasn't paying attention, Tian began his counterattack. He struck out with a powerful palm, crimson, wind-violent flame palm, and roared, thinking to himself, I was once a true immortal, looking down upon the swarming masses from on high, and now I'm being called a gnat by some despicable dark creature. However, faced with his attack, the Dharma body was able to shatter it with ease. In an instant, the technique dissipated into dust. The Dharma body gave a contemptuous smile and praised him. That was actually pretty warm. You're not half bad. Tian exclaimed in shock. What? The moment the word left his mouth, it clenched its fist and lunged forward. Die. He froze for a beat. This is bad. With no other choice, he had to block the blow with his own body. If Master doesn't intervene soon, I'm not going to make it. Taking the blow, Tian was slammed straight into the ground, sending up a massive cloud of dust. Fortunately, he wasn't seriously injured. He stood there thinking, the Bone Clan has naturally powerful defenses. Their sturdy bone armor alone can withstand all kinds of damage. If my cultivation weren't several realms lower, I would have incinerated this pile of scrap bones long ago. Just as he thought this, from behind him, Wuji finally came to his senses. He forced a smile and greeted him. Senior brother Hong, what a coincidence. You're here too. Tian asked furiously. So, you're finally awake, are you? Do you remember what you said to me earlier? Wuji waved his hand dismissively. Ha. Said what? When this junior brother goes berserk, I don't even recognize my own family. I even forget my own name. Don't take any of that nonsense seriously. Please don't hold it against me, senior brother. I'm screwed. I'm so screwed. What kind of useless bloodline is this? I think I just hit my senior brother's sore spot. Is it too late to run now? Getting back on topic, as soon as he looked up at the Dharma body, Wuji couldn't help but be amazed. Holy crap, what is that thing? That skeleton is massive. Don't tell me you were just fighting that monster, senior brother, Tian replied. Humph. Fighting? I was merely testing its weight. It's nothing but a pile of bones. Wuji chuckled and added, Indeed. Senior brother, your divine might is unparalleled. I'm sure you had it completely under control. Tian angrily clenched his fists, cutting him off. Li Wuji, shut your mouth right now, or I swear I won't hesitate to help Master cleanse the sect for real. Meanwhile, the Dharma body was moving closer and closer to Kun. Oh no, that monster is heading towards Master. It looks like it's going to attack. It burst out laughing. Ha, you finally figured out who the real tough opponent is, haven't you? Good. This giant skeleton's defense is invincible among those in the same realm, and its power is something rarely seen in this world. Old Ye, I'll be watching to see how long you can keep up your arrogant act this time. Looking at the enormous creature, Bai Shushu and Bai Shushu He hugged each other in terror, crying out, Master, it's coming over. It's so scary. The Dharma body continued, Ye Junlin, you truly are arrogant. Were you so confident that you thought 2 mere disciples could suppress us? Now, it's your turn. Hearing this, he replied calmly, I know you're in a hurry, but how about you don't be in such a hurry? Faced with that statement, it asked in confusion, what is that supposed to mean? Big brother, he's humiliating us. He's treating us like a circus act. A corner of Junlin's mouth curved into an amused smile. You really think you're all that right now, don't you? The Dharma body snorted coldly. My body stands between heaven and earth. I can shatter the sun and moon with a turn of my palm. In my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. No longer allowing it to be arrogant, Junlin unleashed his power. He used the heaven and earth Dharma body technique in response. An ant, you better remember that arrogant posture of yours right now, because I'm waiting for you to get on your knees and sing praises of my conquest. The corner of his mouth twitched as he continued. Just a cobbled-together pile of bones dares to claim it can hold up the sky. Before the Dharma body could even process what was happening, Junlin had already grown to an immense size, doubling the creature's height. Looking down, he said, Allow me to show you what it truly means to stand between heaven and earth. Ye Junlin looked at the Dharma form with a contemptuous expression and asked, What now? Still think it's small, he replied. Size doesn't represent strength. Do you think just by getting bigger you can compare to my abyssal bone Dharma form? Without a moment's hesitation, he began to clench his fist and charge forward at full speed. Faced with this scene, Ye Junlin's eyebrows furrowed in annoyance. No wonder they're the Bone Clan. Even their mouths are tough. To show the Dharma form who was in charge here, he directly raised his hand, easily blocking his blow. After parrying the strike, he also clenched his fists and threw a punch at the Dharma form, knocking him backward. Taking that blow, he cried out in extreme pain. So fast. The remaining men also looked terrified, and one said, "Ugh, big brother, this guy can block our attacks so easily. I almost dislocated my shoulder. I never expected this guy to have such a powerful body, but with strength alone, he'll never be able to defeat our Dharma form." They continued. After all, this is the heaven-reaching colossus, formed from absorbing the power of hundreds of thousands of lost souls from the nether abyss. A normal warrior at the peak of the tribulation realm would be no match for us. Wasting no more time, before striking, Ye Junlin called out softly, "Bai Shushu Li, Hong Tianye, watch your master. Your master will demonstrate for you just this once." The two exclaimed, "We finally have a chance to witness our master's invincible style with our own eyes." Humph, letting him show off again. The Dharma form angrily interrupted. Ye Junlin, wipe that smug look off your face," he replied. "Today, I am not Ye Junlin. Call me Yuan, Master Ye." The more they heard these words, the more furious they became as they unleashed their attacks. "Ye Junlin, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you know a little kung fu." No matter how many blows they threw, Ye Junlin could still easily block them. He smirked and replied, "I told you to call me Yi Wen. Don't you understand human language? But that's right. You're not human to begin with." They thought in astonishment, why can't we land a single punch on him? What's more, he's not even fighting back. He's clearly just toying with us. Finally, at this moment, he had no more time to tease them and began to make his move. Disciples, watch closely. With just one punch, Ye Junlin sent the Dharma form flying backward before it even knew what had happened. In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbreakable. This one is too weak. As soon as the words left his mouth, the Dharma form's entire body slammed hard into the ground below, creating a huge explosion that sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere. He could feel his body shattering into pieces. "It hurts. I'm dying. It hurts so much, big brother." Not only does Ye Junlin look down on us, but he's also using us to train his disciples. This is the ultimate humiliation. We came to the desolate continent with an important mission from the Nether clan on our shoulders. How can we be defeated at the hands of a mere human? If we don't find this Stargate, we'll have no face to return and report on our mission. Because of this, the Dharma form began to rise once more. A flash of green light shone from the center of its chest. Ye Junlin, you're the one who forced us to do this. 6 bones, 1 heart. Abyssal bone sacrifice. In the blink of an eye, from the center of the Dharma form's chest, a giant vortex carrying skulls and bones appeared, shooting straight towards Ye Junlin. Annihilation of 1,000 abyssal bones. Witnessing the scene, a terrified Wu Jie cried out, "Master, be careful." But this pathetic trick didn't even register in his eyes. He brought 2 fingers together and thrust them straight forward. All flash and no substance, with 100 openings. Just like that, he glided through the vortex, heading straight for the Dharma form to strike. Wing Chun's inch force meridians sever. From the center of the Dharma form's body, a crack appeared and slowly began to widen. By the time they understood what was happening, it was already too late. Their bodies exploded into tiny fragments, accompanied by screams of agony. "No, the Nether clan, the Stargate. Our mission has failed." With these pests taken care of, everyone couldn't help but exclaim with joy, "Senior Yi won. We won. Senior Yi is divine. Senior Yi is divine. If the Bone King has been eliminated, then leave the remaining remnants to us to kill." Ye Junlin gently reached out and stroked Ah Kun's head, asking, "Ah Kun, can you understand how I feel right now? Being invincible is just this lonely." Standing below, Wu Ji's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "Master, I've grasped the divine technique of borrowing and reflecting force." Tian thought resentfully, to think he killed the Bone King so easily, he's showing off again. It really gets on my nerves. Looking at him descending below, the 4th junior brother jumped and cheered. Master is truly incredible. That giant guy was taken down with just 1 blow. Yes, 4th junior brother. After what had just happened, Wu Jie and Tian also had to admit their mistakes. "Master, I'm truly sorry for embarrassing you. And we even had to ask you to clean up our mess. Master, I won't fail again next time." Ye Junlin reminded them tiredly, "I told you all, fellow disciples, shouldn't be fighting amongst yourselves. It wouldn't look good if word of this got out. And Hong Tianye, you couldn't even handle a single dried-up skeleton. At the decisive moment, your master still had to step in. But this is also a valuable lesson for you all. Have you all learned your lesson?" They answered with complete helplessness, "Yes, this disciple has learned a great deal." Tianye thought with annoyance, "Is this dried-up skeleton really small? All you do is brag all day. One of these days, you're going to get what's coming to you." With nothing left to do here, Ye Junlin sat leisurely and contentedly on Ah Kun's back to return. "Ah Kun, turn around and head back to the estate, back to the Xuantian sect. In the blink of an eye, a towering gate appeared in front of Ah Kun. We've been out for so long this time. We're finally going home. The moment they stepped through the gate, Shu Yonian and everyone else were already waiting. Shu Yonian exclaimed, "Junior brother Ye." Ye Junlin continued, "Senior brothers and sisters, I'm back." He ran over, crying tears of joy as he continued. Good, good. It's good that you're back. As long as you're here, we won't be afraid even if the Nether Abyss army attacks again. Little Linger can be saved now, too. He smiled and replied, "Ah, there is no more Nether Abyss army. I killed the Bone King on my way back. Right now, Yang, Ye Junlin, and the others are cleaning up the remnants of the Nether Abyss. As for Linger, she's already gone home to visit her father." Hearing these words, they were so shocked their jaws nearly hit the floor. What? Junior brother Ye, is this for real? But that Bone King was in the Tribulation realm. I heard that last time after he attacked the Great Sect protecting formation. If he failed, he'd still go gather his brothers. Junior brother Yi, has he really gotten this strong now? Su Qiang Shui stood beside him and asked, speechless. I'm telling you, did none of them realize that junior brother Yi is also in the Tribulation realm? How could the Mingyuan army possibly be a match for him? Junlin said cheerfully. It was just a casual flick of his wrist. Shu Yunian couldn't stop smiling. Junior brother Yi, you've really done it. You brought us such great news right after returning. This is great. The crisis of the Xuan Tian sect is finally resolved. We don't have to worry every single day anymore. Then he noticed the people standing behind him. He asked in surprise, are these two junior brother Ye's new disciples? Junlin introduced them. I forgot to introduce them. This is Li Wuji, you've probably heard of him. And this is Bai Shushu He. Come, disciples, this is Sect Master Shu Yunian of the Xuan Tian sect. Hearing this, they both clasped their hands, bowed their heads, and shouted, Greetings, Sect Master. Shu Yunian waved his hand. Excellent. With you two joining us, our Xuan Tian sect will truly grow stronger and stronger. Suddenly remembering something, Dezhu exclaimed, Li Wuji. Could he be that blade demon, Li Wuji? Although he's never appeared in the barren continent, I heard he's quite famous in several Dao prefectures of the Eastern Domain. Wuji sighed with a smile. My apologies. I was young and foolish, which led to some of those nasty rumors spreading so far. He cut him off. It's all right. I only heard that your blade techniques are both fast and precise. I didn't pay attention to anything else. Su Qiangshui added, That's right. If junior brother Ye has his eye on you, there's no way he's wrong. Let's not just stand here talking. Su Yunian urged with a smile. Junior brother Yi, you haven't been back in a long time. Why don't we all get together and you can tell us about your experiences over the past few years? Junlin replied, All right, let's all head back to Piaomiao Peak. Disciples, follow your master home. Later, sitting in the large courtyard, everyone chatted together. Junlin spoke up, Bai Shushu, go get some good tea for everyone. Hong Tianye, you're the senior disciple, so take Bai Shushu Li and Bai Shushu He on a tour. They both replied, Yes, you can leave it to us. Understood, master. Dezhu urged, Junior brother Ye, hurry up and tell us, what interesting things did you encounter while you were away for the past year? Not only has your cultivation level increased so much, but you've also taken on two formidable disciples. He replied, Since senior brother is so eager, I'll tell you all about my heroic deeds. This story has to start from the Shu clan's floating island. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, everyone had finally heard his entire story. Dezhu exclaimed in astonishment. In just 1 year, junior brother Yi has experienced so many amazing things. Your life is my dream. Shu Yunian spoke up. The Xuankong temple was destroyed. The Shangtu nation's imperial palace was massacred, and they even framed you for it. Who on earth is the mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes? Su Qiang Shui said indignantly. Exactly. This is clearly a massive conspiracy. Junlin had already figured this out. He took a sip of tea and replied, The mastermind behind this is definitely closely related to the creatures of the Dark Abyss. It might even be a powerful figure in the Eastern Domain, just like Shu Yun of the Xuankong Temple. Judging by the current situation, they are all heading towards the Star Gate, so the barren continent is no exception. The Star Gate connects all the myriad realms from ancient times. Cultivators can use this gate to travel to every corner of the universe. Its strategic value is immense. This is truly a grave danger. Shu Yunian, I will protect the Xuan Tian sect with my life, but where exactly is the Star Gate? Given the current situation, opening the Star Gate would be like inviting a wolf into our home. At that point, there will be endless wars. That's true. The most urgent matter right now is to defend the Xuan Tian sect well. The scene changes to the Eastern Domain's Qingzhou, the forbidden grounds of the Yuhua sect. A loud explosion echoed. Standing amidst a colossal pillar of lightning tribulation was a young man with a powerful aura. He was Chen Jiao, the holy son of the Yuhua sect, at the mid-stage of the tribulation realm. Seeing this, several men clasped their hands and shouted, "We respectfully welcome the holy son out of seclusion." His expression was cold as he spoke, Hong Tianye, and also, Ye Junlin. Your cultivation is merely at the insignificant Mahayana realm. Now, standing before me, you're no different from swatting flies or crushing ants. Just thinking about it filled Chen Jiao with immense confidence in himself. I, Chen Jiao, will be the one who has the last laugh. After speaking, he looked at a subordinate with annoyance and asked, "Where is Zhu? Why hasn't he come to see me? I can use our past master-disciple relationship to help him break through to the tribulation realm and reach the void immortal stage." The subordinate replied, "Reporting to the Holy Sun. Not long after you went into seclusion, Zhu broke through to the tribulation realm and became a true void immortal." But before the subordinate could finish, Chen Jiao exclaimed, "Oh, just what? I was his disciple, after all. Now that I've successfully come out of seclusion, he can't even be bothered to come and congratulate me." The subordinate stammered, "Well, he can't come because he's been killed." These words made him freeze for a moment before he roared, "What? Killed? Who did it?" The subordinate replied, It was that Ye Junlin from the Tian sect." The moment he heard that name, Chen Jiao's rage intensified. "Damn it, he killed my father, and now he's killed my master too. If I don't eliminate this man, the hatred in my heart will never fade. Holy Son, please don't be rash. I'm afraid Ye Junlin has reached a level that you cannot handle." He exploded with power and roared, "Humph. Why are you boosting his morale and lowering our own? You all know the extent of my cultivation. Even if that Ye Junlin is at the late stage of the tribulation realm, I'd still dare to kill him for you to see. Besides, it hasn't been that long. At most, he's only reached the early stage of the tribulation realm." The subordinate explained that Ye Junlin is an old monster who likes to hide his true strength. He's not at the early stage tribulation realm, nor is he at the late stage. He's at the perfected tribulation realm. Hearing this, Chen Jiao's face darkened, filled with disbelief. "What? No. Impossible." The subordinate recounted. Not long ago, Ye Junlin wiped out the Kong temple, and all three of their saints were at the perfected tribulation realm. Ye Junlin's cultivation has long since surpassed that. Holy Son, you absolutely must not go seeking death. The more he heard these words, the more Chen Jiao felt a sharp pain in his heart. His voice trembled. Surpassed. Surpassed. He clenched his teeth, unable to accept this reality. He was so enraged he vomited blood, a spray of dark red bursting from his mouth as his face turned deathly pale. Seeing this, his subordinate hurriedly tried to calm him down. "Sacred Son, you must pull yourself together. While your current cultivation level is no match for Ye Junlin's, there is now a once-in-a-thousand-year opportunity that can help you. Sacred Son, advance rapidly and turn the tables." The subordinate added, "Sacred Son, you've been in seclusion for a long time and may not know that a great war is about to erupt. Here's the current situation." After hearing everything that had happened, Chen Jiao's jaw dropped, his eyes wide open. It took him a long moment to finally calm down and speak. "So this is what the Eastern Domain has become. It seems I must prepare early to fight against the invasion of the Nether Abyss creatures." The subordinate continued, "Sacred Son, with your strength, you will surely shine brilliantly in the battle to exterminate the Nether Abyss. When your fame reaches its peak, won't the position of sect master of the Yuho sect be yours in the future? At that time, all resources will be under your command. With your monstrous talent, becoming a true immortal will be well within your grasp." Chen Jiao's spirits lifted, and a self-satisfied smile spread across his face. "That's right, becoming an immortal. As long as I can become an immortal, I will have my revenge. As long as I can become an immortal, I will stand above all others. And of course, the first person I'll get my revenge on is none other than Junlin. Ye Junlin, just you wait for me." After Chen Jiao came out of seclusion, relying on the power of the Yuhu sect, he rightfully assumed the position of commander of the Righteous Alliance. The creatures of the Nether Abyss trembled upon hearing the news. Over the next few months, Chen Jiao led the alliance to other provinces to eliminate the disastrous Nether Abyss creatures. Relying on his mid-stage tribulation, transcendence cultivation, and the strategic advantage of his explosive solar immortal body, he was victorious wherever he went, winning every single battle. He liberated countless large and small occupied territories, striking fear into the hearts of all Nether Abyss creatures who heard his name. Chen Jiao's prestige soared relentlessly. He became the center of everyone's attention. Gradually, countless cultivators began to sing praises of Chen Jiao's achievements, and he slowly became the righteous leader of the younger generation. The scene shifts to the Eastern Domain. Huang Province, Tian sect's Piao Miao Peak. At this moment, Junlin was still enjoying a life of leisure. So relaxing. Wu Ji suddenly ran in and said, "Master, I brought the latest daily report from the cultivation world. Would you like me to read it to you? It's like I don't have hands of my own, needing to be spoon-fed everything. Hearing his disciple's words, he replied calmly, Humph, don't tell me it's news about that guy again. It's been all about him lately. He must have bribed the news agency. Wu Jie continued, Master, your calculations are truly divine. Chen Zhao has repelled the Ghost Clan's grand army in the southern province, rescuing countless enslaved people. Next, he announced that he will continue to advance north to help Gong Province, which has recently been shrouded in darkness. When that name was mentioned, Junlin couldn't help but be surprised. Gong Province, isn't that where Miaoi's Wendao sect is located? What happened there? Wu Ji replied. According to the report, the three major clans of the Nether Abyss that specialize in assassination, the Shadow Clan, the Dark Clan, and the Night Clan joined forces to invade Gong Province not long ago. Many experts at the Tribulation Transcendence realm have already been assassinated. The sect master of Wendao's sect, and Zizai, was injured, and the situation is extremely critical. He quickly asked again, Is it really that serious? Is this information accurate? Wu Ji replied, reporting to Master, I have also gathered information from other sources. Gong Province has indeed fallen into a crisis. Suddenly, a notification popped up from the system. Congratulations to the host for activating a check-in mission. Please go to the Wendao sect in Gong Province to check in. After a successful check-in, the Kang Yuan sword will be upgraded to the Immortal Artifact level ahead of schedule. Hearing this, Junlin was overjoyed. Excellent, excellent. This reward is exactly what I wanted. With an Immortal Artifact, won't killing those in the Tribulation realm be as easy as slaughtering chickens? Not wasting any more time here, he stood up and gave an order. Disciples, prepare to depart with me to the Wendao sect to save the people. Wu Jie happily agreed. Yes, Master is truly righteous. Tian thought to herself, confused, this guy is usually so flighty and unreliable. Since when did he have such a reasonable side? Did he take the wrong medicine or something? Or has he taken a liking to that young lady? Not far away, seeing Akon moving, Shu Yunian exclaimed, Junior brother Ye is going out again. The enlightenment tea he brought back this time was truly miraculous. I can't believe it helped everyone break through to the Tribulation realm. Su Qianshui added, thanks to junior brother Yi, the Xuantian sect is getting better and better. At the same time, in Gong province of the Eastern Domain, at the Wendao sect, a fleet of ships was moving across the sky. Below, Miao Yi and her father were in the middle of a huge argument. Humph. So now your wings have grown strong, you won't even listen to your own father anymore. It would be good for you to interact more with Commander Chen. He is the sect master of Wendao's sect, and Zizai, at the peak of the Tribulation realm. Miao Yi cut him off, annoyed. Humph. If I say I won't marry him, I won't. I have no interest in Commander Chen. And Zizai continued to persuade her. Miao Yi, just listen to your father. My body is injured, and I'm being targeted by those heretic clans. If something unexpected happens to me in the future, who will protect you? She covered her ears and interrupted. I don't need anyone to protect me. If you value that Commander Chen so much, why don't you just go with him? In the future, I'll burn paper offerings for Mom and tell her that you found a new Dao companion. Hearing those words, he was so angry his blood boiled. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from his lips. Miaoyi was startled and asked with concern, Father, what's wrong? And Zizai quickly stabilized himself and reassured her. Don't worry about me, I'm fine. Although the poison of the Nether Abyss clan can't be completely eradicated, it won't kill me just yet. But you should think about your own future. Commander Chen is young and incredibly talented. The position of sect master of the Yuhua sect will surely be his in the future. The situation is critical right now. You won't be at a disadvantage if you're with him. She stammered, Father. Just as she spoke, someone ran in to report, Sect Master, Commander Chen requests an audience. He quickly replied, Hurry, invite Commander Chen in. And Miao Yi thought with frustration. He just had to come at this exact moment. As soon as she finished the thought, Chen Jiao was escorted inside, a radiant expression on his face as he spoke. Sect Master An. I have just finished discussing countermeasures with the elders of your esteemed sect. As long as I am here, the invading heretics won't be able to touch a single hair on your heads. Hearing this, An Zizai was incredibly grateful and exclaimed, We've truly troubled Commander Chen too much. All of us at the Wendao sect are eternally grateful. He continued, Oh, right, how is your body? If it's not getting better, I will go to the Yuhua sect later and ask for a few king-grade herbs to heal your injuries and detoxify the poison for you. He replied, That would be too much to ask. Chen Jiao, still wearing his fake expression, interrupted. It's a small matter. Just a simple gesture to help. Humph, I was just being polite. Did you really take me seriously? Zizai chuckled. Well then, my thanks to you, Commander Chen. Oh, Right, this is my daughter, Miao Yi. She greatly admires you, Commander Chen. I wonder if you might have some time to tell my daughter about your heroic deeds. Standing beside them, Miao Yi's expression darkened, clearly unhappy. That Chen Jiao eagerly nodded and replied, if young Missin is interested, then I'll have to tell the story in great detail. Hearing this, Zizai quickly excused himself to give them some private space. Wonderful. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I'll be on my way. You two take your time and chat, she called out. Father. He glanced back at him and said, Sect Master An, take care. In the end, only Miao Yi and Chen Jiao were left standing in the courtyard. He thought to himself, go on, flatter me. As long as you serve me well, I'll deign to lend you a hand. Right now, the only one who can save your and family is me, Chen Jiao. However, contrary to his expectations, Miao Yi wasn't welcoming at all and turned her face away. What does this woman think she's doing? Is she trying to play hard to get with me? Sect Master and clearly wants to offer you to me, yet you're still pretending to be reserved. With that thought, Chen Jiao decided to approach her and speak. Young Miss An, it seems you're quite interested in the flowers and plants, aren't you? In the future, I will collect all the rare and exotic flowers from across the world and personally bring them to you as a gift. What do you think? She replied softly. Oh. Hearing her tone, he started to get annoyed. Gritting his teeth, he tried to stir up conversation with different words. Young Miss An, are you perhaps unhappy? You can tell me, and I will gladly share your sorrows and ease your worries. Haha. Young Miss An is truly interesting. How about we take a stroll? I arrive at your esteemed sect in quite a hurry and haven't had a chance to properly enjoy the scenery. Miao Yi just replied coldly and repeatedly. Oh. Chen Jiao couldn't take it anymore, his blood boiling with anger as he thought to himself. Oh, my ass. Besides is there anything else you know how to say? Everywhere I go, I am the center of attention. Beautiful women throw themselves at me. What are you pretending for? Just as he was thinking this, the sudden appearance of a kun in the sky above startled him, making him look up. Seeing this, Miao Yi's cheerful expression instantly returned as she exclaimed, He's here. Chen Jiao stammered, This is. Why is a Tribulation Realm Emperor Beast attacking the questioning Dao sect? Could it be that the Dark Abyss clan is attacking again? At the same time, inside the main hall of the questioning Dao sect, Fan Bobo was earnestly trying to persuade Zizai. Sect Master, isn't it too cruel to marry the young miss to an outsider like that? Zizai replied, Chen Jiao is so young yet has achieved so much. In the Eastern Domain, few have ever been his equal. What's wrong with me entrusting Miao Yi to him? Just as he finished speaking, a subordinate rushed in to report. Sect Master, an Emperor Beast is approaching our position, he exclaimed. What? An Emperor Beast? I'll go take a look. Akun's presence threw the entire questioning Dao sect into chaos, and a defensive barrier was activated. Looking at Akun, Zizai was surprised and wondered, is that Akun? It's him. He's here again. He stared blankly at Fan Bobo and asked, You recognize this beast? He replied, Recognize it? It's the Mount of Ye Junlin, the peak lord of Misty Peak from the Xuan Tian sect. The words had barely faded when a loud voice echoed, Ye Junlin pays a visit to your esteemed sect. The crowd buzzed with discussion. Ye Junlin, isn't he the villain who destroyed the Xuan Kong temple and blood-washed the Pure Land nation? What on earth is this god of slaughter doing here at the questioning Dao sect? Zizai immediately gave an order. Do not be disrespectful. Lower the mountain-protecting formation and let Dao's friend Ye in for a chat. A gap quickly appeared in the barrier above, allowing a kun to enter. Junlin's group descended slowly and calmly. Witnessing this scene, Miao Yi was so happy she couldn't stop smiling, rushing forward and calling out. Young Master Yi, Zizai exclaimed. Miao. Miao Yi, you. Junlin replied cheerfully. Young Miss An, we meet again. She continued. Young Master Ye, did you come to help us because you heard the questioning Dao sect was in trouble, or did you come specifically to see me? Standing below, he exclaimed to himself. Miao Yi's feelings for young Master Ye. Could it be? Faced with Miao Yi's question, he could only reply, both. He thought to himself, of course, the most important reason is the third one. Time to collect the system check-in reward. Shouldn't it have been sent by now? But just like last time, the system seemed to have fallen asleep. The number you have dialed is currently switched off. He grumbled internally. It's asleep again. This thing has been so slow with the rewards lately. I really need to have a serious talk with it. Miao Yi smiled brightly and said, Thank you, young Master Yi. Seeing this scene, Zizai was speechless and asked, Elder Fan, is this still my daughter? Fan Bobo replied, Sect Master, haven't you realized? The young miss already has someone in her heart. Just as he said that, Chen Jiao suddenly appeared in front of Junlin and shouted, Ye Junlin. His blood was boiling with rage as he continued, You, who terrorized the eastern domain with the title God of Slaughter, the Xuankong Temple, the Pure Land Nation. Those massacres have yet to be explained. Right now, Gong Province is being ravaged by the 3 clans of the Dark Abyss. The people are suffering. I wonder, now that you've graced the questioning Dao sect with your presence, are you here to provide aid or to fish in troubled waters? Seeing Chen Jiao's tone, Miao Yi sensed something was wrong and thought to herself. Chen Jiao is interrogating Ye Junlin the moment he arrives. He's clearly trying to put him in a difficult position. Hearing all this, he showed no reaction at all, standing perfectly still. He asked with a blank expression, Who are you? Standing beside him, Wu Ji chuckled and added, As expected of master. Those 2 words don't inflict much damage, but the humiliation is immense. Faced with this mockery, Chen Jiao's face darkened, an aura of killing intent enveloping him as he shouted, You. He gritted his teeth and asked again, Keep pretending. You really don't remember me. But Junlin truly didn't remember. He cleaned his ear and replied, Some little brat from who knows where expects this lord to remember him. At that moment, his anger finally erupted. You've gone too far. My father, Chen Yunhai, the master of the Wind Thunder sect, died at your hands. And my master, Zhu Yang, was also killed by you. Surely you couldn't have forgotten these things. Hearing this, he finally nodded and exclaimed, Oh, so it was them. I think I have a faint impression now. Chen Jiao roared, cutting him off. Ye Junlin, you're a void immortal, yet you slaughtered the void immortal of a minor sect. Have you no shame? Unable to listen any longer, Wu Ji stepped up to retort. Your father dreamed of invading the Xuantian sect. My master was only protecting our sect. As for that Zhu Yang, he attacked my master without reason at the Sui family residence. In the end, his skills were inferior, so he was killed by my master in self-defense. Junlin nodded, thinking to himself with satisfaction, not bad at all. This disciple is truly worthwhile. At this thought, he glanced over at Tian with a mocking look that made him flinch, unlike someone else. With no other choice, he had to step forward and shout, That's right. Your master failed his ambush and got himself killed. How pathetic. And now you only dare to take revenge with empty words, while deliberately calling yourself the Holy Sun. Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Chen Jia prepared to make a move. You all just stand there. Ye Junlin's group continued to taunt and provoke. Seeing the situation growing increasingly tense, Zizai stepped in to mediate. You are both indispensable talents of the Eastern Domain. The current situation is dire. Why not set aside your differences for now? Uniting against the foreign clans is the most important thing, isn't it? Before he could finish his sentence, Chen Jiao suddenly cut him off. Shut your mouth. This is not your place to speak. Hearing this, Zizai was taken aback and turned around, exclaiming, What did you say? He was so angered that he coughed dryly. Miao Yi quickly ran to support her father. Father, you bastard. As the commander of the allied forces, how can you be so disrespectful to an elder? Just as she finished speaking, an old man appeared nearby and explained, The Holy Sun has only lost his senses out of anger. Fellow Taoists, please don't blame him. Holy Sun, let's go. This old man was the supreme elder of the Yuhua sect, Elder Liu, who had reached the grand completion of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. However, it seemed Chen Jiao still couldn't swallow his anger. He thought to himself that if he just tried hard enough to stand at the top, bathed in glorious light, he could face his father's killer without being at a disadvantage. Who would have thought he'd be treated like a monkey for their amusement from beginning to end? At this thought, he grew even more furious and charged forward, screaming, Elder Liu, I won't accept this. I want my revenge. Hearing this, Elder Liu hurriedly grabbed Chen Jiao's hand to stop him. Holy Sun, look at yourself right now. Where is your usual confidence and composure? Stop humiliating yourself here and come back with me. As he spoke, his eyes darted towards Ye Junlin. You can't defeat him right now. Don't act recklessly. Standing nearby, Ye Junlin remained completely calm. He asked, So what if you don't accept it? I was only acting in self-defense. Chen Jiao roared in fury. Ye Junlin, your shameless disciple concealed his cultivation level and killed countless innocent people. Do you have the guts to suppress your realm so we can have a fair fight? He thought to himself. After refining the true sun fire, my sun immortal body has become pure and flawless. I am absolutely invincible within the same realm. As long as you dare to accept my challenge, I'll show you what true shock is. Before Ye Junlin could speak, Tian stepped forward and cut in. Someone of your caliber wants to challenge my invincible master? You aren't even worthy of fighting Ah Kun. He smiled in satisfaction. Not bad. You finally saved me some face. It seems you can be taught after all. Hearing these words, Chen Jiao asked in confusion, Who is Ah Kun? Tian then explained. He is, of course, our master's noble mount, a divine beast from ancient times. The moment he finished speaking, Kun appeared in the sky above, letting out a mighty roar to show his power. Witnessing this, he was so enraged he nearly coughed up blood and yelled, "How can you be so unreasonable? You expect me, the Holy Sun, to fight a mere mount?" Ye Junlin asked irritably, "Who do you think you are to look down on my Kun?" He furiously interrupted. "How outstanding a person am I? Chen Jiao, the Holy Sun, the true successor of the Yuhua sect, commander of the Eastern Domain's allied forces, and I have to duel a mount. If word of this gets out, how could I ever show my face again?" Tian was also speechless. "Humph. Commanders are nothing but subordinates under me, all title and no substance. Forget challenging my master. You're not even qualified to challenge me." Unable to endure it any longer, Chen Jiao clenched his fists and charged forward. "You." A furious glint flashed in his eyes as he looked up to the sky and accepted the challenge. Kun, is it?" Just like that, he directly launched a powerful attack towards Kun, taunting, "Come on." Ye Junlin gave the order, Kun, it's time to show your true skills. Go." Without any hesitation, Kun began his attack, lunging forward with his mouth open. "Holy Sun, be careful. That beast is a descendant of the ancient divine beast, the Kun." Looking straight ahead, Chen Jiao used his technique and shouted, "Great Sun Fist." The people below exclaimed, "Such incredible power." His eyes filled with resentment as he grit his teeth and said, "You beast, watch how I, the Holy Sun, will make you submit." The moment he finished speaking, a series of fireballs materialized around Chen Jiao and continuously struck Kun's body. Seeing his attack hit, he burst into manic laughter and asked, "Haha, how does that feel?" The others, feeling the immense pressure, exclaimed in awe. As expected of Commander Chen, who has fought in all four directions, this power would terrify any of the foreign clans. Others chimed in, "He's too strong. Even a descendant of an ancient divine beast is being suppressed." Witnessing this scene, Bai Shushu asked worriedly, "Master, is Kun in danger?" Ye Junlin cut her off. "Don't worry, Kun is perfectly fine." Standing above, Chen Jiao spoke with great confidence. Ye Junlin, my apologies. It seems I've accidentally killed your mount." "Ha." He was very calm, smirking as he replied, "Oh, is that so?" The moment he finished speaking, a young boy with blue hair appeared and landed a painful blow on Chen Jiao. "You bastard, taste my Kun fist." Before he could even understand what was happening, his body was sent flying backward at lightning speed. After a moment, he finally came to his senses and managed to ask, "Who are you?" The young boy stood there and replied, "You don't recognize me. It's me, Kun." Hearing this, Chen Jiao's blood boiled as he exclaimed, "So you're not dead." The little brat casually taunted, "Hey, you're the one who's going to die." Once again, he went berserk and prepared to strike. "You beast! How dare you mock me?" A golden speck of light appeared in the middle of his forehead as he roared, "Solar immortal body, activate." Kun, not one to back down, retorted, "Humph, I, Kun, am not afraid of you." The moment they finished speaking, the two clashed head-on, creating a massive explosion. Seeing this, Bai Shushu cheered them on. "Go, Kun, go. Go, Kun." Miao Yi enthusiastically chimed in, Kun, you're the best. Beat him up. Beat him up good." Back at the battle, Chen Jiao was growing weaker and weaker, wondering to himself, why does this kid get more ferocious the more we fight? Old Liu looked extremely anxious. Is it Kun's descendant really this strong? To be able to fight the Holy Sun to this extent? Finally, with no other choice, Chen Jiao unleashed his finishing blow, roaring, "Die." But right in front of him, Kun also rushed in with a follow-up punch, yelling, "Ha, take this." With just a single punch, the little guy shattered Chen Jiao's technique. Not good. But it didn't stop there. The kid unleashed another blow, ramming into him hard. Kun's Iron Mountain shoulder strike. Taking this hit, Chen Jiao lost consciousness and slammed hard into the massive stone wall. White smoke billowed everywhere. As the dust settled, it revealed Chen Jiao's figure lying there, heavily injured. To make matters worse, Kun humiliated him, making him cough violently. Cough, cough. The little guy relieved himself right on his face, laughing and saying, "This is so fun." Bai Shushu exclaimed with joy, "Amazing. Kun won. Ha, great job, Kun." Witnessing the scene, Elder Liu angrily clenched his fists and growled, "You vile beast. How dare you humiliate the holy son of my Yuhua gate?" As soon as he finished speaking, the old man launched an attack, seeking revenge. "You're so disrespectful. This old man will teach you a lesson." Just at the most dangerous moment, Ye Junlin thankfully arrived in time. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes as he glanced over and asked, Old man, you don't know how to accept defeat, do you? You dare to even lay a hand on my A-kun. Ye Junlin glared threateningly. Or perhaps you want to fight me. Faced with such overwhelming power, Elder Lu was obviously no match. The elder thought to himself, Ye Junlin was able to suppress the 3 sages of the Buddhist gate. I'm afraid I'll have a hard time dealing with him alone. His eyes blazed with fury. He calmed himself down, thinking, now is not the time to show my hand. The bigger picture comes first. I need to get this worthless trash out of here, then wait for the right moment to strike. With this in mind, Elder Liu clasped his hands respectfully and explained, fellow Taoist Yi, this old man has absolutely no intention of opposing you. I was just being impulsive. Please forgive me. I'll take my leave now. Hiding behind Ye Junlin, A-kun thought to himself, Master is so majestic. The moment he appeared, this old geezer recoiled like a turtle in its shell. Without a moment's hesitation, the old man dragged the unconscious Chen Jiao away. Farewell. At this point, A-kun looked at Ye Junlin with a bright smile and asked, the bad guy got beaten and ran away. Master, did I do a good job? He praised him with satisfaction. Very good, very good. You truly are my kun-kun. He even pinched his chubby cheek and added, your cheek feels pretty nice to touch. Hearing this, Miao Yi ran over and said, kun-kun is so cute. Let me pinch his cheek too. But the little guy refused. Humph, no way. Not just anyone can touch my face. She pleaded, Brother Kun, please. A-kun, enjoying the attention, urged her on. Call me that a few more times and then I'll consider it. Miao Yi immediately complied, calling out, Brother Kun, Brother Kun, Brother Kun. He finally gave in. All right, all right. Brother Kun will give you a chance, she replied happily. Thank you, Brother Kun. It feels so nice. Seeing this, Zizai smiled and thought to himself, it's been a long time since I've seen Miao Yi this happy. If only the girl could always be this carefree, it would be wonderful. Just as he had that thought, a sudden wave of pain hit him, causing him to cough violently. Miao Yi turned with a worried look and cried out, Father. The others also rushed over, asking, Sect Master, how are you? Why does it seem to be getting worse? He replied, it's nothing. I can still bear it for now. Those damned alien tribes. How dare they torture our great sect master to this extent? Miao Yi asked anxiously, Father, is this poison really incurable? Before Zizai could speak, Ye Junlin said nonchalantly, it's a trivial matter. My disciple can easily handle this kind of poison. He replied in shock, fellow Taoist Yi, you mustn't joke with this old man. This poison is extremely vicious and persistent. This old man has tried every method possible but still couldn't eradicate it completely. Not keeping them waiting, Ye Junlin urged, Bai Shushu Hei, get up here and detoxify Sect Master An. Miao Yi wondered to herself, Bai Shushu Hei? That sounds like a dog's name, doesn't it? Hiding behind Bai Shushu Hei was too shy to come out, stammering, I'm coming, Master. Zizai smiled at him and asked, is this the disciple that fellow Taoist you recently accepted? He seems a bit timid, doesn't he? Bai Shushu looked at Bai Shushu Hei reassuringly. Fourth junior brother, don't be nervous. Go on. You can definitely do it. He replied, Okay. I won't waste any more time. Bai Shushu Hei quickly used his power to remove the poison. A green light enveloped Zizai's entire body. Azure Emperor Longevity Art. After a while, it was finally over. The strength in his body felt more abundant than before. Seeing this, Miao Yi exclaimed happily, it seems to be working. Father's complexion looks so much better. It's a miracle. He looked at Ye Junlin and said loudly, I'm fine now. I'm really fine. He patted Bai Shushu Hei's head in praise, and the boy said, Master, I think the poison has been completely cleansed. Zizai walked over to Bai Shushu Hei. He grabbed the boy's hand and exclaimed, Thank you, little brother. That's truly miraculous. To think such a terrible poison could be cured just like that. He stammered in reply, it was nothing, really. He thought to himself, this feeling of being able to help others really puts me at ease. I don't even feel scared of people anymore. He then bowed his head to Ye Junlin and continued, Fellow Taoist Yi, you are truly a great master from a past generation. Your teaching is so thorough. For this kindness, I will definitely host the grandest banquet to treat everyone properly. He replied, Sect Master An, you're too kind. Now that the troublemakers have left and your illness is cured, let's just enjoy your hospitality. Hearing this conversation, Miao Yi was in disbelief, thinking to herself, the grandest banquet? Ever since I was born, the Wendao sect has never held a banquet of this scale. In its history, the sect has only held it twice, and it's said that both times changed the sect's destiny. I never expected Father to hold young Master Yi in such high regard. The scene shifts to the eastern region, Gong Prefecture. the encampment of the Yuhua Gate Alliance. Everything is shrouded in a biting, icy frost. In a small tent, Chen Zhao is lying on a bed while Elder Liu treats him after the recent battle. He lies there, his voice trembling as he speaks. Elder Liu, I'm so useless. I actually lost to his mount. What's more, news of this will definitely spread. The perfect image I've worked so hard to build will completely collapse. From now on, I'll be the laughingstock of the eastern region. The elder interrupted. Holy son, that mount is no ordinary creature. You don't need to feel inferior and belittle yourself. And as for this confrontation, what if I told you that word of it won't get out? Those words made Chen Zhao pause, his eyes widening as he exclaimed, Huh, what do you mean? Just as he said this, Elder Liu's expression did a 180. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he said softly, Holy son, just you wait. A good show is about to begin. Back at the Wendao sect's Ye Junlin Xiao Hall, a lavish banquet is in full swing. On a large table, a variety of delicious and colorful dishes were laid out for Bai Shushu, Bai Shushu Hei, and a Kun to enjoy. Bai Shushu mumbled while eating. This is so good. Bai Shushu Hei also nodded along. This is the first time in my life I've eaten something this delicious. Bai Shushu replied, Right. I love it too. While they were happily chatting, Zizai suddenly pointed towards Miao Yi and looked at Ye Junlin to ask a question. Fellow Taoist Ye, I heard you and my daughter have known each other for a long time. It seems you two are fated to meet, eh? What do you think of my little girl? Hearing this question made him spit out his water, while a blushing Miao Yi shyly shouted, Father, why are you asking? Young Master Yi these things. I'll decide my own affairs. After composing himself, Ye Junlin put on a bright smile and replied, My apologies, Sect Master N. I just choked on some water. Miss N is a fine young lady, as cute as a little sister to me. Her expression fell for a moment as she thought to herself, So, in young Master Ye's heart, I'm just a little sister? Sitting nearby, Fan Bobo noticed her expression and felt a pang of pity. Sigh, the most incomprehensible thing in this world is love. I hope the young miss can take it lightly. With this in mind, he picked up a cup of wine, turned to Ye Junlin, and said, Senior Ye, that day at the Longman Inn, I already felt there was something extraordinary about you. Then, at the Medecine King Valley, you saved me and the young miss. This time, you saved the sect master from peril. This debt of gratitude is hard to repay. Allow me to toast you. He nodded and replied, Elder Fan, you're too kind. Before he could even process what was happening, the man ripped off his outer robes. The sight that greeted him made Ye Junlin want to fall over backward. Whoa, Elder Fan, no matter how great the debt, you don't need to go this far. Ah, my eyes. I'm going blind. Standing there, a stark naked, Fan Bobo was dancing wildly, unable to control himself. What's wrong with me? Why won't my body obey my commands? The other disciples who witnessed the scene were all horrified. Damn it. I never knew Elder Fan had this kind of hobby. Tian Ye's face darkened as she uttered, Ugh, disgusting. Bai Shushu Hei added, This guy's really brave. And there, Fan Bobo continued to dance frantically with no signs of stopping. Zizai shot to his feet, pointed a finger, and roared, Fan, have you lost your mind? Even if you're grateful, there's no need to perform such a vulgar dance. He cried out, Sect Master, I can't stop. It feels like some power is controlling me. Hearing this, a shocked Zizai asked, What? This is bad. Could it be that they sense something is wrong here? He shot to his feet, his gaze piercing the darkness above as he asked, Who's pulling the strings? Show yourself, the mysterious figure replied. Don't be in such a hurry. The real show is just about to begin. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone descended into chaos, uncontrollably attacking each other. What's going on? Senior brother, why are you hitting me? Help. Somebody help me. Senior sister, don't do that. You're grabbing the wrong spot. Finally, Zizai realized what was happening and spoke. Come out and face me. You must be from the Shadow Clan. One of the 3 clans from the Nether Abyss that invaded Gongzhou before, right? The figure on the other side slowly revealed himself and replied, Sect Master, Anne. I didn't expect you to have some insight. Not bad. He was the king of the Nether Abyss's Shadow Clan, at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. As he spoke, he transformed into a demonic form and laughed maniacally. The one who attacked you before was the king of the Dark Clan. It's a pity he failed then, but now, we will take your life, and the entire Wendao sect will become a graveyard. Hearing these arrogant words, Zizai furiously roared, You think your Shadow Clan alone can destroy my Wendao sect? Are you underestimating us that much? Suddenly, the Shadow Clan king flashed a cunning smile. He then raised his hand and clapped loudly, signaling to the others. Everyone, come on out. The scene unfolding before him left him gaping in astonishment, drenched in a cold sweat. Nearby, a portal had appeared out of nowhere, emitting waves of dark energy that enveloped the area. A figure quickly stepped out. This person asked, "Sect Master, and remember me? You were still enjoying that poison last time, weren't you?" This was the king of the Nether Abyss's dark clan, at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm. There was no doubt about it. The moment Zizai saw him, he recognized him and yelled, "It's you, damn it. So you've been hiding among us all this time. Since when?" The man replied, "Of course, we had a collaborator. He should be making his move right." This made him suspicious, and he thought to himself, "I can't believe more than 10 peak Tribulation Transcendence experts from the Nether Abyss are ambushing us inside the Wen Dao sect. Who on earth let them in? This time, even with fellow Taoist Yi here, I'm afraid we'll have a hard time defending ourselves. I can't believe my attempt to host them has ended up endangering them." Standing outside, old Liu was observing everything. It turned out that the mastermind who led the Dark Clan members inside was none other than him. "Haha, so it's finally starting, is it?" Old Liu clasped his hands behind his back and asked, "Holy Son, do you want to get your revenge and make those people from the Wen Dao sect pay for your humiliation?" Chen Zhao was startled and voiced his suspicion. "What do you mean? Could it be that you, old Liu, arranged for the Nether Abyss people to infiltrate the Wen Dao sect?" The old man didn't deny it, replying coldly, "That's right. Today is the day the Wen Dao sect falls." He roared in fury. "Old Liu, you actually colluded with the creatures of the Nether Abyss? This is treason. You'll be cursed by all of humanity. If the sect finds out about this, how will you explain yourself?" Old Liu didn't reply, merely offering a disdainful smile. Chen Jiao was so shocked he couldn't finish his sentence.
So, the sect. Already. He couldn't believe it. The Yuhua sect, the #1 sect in the eastern region, had secretly colluded with the creatures of the Nether Abyss.
And I, the Holy Son, was the one who initiated the Righteous Alliance. What an utter joke. Glancing at Chen Jiao's expression, old Liu remarked, "Holy Son, in the future, you will understand why the sect did this. This is the way of the world. You must believe that what we're doing is right." As if realizing something, he pressed on, saying, "In that case, was my appointment as the commander of the Righteous Alliance also arranged by you people?" Without hesitation, the old man answered immediately, "That's right. You may have been cutting through them like grass before, but that was all because we allowed it. Haven't you noticed that every battle you fought has gone a little too smoothly? The alien armies crumbled the moment they saw you, fleeing without even looking back, didn't they?" Chen Jiao lowered his head and gritted his teeth, his hands clenched so tightly they were trembling. He muttered to himself, "It's one thing for Ye Junlin to make a fool of me, but now my own people are playing me like a fiddle too. What on earth have I, Chen Jiao, done wrong? Oh, heavens, why are you treating me like this?" Old Liu walked over and placed both hands on Chen Jiao's shoulders to calm him. "Holy Son, you're too focused on worldly fame and fortune. The truth doesn't actually matter. What matters is how you can achieve a higher status." He continued, "Are you telling me to join you in this despicable scheme? This kind of act will bring a stain on my name that can't be washed away for 10,000 years. The old man explained further, "The sect's cooperation with the Nether Abyss is merely an offering, a pledge of allegiance to the power behind them. As for the so-called righteousness of humanity, in the face of life and death, it's just an illusion. This world is about to welcome a great change. If we don't prepare, the reign of Yuhua Gate will cease to exist." Chen Jiao was startled. "What?" Old Liu continued, "Holy Son, you have great potential. Even those people hold you in high regard. Your future is destined for greatness. You will soar to greater heights and see farther than ever before. Why must you confine yourself to this small corner of the world? I've said all I need to say. You just wait here. For now, I'm going to go on a killing spree." A surge of power shot into the sky, and a mournful cry echoed. "Ye Junlin, get out here and face your death." The scene changes. A man opens his mouth, a purple spirit pill in his hand. After swallowing it, the demon lord's power began to erupt. A shout was heard, "All you kings, please use the Nether Essence pills. Today, no one from the Wen Daotian sect will survive. This place will become a living hell." Junlin, sitting calmly in the center, continued to enjoy his tea. He spoke up, "You beasts from the Nether Abyss, do you have any manners? Can't you see I am attending a banquet?" A demon lord confidently stepped forward to confront him. "Where did a brat like you come from, acting so arrogant?" "Fine, I'll start with you." Junlin thought to himself, "System, are you sleeping that soundly? It's time for the login reward, yet you're still dawdling. My Kangyuan sword is getting impatient." The system's voice announced, "Ding. Apologies, host. I will grant you your reward right now. Congratulations, host, on completing your login." The Kangyuan sword has been successfully upgraded to an immortal artifact. He reminded it with annoyance. Lately, the rewards have been delayed every single day. Do you have to wait until something happens before you show up to the party? The system hurriedly explained, Ding. How could that be? I'll definitely be on time next time. I swear it. As soon as he finished, the demon lord on the other side made his move. He charged straight for Junlin's position. He summoned the sword into his hand. Without hesitating, Junlin stabbed him directly in the chest. Blood gushed from the demon lord's throat as he said in disbelief, How is this possible? This is an immortal artifact. He stood up and swung down with another powerful slash. Junlin's voice was cold. The one thing I hate most is being disturbed while I'm eating. Clearly, you have crossed that line. The demon lord gritted his teeth, extremely curious. How could a divine weapon appear in the Eastern Domain? To think a legendary immortal artifact would appear in a place like this. But even so, with more than 10 of us at the peak of the Tribulation Transcendence realm, it's not like we can't defeat you. Junlin's expression didn't change. Oh, is that so? He stretched out his hand, firing a pillar of energy at the demon lord, who was sent flying backward by the terrifying force. Tian gritted his teeth and thought, this guy even has an immortal artifact, and what's more, he killed a peak Tribulation Transcendence master with a single strike. Below, a group of disgruntled men began to stir. Everyone, don't panic. This man is only at the peak of Tribulation Transcendence. He must be struggling to wield that immortal artifact. He's already struck twice. His strength is probably running low. If we all work together, we still have a chance. That's right. We must unite, kill him, and seize the immortal artifact. Junlin raised his sword and exhaled. You don't know your own limits. He swiftly glided past them, delivering a merciless slash. Can you in tribulation light? The man who was hit let out a horrific scream. Ah. The stream of power continued to shoot outwards, causing a massive tremor. The nearby old Liu was stunned. This is that Ye Junlin guy. He can even use an immortal artifact. Chen Zhao, beside him, didn't understand. Old Liu, what happened? The old man snapped impatiently. Don't ask questions, just retreat. Otherwise, we'll be annihilated by this immortal artifact's sword light. Standing below, the crowd looked up and began to murmur. What is that? That sword light looks like it could tear the very heavens apart. Is that really power a human can wield? Could it be that the legendary immortal artifact has appeared in the world? Amidst the majestic mountains, a deep blue, arc-shaped band of energy streaked across the sky, creating a wondrous sight. Trees swayed violently in the wind as a mysterious man muttered. From this day forward, the cultivators of the Eastern Domain will finally understand what it means for one sword strike to stun the heavens. This sword light created a phenomenon that countless cultivators would find unforgettable for the rest of their lives. Later generations would dub it one sword, whose light chills 19 continents. After dealing with the matter, everything finally quieted down again. Junlin spoke up. It's done. He happily picked up his cup, turned to Zizai and said, What are you still standing there for? Strike up the music, continue the dance. He stammered, Taoist Yi. Do you normally just carry an immortal artifact with you? Junlin replied nonchalantly. I do. Is there a problem? Zizai gave an awkward laugh. Of course not. After this battle, the crisis in Gong province has been averted, and Taoist Ye's reputation has soared to its peak, even surpassing that of Chen Jiao from Yuhua Gate. After their discussion, they sat down at the table and feasted heartily. Wuji scoffed coldly, Humph, who does that guy named Chen think he is, to even be compared with my master? It's all just empty fame. My master aims to be above such worldly matters. Tian, sitting nearby, thought to himself, showing off again. But this time he's revealed an immortal artifact. It seems my plans to strike back have just gotten a lot harder. After the feast, Junlin went to Zizai to talk. Sect Master An's banquet was not bad at all. Thank you for your hospitality, but it's time for us to leave. The man clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Taoist Yi, you're too kind. It was my honor to host you. In the future, if you face any difficulties, my Wendaotian sect will jump into a sea of fire for you without hesitation. He transformed into a stream of energy and shot away. Junlin called out, Everyone, until we meet again. Zizai turned to Linger. Model. Ruo Yi, you have to work hard. A man like that is the goal you should pursue, but it's also possible that you'll never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. So you must be mentally prepared for that. She watched his fading figure and whispered, Young Master Ye. I don't ask to catch up to him, but just being able to follow and see him from a distance is enough for me. 3 days later, in the eastern region of the Qing continent, a group of people gathered in the main hall of the Yuhua Gate, whispering amongst themselves. I heard that 3 days ago, Ye Junlin wiped out the entire Ming Yuan army with a single sword strike. More than 10 Tribulation Transcendence Realm Kings died on the spot. It's one thing for Ye Junlin to become famous, but the important thing is that our holy son was defeated by his Kunpeng Mount. I'm afraid the reputation he built up is gone forever. I just hope it doesn't affect the holy son's Dao heart. The future of the Yuhua Gate rests entirely on him. Back mountain of Yuhua Gate, the forbidden ground. Lao Liu and Chen Jiao stood before a cave entrance. He wondered, Lao Lu, what is this place? Chen Jiao was bewildered. Why was a place like Yuhua Gate so thick with a deathly aura? Lao Lu led the way, as taciturn as ever. Don't ask so many questions. Something has come up. I'm taking you to meet some important figures, he repeated. Important figures. As they walked, they came across a figure. Chen Jiao called out, Sect Master. Chang Wei's eyes gleamed as he glanced down. The Sect Master of Yuhua Gate, Wan Chang Wei, at the perfected Tribulation Transcendence Realm. He quickly knelt in greeting. Sect Master, why are you in a place like this? He clasped his hands behind his back and said, Among all the holy sons in history, you are the only one qualified to come here. Chen Jiao grew anxious. This place was so mysterious. What on earth was going to happen next? Who am I about to meet? Shaken from his thoughts, a mysterious eye appeared behind Chang Wei. He froze, unable to process what he was seeing. Chen Jiao exclaimed in shock, Sect Master, what the hell is that thing? Chang Wei frowned and warned him, show some respect. These are the 5 ancestors of the Yuhua Gate. Before him, 5 gates resembling 5 powerful eyes stared straight down. He bowed his head respectfully and spoke, Greetings, ancestors. This is Chen Jiao, the seed with the magnificent Supreme Sun immortal physique. Hearing this, he paused and guessed. Even a sect master is this respectful, and this oppressive feeling. Could they be the legendary true immortals? The 5 ancestors spoke. This child has an excellent foundation and has developed his Supreme Sun immortal physique to its limit, but his Dao heart is a bit unstable. Chang Wei explained seriously. A while ago, this junior lost to a beast, so now he feels a bit lost on his cultivation path. One of them mused, Oh, let this old one have a look. A stream of memories flashed by. The 5 ancestors assessed, Oh, to think there's such a pure Kunpeng bloodline in this world. Then he concluded that this Ye Junlin was no simple man. Chang Wei respectfully reported, This person is a peak lord of the Xuan Tian sect. His strength is unfathomably deep. I personally witnessed him suppress the 3 saints of the Xuan Kong temple with his own power. He is a huge hidden threat to our plans. Lao Liu, standing behind, also chimed in. That's right. The operation with Ming Yuan to besiege the Wendao sect failed because he drew an immortal artifact. A single sword strike slaughtered all the kings of the 3 clans, leading to our failure. The 5 ancestors were incredulous. What? An immortal artifact? Then he reassured them. An immortal artifact is nothing special. Our Yuhua Gate has one too. Even if he uses some tricks, he can't stop the tide of the Great Era. The 5 ancestors continued. Now that the immortal realm's defense line has been broken, the foreign alien races have gradually advanced. Fortunately, our grand ancestor has now established a firm foothold among them. When the immortal realm is annihilated, that will be the time for our Yuhua Gate to rise. Chen Jiao's face went rigid, sweat trickling down his cheek as he wondered in disbelief. What are they talking about? The Yuhua Gate has actually sided with the alien races, and the immortal realm is about to be destroyed. Seeing Chen Jiao's expression, one of them bellowed, You Junior. If you're going to be so timid and fearful, how can you be the holy son of our Yuhua Gate? Seeing the 5 ancestors' anger, he trembled and tried to appease them. Please, calm your anger, ancestors. It was this junior's mistake. The ancestor bluntly said, It's no injustice that you lost to A Kun, but to be this quiet about it is just foolish. You heard everything that was just said. This is a secret you were meant to know. The Kunlun realm is the battlefield of 10,000 races. In this era of great conflict, don't you want to ascend to the heavens in a single step? Finally, Chen Jiao found his voice and expressed his thoughts. But, are we really going to abandon this land? The 5 ancestors answered without a moment's hesitation. As long as the benefits are great enough, anything can be traded. He clenched his fists, digging his nails into his palm until it bled. The 5 ancestors provoked him. Think about the humiliation you've endured. It's all because of your weakness. They made him a generous offer. If you join us, you will grasp power that can crush everything. The power to crush it all, to never be inferior to anyone again. After a round of brainwashing, Chen Jiao no longer had any doubts and roared, Yes, I must become stronger. I want power. The righteousness of the human race, it's all worthless. Having achieved their goal, the 5 ancestors praised him, a teachable child. For now, you will stay here. We will guide you and help you attain immortality soon. He hastily expressed his gratitude. Thank you, ancestors. Chen Jia will definitely devote his heart and soul and serve the Yuhua Gate with my life. Eastern region of the Barren Continent, Tian sect, Miao Peak. Junlin sat leisurely before a full table of food. He took a sip of tea and spoke aloud. Since Chen Jiao was taught a lesson, the Yuhua Gate has been a lot quieter recently. Even the attacks from Ming Yuan have stopped. I wonder if they're planning their next move. Eastern region of the Barren Continent, the gates of Tian sect. After a long journey, Ming Yue stopped, panting as she thought. Tian sect. I've finally made it. Two figures stepped out to greet her. Young lady, what business do you have at our Tian sect? Ming Yue shared, I have something I need to see Senior Yi about. Situ Ru was used to this. He replied, oh, another one looking for Peak Lord Yi? Must be another one of his devoted fans. Cao Yu nodded in agreement. That's right, that makes 5 of them recently. We should probably just turn her away. Ming Yue asked seriously, sirs, can you please let me in? Situ Ru held out a hand to stop her. I'm very sorry, miss, but no. A brilliant golden token appeared. She held it out in front of him and explained, I am a survivor from the royal family of the Pure Land Nation. I'm looking for Peak Lord Ye to tell him the truth about what happened that day. Cao Yu didn't believe her and retorted, you'd actually make up such a clumsy lie just to get in to see Peak Lord Ye. Miss, you've got some nerve. Model, unable to convince them, Ming Yue shouted in frustration. Everything I'm saying is the truth. Why won't any of you believe me? Situ Ru explained with a straight face, we've heard that the Pure Land Nation was occupied by the Abyss Army, and no one escaped. They even framed our leader, Ye Junlin. So how are we supposed to believe your story? He recalled several similar cases from the past. Cao Du glanced sideways. Miss, other young ladies have also come up with plenty of stories just to meet sect master Ye Junlin. There were even pregnant women who showed up at our door, claiming they were carrying sect master Ye Junlin's child and wanted to see the baby's father. Situ Ru agreed, advising her. So, please, just go home. Next time, try to come up with a more believable excuse. She gritted her teeth in resentment. She couldn't believe that after all the hardships she endured to get here, she was being turned away at the gate. Summoning her power, she resolved to act. No, I have to get inside. Fellow Taoists, please forgive my impertinence. Seeing Mingwei make her move, Situ didn't just stand by. He warned her politely, Miss, please don't do something you'll regret. Sensing the energy radiating from them, Mingyue froze. Spirit transformation realm? But I thought these two were just ordinary disciples. I can't believe they're great cultivators at the spirit transformation realm. Situ stepped forward and continued, Miss, please leave this place at once. She reluctantly took a step back. Mingyu considered her options. What should I do? I can't just give up like this. Suddenly, a voice cut in. What's going on here? Situ and Sao, you turned towards Linger, addressing her in unison before explaining the situation. Senior Sister Zhao, this arrogant young woman claims to be a survivor of the Pure Land Kingdom's royal family. She says she has inside information and needs to see Peak Lord Ye. We stopped her as she was trying to sneak into the inner sect. Linger slowly descended. Mingjue approached and presented a token. Everything I said is true. I have the royal token right here. Linger took it. Let me see. Cao, you voice his thoughts. Senior Sister Zhao. That token must be a fake. There are far too many imposters trying to get in these days. After examining it for a moment, her eyes widened. Linger traced the patterns on it, recognizing the material as imperial gold. The spiritual energy flowing through the runes on it proves this is no ordinary object. Mingjue pleaded in a low voice, Fairy, you must believe me. Linger turned and shouted, This is a genuine royal token. Step aside. You two almost caused a huge problem for us. Situ and Sao, you dropped to their knees. What? She's a real princess. We've greatly offended her. Linger cheerfully led the way, saying, Follow me. I'll take you to Peak Lord Ye. Mingyue happily followed behind her. Thank you, Fairy. She rejoiced inwardly, I can finally meet Peak Lord Yi. The last hope of the Pure Land Kingdom rests entirely on you. On a beautiful morning, the master and his disciple were sitting in the garden. Tian was giving Junlin a back massage. He smiled and asked, Master, is the pressure comfortable? Junlin, thoroughly enjoying it, replied, Not bad at all. Just then, Wuji ran in to report, Master, Junior Sister Zhao is here with someone requesting an audience. It looks like they've traveled a long way. Hearing this, Junlin nodded in approval. Let them in. At that, Tian stopped what he was doing. He stood coldly to the side, thinking to himself, this casual side of mine must not be seen by anyone outside the Tian sect. Junlin, who had been enjoying himself, found the massage had stopped. He raised an eyebrow. Hey, Hong Tian, why did you stop? Tian didn't answer, only cursed silently in his mind. Not long after, Linger arrived with someone. Peak Lord Ye, this is Princess Mingyue of the Pure Land Kingdom. Junlin asked, the Pure Land Kingdom. Isn't that the place that was completely wiped out by the Mingyuan abyss? Mingyu stepped forward, her sorrowful eyes brimming with tears. Senior Yi, I am the only one who managed to escape. My royal brothers all died in the palace protecting me. He nodded, trying to discern the truth from her words. The world says that I was the one who massacred your royal palace, but only you know the truth of what really happened. Mingyue wiped her tears and painfully recounted the traumatic memory. That day, a bloody mist rose from the royal palace. Black-robed figures swarmed like ants, and 4 Tribulation Transcendence realm experts surrounded and killed my father, the Emperor. He relied on the kingdom's destiny to barely hold them off so we could escape. My 2 royal brothers sacrificed their lives to shield me and push me into a teleportation array. All I could do was watch helplessly as they turned to dust. I was in hiding for 3 months. Every night, I dreamt of my father and of our kingdom's destiny being completely drained until it vanished. That is, until I heard that not a single brick in the Pure Land Kingdom's palace was left intact, and that even my father's dragon throne had become a stepping stone for the monsters of the Mingyuan abyss. As she spoke of this, her clear eyes changed, flashing with irreconcilable hatred. Those black-robed men colluded with the Mingyuan abyss and then dared to frame you, Senior Ye. They deserve to be eliminated. I saw everything that night. Their techniques were clearly those of the Yuhua Gate. But I am weak and alone, so I can only come and implore you, Senior. She immediately prostrated herself, begging, please, Senior, avenge the tens of thousands of souls from the Pure Land Kingdom. I am powerless and have nothing left but this life. If you can avenge my people, I am willing to become your servant and will never refuse any command. After hearing her story, Junlin understood. No wonder the Yuhua Gate and the Mingyuan Abyss have been so quiet lately. It turns out they're in this together. He helped Mingyue up. Get up, they dared to pin the blame on me. That alone was enough to earn them a death sentence. To then collude with the Mingyuan Abyss. Their sins are countless. An enemy of the innocent is my enemy. Junlin declared righteously, I will take on your quest for revenge. Mingyue was overjoyed. Senior, you really agree to help me? I thought no one would care about the fate of the Pure Land Kingdom. He clasped his hands behind his back and reassured her, rest easy. As it happens, Misty Peak is in need of a steward. You can stay here. A thought crossed his mind. This girl's spirit is like an uncut gem that can be polished to a brilliant shine. Mingyue was incredibly grateful. Thank you, Senior. I will definitely work hard. Junlin turned and instructed Bai Shushu. Bai Shushu. Get her some snacks to fill her stomach, and then show her around Misty Peak. Bai Shushu happily accepted the task. Yes, master. She offered the plate of pastries in her hand to Mingyue. Big sister, have some of this osmanthus cake. The Mingyuan Abyss wallows all light, leaving only eternal darkness and nothingness. The 100 clans of the Abyss have lived here for millennia, but because of the Holy War, they have become tools of war for otherworldly forces, and the appearance of Ye Junlin has cast an even deeper shadow over this dark place. Countless young men are conscripted into the army. An urgent report from the front lines. The High King has issued a conscription order. Anyone at the 9th level of Qi refining or higher must join the Holy War. This was met with sky-rending cries of protest. No, please. I have an elderly mother at home to care for. Some of the people of the Abyss watched this scene with sorrow. It seems the war is getting more and more intense. They're even drafting those at the Qi refining stage now. Someone lamented, honestly, isn't it good enough to live in the Abyss? Why must we covet the territories of the outer world? Another person quickly warned, watch your words. If you're overheard, you'll face extreme torture. Meanwhile, in the gloomy royal palace of the Yu clan in the Mingyuan Abyss, the elders were protesting holy war. In this holy war, we have already lost too many of our clansmen. If this continues, the lineage of the 100 clans will be severed. The current leader of the Yu clan, King Dangyu, sat warily on his throne, listening to the endless criticism. King Dangyu, if things go on like this, can you guarantee victory? If we lose, can the Yu clan bear the responsibility? He tried to calm them down. Everyone, please be calm. We can still risk one more gamble. Bai Ju raised a question. How are we supposed to fight recklessly? All we have are these Abyss Origin pills the emissary gave us. Yeah, Yu added from the side, expressing his own view. Even with these pills, they're nothing compared to the human clan's immortal artifacts. So what's the use? In the gloomy great hall, a wind suddenly stirred, and a purple orb of energy materialized in mid-air. From within, a group of people in black robes emerged, led by a man with demonic horns. He laughed loudly. Ha ha, you dare call our pills useless? Seeing the newcomers, Dang Yu Wang was slightly startled. Divine Emissary. He clasped his hands in a salute, trying to placate the other man. Divine Emissary, please calm down. The immortal pills are good, but the human clan has deployed their immortal artifacts, causing us severe losses. So, if I may ask, what should we do now? The Divine Emissary replied aggressively. What should you do? Obviously, you will continue to have the 100 clans of the Abyss charge forward recklessly. No retreat is allowed, because you have no other choice. Hearing this, Dang Yu Wang was displeased. Your Excellency should watch your words. The Abyss and your side are partners, not subordinates. At worst, we can end our cooperation here, and you can get the hell out of the Abyss. Suddenly, the Divine Emissary burst into laughter. You bunch of slaves dare to raise a hand against your masters? Do you really think your clan still rules the Abyss? Dang Yu Wang was confused, his expression turning extremely ugly. What do you mean? The Yu clan has ruled the Abyss for tens of thousands of years. Don't tell me it's you lot. With a swoosh, the black robe was thrown off. Underneath the robe was the Divine Emissary's true face, and his body suddenly radiated a powerful pressure. That's right. Now I'll show you wretched slaves what true loyalty to a master looks like. A chill of fear ran down the spines of Dang Yu Wang and the Yu clan elders. Without speaking, they all had the same thought. This wasn't just overwhelming power, it was an innate suppression. What in the world was going on? Dang. Yu Wang couldn't control his own body. He fell to his knees before the Divine Emissary. Weaker elders like Z, you were even crushed flat against the floor by the pressure. Dang Yu Wang gritted his teeth. Who are you people? The Divine Emissary answered with a sinister laugh. This abyss is merely a small world created by our Ming clan's ancestor, and all of you have been marked with a bloodline seal by him. For generations, you have been slaves to my Ming clan. Suppressed by his own bloodline, Dang Yu Wang was forced to bow, fighting against it with all his might, his heart filled with indignation. What? How can this be? He couldn't believe that after ruling the abyss for tens of thousands of years, he was nothing more than someone else's pawn. The Divine Emissary continued. A great cataclysm occurred in the ancient Kunlun realm, and our ancestor led our clansmen to the outer regions. But now, we will return as kings. Your mission is to do everything in your power to help the Ming clan return to Kunlun. Dang, Yu Wang stopped struggling, as if he'd realized something. So that's why you forced us to seize control of the Stargate at all costs, isn't it? The Divine Emissary opened his hand, a powerful energy swirling in his palm. That's right. The Stargate is Kunlun's life gate. Only by passing through the Stargate from the outer regions and receiving its baptism can one be acknowledged by the will of the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, they will be annihilated by that same will. Dang Yu Wang didn't understand. But why return now? The Divine Emissary retracted his pressure. Because the Kunlun realm is about to recover. Heavenly treasures will emerge like a rising tide. Opportunities for immortality will appear everywhere, and it will finally be restored to its ancient glory. And our Ming clan will be the masters of that glory. Freed from the bloodline suppression, the members of the Yu clan got to their feet one by one. Dang Yu Wang voiced his concern. So that's how it is? But right now, there's a powerful expert named Ye Junlin, who can use an immortal artifact to wipe out scores of Abyss Kings. Our vitality has been greatly damaged, and we have no way to deal with that immortal artifact. Bai Ju chimed in. That's right. In the Battle of Gong Prefecture, he wiped out our main Abyss army with a single sword strike. The Divine Emissary snorted coldly. He seemed unconcerned. An immortal artifact can only display its full power when wielded with immortal energy. That Ye Junlin fellow hasn't reached that realm yet, so he can only unleash 1/10 of its true might. Hearing this, Dang Yu Wang was stunned. That was only 1/10 of its power? If he used its full strength, wouldn't it be able to shatter the heavens and earth? The Divine Emissary opened his hand and summoned an object. We came here this time to bestow upon you a treasure specifically meant to deal with that man, Ye Junlin. A purple lantern appeared, and inside it, a purple flame flickered and danced, giving off a terrifying feeling to anyone who looked at it. This is. Dang Yu Wang's face turned pale with fear. He thought to himself, this flame seems capable of burning straight through one's divine soul. Just looking at its light makes me want to kneel and worship. What kind of forbidden object is this? The Divine Emissary tossed the lantern to Dang Yu Wang. This is a secret nether artifact of our clan, the netherworld's soul-devouring lantern. When the seal is broken, its supreme nether energy will transform into a soul-devouring flame. Even a true immortal would have their divine soul utterly annihilated. He carefully accepted it, feeling both joy and apprehension. The Divine Emissary continued to give orders. We have an inside man on the human clan's side. From now on, you just need to coordinate with them. With this lantern, Ye Junlin is nothing more than a candle about to be snuffed out. He instructed, ancient immortal sites are about to appear all over Kunlun. You should seize this opportunity. Wait for the Ming clan to return to our homeland. and you will share in the path to immortality with us. You will manage Kunlun." At this point, Dang Yuwang had accepted his role as a subordinate of the Ming clan. He knelt down and declared his loyalty. The 100 clans of the Abyss are willing to go through fire and water for the Ming clan, awaiting the day our masters return to Kunlun. In the period that followed, signs of the Kunlun realm's recovery became increasingly clear. Opportunities for immortality appeared everywhere, like a constellation of stars. The major powers in the central region were all shocked as they investigated the world's strange transformations. The peace treaty became a worthless piece of paper, and all the major factions mobilized their forces to fight over resources. Ever since the various powers revealed their true colors and entered the chaotic fray, it was like a withered tree meeting the spring, the beginning of a storm of blood and gore. Meanwhile, at the Tian sect on Piao Miao Peak, Bai Shushu was eagerly serving tea to Ye Junlin. "Master, today Bai Shushu has brewed you a new tea." Suddenly, the sky turned dark, and thunder crashed down without any warning. Bai Shushu jumped, throwing her teacup aside as she burst into tears. "That sound is so scary." Bai Shushu is scared. Ye Junlin held her and gently patted her back. "Don't be afraid. Your master is here." Tian looked at the strange phenomenon in the sky, completely stunned. "This is a celestial sign. A supreme celestial sign has appeared." On the other side of the mountain, after the thunder and lightning came a brilliant golden light, as if a great treasure was emerging. Ye Junlin seemed oblivious to this. "A celestial sign?" Tian asked, his voice filled with excitement. "That's right. And a celestial sign of this scale has never been seen before." A faint figure appeared in mid-air, surrounded by crackling lightning. It was the silhouette of an old man. A voice echoed out, "I am the lord of the fallen immortal island. The trials will begin in 10 days. Anyone who passes will receive a corresponding reward. The final victor will become the new lord of the fallen immortal island, gaining control of all the hidden cultivation resources on the island. I hope everyone will work together to protect the Kunlun realm." Ye Junlin lifted his sunglasses to look, his expression anything but enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Tian was already scheming, glancing at Ye Junlin beside him. If he could win this trial, he would inherit the old man's legacy and become a supreme grand immortal. By then, he could. Ye Junlin's eyes stretched out on his chair. "How boring. It ruined my nice dream," he muttered to himself. He thought that this kind of celestial opportunity was nothing compared to his system, but these celestial signs were likely connected to the actions of the Ming Yuan group. Seeing his lack of interest, Tian frantically tried to persuade him. "Master, how can we possibly miss such a massive opportunity?" Just then, the system popped up. "Congratulations, host. A new sign-in location has been updated. Go to the fallen immortal island to complete the sign-in, and the host will receive a large amount of golden providence." Ye Junlin was surprised. "Golden providence?" the system explained. "That's right. Providence is divided into 6 types: gray, white, red, blue, purple, and gold. Any living being who obtains even a small amount of golden providence can become a founding emperor in the mortal world or a world-shaking figure in the cultivation realm." His eyes lit up. In that case, wouldn't a large amount of golden providence be completely game-breaking? At this thought, he slowly took off his sunglasses and took the opportunity to lecture Tian. "Look at you, getting all hasty again. How can a cultivator be so impetuous? How will you ever achieve immortality like this?" He immediately bowed his head respectfully to admit his mistake. Yes, Master's teachings are correct, but inwardly, he was extremely anxious. I absolutely cannot let this chance to turn my life around slip away." And so, Tian knelt down beside him, pleading earnestly, "Master, your disciple has recently hit a bottleneck and needs an opportunity to break through. If Master agrees, your disciple, I am willing to wash Master's feet for a year." He thought with a pained heart, it's truly desperate to have to take the initiative like this. Normally, he'd have to serve him regardless, but since it was a system mission, Ye Junlin was planning to go anyway and didn't stop him. All right. Who told you to be my disciple? If you want to go, I, your master, will take you and Bai Shushu Li on a trip." Tian bowed his head. "Thank you, master, for your grace." He secretly rejoiced. "This time, it's all or nothing. I will definitely turn my fate around." 10 days later, outside the fallen immortal island, a crowd as thick as ants had gathered, and countless murmurs filled the air. My heavens, who said the barren province was backwards? This level of spiritual energy from heaven and earth is even denser than the green province. That's right, it's completely different from last time. But wasn't this place still a backwater before? Someone spoke up with pride. "It's different now. Let me remind you all not to cause trouble in the barren province. That man is from our barren province." Hearing this, the people from other places immediately became submissive. Right. We'll remember that. We don't have a death wish. At that moment, two figures stood side by side on a cliff. One of them sighed, "I never expected the barren province to have developed to this extent." Chen Jiao seethed with resentment. "I used to feel ashamed to have been born in the barren province, but I never imagined it would surpass the green province in fame, while my own reputation has been utterly destroyed." Elder Liu, standing beside him, patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Holy son, with the current situation, you need not worry about such things. Look, in just 10 days, the 5 ancestors have helped you break through to the late tribulation transcendence stage. Your future is truly brilliant." But he was still not satisfied. "As long as I haven't become an immortal, I will never be at ease. I must succeed on this fallen immortal island." Elder Liu encouraged him. "Of course, the Holy Sun is the most perfect heir to the fallen immortal island." Just as he finished speaking, his eyes caught sight of a figure. It was a young man leaning against a tree, holding a sword, looking carefree and at ease. But Elder Liu suddenly exclaimed, "What? Even he came? That's the legendary sword cultivator from the Fountain Sword sect, Sui Woyan," the elder explained. Even from a young age, his mastery of the sword was divine. 5,000 years ago, he was recognized as the strongest sword cultivator in the eastern region. During the Secret Realm trial back then, the glint of his sword passed by my throat. I was less than half an inch away from becoming a ghost under his blade. Chen Jiao grew anxious, afraid the opportunity would slip away. "Why isn't a figure like this famous?" "I've never heard of him," Elder Liu explained. "Thousands of years ago, he retreated to the Fountain Sword sect, the second-ranked sect in the eastern region, to cultivate his swordsmanship in seclusion, ignoring worldly affairs. It is precisely because of his existence that the 5 ancestors don't dare to move about freely and are always wary of the Fountain Sword sect." Hearing this, Chen Jiao broke into a cold sweat and couldn't help but think to himself, "No wonder the 5 ancestors are so powerful, yet they didn't personally help the Ming Yuan seize the Stargate. It seems the Fountain Sword sect and the powers behind it have an equally profound foundation." The others who came to participate also recognized Weiyan. "The legendary figure from 5,000 years ago has been drawn out. I'm afraid the fallen immortal island is in for a huge commotion this time." And at this very moment, Shui Weiyan of the Fountain Sword sect, at the peak of the tribulation transcendence stage, was leaning coldly against a tree, a sword aura surrounding him, keeping everyone at a distance. Onlookers could only marvel. To be able to manifest such formless sword intent without even using a sword. With this level of swordsmanship, he must be just one step away from immortality. Amidst the crowd's commotion, a teleportation circle opened in the sky. From within, the 3 figures of Ye Junlin, Tian and Wu Ji emerged, greeted by a warm welcome. "Look, it's Senior Ye. That man has finally arrived, and he brought his 2 God of Death disciples with him. It looks like the inheritance is as good as his this time." The people below, regardless of age, cheered with excitement and reverence. "We greet Senior Ye. We greet Senior Ye." Chen Jiao looked at him as if seeing his mortal enemy, his fists clenched in anger, his face twisted. "Ye Junlin, all of this should have been mine, but now I have to hide in a corner like a rat." Wu Ji rarely went out, so seeing such a bustling crowd, he couldn't help but feel a surge of pride. "Our master is really beloved by the people, isn't he? Having a master like this is truly an honor." Tian remained silent, snorting with disdain in his heart. "Back in the day, when I was the leader of the fire-worshipping demonic sect, my glory was 10,000 times greater than this." They happened to appear right across from where Wu Hen was standing. His sharp gaze locked onto the 3 of them, especially Ye Junlin, and he quickly concluded that this must be the infamous Ye Junlin. And so, he immediately charged toward Ye Junlin. The crowd erupted into chaos upon seeing this. "Quick, get out of the way. That legendary sword cultivator is rushing at Ye Junlin." A powerful wave of sword chi emanated as the distance between the 2 rapidly closed. Yang Ye Junlin, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What is this guy trying to do? Is he actually going to fight Senior Yi?" The old man next to him chimed in, "Oh, heavens. 2 supreme experts are about to clash. This battle is going to be earth-shattering." At the same time, Tian spoke up cautiously, "Master, be careful. This man is an extremely powerful sword cultivator, on a level that's definitely on par with an immortal." Elder Liu inwardly gloated at the impending disaster. "Good, very good. Go on and fight. If Ye Junlin dares to use an immortal artifact to kill Sui Wu Hen, then the Snow Sword sect will definitely fight him to the death. At that point, my Yuhua Gate can just sit back and watch the show." The crowd, both terrified and intrigued, backed away, eager to see what would happen next. They watched as Sui Wu Hen swiftly approached, his hand gripping his sword hilt tightly, yet the blade never left its scabbard. Just as he was about a meter away from Ye Junlin, he abruptly stopped, cupped his fists respectfully, and bowed. Senior Ye, could you please teach me swordsmanship? Ye Junlin, who was eavesdropping, was stunned. Did I hear that right? The #1 sword cultivator of the Eastern region is begging Senior Ye to teach him swordsmanship. The person beside him was also dumbfounded. Is this still the legendary proud and aloof sword immortal? Tian Ye seemed displeased. I can't believe this guy changes his tune even faster than that Ye fellow. Wu Ji, on the other hand, sighed in adoration. As expected, only Master could make the legendary sword immortal bow his head. On the cliff, Elder Liu cursed in disbelief. Has that Xu Wu Hen gone mad? Chen Zhao gritted his teeth. How can this be? Why does even a figure of his stature have to bow to Ye Junlin? Ye Junlin put a hand to his forehead and asked curiously, what exactly made you want me to teach you swordsmanship? Wu Hen, who had pursued the way of the sword his entire life, explained earnestly, Senior, your single swords strike at the prefecture gate. Its light tore through the dark clouds over 14 prefectures. That is the supreme way of the sword. This junior has studied for 1,000 years but has never reached such a realm. You can definitely guide me. Ye Junlin understood now. He gave a wry smile and gently refused. Oh, so you mean that. It was just a casual wave of my hand. I really can't teach you that. Wu Hen bowed low. Senior, please don't be so modest. This junior is truly sincere in his desire to learn. Ye Junlin was getting annoyed. He had already refused. Why wouldn't this guy leave him alone? So he waved his hand dismissively. What are you even talking about? When I say I won't teach, I won't teach. Why are you so persistent? Seeing his master shooing Wu Hen away, Wu Ji grew worried. That's the white-robed sword immortal. He's not giving him any face at all. What if he really loses his temper? Wu Hen lamented his plight. For 1,000 years, my sword techniques have reached their peak, but my sword heart feels like it's perpetually shrouded in fog. He looked up at Ye Junlin, his eyes filled with desperate hope. It wasn't until I saw your sword strike, Senior, that I finally understood what it means to break through to the next realm. I cannot miss this opportunity, even if I die trying. Seeing Ye Junlin remain silent, Wu Hen's expression darkened and he gritted his teeth. Seeing this, Ye Junlin broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no, don't tell me. Senior Yi is so provoked that he's actually going to strike. But to everyone's surprise, Wu Hen suddenly knelt on the ground. He pleaded with utmost sincerity, Senior Ye, please teach me. I'm begging you. It wasn't just Ye Junlin. Nearly everyone from the Baron Prefecture was staring with their jaws dropped in disbelief. Who would have thought that the once high and mighty white-robed sword immortal would become so shameless? Ye Junlin turned away, completely exasperated. You're impossibly annoying. I already told you, I can't teach you. But Wu Hen didn't give up and remained kneeling on the ground. Senior Ye, please grant me your guidance. As he kowtowed, he thought to himself, Senior Yi must be testing my sincerity. I have to persevere to the very end. Wu Ji admired his persistence. He's a true sword fanatic, willing to do anything to seek the way. But Tian Ye just frowned, displeased. Sword fanatic? More like a madman. I've never seen anyone as persistent as a leech. Ye Junlin was getting sick of being pestered and sighed internally. This con artist. How am I supposed to teach swordsmanship? I rely entirely on the automatic leveling system. Wu Hen prostrated himself, then looked up with an obsequious smile, even changing how he addressed him. Master, how about you just give me a few pointers? Seeing Ye Junlin's cold indifference, he pleaded loudly, Senior Ye, I'm begging you. Ye Junlin, realizing he couldn't escape the man's fervent pestering, knitted his brows slightly and cleared his throat. Well, if you're really this sincere, then I suppose I can casually give you a pointer, he sneered inwardly. Since you've pushed me this far, don't blame me for messing with you. Wu Hen was overjoyed. Thank you, Senior Ye, for your guidance. Ye Junlin picked up a small, dry twig and held it with a mysterious air. Watch closely. All of my enlightenment on the way of the sword is contained within this single character. How much you can comprehend will depend on your own destiny. Wu Hen stood up excitedly. Please, Senior Ye. He wondered to himself, what kind of character could possibly contain all of Senior Ye's insights into the way of the sword? Even though he'd been following Ye Junlin for a long time, Wu Ji still got excited every time his master made a move. Here it comes. Master is about to do something. Tian Ye, however, maintained his usual disdainful expression. Such a pretentious act. Let's see what kind of trick you can pull off. Using the twig as a brush, Ye Junlin moved his wrist slightly and wrote a single character. Golden energy swirled around it. A powerful aura, capable of moving mountains and parting seas, radiated from the twig. The mountain in front of them was nearly split in two. Wu Ji was shaken by this immense power before he could even see the character. Contained within this character is an aura that can overwhelm heaven and earth. The energy carved a giant, dazzling golden character onto the face of the mountain. After writing, Ye Junlin tossed the twig aside. There. Go comprehend it. Ye Junlin's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. What in the world did Senior Yi just write? Why is it so dazzling to look at? I even feel a faint urge to kneel and worship it. Faced with Ye Junlin's overwhelming aura, even Wu Hen couldn't keep his eyes open. Once the light faded a bit, he could finally see what the character was. His eyes widened as he repeated the word carved on the mountain rock in disbelief. Grass. The character Ye Junlin wrote was indeed grass, as in the grass and trees. Everyone present saw it. They murmured amongst themselves. What profound meaning could Senior Ye have intended by writing this character? Wu Hen mumbled to himself, grass, grass, grass. He was puzzled. Grass is the most common plant in the world. Senior Ye writing this couldn't be that simple. To find his chance for enlightenment, he shouted, my grass, my grass, my grass. 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. What on earth was the hidden meaning behind this character Senior Yi wrote? His entire life's understanding of the sword Dao is contained within it. I refuse to believe I can't even comprehend a fraction of it. Is my talent really that terrible? Seeing Wu Yin's frenzied state, Ye Junlin felt a little guilty. He advised, if you can't figure it out, just let it go. It's really nothing to worry about if you can't see it. Whatever you do, don't force yourself. But he wouldn't listen, even gritting his teeth in frustration. No, the great Dao is right in front of me. How can I retreat? One man raised an eyebrow and shared. I thought Senior Yi just casually drew it. Besides the large handwriting, there's no Dao in it at all. But he was immediately scorned by his companion. What the hell do you know? Is Senior Ye's realm something you can even fathom? Wu Ji concluded. Master is truly incredible. With just a single character, he can drive Senior Sue to the brink of madness and cause everyone to debate endlessly. This is the true, formless great Dao. Tian Ye really wanted to speak up but was afraid of getting beaten, so he could only think to himself. Give me a break. I think he was just too lazy to think and wrote the easiest character to put on an act. While everyone was chattering, Wu Yin began to murmur. Grass is not just a plant. It also represents resilience, effort, and an unyielding will for self-improvement. It stands firm in violent storms, it is not consumed by raging wildfires, and it is reborn every spring. Then, he suddenly shouted, Senior Yi, I've comprehended it. So, the reason you gave me this word was to make me realize the true meaning of the sword Dao, a cycle of life and death, of destruction and creation. Ye Junlin was secretly astonished. Holy crap, you managed to get that out of it? Having comprehended the truth, Wu Yin felt as if he had shattered long-standing shackles, and a wave of enlightenment washed over him. In the sky, dark clouds gathered and thunder rumbled. Wu Yin flew into the air. Ye Junlin was stunned. Damn it, is he really going to undergo his tribulation right here, just because of the word grass? Wu Ji blurted out in surprise, Senior Brother Hong, could he be? Tian Ye was dumbfounded. You've got to be kidding me. This works too? He felt a pang of jealousy. The density of the tribulation clouds was far more terrifying than when he had his breakthrough. Is this guy really ascending to the heavens in a single step? The onlookers were shocked. If Senior Shui succeeds in his breakthrough, it will mark the difference between an immortal and a mortal. From now on, the #1 figure in the eastern region will be him. Someone else chimed in. Not only that, even across the 5 great regions of the Central Plains, you can count the number of immortals on one hand, and each one is the foundation of an undying ancient sect or a holy land. Elder Li was green with envy. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How can a single character give Shui Wu Yin the chance to become an immortal? What kind of deity is this Ye Junlin? Chen Jiao's sharp brows furrowed, unable to accept this reality. Someone actually beat me to it. I'm clearly the one who's the child of the heavenly spring. In midair, Wu Yin drew his sword. 1,000-year predicament, broken today. Lightning tribulation. You've come at the perfect time for me to test my newly enlightened sword Dao. He pointed his sword to the sky and declared resonantly, my sword is born from desperation and dies in nirvana. Today, I shall use the lightning tribulation's fire to forge my path to immortality. Powerful bolts of lightning struck down relentlessly. Wu Yin met them with his sword, even showing signs of counterattacking. He channeled his spiritual energy into his blade and roared, break for me. Boom! A sky-shattering explosion rang out as a bolt of lightning as thick as a pillar struck Wu Yin. Fresh blood spurted out, cleansing both his body and spirit. Below, Ye Junlin had been watching the whole time. He was slightly startled, but after withstanding that final bolt of lightning, Wu Yin was completely unharmed. He exhaled a puff of white smoke. The dark clouds dispersed, and a golden light shone down. His body glowed under the sunlight, shimmering like an immortal descending to the mortal realm. So this is the feeling of becoming an immortal? A brilliant golden light was radiating from Wu Yin's body. He looked at his own hand and mumbled, The spiritual energy in my body has completely transformed into immortal essence, condensed like the core of the galaxy, flowing in resonance with heaven and earth. Wu Yin's sword arm began to move, slashing forward with immense power. An extremely dazzling streak of light appeared in the air. He shouted, "This power is more than 10 times stronger than before." After the slash, Wu Yin looked at the enormous, deep fissure in the ground and marveled. A casual swing of the sword can cleave a 10,000-meter mountain range. Before, a strike like this would have taken 70% of my full power. The gap between an immortal and a mortal isn't just a difference in realms, it's the difference between the clouds and the mud, like heaven and earth. From the side, Wu Ji was so shocked by the scene that his jaw dropped. He said to himself, "Is this the power of a true immortal? It feels like a simple sword strike could end the life of a tribulation realm cultivator. However, the power of a true immortal is this great. No wonder he was the one enlightened by Master." The surrounding cultivators immediately clasped their hands together and began to praise him. "Congratulations, Senior, on attaining the Tao and becoming an immortal. Congratulations, Senior. From now on, your lifespan is free from its shackles, and you can move mountains and rivers with a wave of your hand. From this day forward, Senior will be a pillar of the Kunlun realm." Tian gritted his teeth, wondering to himself, he really became an immortal. Could it be that his raggedy grass character truly holds a great Tao that I failed to see? Suddenly, someone noticed Ye Junlin's back on the other side and called out, "Wait, Senior Sue only became an immortal after being enlightened by Senior Yi, right?" Another person continued, "Last time, a single sword strike in Gong province illuminated 14 provinces. Now, a single character has enlightened a true immortal. What on earth is his background?" Ye Junlin stroked the beard on his chin and offered his own speculation. "Indeed, Senior Ye continuously shatters our imagination. Could he truly be a reclusive, ancient, immortal venerable?" Chen Jiao was furious, grinding his teeth and thinking, "Why does that brat get to hog all the glory? Senior Shui, now that you're an immortal, you can't possibly forgive that Ye guy for insulting you earlier." Wu Yin walked up to Ye Junlin, clasped his hands together, and bowed respectfully. "Thank you, Senior, for your guidance. The only reason I was able to achieve immortality was all thanks to your guidance." Ye Junlin thought to himself as he looked at him, "Damn, is it really that miraculous? He actually became an immortal. Hey, why don't you strike me with your sword, too? Maybe I'll become an immortal right here on the spot." He thought to himself, whatever. I don't need to worry about my level anyway. Who knows, I might find an opportunity somewhere. Ye Junlin spoke up, "Not bad. It's good that you were able to understand my enlightenment." Wu Yin joyfully looked up and swore loudly. As expected, Senior Ye truly has others' best interests at heart. "I don't know how I can ever repay your great kindness, Senior. From now on, no matter what you command, I, Sui, will follow you with my sword, even if it means walking through fire or dying 10,000 deaths." Ye Junlin replied, "It was all just fate. You don't need to take it so hard." Chen Jiao grew even more furious, clenching his hands into fists. "Why? Just why?" Old Liu stood nearby, muttering to himself with his head down. A cultivator is willing to cast aside all dignity just for their realm. After being humiliated like that, he's not even seeking revenge. He gritted his teeth, calculating silently. Now that the Quanji Immortal sect has a true immortal, I'm afraid the Yuhua sect's future actions will face significant obstacles. We must succeed on Fallen Immortal Island this time. Otherwise, we will lose our authority. Just then, a floating rocky mountain appeared in the distance, surrounded by pillars emitting an incredibly dazzling orange-yellow light. Many cultivators saw the mountain and excitedly rushed towards it in unison. Someone shouted, "Fallen Immortal Island has opened." Those are the transportation light pillars. As soon as some cultivators got close to the light pillars, their bodies were pushed away by some kind of force. Someone cried out, unwilling to accept it, "I am already at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, yet I'm denied this trial. This makes no sense." Another cultivator also yelled, "This is so unfair. There are still newly ascended Mahayana cultivators who can enter the island. So why am I being rejected?" A lucky cultivator who made it to a light pillar repeatedly slapped his hands on it, begging, "Great Immortal, I beg you, please let me in." Wu Jie rested his chin on his hand and asked curiously, "How strange. What's the criterion for entry?" Yi Tian replied with a smirk, "I guess it depends on the cultivator's potential. If they have no value, they aren't qualified to enter Fallen Immortal Island." Ye Junlin took the lead and flew onto the island. "Let's go." Behind him, Yi Tian and Wu Jie followed one after another. On a cliff over here, old Liu clasped his hands behind his back and said with conviction, "Holy Son, you should go in. I know my own potential is exhausted. The immortal fate here is surely not meant for me, but you, Holy Son, will definitely succeed." Chen Jiao pumped his fist, full of confidence. Good. Old Liu, I will definitely give it my all. Just wait for me to return as the master of Fallen Immortal Island. As Tian passed through the barrier into Fallen Immortal Island, he thought to himself, finally, it's all about to begin. Ye Junlin appeared indifferent on the surface, but who knows what the hell he was thinking. He glanced around, assessing the situation and speculating inwardly. So even a true immortal is getting involved. This trial is probably going to be a huge, chaotic battle. Hong Tian had originally thought this was just a contest for immortal fate, but he never expected to face such an unprecedented challenge. A while later, on an open field on Fallen Immortal Island, all the cultivators had gathered together. Someone seemed to notice something was off and spoke up. Wait a minute, why has my cultivation base been suppressed to the chi refining realm? The person next to him added, huh, mine too. Another person said, but this is a good thing. Otherwise, you'd never be able to fight against Senior Shui. Wu Jie called out, Master, this situation is exactly like what we encountered in the Valley of the Medecine King. Tian looked up at the vortex of light in the sky. It's the power of chaotic rules again. Ah, this time, it was probably set by the island's master. Ye Jun smiled, glancing at the person standing on the other side. This is good. This way, it's fair for everyone. But inwardly, he was smug. Except for me, of course. This way, not even Shui Wu Yin will be a threat to me on this island anymore. Over here, Wu Yin looked at the sword in his hand, thinking, I finally managed to ascend to become a true immortal, powerful enough to intimidate all living beings, only to get knocked back down to square one. Ah, whatever. Even without a cultivation base, as long as I have this sword by my side, I'm not afraid of anyone. Just then, the rocky mountain in front of everyone suddenly began to shake violently. Then, a crack appeared on its surface. The rocky mountain was slowly splitting in two, and a blinding light shone from within. Someone exclaimed, looks like the trial is about to begin. Wu Jie's expression turned wary as he asked, what is this thing going to do? A giant game board had appeared on the open ground before them, and on its squares were rare, sparkling items. A voice announced, the following are the rules for the first stage of the trial. Everyone must use dice to roll a number. You will then advance based on the number rolled. Many unexpected rewards will be triggered along the way. Whoever reaches the final destination before the hourglass runs out will pass. In addition, the trial is very safe for those who encounter life-threatening danger. They will be teleported off the island. Ye Junlin rubbed his chin with interest, thinking, isn't this just trouble? Who knew there was a game like this? How interesting. Next, a giant hourglass appeared in the sky, along with 3 dice. Tian was slightly taken aback, muttering to himself, this is the first time I have ever witnessed such a thing. It seems this is a test of a cultivator's luck. Wu Jie suggested, time is of the essence. Let's start quickly. Yi Tian declared inwardly, if this is a contest of luck, then I am confident that I will not lose. Ye Junlin called out in his mind, speaking of rolling dice. Hey, system, wake up. Where's my golden luck? The system panel appeared. Apologies. Host. I fell asleep again. Congratulations, host, for reaching the check-in point. Reward. A large amount of golden luck. Ye Junlin stood on the game board, crossing his arms and looking at the dice floating in the air, saying to himself, now that I have golden luck, I can't even imagine how heaven-defying my dice rolls will be. Chen Zhao had also spotted him and began to plot silently. He actually made it here too. If that's the case, why not spice things up a bit? Wu Yin flew towards a wooden box, tilting his head slightly as he silently realized. It seems this light barrier serves to isolate us from other cultivators. That way, we won't interfere with each other. He opened the wooden box, reading the content on the piece of paper. Perform a gorilla dance on the spot for 10 breaths, and you can immediately advance 70 spaces. Wu Hen's eyes widened in astonishment. He read on. If you skip this, you will automatically return to the starting point. His face darkened as he exclaimed inwardly, why is there such a humiliating rule? I am a dignified sword, immortal, after all. Veins popped on Wu Hen's forehead as he clenched the paper in his hand, analyzing the situation. But if I return to the start now, I'll definitely fall far behind everyone else. A cheer from behind made him turn his head. This celestial fairy is so beautiful. At some point, Tian had changed into women's clothing and begun to dance on the game board. Someone praised, her dancing posture is even more magnificent, and her waist is so supple. This is true nation-toppling beauty. Wu Hen felt a sense of injustice and screamed internally. Why is his rule so easy? It's not fair. Wu Ji whispered a question. Senior brother Hong actually dared to dance in a palace dress. I wonder if this will completely shatter his inner demon. Over here, Tian was also enduring it, his face covered in pulsing veins. He chanted in his mind, dance in a palace dress for 10 breaths. If completed, you can advance 80 spaces. If not, you will be forced to stand still for a period of time. I can't believe there's such a degrading rule. All of you who have seen this, I will gouge out your eyes when I get out of here. After he finished the dance, the female attire on his body vanished. Tian concluded. Although my path to clearing this trial is now 99% certain, the price was still too great. And what about that guy surnamed Yi? He must not, under any circumstances, witness this shameful scene. He turned his gaze toward Ye Junlin, wondering to himself, that guy is still standing motionless on the spot. I wonder what he drew. Tian turned back, reached out, and tossed his dice into the air. If you don't know how to seize the moment, then I shall take the first place. Wu Han looked at Tian's back in the distance, thinking, no, that lady in red advanced such a long way in a single turn. I can't fall behind just because of my dignity. Sweat beaded on his face. He clenched his teeth tightly, looking incredibly determined. Finally, Wu Han closed his eyes and began to hop around while flailing his arms erratically. A nearby cultivator who saw his actions asked, "What is that sword immortal doing? Could he be imitating a gorilla?" The person next to him tapped his shoulder and warned, "Keep your voice down, or the senior might turn around and get revenge." Meanwhile, Wu Han was repeating to himself internally, "It's just a trial. I can't let it get to me. It's only a trial." Elsewhere, Chen Jiao was gritting his teeth, his body bowed low, pressing his forehead directly to the ground. A cultivator nearby saw this scene and shouted, "Isn't that the holy son of Yu Hua Gate? He's actually kowtowing with every step." Another cultivator sighed, to think that for the sake of passing this trial, the once arrogant holy son would abandon even his dignity. Chen Jiao narrowed his eyes, thinking, as long as I kowtow, I can ignore the dice roll and keep moving forward. Although it damages my dignity as the holy son, for the sake of obtaining the inheritance, he slammed his head down and shouted loudly, "It's all worth it." At the same time, somewhere else, Huang Chu was observing the situation on fallen Immortal Island through the surface of a lake. He stroked the beard on his chin with satisfaction. Not bad at all. The young ones are teachable. Huang Chu looked towards Wu Han and Tian's positions and commented, and these two as well. Their wills are firm, willing to cast aside their dignity for a greater goal. Next, he slapped his face and let out a long sigh. As for the trash in the back, if you can't even let go of your pride, what right do you have to compete for fallen Immortal Island? Huang Chu shifted his gaze again and cried out in surprise. What's wrong with this one? Why is he still standing in the same spot after so long? In the water's reflection, Ye Junlin was leisurely leaning back on a wooden chair with his eyes closed. Huang Chu assessed, this isn't about being unable to let go of pride. This is absolute confidence in one's own destiny. Unacceptable. I'll just teleport you out myself. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Junlin slowly sat up straight. He bounced the die in his hand. Finally, Ye Junlin tossed the die into the air, and it emitted a dazzling golden light. The die spun a few times before stopping on the face carved with the two words, 60. Huang Chu's eyes went wide with shock. It's actually 60. Even though I deliberately left a little trick back then, there was still only a 1 in 1,000 chance of rolling a 60. And he, the last one in the group, managed to roll it on his first try. In the lake's reflection, Ye Junlin casually kept tossing the die, and the number remained the same every single time. Sweat dripped down Huang Chu's forehead as he asked, 17 60s in a row. Just who raised this child of destiny? I'd like to see just how long your luck can last. Inside fallen Immortal Island, a cultivator pointed forward, his mouth agape. Look, everyone. Senior Yi rolled a 60 again. The person next to him asked in disbelief, Are your eyes playing tricks on you? Since when did the dice have 60 points? Another person spoke up to confirm. I saw it too, and it was golden. Senior Ye is truly a man of great fortune. No wonder. Ye Junlin turned his head to the side and sighed to himself. How is it still a 60? Isn't this just too humiliating for the others? Arriving at the second area, the frozen tundra, Ye Junlin folded his arms and wondered curiously. I've reached the second area so quickly. I wonder what's inside this first golden chest. He reached out and opened the chest's lid, and a golden light shone from within. The massive face of a dragon appeared before Ye Junlin. He uttered, "Oh, what is this?" An announcer's voice reached his ears. Congratulations. This is the flying pet, the ice frost winged dragon. It can carry the trial participant across the Great Snow Mountain without any obstacles. Ye Junlin leaped up and sat right on the frostwing dragon's back. Wait, I get this kind of perk? I'll take it. I'll take it. Let's go, brother dragon. The frostwing dragon flapped its wings, and Ye Junlin let out a whoop of joy. Yahoo, let's fly. This is way faster than just rolling a 60 over and over. Below the game board, Wu Yin seemed to sense the commotion and turned his head to look up at the sky. That's Yi, Senior Yi. He stared intently at Ye Junlin riding on the back of the Frostwing Dragon, wondering, how is he able to fly in the sky like that? Wu Yin's eyes followed Ye Junlin's distant figure as he flew away, lamenting, "It's a shame I'm still 1,000 miles behind Senior Yi. I hope I can catch up to his footsteps next time." In the third area, Flame Mountain, an explosion erupted from the volcano's peak, with lava violently spewing from within. A cultivator in brown robes stuck his tongue out, panting. "So hot, I'm about to pass out from the heat." Ahead, a cultivator in purple robes dodged the splattering lava while warning the others. "Watch out for the lava. If you get burned, you might get teleported off the floating island." Ye Junlin stood amidst the flames holding the die. Talk about a trial of ice and fire. I wonder if this level will give me another mount. The dice block was tossed into the air again and stopped on the face carved with the number 60. The golden chest opened, and on the piece of paper inside, a line of text was written. It said that as long as you shout back, 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 your path from now on will become clear. Ye Junlin was skeptical and asked, "What a weird rule. I wonder if it'll even work." He pointed his finger forward and shouted 3 times, "Back, back, back." Immediately, the path ahead of him became clear, without a single obstacle left. Ye Junlin asked again, "A path this smooth? Isn't this cheating a little too much? It's way easier than the first level." Level 4, the Great Grasslands. Ye Junlin slowly walked toward the chest while saying, "This grassland is much more comfortable than the last one. Let's see what goodies I get this time." The chest opened, and 2 streams of power flew out from inside, wrapping around Ye Junlin's legs. An announcement rang out. "Congratulations, you can now run as much as you like. Skip the squares and run until you exit this great grassland." Ye Junlin stomped his foot and launched himself forward. "All right, excellent. This time, I don't even need to roll the dice." Over on the other side, Tian was also moving alone through the great grassland region when suddenly, vines shot out from nowhere, blocking his path. Its sharp thorns cut a gash on his shoulder, and blood splattered. Tian thought to himself, "Another hidden trap. This great grassland looks flat, but traps are everywhere. Based on my current chi refining cultivation, if I'm not careful, I'll be teleported off the island." When he turned his head, he saw Chen Zhao riding a horse toward him. Tian analyzed silently, "Why is it him? And he even has a horse to ride. If I let him pass me, it'll be hard to catch up." Chen Zhao sat on his horse, racing across the game board as fast as lightning. But just like Tian, he too was blocked by vines that suddenly shot out, preventing him from moving forward. Chen Zhao cursed, "Damn vines. I finally had a chance to overtake him and take first place." He flicked his fingers, severing the vines wrapped around the horse, and said to himself, "These petty tricks can't stop me. First, I'll deal with this poisonous miasma. As long as the horse is still here, this holy sun will sooner or later be the first to finish this round." The horse suddenly lost its footing and stepped into a square filled with golden sand. Its entire body was gradually swallowed by the sand. Chen Zhao had already nimbly jumped off the horse's back. He cursed in anger, "Son of a bitch, my horse is gone." Ahead of him, Tian saw the scene and gloated silently. "Without your horse, I'd like to see how you're going to compete with me for first place." Just as he was in a daze, something zipped past him from behind. White dust filled the air. Tian watched the dark shadow that had already sped far into the distance, wondering to himself, "Wait a minute, I think something just ran past me." A foot in a black boot stopped on a square, and Ye Junlin waved at him. "Hong Tian, so you were here, huh?" Tian's lips twitched as he said, "What? How did I run into Master? I remember you were standing still at your spot a long time ago." Chen Zhao felt it was unfair and roared, "What right does this Ye Junlin have? Why can he just run freely like that during a trial? This is unfair." Ye Junlin winked and smiled, pointing forward as he said, "That's right. I, your master, was afraid I'd bully you, so I intentionally waited for you at the starting point for half a day. It's just a shame you still need to try harder. I'll be waiting for you at the finish line." After saying that, he zipped away. Seeing this, Tian and Chen Zhao were so shocked their mouths hung open as they thought, "Just a moment ago, we were talking about fighting for first place, but now not only have we been overtaken, we've even been mocked by this guy. He's definitely cheating. Why do we have to suffer while he's acting like this is a walk in the park?" As soon as they thought this, they both snapped out of it and turned around. Tian gritted his teeth, tossed the box up, and said, "Even if I can't beat that guy Ye, I can't lose second place to anyone else." Chen Zhao also turned back and yelled, "This is only the first stage. There's still a chance." At this moment, Ye Junlin had already moved to a new area on the game board. He turned back and mumbled, "There's not even anyone to play with anymore. The more you win, the lonelier you get. If I'd known, I would have gone a bit slower. And there's still half the time left. After speaking, he clasped his hands behind his back and pondered. But this golden luck is truly heaven-defying. It's sure to have some unexpected effects in the upcoming trials. At the same time, Huang Chu also shouted with his mouth wide open in shock. What kind of heaven-defying luck is this? He reached the finish line just like that. Not only are his dice rolls heaven-defying, but every treasure chest he gets contains the highest grade reward, allowing him to pass through areas with ease. This guy might as well be the son of heaven itself. But only those with such luck can survive the struggle for the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, they'll just be washed away by the tides of time. Just like the great calamity back then, even someone of my stature couldn't stop it. He was stunned, thinking to himself, now that a brat with such heaven-defying luck has appeared, could it be that the chance to turn the tide for the Kunlun realm has truly arrived? Then, Huang Chu suddenly came to his senses and looked forward. To his surprise, he saw the person in front of him comfortably sitting and eating. He roared, "You damn brat, what do you think you're doing? This is the top-tier inheritance trial of the Kunlun realm. Can you show me a little respect?" The participants. Behind you are still in a miserable state, and you're here enjoying yourself like this. On the other side, Tian was also fighting with all his might, thinking, I absolutely cannot let this mud vine touch me. My chi refining stage cultivation is simply not enough to purge this potent poison. Chen Jiao, nearby, wasn't having an easy time either. He was being chased and yelled, "Why are these mud vines endlessly long? That Ye Junlin has vanished without a trace, while I'm left here to be tortured." Tian stopped, panting heavily, and raised a hand to wipe the blood from his mouth. Then, he looked up ahead. After seeing how carefree Ye Junlin was, Tian gritted his teeth and hissed, "Does this guy Ye think this is his Misty Peak? How can he be enjoying himself so comfortably? I nearly died back there, and he has time to eat and drink. This is so unfair." As for Ye Junlin, after seeing him approach, he warmly offered him a skewer. "Are you hungry, Hong Tian? Come have a skewer." Tian replied politely, "Thank you, master," but in his heart, he was cursing. "You just keep on acting. Your time to suffer will come later." A moment later, Wu Yan's group arrived and froze in their tracks at the sight of Ye Junlin. Not only did Senior Ye pass the trial with ease, but he's also casually enjoying some delicious food. This level of nonchalance is truly impossible to keep up with. Just then, a man covered in dirt and grime rushed towards him, shouting, "I finally made it. There's barbecue. Everyone, please leave some for me." Seeing this, he simply lifted his leg and sent a kick straight into the man's stomach. After the kick, Ye Junlin began to scold him. "Do I know you? You just got here and you're already trying to steal my food. You've got no manners at all." The man trembled on the ground, trying to explain, "Master, I'm your third disciple. How could you not recognize me?" Hearing this, a stunned Ye Junlin turned to look at Tian, who gave a confused nod, confirming it was true. Immediately, Ye Junlin's attitude changed as he ran to help Wu Jie up. "Of course, I recognized you. I was just testing your reaction skills, that's all." Hearing this, he looked happily at the skewer in his master's hand and asked, "So, is the test over? Can this disciple have a skewer now?" Ye Junlin cheerfully handed him a skewer with a smile. "Go on, eat up. Would I, your master, really steal from you? But if you had been any later, I would have eaten it all." Wu Jie grimaced while chewing his food and replied, "Master, you really have a way of comforting people, don't you?" At that moment, the hourglass finally ran out of sand. After the last grains fell, a cheerful voice announced, "The results for this trial round are in. Congratulations to the cultivator who has advanced. The person in first place will receive the immortal baptism technique." Immediately, a brilliant golden light enveloped Ye Junlin. Gasps of admiration were heard from the crowd. No wonder it's Senior Yi. As expected, he took first place again. After receiving this immortal baptism technique, his cultivation path from now on will surely have divine aid. It's only a matter of time before Senior Yi becomes an immortal. But alongside them were also those filled with envy. Damn it, he snatched another great treasure. Ye Junlin, you just wait." Wu Jie, seeing this from the side, was a bit puzzled and asked, "Master, with such a great immortal destiny, how come you don't seem happy at all?" Wu Yan, standing next to him, replied, "An immortal destiny like this would cause an earth-shattering war among immortals in the outside world. Yet, Senior Yi is completely unfazed. Then again, for someone who can enlighten a true immortal with a single word, perhaps he possesses an even greater immortal destiny of his own." Of course, Ye Junlin knew that the people around him were whispering about him. He didn't hesitate to shout out loud, "This immortal baptism technique is incredible. My whole body is brimming with power. What a rush." Seeing this made Huang Chu even more furious. "That bastard. The immortal baptism technique is something countless descendants of the immortal emperor would fight to the death for. And you're just putting on such a half-hearted act? I'm absolutely furious. Since you're so arrogant, then let's quickly begin the second trial round. I want to see just how long your good luck can last. As he finished speaking, another voice chimed in. The second trial round will now begin. All participants, please proceed to the next location. Participants, please enter the projection spaces in an orderly fashion. The longer you survive in the projection space, the higher your chances of victory. And take note, only 100 slots are available for this round. The remaining participants will be eliminated. Tian walked along, muttering, "A survival time test, huh? It seems the space inside will be fraught with difficulties." Wu Ji, looking very excited, rushed towards a projection space. No matter how hard it is, this disciple will go first. He charged straight in without a second thought. Wu Ji's entire body gradually vanished from this space. On the other side of the portal, he reappeared in a lush green forest. Wu Jie stared blankly down at his wrinkled hands, mumbling, "Where's my skin?" Then, a shocking realization hit Wu Jie. Wait, this isn't my body. An old man covered in age spots with not a shred of cultivation. How am I supposed to survive like this? At the same time, the system's voice rang out. Greetings, participant. You will be playing the role of an ordinary old man. Survive in this mountain teeming with ferocious beasts until you meet an untimely demise. Hearing this, Wu Jie was so furious he flailed his arms and legs, shouting, "Teeming with ferocious beasts, you son of a..." But he quickly calmed himself down. All right, stay calm. Can't get eliminated before it even really starts. Elsewhere, Huang Chu stroked his beard and said with a smile, "This round tests one's ability to adapt and, most importantly, their intuitive judgment. No matter how heaven-defying your abilities were before, they are useless here. Surviving in this environment for over 100 days is superior. Surviving for over 150 days is excellent. And surviving for over 200 days is as rare as a phoenix feather. The crucial part is that after 200 days, the beasts in the mountains will become stronger and appear more frequently. And the difficulty will be on par with hell mode. Still feeling so arrogant now, are you? This time, I'd like to see what you do." He recalled Ye Junlin's arrogant face and muttered, "Now then, how are you going to die in that world?" In the second trial space, on the very first day, Wu Jie was huddled over, shouting, "This damn weather is going to freeze me to death. This decrepit body can't even reach the threshold of the qi-nourishing stage. If I hadn't learned a few breathing techniques from mortal martial artists back then, I would have died in this goddamn place on the very first day. There isn't even a scrap of food in this damn place. This thing isn't even a mouthful." But in the end, he still had to pick up those dried fruits to eat, thinking to himself that it would have to do. I have to hold on for now. I already let my master down in the first gate, so this time, I have to prove myself no matter what. I have to survive for 100 days, one way or another. By the second day, Wu Ji was standing by a river, cursing. Damn it. My throat's so dry, it feels like it's smoking. And this damn water is like poison. This whole crappy trial is full of traps. Bullshit. How can you even call this a trial? This is clearly just torture until you die. I refuse to believe I can't find a way to survive. Not only will I pass this trial, but I'll also make my master proud. On the 10th day, he was chasing a rabbit, reassuring himself. What's a little fall? Back then, to avenge my little sister, I practiced my swordplay relentlessly. I struck a rock 100,000 times, never stopping even when my hands were covered in blisters. I can endure a little hardship like this. By the 20th day, Wu Ji was muttering to himself in a rock crevice. This is enough food for 10 days. I absolutely cannot waste it. It's already the 20th day. If I can just hold out for another 80 days, I'll win. On the 50th day, he was holding a stone knife facing off against a snow wolf. It took me 50 days to make this stone knife, grinding it for hours every single day. Half of my daily goal is done. I have to kill it today. On the 88th day, Wu Ji sat under a tree, murmuring, I finally made it through winter. After mastering hunting, my body has gotten much stronger. Only 12 days left. I can definitely do this. Just then, a green viper lunged out of nowhere, opening its venomous maw towards Wu Ji. He cried out in shock, what the hell is this? That freaking hurts. But just a moment later, he bit back into the snake's body, cursing it. So it was you damn beast. It took everything I had to survive 88 days. Now, I'm just a little bit away from my goal. You son of a bitch. If I'm going down, I'm taking you with me. A moment later, they both collapsed to the ground. Wu Ji whispered weakly, just 12 more days, and I could have proven myself to master. I'm sorry, master. I still couldn't prove myself. Back in the real world, the defeated Qi cultivators were stepping out of the vortex. Someone muttered and cursed, damn it, if I had eyes on my ass, I wouldn't have died. Someone else replied, I only lasted 10 days before a wild wolf mauled me to death. Another player stepped out, grimacing. You think that's bad? I didn't even last 2 days before I fell to my death. It was already so hard just to move my old, weak body. Seeing that Wu Ji had come out, Ye Junlin ran over and asked, Tell me, your master, how many days did you survive and how did you die? Upon hearing this, he answered proudly, I survived for 88 days. In the end, I was ambushed by a venomous snake, but I bit it to death before I died. So, am I awesome or what? Ye Junlin didn't hesitate to praise him. Not bad, kid. You're pretty ruthless yourself. Seeing that Wu Yan had also stepped out, he turned and asked, And how did you die? He lowered his head and replied, It's embarrassing. I was struck by lightning. I never thought that after surviving a lightning tribulation, I'd have to pay the price in a trial. Luckily, I managed to survive for 160 days. As he finished, Wu Ji shouted excitedly, 160 days? That long? Senior Sui is so amazing. But Ye Junlin asked, slightly surprised, Is that number really that impressive? Wu Ji waved his hands around frantically and replied, Master, I swear on my life, it was really hard. Wu Yan also added, That's right, senior. In there, you have to be extremely careful. After all, your cultivation base doesn't exist. But as soon as he said that, Ye Junlin excitedly rushed into one of the spaces. That sounds exciting. I have to go in and play too. It's a perfect chance to see what my golden luck can bring me. The scene changes to Ye Junlin's space. Day 1. Ye Junlin entered the new space and looked down at his old, decrepit body. He murmured, This experience is so realistic. I almost thought I'd transmigrated again. I used to watch those shows, Survival in the Wild, and they always said the first step is to find food and water, then make tools and build a shelter. If all else fails, you can find a cave to take refuge in. Just then, Ye Junlin saw a rabbit. A rabbit? Did food just deliver itself to my doorstep the moment I arrived? When he saw it slam itself right into a tree, he exclaimed in astonishment, What kind of move was that? I haven't even done anything, and you're already serving yourself up. It'd be a waste not to eat delicious food that's delivered right to my door. Come on, let's find a place to start a fire and cook. A couple of hours later, Ye Junlin sat in front of the roasted rabbit and sighed. If I could just brush on some sauce, it would taste even better. But it's a shame, we're in the middle of the wilderness, so I can't find any. Just then, he saw a bear being chased by a swarm of bees. Holy crap, is that bear being chased for its honey? Sure enough, a moment later, Ye Junlin found where the honey was. What is this? Can something this good really happen? Just when I needed some sauce, honey appears. Honey on rabbit will definitely taste amazing. This is awesome. This kind of treatment is way better than those skewers at the finish line. After eating and drinking, it's time to find a place to rest. Hey, why is there such a big cave here? There's even a great place to live like this. It even has water, so I don't have to build a shelter and sleep outside. Could this all be thanks to my golden luck? If that's the case, then I won't be polite. By the third day, Ye Junlin was sitting by the river, fishing and muttering. I had roast rabbit yesterday, so let's switch it up today. I want some fresh fish. A moment later, for some reason, a whole bunch of fish flew out of the river right towards him. Ye Junlin yelled, This is ridiculous. You guys are being way too proactive. I came here to experience survival in the wild, not to be the one who gets fed. If this keeps up, I'm going to get spoiled rotten. For the next 180 days, birds and beasts were continuously delivered to Ye Junlin's cave entrance for his enjoyment. Ye Junlin even planted all sorts of crops outside the cave. His life was always steady and incredibly comfortable. Outside, Huang Chu seemed to have seen Ye Junlin's comfortable life inside the space. He asked himself, confused, The difficulty of the test I set for this gate is a challenge. As a frail old man, you're supposed to survive alone in the treacherous wilderness, surrounded by danger. How did you come in here and turn it into a life of abundance and peaceful days? What the hell? Were you planning to retire in there? By now, many players had already emerged from the dimension, and they all shared the same sentiment. Anything after 200 days was pure hell. The other trial participants are all out now, but to think someone actually survived for over 200 days, not bad at all. Just then, Tian also stepped out. Seeing him, Wu Jie asked, Senior brother Tian, you were the last one out. You're so strong. How many days did you survive? After hearing this, he frowned slightly and replied arrogantly, 206 days. After the 200-day mark, not only do the beasts appear more frequently, but even sleep becomes a luxury. Furthermore, they appear in organized packs, and they've mutated, making them incredibly fast. Wu Jie listened in awe and exclaimed, That sounds absolutely terrifying. To think you could survive for that long, senior brother Tian Ye. Tian Ye scowled and snapped at him. What do you know? I could have lasted much longer, but the mutations happened too quickly. I was ambushed by those damn beasts and ended up surrounded by a pack of mutated wolves. An ordinary person would never have survived that situation. But I used a secret technique from the demonic sect to enhance my body. If I had just been a bit more careful, I could have definitely lasted another few hundred days. Wait, didn't you say I was the last one out? Then why hasn't he come out yet? He asked, pointing to another space. Wu Ji immediately replied, No, it's not what you think, brother. Master entered very, very late. Hearing this, Tian smirked to himself, thinking, So that's how it is. Ye Junlin is usually lazy and completely dependent on others. This time, with no one to rely on, he's bound to run into trouble in there. He'll spend all day just skulking around, hiding from place to place, just to find a scrap of food. Just thinking about it makes me feel relieved, not to mention the hellish difficulty after 200 days. No, there's no way you'll survive that long. When you finally come out, your face will be covered in filth. Let me see what a joke you've become. Inside a lush green forest, Ye Junlin's trial space. On day 200, Ye Junlin was relaxing on a chair, enjoying the fresh forest air. This is so comfortable. Could I just keep enjoying this until I die of old age? Suddenly, a vortex of dark clouds formed in the sky. A change in the weather? Let's see. It's been exactly 200 days. Could this be the turning point of the trial? He ran over and opened the gate to his fence. Right before Ye Junlin's eyes, a mutated rabbit shot forward like a rocket, slamming into an object in front of it. My rabbit mutated. It's that strong. If that had been a wild boar, it would have knocked down all the trees. Well, there goes my lunch rabbit. As he turned to look elsewhere, he was even more surprised. A fierce tiger was slowly approaching him. There are tigers around here. I haven't seen a single ferocious beast like this in the past 200 days. It charged aggressively towards him, much to his delight. Finally, I can put this precious wooden sword to good use. With my golden luck on my side, why would I be afraid of a crazy tiger like you? Before the tiger could even attack, a bear charged in from out of nowhere. The two beasts started tearing each other apart, to Ye Junlin's disappointment. Looks like I won't get a chance to act after all. The tiger and the bear grew even more ferocious. Excellent. This mauling is more realistic than a 3D movie. Truly beautiful. After a fierce battle, both animals were severely injured and collapsed. Not bad at all. The bear's hide is thick, perfect for a winter coat, and a tiger skin blanket will really add to the beauty of my cave. Huang Chu, watching this scene, was furious. How can this be? Why is this brat's luck so heaven-defying? The wild beasts fought each other to a frenzy, and he just reaped all the benefits. He came up with a plan. But a beast tide is coming. They won't just kill each other like they did today. Dangerous beasts from the forest began to appear one after another. This time, let's see how you handle this. Back with Ye Junlin, he groggily woke up. Suddenly, he shot upright. What's going on? An earthquake. He calmly stood up as the beasts charged toward him. Oh crap, it's a whole posse of beasts gathering together. Are they coming to my house to party? That's quite the formation. Ye Junlin feigned fear. Let me see what you rabble are really made of. Huang Chu was confident in his army. Stinking brat, just wait to be torn to shreds by the pack. Suddenly, a voice called out, Grandpa, Grandpa. He turned around in surprise. Why is there a child's voice here? Are they calling me Grandpa? Ye Junlin saw several colorful gourds. Could these be the legendary Calabash brothers? Dawa shook and said, Grandpa, don't be afraid. We'll protect you. He found this hilarious. It seems that an old man planting some flowers and herbs isn't just good for his physical and mental health. It can also bring some pleasant surprises at critical moments. From behind, a ferocious wolf pounced at Ye Junlin. The little boy shot out with incredible speed. You beast! Don't you dare harm my grandpa. Dawa used the strength in his foot. I'll stomp you to death. The boy gave the wolf a swift kick. Dawa, you're amazing. That was a beautiful move. I can't believe it. What the hell is this? How did the gourds become sentient? The other beasts charged forward one by one. Dawa's body grew larger and larger. You think a bunch of beasts like you dare to come here seeking death? The boy was unfazed by their power. Huang Chu was stunned beyond belief. How can this child grow bigger? How can something like this even exist inside my trial space? Another beast lunged forward. Just as it was about to bare its fangs and bite, an arm blocked its mouth. You worthless beast, you dare try to sneak attack Grandpa? The boy's arm was so hard that it shattered the beast's teeth. He opened his mouth, which was filled with fire. He then spewed flames, incinerating everything in his path. I'll burn you all to a crisp. The green calabash also came to help, spitting a torrent of water from his mouth. Don't even think about getting near Grandpa. And the purple calabash used his gourd shell to create a powerful energy ribbon to defeat the fierce beasts. Ye Junlin watched this with immense delight. It's like the 8 immortals crossing the sea, each showing off their unique powers. This is even more amazing than I thought. At this rate, won't I be invincible on this mountain? Huang Chu's face darkened. Is this my trial space or his? How can this kind of ability even exist? After the Calabash brothers had taken care of everything, the orange calabash seemed to be asking for praise. Grandpa, I've scanned the area with my clairvoyance. There are no wild beasts within a 10-mile radius. Ye Junlin praised the Calabash brothers. You're also thoughtful. With grandsons like you, I can truly say I'm living a blessed life. But inwardly, he felt helpless. Well, this is just great. Now, aside from dying of old age, I really have no idea how I'm ever going to get out of here. Moving on to day 300. In the days that followed, with the companionship of the Calabash brothers, Ye Junlin began his comfortable retirement. Ye Junlin stood on a high cloud, looking down. The feeling of looking down from up high is so relaxing. He leaned against Dawa and reminded him, Dawa, don't let those roasted birds go to waste. On day 500, Ye Junlin was relaxing, while the Calabash brothers were hard at work. Ye Junlin had moved into a castle built by Dawa himself, making his life even more comfortable. On day 1001, he stood pensively atop the castle. In the blink of an eye, so much time has passed. Compared to the constant fighting and killing in the Kunlun realm, this peaceful life in the trial space isn't so bad. It's like I've time traveled to the past to live my life all over again. The scene changes to a desolate, rocky area where a large portal has appeared. The long-haired man asked worriedly. He's been gone for so long. Why hasn't Senior Yi come out yet? The short-haired guy next to him crushed his hopes. No way. In a place teeming with mutated beasts like that, how could he possibly have survived? It's absurd. On the other side of the portal, Wu Jie was full of doubt. I bet Master is in there cultivating immortality. Otherwise, how could he stay in there for so long? Tian just crossed his arms and shook his head in disgust. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He's probably dead in there. Or maybe there's a problem with the dimension and it can't teleport him out. He then angrily shouted towards the portal, Hey, Island Master. Is there something wrong with your trial? Let my master out now. A voice shot back from within the portal. What the hell do you know? I designed this trial myself, and it has never had any problems. Just wait, you ignorant little brats. Tian jumped in shock when he heard those words. How can this be? He's actually still alive. How can an old man with 0 cultivation survive in a place like that for so long? Meanwhile, in another dimension, Huang Chu stood high above and chuckled. My trial has never had a flaw, but now I've run into a monster like you. He wondered to himself, could it be? Are you really going to become the first participant to die of old age in the second trial? Cut to Ye Junlin's trial dimension. In the 25th year, Junlin was lying motionless on his bed, surrounded by the Gord brothers. Grandpa, please don't leave us. He struggled to speak. Thank you for keeping me company all these years. When I return, I'll remember you. The Gord brothers cried their eyes out. Grandpa. Junlin's eyes slowly closed, and then he stopped breathing. Ye Junlin. Days survived, lived to a ripe old age, and died peacefully. On the towering mountain peak where Huang Chu resided, he pondered with his hands behind his back. I can't believe he actually became the first trial taker to die of old age in the second stage. To die a natural death in this terrifying mountain. Just what kind of heaven-defying feat is this? Back in the barren land with the portal, Junlin stretched his arms as he walked out. However, the first 2 trials were done alone. The final trial is different. All participants will compete against each other. Let's see if you can keep pulling off these heaven-defying stunts. Everyone present immediately surrounded him, buzzing with questions. Senior Yi is finally out. How can he be so calm? When we came out, we were either desperate or resentful, but he looks completely serene. Senior, what on earth did you go through in there? Wu Jie ran over to Junlin joyfully. Master, you're finally out. How many days did you survive, and how did you know? In the end, he answered cheerfully. Your master died of old age. Tian and his cronies in the back were utterly stunned. Died. Of old age? How is that possible? In a treacherous place like that? The mountains are crawling with wild beasts, yet he managed to live until he was old. The others expressed their shock. It's unbelievable. While we were all struggling to survive for a few dozen, or a few hundred days, Senior Ye lived for decades. Wu Hen ran up to ask for guidance. Senior Ye, may I be so bold as to ask, how did you do it? Is there some secret mantra to it? Junlin happily revealed. Actually, the secret is very simple. You just need to relax your mind, plant some flowers and greenery, and then you'll be able to get 7 magical gourds. From there, you can dominate the mountain and live a peaceful life into your old age. He was astonished. Is it really that simple? Junlin replied, "That's right." The people nearby who heard his answer burst into an uproar. In such a desperate situation, how could anyone stay calm and focus on planting flowers? And what are these 7 gourds? Are they treasures? Nearby, Tian was seething with jealousy. He's spouting mystical nonsense again. If you don't want to tell us, just say so. Why act all profound? But Wu Hen seemed to have reached a new level of understanding. Could this be the secret to passing the second trial? Its core isn't about survival, but about testing whether a participant can maintain their composure and remain relaxed and carefree even in the most desperate situations. He and all his companions knelt down to show their respect. "Senior Ye, we have been enlightened. It turns out we've been on the wrong path all along." Elsewhere, Huang Chu sighed, a shimmering golden light in his hand. "This rotten brat. He's fooled another whole crowd. Whatever. I'll just give him the reward for the second trial first." Junlin received Huang Chu's reward and was immediately enveloped in a radiant aura, levitating into the air. Wu Ji looked at him as if he were a god, receiving the blessings of 2 immortal techniques in a row. Master's immortal fortune will surely be enhanced. His path to immortality will be even smoother now. Tian trembled with rage. Damn it. He took all the rewards from the first 2 trials for himself. He thought confidently to himself, "It's useless anyway. I have a golden finger that gets stronger the more powerful my opponents are, so what good is that kind of talent to me?" The people there noticed something peculiar. "Hey, look, it seems like Senior Ye is a little unimpressed. Don't be ridiculous. He's definitely just being humble and doesn't want to make a big deal out of it, probably worried about discouraging us." Seeing this, Huang Chu cursed under his breath. This is a blessing that would move even an immortal venerable. Why does this kid not seem to care? 2 times in a row. Does he think my rewards are garbage? Immediately after, he flew high into the sky and created the final challenge. Forget it. Forget it. Let's just hurry up and start the final trial. This is the trial I'm most proud of, the most creative trial in all the heavens and myriad realms. In this final stage, any participant ranked outside the top 100 will be eliminated. All the irrelevant people were then made to disappear. Wu Ji was chatting happily. Even though he didn't achieve his goal in the second gate, at least he managed to stay in the game. "This is great," Tian said with a bit of disdain, "as if staying here gives you any chance." Just then, an announcement echoed from the teleportation portal. "Next, please enter the passage in an orderly fashion. We will now begin the final trial." All the players present began to move, some of them glaring at him with envy. "So what if you took the blessings from the first 2 gates, Ye Junlin? The third gate is the one that really matters. As long as I win this one, the inheritance of fallen Immortal Island will still be mine. And once that happens, taking your life will be as easy as flipping my hand." A system character panel appeared. "Welcome to the projection world. To ensure fairness, all participants can customize their appearance and join the battle mass to avoid retaliation after the trial ends." A selection screen appeared for every player. "What is this?" The system then explained the rules. "On this Battle Royale island, you are free to choose your equipment, elixirs, talismans, and cultivation techniques. All of these can be obtained by searching or by defeating beasts. Gujianjia, Crescent Moon Lake, Misty Pine Forest, Chaotic Blade Valley, Red Brow Mountain, Icebone Plains. Over time, a miasma sphere will gradually consume the island. You must escape to the safe zone in time. And you are allowed to kill each other. The last one standing will become the inheritor of this fallen immortal island." One player was a bit bewildered. "I've never heard of a trial like this before. It completely shatters all common sense." Others felt the same. So this is how immortals conduct their trials. Junlin was also completely exasperated. This old geezer. Are you kidding me? First auto chess, then Ark, Survival Evolved, and now PUBG. Could it be that this true immortal is also a transmigrator? In a corner, Wu Ji was intently tapping on his screen, his face flushing red as he chose his appearance. "If my identity is hidden, then I might as well take this chance to go wild and experience what it's like to be a woman." Nearby, Junlin hit the confirm button, revealing his new, strange appearance. "An invincible person like me naturally needs an invincible look." Suddenly, everyone was teleported to a different map. They were transported onto a massive ship. The giant vessel was flying high above the open sea. "We are now entering the preparation phase. First, we will fly over the islands for a bit, and then you may choose your preferred landing spot." A guy who looked like a genie pointed and shouted, "Everyone, look over there. The quality of that thing is just incredible." Wu Ji appeared with a coquettish look. "Can't any of you guess who I am?" Someone laughed at him. "Hey, Lee, I never knew you had this kind of hobby." As soon as he heard that voice, Wu Ji froze. He turned to retort, "My surname isn't Lee. Don't talk nonsense." Tian teased. "And how do you think I, this exalted one, figured it out?" Wu Jie was still full of questions. This exalted one, the soul-honored one, senior brother Hong, we're all family. There's no need to be so serious, is there? He whispered to Wu Jie. I really never would have guessed you had such a perverted hobby. If outsiders were to discover your true identity, do you think this would become the biggest stain on your life? He grew frustrated. Stop trying to scare me. Where's your proof? Are you just going by the name above my head? That's way too presumptuous. As long as I deny it, who could possibly know my real identity? Just then, Junlin appeared with a dazzling head. Damn it, that bald head is so bright, it's blinding. Who is this guy? His face is plain, but he looks so punchable. Why is that? Tian found him vaguely familiar. This aura, it's unsettling. But that name is a bit familiar. Wu Ji readied himself for a fight. Who on earth is this guy? He really looks like he's asking for a beating. As the ship flew onward, the system's voice announced, we have arrived at Battle Royale Island. Please choose your landing spots now. The final trial officially begins. The trial space was so vast that everyone was bewildered. With so many places, where should we go? Just then, a voice boomed across the sky, reminding the participants. A final reminder for all participants. Your cultivation techniques from the real world cannot be used. All techniques must be obtained at designated locations. Choose your landing spot cautiously. And finally, winner, winner, chicken dinner. See you on the ground. Hearing this, everyone began to decide on their own path. Wu Ji spoke up. In that case, I'll start at Chaotic Blade Valley. Where are you headed? Senior brother Hong. Tian looked at him with a mocking tone. I'm not as stupid as you. Revealing my position right from the start, Wu Jie clenched his fists and sneered. Could it be that senior brother Hong is afraid your junior brother here will kill you first? Tian just waved his hand, his disdain evident in his smile. Just you. Someone like you probably won't even get the chance to meet me. Just try to take care of yourself. In another corner, a junior sister spoke to the person in front of her. Senior brother, let's go to Red Brow Mountain together. We'll watch out for each other. Her senior brother replied with determination. All right, let's go. Hearing this unnecessary chatter, Tian scoffed in disdain. Only lambs flock together. A true, powerful man has always walked alone. Besides, only one person can survive this trial in the end. So what if you form a team? Junlin confidently showed off his absolute skill. A dashingly invincible contestant like myself will, of course, just go wherever fate takes me. After all, everywhere is my home turf. He kicked off, letting his body ride the wind. He took a deep breath. Here I go. A brilliant reddish-gold light flared with Junlin's every movement. He flapped his wings and looked down at a familiar landscape from the legend's Crescent Moon Lake. This must be Crescent Moon Lake, one of the 6 major areas. Beams of multicolored light shot upwards, leading him to speculate about the scattered rewards. Those beams of light are probably technique fragments. According to the rules, I need to collect enough fragments to form a complete technique, which are also divided into Heaven, Earth, Mystic, and Yellow tiers. I wonder what tier these are. Suddenly, someone appeared, dead set on claiming all the loot for himself. You guys are too slow. All these fragments belong to me. New Earth snatched the beams of light from the water's surface and absorbed them. After absorbing them, his power surged dramatically. He threw a punch at those who dared to compete with him. You dare try to steal from me. Die. Purple lightning fist. Unexpectedly, that single punch was enough to defeat his opponent. A loot box appeared. Newer's power exploded, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. I can't believe this basic yellow tier technique is even stronger than an earth tier technique from the real world. As expected of an immortal's inheritance, witnessing his terrifying power, a person nearby exclaimed in horror. He's already formed a technique. Everyone, run. That guy glanced at the fleeing crowd, his voice filled with greed. So you know your place. Good. And look at all these technique fragments and pieces of equipment. It seems that in this trial, killing and looting is the true king's path. Ye Junlin, who had been observing the situation, lamented his terrible luck. Dead right after landing? What a noob. When it comes to PUBG, I'm the best. Watch this Grandmaster find some peerless gear. Just you wait and see. The scene changes. The misty forest. Tian entered the forest, dense with white bones, and assessed the place. This dense fog, it's perfect for stable cultivation. As he ventured deeper into the hazy space, he noticed something at his feet. What is this? To his surprise, as Tian blew away the fog, he found a human corpse lying beneath a yellow flower. He used a charm to dispel the fire dragon talisman. Judging by this wave of spiritual energy, this must be a pretty powerful attack talisman. Exploring further, he was stunned to find a complete cultivation technique, the shadow escape art. Aren't all techniques supposed to be assembled from fragments? A complete one actually exists. Delighted by the unexpected haul, Tian smugly declared his luck was turning. His voice dripped with arrogance. I didn't expect this on just the third stage. Not only did I get blue gear, but it even came with a technique and talismans. It seems my luck has finally turned. Ye Junlin, the winner of the third trial, will be me. After sweeping up all the loot, Niu prepared to continue his hunt for equipment. The techniques from Crescent Moon Lake have probably all been taken by me. It's time to go out and rob someone else. Seeing a familiar, detestable face, he let out a sneer. Isn't that the bald kid who's just begging for a beating? He's in Crescent Moon Lake too? Too bad. I've already taken everything here. Niu charged forward with a dangerous aura. If you're going to blame someone, blame yourself for landing in the wrong place. Now let me inherit your legacy. Junlin turned around and replied with an indifferent tone. What do you need, uncle? When Niu saw what he was holding, a look of utter confusion appeared on his face. It was a rare purple armor and weapon. How is this possible? Don't I have everything from Crescent Moon Lake? After a moment's thought, he changed his tone, putting on a fake, friendly facade. Ah, well, it's nothing really. I just came to tell you to be careful. Once you leave this lake, you won't meet anyone as kind as me. Junlin smirked. Oh, you're such a good person. Niu's voice was timid as he tried to leave. Brother Ye Junlin, if there's nothing else, this little brother will be on his way. Just as he was about to sneak away, Junlin's voice rang out from behind him. Don't be in such a hurry. The stuff you just looted, leave it behind. Junlin launched an attack to intimidate him. After all, a kind person like you won't have an easy time surviving outside this place. Forced into a corner, Niu panicked and begged, Wait. Brother Ye Junlin, spare my life. I'll give you everything. The force from Junlin's attack was so immense that Niu was sent flying. As the dust settled, Niu had been defeated, and he too had turned into a loot box. After collecting all the spoils, Junlin smiled in satisfaction. Thanks for the hard work. The uncle already gathered everything in this area for me. It's about time I checked out another region. Elsewhere, Huang Chu was observing, making a cold assessment. You brat? Even though you managed to get the only set of rare purple gear in Crescent Moon Lake, it's still a far cry from the special trump cards I planted on this island. I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to win this time. The scene changes to another land. Ye Junlin Z, along with two others who were watching the show, finally spoke up. That guy is so lucky. I can't believe he gathered a full set of rare purple gear in such a short time. Lin Yi angrily recalled his irritating first impression of him. And his name is something like the Invincible is so lonely. He's so punchable. He's been an eyesore ever since we were on the spirit ship. I was hoping to run into him after we landed to teach him a lesson. But Su Ying, standing beside them, saw an opportunity. But that guy is a fat sheep. If we can take him down successfully and split the resources he's collected, it'll be enough to give us a huge advantage. Lin Yi was hesitant, but he's protected by purple gear. How can we kill him? Ye Junlin's scheming voice cut in. Everyone, don't be hasty. There's still a chance. We just need to do this. Junlin walked calmly along a forest path with his sword on his shoulder. A gentle voice called out, catching his attention. Brother Ye Junlin. Junlin turned, raising an eyebrow at Su Ying as she approached. Miss, what can I do for you? She smiled slyly. Brother Ye Junlin. I want to make a deal with you. Junlin tilted his head, asking with a hint of suspicion. What kind of deal? Is it anything legitimate? Su Ying stepped closer, her voice low and suggestive. How should I put this? It's not very legitimate. A calculating glint shone in her eyes, part probing, part inviting. Brother Ye Junlin. Our identities in this simulated world may be fake, but the experience is very real. I'd like to trade you for something useful. As for the reward, I'm sure you understand. He glanced around the wild forest and clicked his tongue. Here, doesn't seem very appropriate. Su Ying let out a small laugh as if she had come prepared, her attitude completely proactive. Oh, does something like this really depend on the location? Brother Ye Junlin, don't play dumb. Junlin nodded as if she had just hit a weak spot. Su Ying thought to herself, he's as easy to fool as a child, a mocking look in her eyes. So much for the Invincible is so lonely. He's probably never even been with a woman before. He took the bait with just a little nibble. Well then, shall we begin? Junlin tossed a small gem on the ground in front of her. I want to see you do push-ups. Su Ying froze for a few seconds, unable to believe the bizarre request. I'm about to take my clothes off, and he says this to me? Is this guy sick in the head? She tried to keep her composure, her voice trembling with confusion. You really want me to do push-ups? Is this right? He offered her another precious item, his voice calm. One isn't enough? Then here's more. Is that enough now? She took a deep breath and spoke suggestively. Brother Ye Junlin, you must have misunderstood. What I meant was, you can do whatever you want with me. Feel free to make any request, even something a little bolder. Junlin nodded as if he'd just had an epiphany. Ah, I see what you mean. Su Ying urged him on. Then let's not waste any time. Let's start. He pointed to an empty patch of ground, completely devoid of the malicious intent she was thinking of. All right, let's add in a few sit-ups then. Su Ying was about to explode with rage, her eyes wide with the feeling of being played. Are you messing with me on purpose? Before her anger could fade, her eyes were drawn to something. A glowing fragment fell in front of her, making her freeze. Is that a Xuanrang fragment? He just threw it out so casually. Junlin held out his hand, which held another special fragment, and looked straight at her. I'm asking you, are you going to do it or not? Su Ying gritted her teeth. The reward was too great. She reluctantly complied. Brother Ye Junlin, yes, I'll do it. Of course, I'll do it, she said. He's just offering way too much. Whatever. From a distance, Ye Junlin, Z, and Lin Yi watched the bizarre scene and started talking. What is that juice girl doing? Has she lost her mind? Why is she doing push-ups? They were even more surprised when they saw Su Ying change her movement. Why is she doing sit-ups now? Is that guy toying with us on purpose? Lin Yi roared, losing his patience and charging forward. I'm not waiting anymore. Everyone, attack. Junlin let out a faint, cold smile and sighed. Why so impatient? You broke your cover over something so small. Su Ying angrily rushed forward to attack him. You dare mock me? I'll kill you. Junlin shrugged indifferently and unleashed a lightning-fast technique. Such a hurry. Everyone's in such a hurry. Lin Yi executed a powerful move, the mountain-shaking palm, but with just a single, light counterattack. His chance in this secret realm was now over. Ye Junlin Z trembled and retreated when he saw the technique Junlin used. That's a low-grade, heaven-rank technique. No, don't be afraid. It's just a sword technique, he told himself. As long as we coordinate well, we can still kill him. And that heaven-rank technique would be his. Junlin was calm, his voice mocking. Is that supposed to be an itch? Ye Junlin Z yelled, as he desperately tried to land a blow. Don't you dare run, die. Junlin glanced back at the struggling loot box behind him. Ye Junlin Z summoned a technique to envelop him. Ye Junlin Z roared. At least these wastes didn't die for nothing. Just as you were smugly slaughtering everyone, this young master's weakening curse has finally taken effect. He activated the spell, his voice dripping with venom. Now that you're afflicted by the weakening curse, you're dead. Even if you have a heaven-rank technique. Ye Junlin burst out laughing, as if he'd seen through the plot all along. A pretty vicious plan, sacrificing your own comrades. Too bad I brought a purification talisman. Ye Junlin Z's eyes widened in horror. How could you possibly have a purification talisman? With the tables turned, he immediately started begging. Wait, invincible big brother, don't kill me. You can have all my stuff, Su Ying chimed in, looking pathetic. Invincible big brother, spare this little girl's life. After the trial, I will serve you with all my heart. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. He looked down on them with absolute contempt. Serve me? You think you're worthy? Die. Ye Junlin roared, and the ground around him shook. Still trying to ambush me? You're 800 years too early for that. He bent down to rummage through the loot they left behind, his voice casual. Let's see what goodies you all managed to find. The scene shifts to Chen Jiao fighting the Black Fire Dragon King of the Earth Lair Zone. This is a 6th grade, gold-quality talisman, this young master's trump card. It's all or nothing. He snapped his fingers to activate its power, causing a deafening explosion. 6th talisman god transformation. Die. He panted heavily, having poured all of his energy into that last attack. Chen Jiao raised his head and shouted with pride. The map from that golden treasure chest didn't lie after all. This is truly the legendary Earth map seal. The dragon's lair. He laughed heartily, as if proclaiming his destiny. As expected, I, the Holy Sun, am the true chosen one. No one can stop my rise. Chen Jiao stepped closer to the mouth of the cave as a golden, dragon-like light emerged. He reaffirmed his destiny as if it were an absolute truth. This is the power of a divine dragon. Once I obtain it, even someone in a full set of epic gear won't last more than a few moments against me. I, the Holy Sun, am invincible. The voice of Huang Chu echoed from thin air, tinged with surprise and calculation. So someone actually found the trick I deliberately left behind all those years ago? Could he be the new successor this time? Ye Junlin. Let's see how you'll handle this. In the chaotic illusion, the group stared, stunned by an explosion of sword intent, and whispered in horror. An ancient sword bug. The sword intent of a sword immortal. This is impossible. How can such power exist in a virtual world? I begged the sword immortal for a chance to survive. Before they could even act, Wu Hen decisively cut them down, turning them into support items. A system notification appeared. Trial on Fallen Immortal Island. The circle of deathly aura is shrinking. Countdown initiated by the Sword Bug. Crescent Moon Lake, Misty Forest, Chaotic Blade Valley, Icebone Plains, Red Brow Mountain. The announcement echoed, presenting a grim choice. Either die or become the new law. Wu Hen muttered to himself. The circle of deathly aura is starting to shrink. While the Sword Bug keeps me safe for now, I need to find a reliable mount to handle what comes next. As he finished speaking, a smile spread across his face as if he just had an idea. He listened to a distant roar echoing through the fog and muttered his assessment in a low voice. That sounds like the roar of a fierce tiger. If I can tame it, it'll make for a decent mount. Upon entering Chaotic Blade Valley, someone cried out with ambition. Chaotic Blade Valley. That giant eagle is mine. With it, I can escape the deathly aura. Another voice cut in. I've already claimed this eagle. The man cried out in surprise. You're that strange woman from the boundless ship. Without waiting for him to react, she unleashed her ultimate technique, the earth-splitting blade art. An eagle like this obviously belongs to the strong. Looking at the eagle's magnificent form, he laughed in satisfaction. Big enough, majestic enough. I like it. Eagle, let's take you for a spin. The scene shifts to the misty forest. Upon entering, a group of people froze at an extraordinary sight. Could this be a treasure bestowed by the heavens? Noticing the huge commotion, one of them urged his teammates to hurry. A disturbance this big. There might even be epic-grade equipment inside. We have to hurry. Don't let someone else get it first. Another one reassured him, relax. With 6 of us, no one can steal it. But greed began to stir. Shi Quan made a ruthless, silent calculation. Once I get my hands on that epic-grade gear, who needs useless baggage like you? I'll find a way to kill them later and take the treasure all for myself. The group approached a deep pit from which a brilliant golden light was emanating. Unable to hide his excitement, loudly shouted, Is this the treasure? The moment the words left his mouth, before he could even react, the other man punched him. Stop staring. It belongs to me. One of them confronted Shi Quan, his voice seething with rage. You just ambushed Lao Li. What the hell are you doing? He sneered, making his intentions obvious. You know damn well, so why bother asking? A treasure like this? Of course, I'm taking it all for myself. Shi Quan's menacing attitude terrified the others. He snarled, his voice sharp as a blade. The purple equipment and the high-grade Earth-rank technique were all held by me and Lao Li. Now that he's dead, you really think I'm afraid of you lot? Shi Quan roared, unleashing a vicious beast technique. Demonic bear shakes the heavens. All of you, die for me. Watching from a distance, Tian laughed, mocking the naivety of these participants. In a brutal trial where the strong prey on the weak, they still dared to trust each other. How laughable. At this point, he was the only one left, his mocking laughter echoing in the air. Now all the treasures belong to me. Tian appeared from behind, his voice cold and contemptuous. A sheep should know its place. You dare dream of keeping the treasure for yourself. Are you even worthy? Shi Quan struggled to fend off Tian's attack. He trembled. Is that you? So you were waiting here all along. How despicable and shameless. Tian retorted with sharp sarcasm. When you killed your own comrades, why didn't you call that despicable? I was merely an observer. He swung his blade down at him without hesitation. How could I let another touch my prey? Die. After defeating Shi Quan, Tian stepped closer to the treasure's location, utterly overconfident. Looking at the equipment he had just won, he was nearly mad with excitement. Could this be a set of epic-grade gear? Tian embraced his newfound power, his arrogance swelling. The heavens are truly on my side. Ha! With these items, who would dare make an enemy of me? He roared with excitement, the final death gas ring at Red Brow Mountain. I can't wait any longer. I'm going to cause a bloodbath there. Ye Junlin, you just wait. Elsewhere, a sneeze was heard. Junlin mumbled, Achoo. Who's talking about me? The scene shifts to the border of Crescent Moon Lake and Red Brow Mountain. He shouted, Bai Shushu Hui. Where are you going? The circle is over there. You're running the wrong way. Are you trying to get me killed? When the stubborn Bai Shushu Hui wouldn't listen, Ye Junlin roared, What are you trying to do, you damn donkey? As the object fell, his eyes widened in shock. Wait a second. Damn. Could this be the legendary airdrop? Looking at Bai Shushu Hui, he laughed triumphantly. Bai Shushu Hui, I knew you were right all along. Seeing the golden treasures, Ye Junlin's hands trembled in shock. Whoa, so bright, so dazzling. Is this really the legendary golden color? Looking at the rare treasure, he chuckled with delight. I can't believe there's something this good in this trial. Now this is getting interesting. Elsewhere, on Mount Chimi, the number of survivors was 40. At the foot of the mountain, small fires began to spread. Murmurs spread as they saw Wu Yin ride past on a tiger, the white-robed sword immortal. That's Sui Wu Yin. Look, his mount and equipment are all purple grade or higher. Don't mess with him. Let's just stay away for now. Wu Ji, riding a fierce sable, appeared beside him. Your mount is quite impressive, but why is no one else around here? Wu Yin offered a humble smile. Thank you for the compliment, fellow cultivator. I suppose everyone else felt they couldn't win, so they ran and hid. In the middle of the mountain forest, Wu Jie coldly drew his sword, his voice echoing as if to force everyone to reveal themselves. Just as I thought. I didn't expect so many people to be hiding here. I hate cowards who hide in the shadows most. If you don't want to show yourselves, don't force me to hunt you down one by one and make things troublesome. In the darkness, Shishui gritted his teeth, annoyed by the provocation. That perverted woman on the ship already got on my nerves, and now she's acting this arrogant. Chiba, standing next to him, chimed in, Senior Sue, I can understand, but what gives her the right? Why don't we team up and eliminate them? Hearing the offer to cooperate, Wu Yin let out a hearty laugh, sensing a good opportunity. My fellow cultivator, you are indeed a man of great spirit. I also can't stand these cowards hiding in the shadows. Since we share the same ideal, why don't we join forces and wipe them all out? Wu Jie shouted, holding nothing back. Fine. After I've wiped them all out, I'll settle the score with you. Now that will be a battle between true cultivators. Wu Ji unleashed a move, his voice projecting with a threatening tone. You cowards. If you don't come out right now, you'll be buried alive in there. A group pushed into a corner, finally snapped. A roar erupted, like a spark igniting their remaining fear into rage. You're pushing us too far. Kill them. Immediately after, Wu Yin calmly drew his sharp, cold blade. Just as the fight broke out, one man was stunned when he saw that Wu Yin's weapon was far beyond his imagination. He yelled in a panic, Holy crap, his sword is epic grade. We're screwed. That technique is heaven rank. Everyone, fall back. He unleashed his move. A chilling sword intent flooded the battlefield, the ground itself seeming to freeze under its terrifying power and extreme coldness. A powerful sword slash cut across the field. An icy aura enveloped the air. Wu Yin's voice called out, Ice frost separation. Everything around him began to twist and swirl violently under his power. Two men were fleeing in a panic. One of them cried out in terror, Is this the true power of a sword immortal? I can't even imagine how hopeless it would be to face a sword immortal in real life. The man next to him, who had just turned back after observing, added while trying to escape, It's too terrifying. How are we supposed to fight this? I'm getting out of here. Wu Yin continued his assault. He growled, You little rats. You think you can run? After the chase, things gradually grew quiet. Wu Ji, wanting to show off, spoke in a challenging tone. All the outsiders have been dealt with. Now, it's our turn to fight. As if sensing something, Wu Yin glanced suspiciously in one direction. Wait a moment. There's still a fish that slipped through the net. He leaned and swung a blast of blue ice energy, shouting, Whoever you are, get out here. Tian Ye's figure emerged from the ice mist. He stepped forward with a smirk and a chuckle. Interesting. No wonder you're a sword immortal. Your senses are even sharper than a blade cultivator's. Wu Ji cursed in annoyance. Damn it. Who the hell are you talking about? Wu Yin stopped him with a warning. Be careful. This man has a full set of epic grade armor. I'm afraid that's even harder to deal with than my ice soul sword. Tian Ye held his saber, and fierce bolts of lightning radiated from it. He made his decision. Originally, I was going to wait for you two to finish your duel and then reap the rewards, but since you've forced me out early, then I have no choice but to finish you both off myself. Then, Tian Ye turned to Wu Ji and asked, Oh, right. You're not going to help him later, are you? Wu Yin pointed his sword at him, confused. What do you mean? Don't tell me you know her identity. Wu Jie shouted in a panic, Shut up. If you dare spout any more nonsense, it's you or me until one of us is dead. He thought to himself, if my identity gets exposed, it'll be a stain on my name for the rest of my life. Seeing Wu Ji's expression, Tian Ye realized what was going on. He mused, I didn't think this guy would care so much about his reputation. Oh well, we're Marshall brothers, after all. Then, Tian Ye replied, Who are you trying to scare? As if I'm afraid of you. If you've got the guts, just wait and face me one-on-one later. Seeing that Tian Ye understood him, Wu Ji breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing senior brother is giving me a way out. I'll just play along. He went along with it. Fine. I'll be waiting. Witnessing their conversation, Wu Yin came to a conclusion. It seems these two really do know each other. Who is she, really? And why is she so concerned about her identity? A green light enveloped Wu Yin. He dashed forward and said, Enough talk. Make your move. Tian Ye met the challenge, replying clearly, All right. Then let me see what this sword immortal is truly made of. Just as the two were brimming with fighting spirit, Wu Yin suddenly froze. On the other side, Tian did the same. Out of nowhere, a third stream of energy had forced its way between their own powers. From that point, a massive explosion erupted, shaking the entire landscape. Wu Yin was thrown to one side by the force of the blast. Opposite him, Tian gripped his saber tightly, trying to steady himself. A thick cloud of dust and smoke obscured their vision. Then, it spread out and slowly dissipated, revealing a tail covered in black scales. Chen Jiao revealed himself, roaring with authority. "Stop this at once, by order of this holy sun. This holy sun has no desire for a victory that doesn't come with the joy of the kill. All of you will die by my hand." Tian sized him up, considering. His aura is so powerful. "And what's with this form?" He frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Chen Jiao bared his teeth and raised his sharp-clawed hand, introducing himself arrogantly. "Who am I, you ask? This holy sun is the fated child, the inheritor of the myriad immortals' path." Wu Yin calmly warned, "Your Excellency, don't be so arrogant. Do you really believe you're invincible?" Chen Jiao erupted with power, a brilliant golden energy enveloping him, and declared with certainty, "That's right, this holy sun is invincible. The epic gear you're all so proud of is nothing before me." Tian, who had been silent until now, finally spread his wings, ready for a confrontation. Tian shouted, "Then I'll give you a rude awakening." In the distance, Wu Jie leaned close to Wu Hen and whispered, "This guy's power is incredibly strange. Why don't we team up to deal with him?" He nodded in agreement. I was thinking the same thing. Seeing the three of them intending to team up, Chen Jiao showed no fear, relentlessly launching attacks at Tian. A swirling vortex of power surged violently, looking as if it could destroy anything in its path. Wu Hen tightened his grip on his sword, recognizing the immense power of the attack. If I had to face that move, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. Chen Jiao summoned an orb of light into his hand, sneering with contempt. "Is that all you've got?" The other man's face paled in shock. "What? That was a full-power strike from an epic-grade weapon. How can he be completely unharmed?" He brought his power crashing down. "I've already told you, your so-called epic gear in the eyes of this holy sun." Below, Tian raised his blade horizontally to block the blow. Chen Jiao roared, "It's nothing but trash." The impact was immense, and blood spurted from Tian's mouth. Seeing that Tian was at a disadvantage, Wu Hen aimed his sword at Chen Jiao's position and summoned Extreme Frost Sword Intent. After being freed from the attack, Tian landed and demanded, "Where did you get that power?" Wu Ji stomped his foot indignantly. "That's right. How come you can transform, but we can't?" Chen Jiao just scoffed. "I've already told you. This holy sun is the chosen one, destined to inherit the legacy of fallen Immortal Island. You mongrels dare to compete with me." Without another word, Wu Jie charged forward with his power, shouting, "The one thing I can't stand is an elitist prick like you. Die for me, you little brat." Blade's glare of divine sin. Chen Jiao lifted a foot and kicked Wu Jie hard, snapping in disgust. "An ugly thing like you dares to approach this holy sun?" Seeing his master get hit, Dao Bao roared and flew into attack. Chen Jiao fired a blast of energy at it, his voice laced with disgust. "A hairy beast dares to be insolent before me." Without hesitation, he decided to finish Dao Bao off. Chen Jiao declared, "Die." Its wings were torn apart, sending blood flying everywhere. Wu Ji, sprawled on the ground, looked up. His eyes widened, taking in the fatal moment. Overcome with rage, Wu Ji's power erupted. He screamed, "My Dao Bao, I'm going to kill you." Wu Ji unleashed a powerful punch, tearing through the air and dyeing it with a crimson rid of his energy. He yelled, "Get a taste of my 8 combined talismans." Wu Jie calculated inwardly, "That's 6 weakening talismans and 2 burning ones. No matter how strong you are, you're going to suffer now." Seeing the counterattack, dark chains materialized around Qin Jiao. He roared furiously, "You dare sneak attack this holy sun? Die!" The moment the 2 streams of power collided, a blinding explosion of light erupted. Wu Ji's voice called out, "You two, avenge my great eagle for me." Seizing the opportunity, Wu Hen followed up with a blast of blue, icy energy. He urged the others, "He's weakened. Let's work together and finish him." Tian didn't reply, but he raised his weapon and summoned Destruction Ray. Chen Jiao stood within a radiant golden circle as 3 streams of power, each a different color, shot toward him. He asked confidently, "Do you really think this is enough to deal with this holy sun?" A dark dragon soared into the sky. He roared in fury, "You have all thoroughly angered me." Chen Jiao's eyes blazed as if shooting sparks. He smirked and declared, "In the face of absolute power, all resistance is futile." A nearby creature, startled by the noise, stopped in its tracks. Junlin looked towards the source of the sound, musing. Is that a dragon? I wonder whose technique that is. But this is perfect. My golden legend finally has a chance to shine. Meanwhile, the battle raged on dramatically. Wu Jie cursed. Damn it, this shabby dragonoid is way too over the top. Who the hell is he? Seeing that he had the upper hand, Chen Jiao gloated loudly. Did you see that? This is the fate of those who oppose this. Holy Sun. Now, it's your turn. The onlookers watching from the outside commented in a panic. This dragonoid form is terrifying. It's like a demon dragon has descended upon the world. The person next to him added, so what if those sword immortals have epic gear? Before a demon dragon, they're nothing more than flies. Tian gripped his weapon tightly and growled. How can he transform into this form? Wu Hen voiced his thoughts. Be careful. This power isn't something one can obtain in the trial. Chen Jiao unleashed 2 streams of sword energy, roaring. Die. Twin dragons devour the heavens. Seeing Chen Jiao's devastating attack, Tian summoned his own power to counter it. Purple flame rends the heavens. I refuse to believe I can't stop you. On Chen Jiao's side, a powerful dragon head materialized. Wu Hen drove his sword into the ground to steady himself. Impossible. How can this black dragon's power be so immense? Numerous dragon heads shot towards them. In response, Wu Hen unleashed his shield of extreme frost. He yelled, block it, but his shield of ice shattered into pieces. Wu Hen admitted candidly, the impact is too strong. It's impossible to withstand. My friend, I'm sorry. I have no way to avenge you and your eagle. Chen Jiao showed no signs of weakening, with flames still blazing in both his hands. He scoffed, the legacies and equipment you all pull out are unworthy of even being touched by this holy sun's dragon claws. Battered and cornered, Tian clenched his jaw. Damn it. Does this mean the great heavenly immortal fate will truly belong to him this time? Then, Chen Jiao went berserk, completely losing his mind. All my suffering has finally paid off. This time, no one can stop this holy sun anymore. A voice rose from the crowd. Looks like he's won after all. What's the difference between this kind of power and just cheating? An old man nearby agreed. That's right. Where's Ye Junlin? Isn't he supposed to have heaven-defying luck? Why is he nowhere to be seen now? A young man in front of them replied, he was probably eliminated ages ago. At this point, no one can defeat that demon dragon. Like a demon straight from hell, Chen Jiao declared, as long as I kill all of you, I will be the final victor. Tian broke out in a cold sweat from the pain. He calculated his chances in his head, unable to even lift his hand anymore. Is this really the end? Besides, why haven't I seen a trace of that guy this whole time? Before he could recover, the one with pitch-black pupils shot toward the inheritance of fallen Immortal Island. Only a child of destiny like me is worthy of possessing this. In your next life, remember to be born into a better station and don't mess with me. Another voice suddenly cut in. Wait, is someone using a hack in this game? Chen Jiao turned toward the source of the sound. There's still someone left? Tian looked at Junlin and thought, it's that bald guy from the immortal ship earlier. But this scummy aura, could it be him? He glared at Junlin and sneered. Where did this scrub come from? I, the Holy Sun, am the great Dragon King. Outside, someone in the spectating crowd said, where did that bald guy come from? How dare he provoke the demon dragon? The guy next to him picked his nose and chimed in. Is he an idiot? Coming out now is just suicide. Shouldn't he have just hidden and taken second place? Ignoring the mockery, he replied, no way, no way. You just changed your skin, and you really think you're the Dragon King now. Annoyed and wanting to show off, Chen Jiao charged forward. Die for me, you worthless thing. Tian exclaimed, oh, someone's getting feisty. That dragon claw is terrifying. The bald guy is definitely going to be crushed into a pulp. The person next to him covered their eyes. I can't watch anymore. It's too brutal. Before the attack could land, a burst of power flashed before Chen Jiao's eyes. He was hit, and fresh blood spurted out. Chen Jiao clutched his chest in disbelief. Impossible. He clenched his jaw and declared, I am the Dragon King, the one chosen by heaven's mandate. How dare your shabby blade injure me? Tian, as if realizing something, shouted, Golden Legendary. That's the highest grade weapon. The spectators seemed to share the same thought. We've searched all 3 zones, but we only managed to find a few epic grade fragments. Even assembling a single complete epic grade item was a luxury. The person above him agreed. Exactly. And yet, he somehow assembled a complete legendary grade weapon. How on earth did he do it? With the saber resting on his shoulder, Junlin asked, have you ever played Legend? Ever heard of the dragon-slaying saber? It's your boy, Liang Jiahui. Come on, brothers, come and get me. Chen Jiao, completely confused, yelled, what legend? Who the hell is Liang Jiahui? What the hell are you talking about? Then he gritted his teeth. pondering. Wait a minute. Dragon-slaying saber. Don't tell me it's a weapon specifically made for killing dragons. Could it be? An image flashed in Chen Zhao's mind. He connected the dots, the nonsensical words, the heaven-defying weapon. It's him. It's him. It's definitely him. Wu Jie, overjoyed, came to his own conclusion. Could that be Master? Only he could possess such power. Master, you have to avenge your disciple. The old man in the crowd concluded. With that kind of heaven-defying luck and power, he must be Ye Junlin. The girl next to him cheered. I told you he wouldn't be eliminated so easily. Turns out he was hiding a trump card, waiting for the right moment. Chen Zhao gritted his teeth, then erupted with power and roared. I don't believe it. I am the child of destiny. This inheritance is mine. Chen Zhao transformed into the shape of a jeweled dragon. I am the one who will survive and be the final victor. A fat man spoke up. That demon dragon can still mutate? This size is just ridiculous. Another person was equally panicked. How terrifying. Even Ye Junlin won't be able to withstand that. A massive amount of energy is gathering. Without hesitation, Chen Zhao launched the attack straight down. I want you dead. This holy sun is the new master of fallen Immortal Island. With this power, he said confidently, with this power in hand, the world is mine. Junlin's power swept out, shattering the attack Chen Zhao had just unleashed. He thought, what? Seeing he was at a disadvantage, Chen Zhao calmed himself down. Easy now. Aside from that legendary weapon, the rest of his gear is just purple grade. If I can just find an opening, I might still be able to win. He launched another attack, twin dragons, devouring the heavens. Junlin just flicked his saber lightly. It's useless. Unbeknownst to Junlin, Chen Zhao had already closed in right behind him. Still unaware, Junlin continued. The dragon-slaying saber. Its purpose is to slay dragons. He seized the opportunity. Now's my chance. But things didn't go as Chen Zhao had planned. He cried out in shock. What is this? Junlin turned his head, a taunting look on his face. You're fast, I'll give you that. Too bad my dragon-slaying saber comes with 100% defense with 0 blind spots. Chen Zhao scrambled up, but his continued attacks were just as useless. This holy sun absolutely refuses to believe in some 100% defense. I am the strongest. Wu Ji, watching from the crowd, thought, he's just scratching an itch for master. Across a binish. A junior sister's voice trembled. That power is so scary. A single punch like that would be enough to kill me 10 times over. The man near her remarked, can Ye Junlin's armor really hold out forever? Without stopping, Chen Zhao rained down a barrage of blows. Tian, hiding in a corner, calculated, that guy's power is still increasing. Go on, hit him harder. It'd be best if you both take each other out, leaving a sliver of a chance for me to survive. He then made a decision. While they're busy fighting fiercely, I need to hide quickly and wait for an opportunity. In his dragon form, Chen Zhao leaped toward Junlin, who was behind his protective shield. The two streams of power collided, unleashing an oppressive aura all around. Tian threw his arms up to shield himself, struggling to stay on his feet. Feeling that he could barely withstand it, he told himself, get further back? I have to get further back. Otherwise, the shockwave from Chen Zhao's power will completely obliterate me. Facing the attack, Junlin's expression remained unchanged. A man in green robes watching from afar commented, what a terrifying attack. I'm afraid even I couldn't withstand the shockwave it's giving off. The person next to him added, but Senior Ye is handling it so effortlessly. Just how strong is he? In the midst of the crisis, Tian Ye told himself, almost there. Seeing that his constant attacks were having no effect, Chen Zhao finally played his trump card. I refuse to believe you can take this move too. Golden Dragon's heaven-scorching roar. A ferocious stream of fire erupted from the mouth of Chen Zhao's dragon. On the screen, everyone got a close-up view of every detail, and someone exclaimed, this power is terrifying. I'm afraid even the shield of a legendary weapon wouldn't be able to block that. Ye Junlin, encased in a solid protective shield, scoffed coldly. Child's play. I already told you I am invincible. He remained stubborn, the fiery power seeking to destroy everything. Tianye was about to give out, clenching his jaw as he thought, to think that I can't even withstand the shockwaves from their battle. How ridiculous. A young man near Wu Jie commented, this white light has enveloped even Chimi Mountain. Could Senior Ye have been completely devoured by the dragon's breath? He prayed silently, Master, you have to block it. Avenge your disciple. The smoke slowly faded into the air. Ye Junlin and Chen Zhao faced each other. Unable to defeat him, Chen Zhao roared, how can this be? Why? Don't you have any weaknesses? Ye Junlin pointed his dragon-shaped sword at Chen Zhao and repeated, I already told you, with the bronze dragon in my hand, the world is mine. And you think I can't even handle a little dragon man like you? Now, it's my turn, isn't it? With those words, he slashed down fiercely. Dragon-slaying, void-shattering slash. Chen Jiao had no time to react and could only plead. Wait, brother invincible, give me a chance. Despite his fear, he couldn't bring himself to accept it. No, this holy sun possesses the power of a divine dragon. I am the one who is truly invincible. The stream of energy engulfed Chen Jiao's body, and he seemed to shatter in an instant. Before the end, Chen Jiao only managed to utter one last sentence. Why is it like this? I can't accept this. After dealing with him, Ye Junlin spoke as if it were a matter of fact. Being invincible is truly lonely. The crowd outside, along with Wu Ji, was ecstatic. He's so strong. As expected, Senior Yi is invincible. Senior Yi has won every stage. He'll probably become the #1 person in the eastern region after this. Wu Jie thought happily, that's my master, for you. He never disappoints. The system displayed a message. Congratulations, trial taker. Great fortune awaits. You have successfully cleared the stage. Tears of emotion welled up in his eyes. Ye Junlin raised a hand to wipe them away and whispered, finally, winner winner, chicken dinner. That wasn't easy at all. The two observers who had watched from the beginning retorted with their jaws agape. What do you mean, not easy? Crushing everyone in your path like that. Have you no shame? Immediately after, Ye Junlin vanished before everyone's eyes. Why was Senior Ye teleported away like that? I wonder what the final reward is. Having been taken away so suddenly, he slowly opened his eyes. Ye Junlin glanced around in confusion. Where is this? Why have I appeared here? He looked in one direction, stunned. Before Ye Junlin was a dazzling planet surrounded by colorful, circling ships. He seemed to sense something. This shining star gives me an indescribably familiar feeling. Could this be the Kunlun realm? He came to a startling conclusion. Is this a scene from the primordial era? And it's being recreated right before my eyes. Seeing a crowd of people charging forward with weapons ablaze, Ye Junlin thought with apprehension. Was the Kunlun realm this powerful in the past? Why are there so many strong immortals? An energy sphere exploded right in front of him. He wondered, is this a battle between immortals? It's so intense that even the planet can't withstand the shockwaves. Ahead, many dark figures in mysterious cloaks appeared. They spoke, the outcome is already decided. Why do you all stubbornly continue to resist? An onlooker shouted in fury. We cultivators do not fear battle. We swear to live and die with the Kunlun realm. They continue to raise their weapons in defiance. Hold the line. We swear to live and die with the Kunlun realm. One of the mysterious figures cursed, hopelessly stubborn. You're nothing but pawns abandoned by the divine courts, yet you still hope someone will come to save you? A courageous old man stepped forward. Without relying on the divine courts, the Kunlun realm can save itself. Among the mysterious figures, one laughed and replied, if that's the case, then let them have a taste of the river of death. Let them know the price of resistance. He raised a finger, summoning a mystical stream of energy. He scoffed coldly, it's time to let the Kunlun realm feel true death. As the powerful stream surged forward, the self-proclaimed cultivators cried out in agony. 2G, standing in the vortex, warned, this is bad. Every drop of water from the river of death contains pure death energy. Anyone contaminated by it will die. Retreat to the Kunlun realm, now. The mysterious figures were thrilled. The Kunlun realm is about to be annihilated. This star will soon be ours. Suddenly, an authoritative voice cut through the chaos. With me here, don't even think about succeeding. Activate formation. Numerous talismans appeared, blanketing the entire space. Someone said, the island master of fallen Immortal Island has made his move. His formation can actually change the flow of the river of death. This is great. This way, we have a fighting chance. The arrogant figures from before were defeated in a single move. The observing cultivators praised, the island master is divinely powerful. The Kunlun realm is saved. Ye Junlin thought the same. Such an ultimate move, turning defeat into victory in an instant. It's truly marvelous. He was suddenly startled. Wait, did they say the island master of fallen Immortal Island? A deep voice echoed. Junior, you're quite surprised, aren't you? This is the whole truth of what happened to the Kunlun realm back then. Ye Junlin looked up and asked, who are you? The man stroked his beard and instructed, listen closely. I am Liu Huangchu, the island master of fallen Immortal Island, recognized by all the heavens and myriad realms as the supreme formation master. Ye Junlin's face contorted in shock. Seeing this, Huangchu thought to himself, Junior, is this aura enough to intimidate you? The next second, he had calmed down and spoke. Where are your 5 tiger generals? This time, it was the old man's turn to be surprised. The 5 tiger generals? What in the world is that? Junior, I don't understand what you mean. After a moment of thought, Ye Junlin bowed respectfully. Oh, in that case, I'll just call you Senior Liu. This junior, Ye Junlin, pays his respects to Senior Liu. His words made Huang Chu smile inwardly with praise. He knows his manners, at least. But before the old man could be pleased for long, Ye Junlin asked bluntly, "So, you're not completely dead after all?" Huang Chu didn't answer, merely thinking. This brat really knows how to poke where it hurts. Ignoring the lack of a response, he continued curiously. "By the way, Senior Liu, you said this planet is the truth of the Kunlun realm." Then, Huang Chu began to recall and narrate. At the end of the primordial era, traitors colluded with foreign clans, corrupted the planet's core, and brought in the allied forces from the outer realms. Hearing this, Ye Junlin was immediately confused. But wasn't Kunlun crawling with immortals back then? Couldn't anyone stop them? The old man quickly retorted, "It's not that no one tried to stop them. It was that it was fundamentally impossible to stop them." After a pause of about 2 seconds, Huang Chu continued, because the traitor was one of the 4 absolutes. Ye Junlin spoke up with a comment. "So this is what it's like when a top-tier powerhouse turns on you. I thought it was just some small fry causing trouble." Without hesitating, he continued explaining how Luan colluded with the 9 Nether to corrupt the core. The 3 remaining experts tried to stop him, but they were all defeated and fell victim to his treachery. Tian was felled by Zhu Fujiao. Longevity went missing, the core was corrupted, and our spiritual energy became fundamentally unusable. Our cultivation environment was weakened, and on top of losing our top-tier combat power, we were abandoned by the Divine Court. Isolated and helpless, I laid down a formation, forcibly changed the course of the River of Death, and defeated the 9 Nether in a single move. Afterwards, the experts joined forces, gathered the power of the myriad realms, and created the Immortal Realm. It couldn't compare to Kunlun in its golden age. It was pretty close. Ye Junlin praised him generously. "That's incredible. So you all created the Immortal Realm." The story was great, but in a flash, Huang Chu was stroking his beard and replying, I'm flattered. A second later, he warned in a loud voice, "Remember, the fate of Kunlun is in your own hands. The Divine Court cannot be trusted, and the 9 Nether is our mortal enemy." With an incredibly confident tone, he declared, "Senior, rest assured. Whether it's the 9 Nether or the Divine Court, if one comes, I'll suppress one. If 2 come, I'll suppress them both. I'll throw all of them in as fertilizer for the core." Huang Chu laughed heartily with satisfaction. "Haha, good. Young people should have ambition. With you here, Kunlun has hope." After he finished laughing, Ye Junlin asked curiously, "Ahem, speaking of which, Senior Liu, the trial is over. Doesn't that mean the inheritance of fallen Immortal Island now belongs to me?" Huang Chu quickly replied, From now on, you are the master of all the resources and life on fallen Immortal Island." As he said this, he thought to himself, "This is a supreme immortal opportunity that countless cultivators can only dream of. This little brat will definitely be eternally grateful to me." But contrary to his expectations, Ye Junlin just let out a soft "oh," an attitude that completely deflated Huang Chu. "Is that all?" he asked, clearly annoyed. "Besides being the island master of fallen Immortal Island, I am also a master of the supreme formation arts. How can I let some junior look down on me? I have to regain my dignity. Supreme, Tao Formation Marshal, Heaven Formation Marshal, Earth Formation Marshal, and Spirit Formation Marshal." With that thought, Huang Chu immediately spoke up. "Ahem, Junior, what do you think of your own skill level in formation arts?" Ye Junlin didn't bother with humility and gave his own assessment. As the hero summoned to save Kunlun, how could I not be formidable? Determined to show the boy what's what, he began to explain. "Do you know what the level of a formation master is most closely related to? It's spiritual power. If your spiritual power is insufficient, no matter how skilled you are, you won't be able to lay down the corresponding formation." Right after, Huang Chu held up 2 fingers in front of Ye Junlin. Before the boy could ask anything, he said proudly, "Spiritual power is ranked from low to high, divided into levels 1 to 200, and I am at level 200. Ye Junlin's eyes immediately lit up. Level 200? If I directly clash with a big shot like him, with my golden finger, wouldn't my spiritual power instantly skyrocket to the peak? The boy's expression completely baffled Huang Chu. Huh? Why does this kid's expression seem so off? Why do I see a million glimmers of anticipation in his eyes? In an instant, the boy made a strange request. Senior Liu, please unleash your level 200 spiritual power on me. As expected, Huang Chu snapped in annoyance. I'm just a wisp of divine sense. Where would I get a physical body with spiritual power? Has this kid lost his mind? Hearing this, Ye Junlin offered some gentle comfort that felt more like a slap in the face. It's okay, I don't blame you. This made the old man even angrier. What is that supposed to mean? Who needs you to blame me? Then, an idea struck Huang Chu. Even though I don't have level 200 spiritual power, I can test how much you have. Finally, a chance to crush this kid's arrogance. If the result is too low, don't be disappointed. After all, you're not even an immortal yet, so it's normal for it to be low. If my guess is correct, it's probably around 10. He hadn't even finished his sentence when he started shouting in alarm. It turned out Ye Junlin's spiritual power was continuously rising. 20, 50. It's still going up? Huang Chu couldn't believe his eyes and stammered. 100. Level 100? Impossible. While the old man was still trembling, Ye Junlin let out a sad sigh. Only level 100? That's still a far cry from Senior Liu's level 200. Senior Liu, you were truly amazing back in the day. This junior is so ashamed. Huang Chu finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He lunged forward and grabbed the boy by his collar. Only level 100? Are those the words of a human being? Back when I first became an immortal, I didn't even have 50. This kid is absolutely infuriating. Ye Junlin still looked clueless. Did I say something wrong? After regaining his composure, Huang Chu snorted coldly. You didn't say anything wrong. Level 100 spiritual power is acceptable. He suddenly fell into a sad contemplation. Perhaps the saying is true. The new generation surpasses the old, and the old are left to die on the shore. A moment later, his expression turned serious again. Junior, do you want to learn formation arts? I can give you some pointers, Huang Chu said as he summoned a formation. Junior, watch closely. This is an ancient wonder formation. Learn this, and you'll instantly become a heaven-rank formation master, able to roam the immortal realm as you please. In stark contrast to his confidence, Ye Junlin just yawned and said dismissively, Thanks, but I'm not interested. Hearing this, Huang Chu's jaw dropped in astonishment. What? He tried to persuade him in a low voice. Heaven-rank formation masters are a hot commodity in the immortal realm. Countless powerful immortal beauties will come begging you to set up formations for them. Despite that, Ye Junlin remained indifferent. So Huang Chu continued to entice him. Resources, status. You can have anything you want. No matter how hard he tried, Ye Junlin remained unperturbed. Unable to stand his attitude any longer, Huang Chu roared in fury. Damn it, you little brat. Stop playing dumb with me. Ye Junlin thought to himself. With a system that can give it to me directly, who would work so hard to learn this stuff? Outside the secret realm, the fellow cultivators were sighing with emotion. Another day has passed. Damn. Even Senior Xue is out. Who could possibly be so powerful as to eliminate Senior Xue? Yeah, who on earth is the one who's lasted until the very end? At the same time, Wu Hen spoke with worry. How will she view such a powerful expert? As he said this, he gently closed his eyes. It turned out Wu Hen was recalling what Wu Jie looked like when disguised as a woman. That unique blend of masculinity and cuteness was so adorable, it made one feel an overwhelming urge to protect her. But why hasn't she come to find me yet? Could it be that I'm the only one who cherishes the bond we forged fighting side by side? The two female cultivators behind him exclaimed excitedly, Oh my god, Senior Xue is so deeply in love. It's so sad. It breaks my heart. Seeing this, Tian started teasing him. Hey, you with the surname Li, did you hear that? The sword immortal is smitten with you. Why don't you reveal your true form and make this beautiful tale a reality? The moment he heard that, Wu Ji buried his face in his hands and screamed, A stain. This is a stain on my entire life. Chen Jiao was also in the crowd at that moment. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, that opportunity was supposed to belong to me, Chen Jiao, and now it's gone. The memory of Junlin with a shaved head sent him into a rage. That shameless bald fraud. Chen Jiao swore he would tear him to pieces. Just then, He San exclaimed in shock. It's been so long, but the inheritance still hasn't been claimed. What's going on? Lan Si quickly replied, To have defeated so many masters and lasted this long. What kind of dazzling and incredible person is this? A second later, Hong Wu also spoke up. I'll bet 10 common-grade spirit stones that it's some reclusive old monster. There's no way anyone from the younger generation could possess this kind of skill, right? Just as he finished his sentence, the gate to the secret realm boomed loudly. Everyone's faces lit up with excitement. They're coming out. In an instant, an announcement rang out. The inheritance has been decided. From this day forward, Ye Junlin is the master of Fallen Immortal Island, wielding its laws. Upon hearing this, everyone cheered with joy. It's Senior Yi, it's really him. Senior Yi, congratulations, congratulations. Seeing this, Wu Ji laughed heartily. Haha, it's Master. This is fantastic. Unlike everyone else, Tian thought resentfully. Oh, heavens above, in what way am I inferior to Junlin that you favor that bastard so damn much? At the same time, Wu Yin had a realization. So that's how it is. Senior Ye, You are truly unfathomable. Chen Jiao, on the other hand, grew even more furious at the scene. Standing next to him was Elder Liu, who harbored similar feelings toward Ye Junlin. So it was Junlin. Himph, go ahead and be smug, Ye Junlin. Enjoy it while it lasts. Your day of reckoning is not far off. While everyone was experiencing a mix of joy and sorrow, Junlin cheerfully thought to himself, hey, this is a pretty grand scene, but why do I feel like those little flies are giving me weird looks? Oh well, being invincible is just a lonely and boring affair. Then, Wu Yin stepped forward to offer his congratulations. Senior Ye, taking first place in all 3 rounds. Your destiny is truly one to be envied. He quickly replied, you're not so bad yourself. At least you made it through all 3 rounds. Junlin's praise didn't make him happy. On the contrary, Wu Yin seemed even more dejected. You're right. Just a second later, a wave of dark energy radiated from where everyone was gathered. The fellow cultivators immediately noticed. Huh? Why did the weather suddenly change? Wuji shouted anxiously. There's killing intent. It's incredibly strong. From the sky, a portal shrouded in demonic energy appeared, as if ripping through space and time itself. So King Dangyu is the mastermind. I am the strongest monarch of the Nether Abyss. Ye Junlin, hand over your life. From within the portal, King Dangyu appeared aggressively. He spoke with disdain. A bunch of frogs at the bottom of a well. Even if you were lucky enough to gain some opportunities on this island, you're nothing but ants trying to shake a tree. When the Great War comes, you won't even be qualified to be cannon fodder. Today, this king will send you on your way. Especially you, Ye Junlin. You've been dancing around long enough. It's time for your final act. Without a moment's hesitation, Wu Yin charged forward to attack. You foul beast of the Nether Abyss. You're merely at the Tribulation Transcendence realm, yet you dare act so arrogantly here? Die for this immortal. The people below began to comment one after another. It seems the Nether Abyss is truly desperate for their king to act personally. But what a pity. It's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The power of this one strike from the Snow Sword Immortal is enough to slay immortals and slaughter demons. This King Dangyu is as good as dead. But contrary to their expectations, King Dangyu wasn't afraid at all. Just a little swordsman who's barely stepped into the true immortal realm. Today, I'll show you that there are always heavens beyond the heavens. As he finished speaking, he summoned a nether artifact. Activate. The lamp in King Dangyu's hand immediately unleashed a terrifying surge of demonic energy. In the blink of an eye, this magic transformed into black dragons that lunged at Wu Yin. The cultivators below couldn't withstand this overwhelming power either. The pressure is immense. I can't breathe. Despite this, he still tried to swing his sword, destroying the black dragons one by one. He couldn't hold out for long before Wu Yin's defense was shattered by King Dangyu. He cried out in disbelief. How? How is this possible? A true immortal level attack, and it couldn't even block a single move like that? The power of this artifact is fundamentally not something from this world. Hearing this, he snorted coldly and explained, this is a supreme nether artifact bestowed upon me by an emissary. How could ants like you possibly resist it? And now, all of you will become food for my nether artifact. The moment King Dangyu finished speaking, the cultivators on the ground began to scream in terror. My soul. No, save me. As he absorbed their power, he laughed in satisfaction. The taste of spiritual souls is truly exquisite. This is a terrifying supreme treasure from the outer realms. Now, I will use your immortal soul as the first blood for my immortal slaying nether artifact. In this life or death situation, Wu Yin thought with unwilling resentment. No. Is it possible that I must fall so soon after becoming an immortal? Just as Wu Yin was filled with despair, a firm hand rested on his shoulder. It was Junlin. Step aside. This guy is here for me. As Wu Yin turned, he was stunned. Senior Ye. Seeing this, Wu Jie called out worriedly, Master. Tian Ye also couldn't understand his intentions. Why? Why is this guy seeking death? The others present also cried out in unison. No. A moment later, King Dangyu spoke excitedly. Ye Junlin, I didn't expect you to walk right into my hands. Today, this king will make an example out of you, and then I'll slaughter everyone else here. In an instant, he commanded the black dragon to lunge at Junlin. But Junlin showed no fear, simply cracking a slow smile. Suddenly, Junlin's golden pupils widened, and an aura of power, even more astonishing than that of the nether artifact, radiated from his body. Host has been attacked by a fifth heaven true immortal. Activating passive effect, the stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Received. Sixth heaven true immortal cultivation base. This sight immediately caused Wu Yin, Tian Ye, and Wu Ji's faces to turn pale with fear. Despite their panic, Junlin just calmly chewed on something in his mouth. Then, he gently spat out the small stone. At first, it was just a tiny pebble, but in an instant, it transformed into an immensely powerful strike. With a single move, King Dangyu's black dragon was defeated. Unable to believe their eyes, the fellow cultivators all stared, their jaws hanging wide open in astonishment. After a long moment, Wu Yin finally realized. An aura. That's the aura of a true immortal. Senior Ye, you became an immortal long ago? However, King Dangyu found it hard to believe. This nether artifact is a fifth heaven true immortal grade weapon. Even a true immortal shouldn't be able to destroy it so easily. As he flew up in front of him, Junlin spoke. You've come all this way just to give me some experience points, big boss. You've worked hard. Hearing this, King Dangyu was shocked, gifting experience points. Terrified, he quickly offered up the nether lamp. Supreme Immortal, as long as you are satisfied, that is all that matters. Taking the nether artifact in his hand, he asked seriously, You said this artifact was a gift from an emissary. Tell me, who is this emissary? A moment later, King Dangyu dropped heavily to his knees. He repeatedly kowtowed in repentance, reporting to the Supreme Immortal. This item came from an emissary of the Outer Realms. I was bewitched and foolishly listened to their instigation. Please show me mercy and spare my life. I am willing to lead Ming Yuan and surrender to you. But Ye Junlin ignored his pleas, saying in a low voice, For the past 2 years, you all at Ming Yuan have been waging war, campaigning north and south. On the surface, it was to expand your territory, but in reality, your goal was to occupy areas with stargates and control their number ahead of everyone else, wasn't it? Hearing this, Dang Yu Wang trembled and thought to himself, He actually knows about our stargate plan. Before he could even defend himself, Ye Junlin continued to expose them. The stargates connect to the all heavens and myriad realms. Once they open, the allied forces from the outer realms can invade and occupy my eastern region of Kunlun. And this envoy you speak of must be a power from the outer realms. My analysis is correct, isn't it? Even so, King Dangyu still tried to justify his actions. Exalted Immortal, I admit you are formidable in the eastern domain, but compared to the true experts of the outer realms, you're nothing worth mentioning. Instead of waiting for an outer realm alliance to invade, it's better to cooperate with them to secure a better future for ourselves. Ye Junlin stroked his chin thoughtfully. Are you trying to recruit me? Interesting. Ye Junlin's words gave him a glimmer of hope. Exalted Immortal, if you are interested, this humble one will deliver the message for you. The next second, Ye Junlin turned around and calmly said, All right, help me relay a few words to your master. King Dangyu, overjoyed at his apparent escape from death, quickly replied, Please, speak, Your Excellency. To his utter horror, Ye Junlin immediately passed his final judgment on King Dangyu. Your blades are dull, your horses are skinny, and with that, you think you can fight me. Under Ye Junlin's oppressive aura, he trembled uncontrollably, unable to say another word. With just a flick of his finger, Ye Junlin sent King Dangyu flying off the planet. Ye Junlin said nonchalantly, the world is clean again. Immediately after, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers. Immortal Yi is heroic. Immortal Yi is invincible. Immortal Ye is divinely mighty. He politely replied, It was nothing, really. I'm just being humble. A moment later, Ye Junlin gazed into the distance, lost in thought. This matter is finally settled. It's time to check out the new inheritance on fallen Immortal Island. In the Nether Abyss, within the Nether Clan's Imperial Palace, someone's eyes suddenly shot open in terror. King Dangyu fell to his knees in agony, coughing up blood and screaming in panic. I never thought Ye Junlin was a true immortal. Thank goodness that was just a clone, or I would have died on the spot. Seeing his state, the person standing before him asked in confusion, What happened? Did the mission fail? King Dangyu gritted his teeth and replied, Reporting to the divine envoy, Ye Junlin has been hiding his cultivation as a true immortal. Although that nether artifact is powerful, it was completely useless against him. Hearing this, the divine envoy immediately asked, This nether artifact is the ultimate skill of a fifth heaven true immortal. Could it be that Ye Junlin's cultivation is at the sixth heaven or higher? Knowing he had failed, King Dangyu hastily admitted his guilt. My apologies, this humble one couldn't see through him. I only know that the 9 raging flame demon dragons released by the nether artifact were extinguished by a single mouthful of thick mucus he spat out. This made the divine envoy muse. This ye fellow hides his abilities so deeply. What a strong mentality. The failure of the plan didn't annoy him. On the contrary, he found it intriguing. But this is good. If the mission were too easy, it would be boring. Next, it's time to make him pay the price. Hearing this, King Dangyu immediately asked, Divine Envoy, have you already thought of the next step? The divine envoy laughed maniacally and said smugly, The Nether Abyss is the sacred land founded by the ancestor of my Nether clan. It holds a world-shaking secret. With it, even if the Kunlun Star Sovereign barged into the nether abyss, he would never leave alive. So what does that make this Ye Junlin? Who the hell does he think he is? Seeing him like this, King Dangyu was a little terrified but still had questions. I never knew the nether abyss had such a trick up its sleeve. But how do we lure the cultivators of the eastern domain here? He snorted coldly and replied, for that, we'll have to use the pawn I've already placed on the outside. It turned out that the pawn he was talking about was Chen Chao. Meanwhile, at the Tian sect on Piao Miao Peak, Shu Yunian was so overjoyed to see Ye Junlin that he shouted, Junior brother Yi. He and the others began to bombard Ye Junlin with questions. The rumors outside are going crazy right now. I can't believe you've already become an immortal. I'm truly impressed. So you were hiding it from us on purpose, huh? Do you even know how to talk? Junior brother Ye was cultivating his Tao heart, blending in with the masses. His state of mind is on another level. Although Ye Junlin tried to act modest, the smug look on his face gave away how pleased he was as he waved his hand and replied, oh, it's nothing, it's nothing. Tian Ye saw this and showed open contempt. There he goes again, putting on airs. Wu Ji was more naive and said happily, Master, don't be so modest. This time you also inherited the fallen Immortal Island. That's a top-tier inheritance from the Immortal Realm. At that moment, Shu Yunian and the other two put on eager faces and started begging. Junior brother Ye, quickly show us what kind of inheritance it is. Will it give everyone a chance to step through the Immortal Gate? Not wanting to disappoint them, Ye Junlin took out the item he had just acquired and explained that this was the fallen Immortal Island, inherited from Liu Huangchu. As for whether one could become an immortal, it all depended on their immortal fate. Looking at the tiny Immortal Island in his hand, Wu Ji was a bit puzzled. Why is this Immortal Island so small? How are we supposed to get inside? Su Qianshui guessed. Could it be just a magical artifact? So Ye Junlin gently explained to them. This is indeed a spatial-type treasure, but the world it contains can be either large or small. Inside, not only are there abundant immortal cultivation resources, but also many immortal spirits from ancient times. This piqued Wu Jie's interest, who suggested, Master, then let's all go into the island and have a look. What if we really have a great immortal opportunity? Ye Junlin himself was looking forward to it, thinking, this is the perfect chance for me to return to being a true immortal. So he gave his permission. Since you all yearn for immortal fate so much, I will allow you to tour the island, but your fortunes are entirely up to you. Instantly, he acted to open the Immortal Island, Qian Kunning Wei. Powerful streams of spiritual energy quickly emerged from the Immortal Island and landed on it. A moment later, within the hazy mist of the Immortal Island, Wu Ji looked around in confusion and wondered aloud, huh, where did everyone go? Why am I all alone? This place feels a bit familiar. Just then, he saw something that made his face light up with pure joy. It was an old friend he hadn't seen in a long time. My great eagle. Eagle, so you're not dead. This really is chaotic Blade Valley. The eagle noticed him due to Wu Jie's shout. I thought you were dead, but instead of affectionately nuzzling its former master, it took a huge dump right on his head. Then it flew away coldly amidst Wu Jie's shouts. Hey, don't run. Don't you recognize me anymore? Even if you don't, you didn't have to drop that on me. While he was fuming about his old friend's cold shoulder, he suddenly saw a golden feather. The appearance of this item made Wu Jie so happy he exclaimed, this is a top-tier artifact refining material. If I use this to forge a saber, I bet it could rival an immortal artifact. Moreover, this golden plumage is completely different from the great eagle of the past. Could it be that it's not actually a great eagle, but an ancient immortal spirit? Elsewhere, another disciple from the sect also found a priceless treasure. This is immortal earth. This is a great opportunity. Wu Hen muttered to himself as he tried to chew and swallow the so-called immortal earth. Although this dirt looks like dung and is a bit hard to swallow, the immortal energy within it is definitely real. As he was happily munching away, a sound suddenly caught his attention. Looking up, he saw that the immortal earth he was eating was actually the droppings of a demonic beast. The sight made him so disgusted he started to vomit his guts out. Am I really eating this filthy thing? Oh, it's disgusting, but I have to endure it for the immortal energy. This thing contains profound immortal energy. For the sake of my cultivation, I'll bear it. Elsewhere, a disciple from the sect was confronting a divine beast that could summon lightning. This immortal spirit can actually control lightning to such an extent. My understanding of the Tao of lightning is still stuck at a bottleneck. Observing this today has truly been an eye-opener. On Su Qianshui's side, her gains were just as significant. This sea of flowers actually has an immortal spiritual aura that can help one comprehend the Tao. I only meditated for a moment and already created a technique perfectly suited for me. I've never heard of such a heaven-defying opportunity before. As for Tian Ye, he was busy marveling at everything around him. I fear the origins of these creatures are anything but simple. It's just a shame that such a great opportunity is fated to be beyond my reach. Suddenly, a house appeared before him, taking him by surprise. Why is there a courtyard here? Could it be the residence of an immortal? After a moment of thought, he decided to push open the door, wondering what kind of inheritance might be inside. Don't let me down. Upon entering, he felt a bit let down by the simple, rustic scenery of the place. Is this all there is? The residence of an immortal is this ordinary? While he was thinking, the donkey nearby suddenly started braying. Hee-ha, hee-ha, hee-ha. The noise annoyed Tian, and he snapped. Shut up, you stupid donkey. After checking the surroundings, his failure to find any treasures made him so angry that he smashed a potted plant. Damn it, I got my hopes up for nothing. This rundown place has none of the immortal fortune I need. In that moment of utter disappointment, a strange grass suddenly emerged from the broken pot. The moment he saw it, Tian recognized it in horror. This is the stuff of legends. Even an immortal would be burned to ashes just by touching it, unable to ever reincarnate. The immortal burning grass. From a nearby coop, a fire phoenix unexpectedly appeared. Tian was once again startled. A phoenix? This entire courtyard is full of phoenixes. At the same time, the goldfish in the pond began to glow, and then it transformed into a massive golden dragon. One thing after another happened so fast that Tian couldn't process it and blurted out. That's a dragon, and a pure-blooded 5-clawed golden dragon at that. What in the world is this place? Suddenly, the golden dragon and the phoenix lunged toward Tian at the same time, scaring the daylights out of him and making him scream. Ah, don't you come near me. In the courtyard, another monster with sharp teeth suddenly appeared. The donkey from before had transformed into a huge monster, scaring Tian so badly he stumbled backward. What terrifying demonic energy. This is a supreme great demon. Just then, Ye Junlin appeared with a bewildered look on his face. He saw Tian sprawled on the ground and wondered, since when did this rebellious disciple of mine become so timid? At that moment, Tian turned his head and saw him. He immediately rushed over and cried out for help. Master, please save me. Seeing his disciple so panicked, Ye Junlin asked with confusion, Save you? There are only a few farm chickens and a donkey here. What danger could there be? But Tian insisted that the true forms of those farm chickens were phoenixes. The donkey was a supreme great demon, and even the grass in the pot was the immortal burning grass, which could kill an immortal. Of course, Ye Junlin wouldn't admit it and acted like he knew nothing. Do you have a fever? Where are you seeing phoenixes and great demons? Tian quickly pointed in another direction and said, Master, look over there. He expected to see the huge monster from before, but instead, it was just the donkey with its cross eyes. Tian exclaimed in utter confusion. What's going on? It wasn't like this a moment ago. However, he wasn't ready to give up and continued to lead Ye Junlin to the chicken coop. Inside, instead of a phoenix, there was a white chicken clucking, which piqued Ye Junlin's interest. This hen is quite interesting. She reminds me of an old friend. You are a beautiful chicken. At this point, he asked suspiciously, Was what you just said true, my disciple? Tian adamantly insisted it was true, while the white chicken just kept clucking, playing dumb. Master, they're all just pretending. You have to believe me. Just then, Ye Junlin started petting his donkey, saying, I don't know about the other things, but isn't this my bai shushu hui? How could it possibly be a great demon? Furthermore, he casually plucked the blade of grass that Tian considered a treasure, and said, This potted plant is just an ordinary plant. How could it be the immortal burning grass? Hong Tian, are you so desperate to become an immortal that you're starting to hallucinate? These two conflicting scenes happening in an instant made Tian freak out and scream. Impossible. How did it become like this? They must be trying to harm me. But Ye Junlin just casually waved his hand and called out, Hong Tian, don't overthink it. Let's go. Seeing him really about to leave, Tian asked anxiously, We're just leaving like this. There's definitely something profound here. He calmly replied, If you don't want to leave, you can stay and keep them company. Of course, there was no way Tian would dare stay here alone, so he hurriedly chased after Ye Junlin. No, no, no. I'm going. I'm leaving right now. The moment the main gate closed, Ye Junlin let out a long sigh. Seeing him like this, Tian seemed to realize that his master had been pretending all along. Noticing his loud tone, Ye Junlin quickly gestured for him to lower his voice. Don't ask. Understand what you can. His secretive attitude frustrated Tian. This guy is acting all profound and mysterious again, speaking in riddles. Ye Junlin himself was also a bit terrified by what was in this small courtyard. So, terrifying. This small courtyard is truly the most dangerous forbidden ground in the Kunlun realm. Everything in this small courtyard probably has a profound origin. Even though I've inherited Wenxian Island, I still can't completely control them. Perhaps the truth within can only be revealed when the time is right. A moment later, the courtyard grew quiet. Granny Phoenix proudly raised her head and boasted, "Did you all see that? The new island master just praised my beauty." Bai Shushu Hui had no issue with the compliment but was a little dissatisfied with the new name Ye Junlin gave him. The new island master isn't wrong, Granny Phoenix is indeed beautiful, but that new island master has no taste at all. Why did he give me such an ugly name like Bai Shushu Hui? Just then, the willow tree beside them spoke up. Silence. The arrival of the new island master means the wheels of fate have begun to turn. Our existence is to assist him in protecting the Kunlun realm. Granny Phoenix then added, "It's just that the new island master's cultivation is too low, only at the 6th level of the true heaven realm. While we have been sealed for so long that our realms are not what they used to be, I'm afraid we will face countless difficulties." The golden dragon in the pond also voiced its opinion. Currently, the Kunlun realm is entering a recovery phase, but the laws of heaven and earth are still being perfected. If beings of our level act rashly, it will be counterproductive. Hearing those words, the willow tree could only say, "I understand everyone's concerns, but the successor was personally appointed by Island Master Liu. He is undoubtedly the chosen one. We just need to wait patiently for him to mature and provide aid when necessary. I believe that all difficulties will eventually be resolved." 10 days later, at Miao Peak of the Tian sect, streams of spiritual energy began to flow out from within the Immortal Island. Everyone returned to the sect with their spiritual power greatly enhanced. Shu Yunian gratefully bowed to Ye Junlin, saying, "Thank you for the precious treasure, junior brother Ye." Thanks to it, everyone on the island reaped great rewards, and we all broke through to the tribulation transcendence realm. Ye Junlin, sipping his bubble tea, replied casually, "Don't mention it. However, great the blessing, it was all due to your own fortuitous encounters." Just then, a transmission talisman suddenly burst into flames, startling Shu Yunian. A transmission talisman? What's so urgent? The news from the talisman shocked him so much that he exclaimed, "How could this be?" Seeing his expression, Su Qiangshui asked worriedly, "Sect Master, what happened?" He quickly explained, "I received a transmission from the elders. The Yuhua sect has assembled an allied force, preparing to attack Ming Yuan to eliminate a future threat." Did you, who was standing beside them, scoffed coldly, thinking, has the Yuhua sect had a change of heart to be so proactive, daring to directly attack Ming Yuan? But Shu Yunian suspected it wasn't that simple. Although Ming Yuan was recently dealt a heavy blow by junior brother Ye, gathering all their experts at this time must hide another agenda. Faced with this situation, he was at a loss and quickly asked for Ye Junlin's opinion. "Junior brother Yi, what do you think? Should we go to Ming Yuan?" At that moment, Ye Junlin received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, host, for activating a new check-in location. A successful check-in at Ming Yuan will grant a surprise reward." For the reward, he was more than willing to make the trip. Ming Yue once said that the Yuhua sect and Ming Yuan are connected. This expedition is definitely hiding something shady. However, the Yuhua sect falsely accused me before. This time, I'll go see for myself just what kind of tricks they're up to. Seeing that he had agreed to help, Shu Yonian was incredibly grateful. "Then we'll have to trouble you, junior brother Ye. With you taking action, the eastern region is sure to return victorious this time." The transmission had mentioned that the allied forces would gather at Shanhai Pass in 3 days, but Ye Junlin paid it no mind and turned to give an order. "Got it. A kun, let's go." 3 days later, at Shanhai Pass in the eastern region, experts were gathering. On a high mountain peak, someone was reporting the situation. "Sect Master, everything is proceeding smoothly. The experts from all the major sects of the eastern region have arrived. We're just waiting for him." One by one, the sects announced their arrival. First was Dezhang, the Wendao sect is here to assist. Next was Zhou Huang, my great Zhou dynasty is here to assist. Then came Tu Jie, the Lingzhu's Zhu family is here to assist. And finally, Wu Hen, the Xuanjian sect has come to lend a hand. Their support moved Chang Wei to bow in gratitude. On behalf of the Yuhua sect, I thank all you fellow Taoists for your support. Just then, a divine beast appeared in the sky, causing everyone to gasp in awe. It was a kun. Immortal Yi has arrived. A peak tribulation transcendence demon beast being used as a mount. It's truly unbelievable. Rewind to 10 days ago, in Qingzhou, at the Yuhua sect, someone crushed an object in their hand. Seeing this, Elder Liu quickly asked, "Sect Master, the inheritance on fallen Immortal Island has failed. What are the Divine Messenger's next instructions?" Chang Wei didn't hide anything. The Divine Messenger has ordered us to summon the experts from the 14 provinces of the eastern region and form an allied force to attack Ming Yuan. These words shocked Elder Liu, who blurted out, "What? Attack Ming Yuan? Aren't we allies? Could it be they think Ming Yuan has been crippled by Ye Junlin? With the Stargate plan in jeopardy, they're planning to abandon Ming Yuan and prop up the Yuhua sect as the new master. Chang Wei scoffed coldly. Ming Yuan is the Divine Messenger's ancestral land. How could they abandon it so easily? The Divine Messenger emphasized that we must gather all the experts, so I suspect they've already laid a trap, just waiting for us to lead all the experts of the Eastern region into it, where they'll wipe us all out in one fell swoop. This speculation made Elder Liu overjoyed. Sect Master, you are wise. If the plan succeeds, the Eastern region will have no forces left to oppose us. Our Yuhua sect will be revered in this region, living a life free of worries. Chang Wei himself was burning with a bitter desire for revenge against Ye Junlin. The forces from the outer realms are truly ruthless. My Yuhua sect's choice was not wrong. Indeed, he who understands the times is a wise man. Ye Junlin, this time, you will obediently become a sacrificial pawn for the Yuhua sect. Back in the present, everyone looked panicked and fearful, suppressed by Akun's overwhelming aura. Is this the power of Akun? The pressure is so intense I can't breathe. It's terrifying. My legs won't stop shaking. Unlike them, Chang Wei looked on with contempt, thinking to himself, quite an impressive aura. But this will be the last time you get to be so arrogant. At the same time, Ye Junlin stood atop the divine beast and loudly scolded it. Akun, rein it in a little. You're scaring people. Just then, Wu Hen leaped up and bowed to him. Senior Ye, it's a true honor to meet you again. At first, Ye Junlin didn't recognize him, but after a moment, he looked familiar. Who are you again? Ah, I remember now. Little Sue, right? Hearing Ye Junlin call Wu Hen Little Sue, everyone below was astonished. The #1 sword immortal of the Eastern region. Being called Little Sue. Did I hear that right? Even Chang Wei was in disbelief. What? Someone as proud as Sue Wu Hen. How could he tolerate such a name? Ye Junlin, you're getting way ahead of yourself. As for Wu Hen himself, he was stunned for a moment when he heard the name, but then he cheerfully went along with it. Little Sue, at your service. Seeing his fawning attitude towards Ye Junlin, the disciples from the other sects were so shocked they could have screamed. What? Is this still a cold and arrogant sword immortal in white robes? Chang Wei was so bewildered he asked himself, how is this possible? Is Ye Junlin's position in his heart really that terrifying? At that point, Ye Junlin glanced over everyone present and couldn't help but sigh. They're all here. But you look very familiar. This time, it was De Zheng's turn to greet him cheerfully. Lord Yi, on behalf of our sect master, I extend a special welcome to you. Miao Yi, standing beside him, added admiringly, Young Master Ye, to think you've already become an immortal since we last met. It seems a humble girl like me can no longer keep up with your pace. Hearing this, Junlin ruffled her hair and teased. There's still a chance. You can always be resurrected now. Who knows? Maybe one day you'll obtain a fated immortality and surpass me, right? From among the disciples, Du Ji, acting like an excited child, asked with great anticipation, Lord Yi, ever since you left my estate, I have always remembered you. I wonder if you still remember me. Of course, with his goldfish-like memory, Ye Junlin had no idea who this old man was. Who are you? Seeing that he didn't remember him, Du Jie quickly reintroduced himself. I am the patriarch of the Xu family from Lingzhou. I previously hosted a banquet that you honored with your attendance. Furthermore, for your sake, I personally dealt with my 2 sons. Hearing this, Miao Yi reacted with disgust. I can't believe young Master Yi is that kind of person. Her words left Ye Junlin stunned. What kind of person? He asked. Then he turned to interrogate Du Jie. If you don't want to die, you better explain yourself clearly to this immortal. Stared down by him, a terrified Du Ji hurriedly explained, I meant that those 2 rebellious sons of mine offended your beloved disciple, Dao Mo, so I upheld justice by punishing my own kin. The old man's habit of not finishing his sentences had caused a misunderstanding for Ye Junlin. Because of this, he loudly reprimanded him. Hey, old man, think before you speak next time. Just then, Chang Wei stepped forward to introduce himself. I am Wan Chang Wei, sect master of the Yuhua sect and the initiator of this allied army. Greetings, Supreme Immortal Yi. Although Ye Junlin disliked the man on sight, he greeted him with a sarcastic smile. So, you're the sect master of the Yuhua sect. Huh. Great sects really are something. I've killed so many of your people, yet you still managed to gather this many. Not bad, not bad. Having hit a nerve, Chang Wei grew so furious that veins bulged on his forehead as he growled back, Supreme Immortal Yi, you must be joking. My Yuhua sect is never lacking in members. Suddenly, he asked about a certain saint son from his sect. Oh, that's right. What happened to that saint son of yours? The one who fought my Akun and ended up getting dunked in a pit of urine? This incident was clearly a great humiliation for Chang Wei, so he could only evade the topic, saying, "The Saint's son stayed behind to guard the Yuhua sect. If I am to fall in battle here in Mingyuan, he must be the one to manage the sect's affairs." Hearing this, Ye Junlin bluntly pointed out the hidden meaning in his words. Simply put, he's staying behind to clean up your mess, right? Ignoring Chang Wei, who was so furious he could have coughed up blood, Ye Junlin casually turned to leave. Let's just hope he can handle the mess you leave behind. He was so infuriated by Ye Junlin's taunts that he wanted to curse, but couldn't form the words. Seeing that the pleasantries with old acquaintances were over, Ye Junlin quickly ordered everyone to move out. Enough reminiscing. It's time to set out. Immediately, Wu Hen and Dezheng chimed in enthusiastically. Everyone, follow Senior Ye and quell the chaos in Mingyuan. Help Supreme Immortal Ye bring peace to Mingyuan and usher in an era of prosperity for the eastern region. After that, Akun led Ye Junlin and the others toward Mingyuan. This put Ye Junlin in the spotlight, deepening Chang Wei's resentment. I'm supposed to be the commander of this alliance, and yet everyone is treating you as the leader. Just you wait. A short while later, at the entrance to Mingyuan, Akun led Ye Junlin to the gate where the fiends of the abyss emerged. Upon their arrival, Wu Hen spoke in a cold tone. We're here. Ahead lies Mingyuan, the most dangerous area in the eastern region. Beside them, Miao Yi scoffed contemptuously. The last time those Mingyuan fiends encountered young Master Ye, they were utterly defeated and forced to flee. This time, with our full army mobilized, we'll surely wipe them out to the last one. And so, the two of them, along with Dezheng, began to rally the sects, further boosting Ye Junlin's status and might. That's right, they're just a remnant force now. Today, let's follow Supreme Immortal Yi to wipe out this scourge and restore peace to the eastern region. With Supreme Immortal Yi leading us, the Mingyuan fiends won't stand a chance. Charge and kill with Supreme Immortal Yi. With that, the various sects surged through the gates into Mingyuan. As they entered, Chang Wei gloated to himself. Excellent. These idiots finally took the bait. A short while later, all the sects were inside Mingyuan. The atmosphere of the place made Miao Yi uneasy. So this is the inside of Mingyuan. It's so cold. It's really unsettling. The fiends within Mingyuan broke into a panic upon seeing them. Heavens, the humans actually invaded? This is all because the king insisted on expanding our territory. Now they've come to retaliate. What are you standing there for? Run. At the same time, Ye Junlin spotted them and bellowed his order. You fiends of Mingyuan invaded the eastern region and caused immense suffering to the people. The time has come to avenge the fallen souls. Kill. I can't wait any longer. We must make them pay their blood debt in blood. Instantly, Dezheng led the charge. Fellow cultivators, kill. The Mingyuan forces were just as eager, drawing their weapons and rushing forward. The two sides clashed, igniting a bloody battle. Tian bellowed as he struck. Tremble before my might, you pathetic ants. His powerful flames incinerated the horde of Mingyuan fiends in his path. Meanwhile, Wu Ji was also in the thick of it, charging in and unleashing a mighty slash of his blade, causing the Mingyuan forces to cry out in pain. As for Chang Wei, two-faced as he was, he put on a show of slaughtering the Mingyuan fiends to win the trust of the other sects. As expected of the Yuhua sect master, his power is truly immense. With Sect Master Wan at the helm, our alliance is simply unstoppable. Naturally, there was a sinister motive behind his actions. My recent attacks have salvaged some of my prestige. Now I just need to figure out how to lead the allied army directly to the royal city. With a triumphant smile on his lips, he shouted loudly, "Fellow cultivators, the main Ming force has been broken. The royal city is right before us. Follow me. March with all your strength. We will strike directly at the Mingyuan royal palace, behead the underworld king, and put an end to this threat forever." The members of his sect, along with Elder Liu, quickly roared in agreement. We swear to follow the sect master to the death, onward to the royal city. Let's slaughter our way through Mingyuan and avenge our fallen comrades. Chang Wei's actions caught Ye Junlin's attention, and naturally, he knew exactly what the man was up to. Chang Wei is suddenly so fired up, and even trying to seize command. Looks like he can't hold back his scheme any longer. The man had no idea that Ye Junlin had already seen through his plot. Meanwhile, Chang Wei was still gloating. Soon enough, all of you will become offerings for the Ming clan's trap. Ye Junlin, your time has come. A while later, at the royal palace in Mingyuan's royal city, the soldiers below were prepared for battle. Just then, the dang underworld king felt a familiar presence appear behind him. The divine envoy materialized and announced gravely, "I can sense the human army approaching. It is time." The dang underworld king asked worriedly, "My Mingyuan forces are nearly exhausted. Divine envoy, Do you really have a way to annihilate Ye Junlin and his followers? Annoyed at being questioned, the divine envoy growled. I told you I was absolutely certain I could eliminate them, and I will deliver. Are you daring to doubt the words of this divine envoy? Seeing his fury, Dang Yu Wang hurriedly bowed and replied, I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't dare. If the divine envoy is certain, then this lowly one is at ease. It's just. I'm not sure what kind of trap you've laid, the envoy simply said in a cold voice. You are not qualified to know everything. You'll see its effects soon enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped his foot on the ground, and a pillar abruptly shot up from below. The divine envoy quickly placed his hand on the pillar, and spiritual energy rapidly spread everywhere. With a gleeful and smug smile on his face, the divine envoy eagerly awaited the day Ye Junlin would be annihilated by him. Ye Junlin, the moment you all step into the royal palace will be the moment the entire alliance is destroyed. At this time, Chang Wei had lured everyone near the Ming Yuan royal palace. The palace is just ahead. Everyone. I will charge in first. Once we slaughter them all, this war will be over. Sect Master Wan is leading the charge himself. How can we fall behind? We swear to follow Sect Master Wan into the royal palace, level Ming Yuan, and avenge our brethren. Seeing that the sects had arrived, Dang Yu Wang's voice boomed out. You human cultivators dare to invade my Ming Yuan royal city. He gave a cold smile and declared, Today, I will bury all of your corpses right here. At that moment, Wu Hen quickly lunged forward, intent on teaching Dang Yu Wang a lesson. You shameless boaster. That day, you only managed to suppress me because you relied on a magical artifact. Today, I will wash away that shame and cut down a wretch like you with my own hands. Just then, Chang Wei and Dang Yu Wang exchanged a knowing glance, as if signaling each other. And so, Chang Wei prepared to launch a sneak attack on Wu Hen. That idiot Sui Wu Hen, his mind is clouded by rage. To think he'd leave such a huge opening. The moment he was about to land a palm strike on Wu Hen, this is the perfect chance to show my loyalty to Shi Xian. Wu Hen suddenly noticed something was off, and Huang Hun screamed. Before Wan Chang Wei could strike, a divine beast suddenly bit down hard on his hand. It turned out that the one who rescued Wu Hen was none other than Tian. He loudly cursed at Chang Wei, You shameless villain, daring to attack from behind. With his plan foiled, a furious Chang Wei growled, So you're that stinking disciple of Ye Junlin. At this, Tian sneered contemptuously. Master figured out you were up to no good a long time ago. He specifically told me to keep an eye on you. Did you really think your little tricks could fool anyone? Since his dirty plan had been exposed, Chang Wei didn't bother hiding it anymore and revealed his true colors. Since I've been found out, there's no point in hiding anymore. He immediately declared in a loud voice, The era of the Eastern Domain is over. From now on, this world belongs to the Ming clan. Your Highness Dang Yu Wang, my Yu Hui sect pledges its complete allegiance to the Ming clan. We will help you level the Eastern Domain. The moment everyone realized Chang Wei was a two-faced traitor, they all erupted in furious condemnation. Wan Chang Wei, you are a traitor. We trusted you, yet you colluded with the shameless Ming clan. You've brought shame upon the entire human race. And to think your Yu Hui sect still calls itself the #1 power in the Eastern Domain. Even Wu Hen was furious enough to want to execute Chang Wei on the spot. Traitor. In that case, I'll kill your backer first, then come back for your dog's life. The moment he finished speaking, he struck without hesitation. Frigid heavens slash. Suddenly, a giant portal appeared out of nowhere. A hand reached out from within it, effortlessly crushing Wu Hen's slash. Then, another figure appeared from the sky. This person was none other than the divine envoy, along with Ming Yi, a 4th-level true immortal. At this moment, the divine envoy spoke, his voice dripping with contempt for Wu Hen. A mere 1st-level true immortal dares to act so recklessly here. Their appearance made Wu Hen wary. How can a small place like Ming Yuan have 6 true immortal-level experts? Unlike everyone else who was terrified, Ye Junlin looked rather intrigued. I knew it. Why would you betray everyone for a mere tribulation transcendence realm cultivator like Dang Yu Wang? So it turns out you had a true immortal backing you. No wonder you were willing to become their lackey. Just then, the divine envoy turned to Chang Wei and asked, Hey, they're calling you a dog. How are you going to respond? Chang Wei's shamelessness reached its peak as he casually replied. But as the saying goes, a wise man submits to the circumstances. What's wrong with being a dog? To be able to serve the divine envoy is the highest honor for me, Wan Chang Wei. Hearing this, the divine envoy showed extreme satisfaction. Good. I like people like you who know how to read the situation. Follow the Ming clan to unify Gu Lun, and you will not be short of rewards in the future. Dang Yu Wang, standing beside them, had a malicious idea and requested, Since you said so much, why not bark a few times to amuse the divine envoy? This did not please Chang Wei. I have no quarrel with you, so why are you pulling these tricks behind my back? But Dang Yu Wang just pushed his luck further. Oh, it seems this fellow Taoist isn't too happy. I must remind you, deceiving the divine envoy is a capital crime. Left with no other choice, Chang Wei could only mutter to himself to calm his nerves. So what if I bark? It's not a big deal. As long as the divine envoy is pleased, I'll bark as much as he wants. Then, he reluctantly let out a few barks. This truly made the divine envoy so happy he couldn't close his mouth. Excellent, excellent. Those barks sound so realistic. You truly know how to please me. Chang Wei shamelessly played along. Thank you for the praise, divine envoy. Barking like a dog is my specialty. Seeing this, everyone from the sects couldn't help but feel disgusted. For a person to be so despicable, he was truly in a league of his own. And to think we actually believed this mutt. Wu Hen cursed, mad with rage. Wan Chang Wei, you and your entire Yuhua sect will be nailed to the pillar of shame of the human race, damned for all eternity. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin casually clapped his hands in mock applause. When it comes to being despicable and shameless, you've reached the pinnacle. Especially your barking, it's so realistic, truly lifelike. Stung by his mockery, a bitter Chang Wei confidently declared, Ye Junlin, what's there to be so smug about? With the divine envoy here, today is the day you die. At this point, the divine envoy turned to look at him and spoke. So, you are Ye Junlin. You've caused me quite a bit of trouble in my conquest of Gulun. The divine envoy smiled smugly and said, if we were outside, perhaps I would have to be somewhat wary of you. Then, the divine envoy executed a technique and commanded, open for me. Instantly, a formation filled with evil power took shape. Upon seeing it, Ye Junlin silently made a deduction in his mind. It seems this is an array formation. As expected, they came prepared. But just as he thought that, Wu Hen suddenly screamed, it's the immortal prisoner map array. Hearing this, the divine envoy replied loudly, you lowly mortals are more knowledgeable than I thought. This is a 6th grade celestial array created by the ancient Ming clan and celestial array masters. Even an immortal lord would find it difficult to escape once inside. As the array fully manifested, everyone began to feel their cultivation draining away. Just like that, the crowd erupted into panicked screams. Zhu Jian shouted, this is bad. My cultivation is draining away. I have to get out of here. Chen Shi yelled, blaming Chang Wei. This is all because of that damn friend of yours, Chang Wei. I never should have gotten involved in this mess. Seeing the crowd in chaos, Chang Wei was actually amused. He laughed and said, this is what it means to be a man of the times, Zhuang Junji. But you worthless trash all think you're so clever. King Dang, you chimed in, Lord Emissary, this time, Ye Junlin won't escape even if he sprouts wings. This comment pleased him. Indeed. But before that, I need your people to do me a small favor. Upon hearing this, King Dang Yu immediately turned and shouted, what do you mean? Before the emissary could answer, King Dang Yu's subjects started clutching their heads and crying out in pain. Bai Shushuhei clutched his chest, saying, it's so uncomfortable. I feel like my body's energy is being completely drained. Bai Shushubao cried out for help. My king, save me. Seeing his people in such a state, he couldn't contain his rage and just roared. King Dang, you didn't hesitate to accuse him. Emissary, why are you doing this to my people? The emissary didn't even spare him a glance, smiling nonchalantly as he said, to activate, this array requires a massive amount of life force as a conduit. Your people should feel honored to be able to sacrifice themselves for the greater cause. Wu Ji and the other heavily injured person didn't approve of the emissary's methods either, raising their voices to condemn him. He even kills his own people. The Ming clan has completely lost its humanity. Tian cursed silently. Damn it, is my rise to power going to end here? I refuse to accept this. Just then, Wu Ji suddenly let out a piercing scream. We're done for. It's not just us, even Senior Yi is about to fall. Hearing this, the emissary's face lit up with glee. He said smugly, Ye Junlin, the expression on your face right now must be priceless. However, Junlin was still standing there, unwavering. He looked at him and gave a provocative smile. The fact that Junlin was unharmed was unbelievable to the emissary. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and roared, what? Why isn't this guy showing any signs of despair? Is he not afraid? Or does he really have another trick up his sleeve? If at first you don't succeed, try again. The emissary quickly made his move, thinking, the 6th grade immortal trapping demonic array. Even an immortal lord would be reduced to a pool of blood. Ye Junlin is nothing more than an ant. He then added a threat. Let's see how you and your disciples die. Bai Shushuhei was so scared she started to cry, saying, Senior sister, I don't want to die. Instead of comforting her, her sister added fuel to the fire. If we have to die, I want to be buried in our homeland. Just then, Junlin walked over and patted both of their heads reassuringly. What's all this crying about? How could your master possibly let you die? You think a pathetic array like this can challenge me? It's absolute trash. He didn't believe he could break the array, so he loudly mocked him. Junlin calmly replied, Is that so? Not wanting to drag things out any longer. He quickly performed a technique, thinking to himself, the array experience pack that Ming Yuan got from the check-in is perfect for this situation. Junlin showed everyone he wasn't just bluffing as he successfully struck the crucial points in the emissary's array. Even though he was seeing it with his own eyes, Tian couldn't help but exclaim in disbelief. He's breaking the array. Chang Wei quickly tried to reassure the emissary. Don't panic, the kid's just showing off. It's a heavenly array set up by you, Lord Emissary. How could he possibly shake it? Right, Lord Emissary. However, his own worried expression was obvious as he thought, impossible. Not even an immortal lord can break a 6th grade heavenly array. Could it be that Ye Junlin is a heavenly array master? Impossible. That kind of existence is absolutely impossible in the Kunlun realm. A heavenly array master's spiritual power needs to reach the 100th stage, while a normal immortal's is only at the 12th stage. Even a mystic immortal can hardly compare. Seeing the emissary clench his fists, Chang Wei asked hesitantly, Lord Emissary, what's wrong? He replied with a firm voice. He is a heavenly array master. Chang Wei was confused. What's a heavenly array master? King Dang Yu, who had some knowledge of the term, answered nervously. Do you mean the legendary master of arrays? The kind that can set up arrays to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, influencing the rise and fall of an entire clan. I heard that for beings that powerful, even immortal lords have to greet them with a smile and treat them with the utmost respect. After hearing that, Chang Wei screamed internally. No way. How could Ye Junlin be in existence like that? In that case, this grand array can't hold them. At the same time, the emissary's array was nearly half dismantled. As he went to break the final point, Junlin roared, Break from me. Instantly, a sky-shattering explosion erupted, and with it, the array was completely destroyed. With a look of utter shock, Wu Hen said in a daze, Senior Ye broke the array with just a single finger. A technique like that truly deserves to be called heaven-defying. The person standing next to him couldn't hide his joy and shouted, We're saved. Lord Ye saved us. This lowly one is eternally grateful for Lord Ye's immense grace. The senior sister hugged by Shushu He, both of them crying tears of joy, and then they said in unison, Master is so amazing. Senior sister doesn't have to die anymore. We can continue to stay by Master's side. Even at this point, the emissary still couldn't believe it, muttering to himself, How could this be? How can such a terrifyingly monstrous genius exist in the Kunlun realm today? This is completely illogical. King Dang, you turned to him in a panic and asked, Emissary, what do we do now? Meanwhile, Chang Wei silently cursed himself. I really regret jumping out so soon. Now I'm stuck between a rock and a hard place. I never imagined I'd end up in a situation like this. The divine emissary decided to use his final move, saying with conviction, It's come to this. There's only one way. If Ye Junlin isn't eliminated, we will definitely lose this fight. He threw out 4 gems and shouted, You know what to do, don't you? The divine emissary's henchmen responded in unison, Yes, sir. Then, one by one, they swallowed the gems. The moment the gems entered them, their power skyrocketed, transforming them into emissaries of the Nether clan. 5th heaven, true immortals. On the divine emissary's command, all 4 of them charged forward, shouting in unison. Even if you're a heavenly formation master, without a prearranged formation, a 6th heaven true immortal like you is no match for us. Ye Junlin was completely unafraid. As he made his move, he retorted, To kill a few grunts like you who've temporarily boosted your cultivation. You think I need to use this? Shameless boasting. Go to hell. Zhang Ming roared, ordering his comrades. Netherworld's 5 ultimate kills. He responded with his own technique, the Abyssal Universal Slash. With this move, Ye Junlin easily shattered his opponent's technique. Struck by the blow, Zhang Ming screamed in agony. How is this possible? Just a second later, all 4 of them suffered internal injuries and coughed up blood. Wu Hen, who was knowledgeable about many techniques, recognized it and shouted in astonishment. So this is the power of the legendary one sword across 14 states. Seeing it with my own eyes today, I finally understand how terrifying it is. Truly earth-shattering. The divine emissary, knowing they were about to lose, hurriedly transferred his internal energy to them and roared, Stop holding back. Use every last trump card you have. Zhang Ming immediately obeyed, speaking for his comrades Ye Junlin, forcing us to use this technique. You can consider your death a worthy one. He knew what technique they were about to unleash and kindly warned Ye Junlin. This is bad. They're planning to detonate their immortal cores. Senior Ye, be careful. Ye Junlin remained as calm as ever, saying, getting desperate. Are we? You want to self-destruct? Fine. Go blow yourselves up in there. Heavenly burial coffin, come. The coffin swiftly sucked all of them inside, ignoring Zhang Ming's loud curses. What the hell is this thing? Liu Kuang begged incessantly. No. Please, no. The moment they were inside, it automatically clamped shut. The divine emissary trembled with rage, screaming, this isn't real. This can't be real. At that moment, Ye Junlin turned to settle the score with him. Whether it's real or not, you'll find out once you feel it for yourself. True to his word, Ye Junlin struck the divine emissary with his sword. Both confused and surprised, the emissary quickly parried the blow. Seeing that his opponent could block the attack, Ye Junlin let out a grunt of disbelief. A second later, the divine emissary began to boast arrogantly. This is the power bestowed upon me by the Nether Abyss. I have actually gained its recognition. It's true what they say. A path to survival can be found even in the direst situations. Even the Nether Abyss itself is on my side. How could I possibly lose? I am invincible now. These words inadvertently angered Ye Junlin. Invincible? In this world, no one dares to utter those two words in front of me, because the only one who is truly invincible is Ye Junlin. The divine emissary, with his arrogant nature, had always considered himself superior. I control the will of this entire minor world. I am the god of this place. You are just a mere true immortal. Even an immortal king would be no match for me here. Cheng Wei, who was accustomed to flattering, immediately bowed and said, Congratulations, divine emissary, on becoming the master of the Nether Abyss. You are the incarnation of the Nether Abyss's heavenly Tao. King Dang Yu, not wanting to cause trouble for himself, also hurriedly bowed in praise. Impressive. Truly impressive. So this was all part of the divine emissary's plan, just to gain the recognition of the Nether Abyss's will. You truly are the chosen one. The emissary arrogantly turned and commanded the others. You worthless ants, are you not going to kneel? Wu Han was suppressed by the divine emissary's magic, unable to resist in any way. This suppressive force was fundamentally impossible to fight against. This was the power of the world's will. Tian quickly explained, that guy is now the incarnation of the Nether Abyss's heavenly Tao. If he tells us to kneel, we all have to kneel. Seeing that Ye Junlin wasn't kneeling, Tian grew visibly worried. But why is Master still standing? Seeing this, he gasped and shouted, How is that possible? Meanwhile, Ye Junlin had a question forming in his mind. It's illogical. How can he resist the will of the world? At the same time, the divine emissary was also baffled that he couldn't suppress Ye Junlin. Why do the rules affect him? Angered, he decided to unleash a different technique, testing the fundamental laws. In an instant, countless chains of sigils shot towards him. However, they had absolutely no effect on Ye Junlin. He deliberately picked his ear to taunt the divine emissary, driving him mad with fury. Even the fundamental laws were useless. This is absurd. Impossible. In this world, I am the heavenly Tao, the laws of this world. Obey my command. And so, the divine emissary frantically attacked Ye Junlin, inadvertently affecting the others. As soon as they felt the ground tremble, everyone screamed in terror. This is terrifying. It feels like the world is about to collapse. It was Ye Junlin's turn to strike back. With this little bit of power, you call yourself the heavenly Tao? Seems like a heavenly Tao like you is pretty pathetic. Unable to stand being looked down upon, the divine emissary unleashed another attack. To go against the heavenly Tao, you deserve to die. Myriad calamities nether heaven palm. By his side, Chang Wei once again began to flatter him. The divine emissary is mighty. This one palm strike contains the power of the Nether Abyss's heaven and earth. I fear even an immortal king would perish here. However, just like before, it failed to harm Ye Junlin. In fact, he was now looking down on him even more. Is that all you've got? A second later, Ye Junlin threw a divine punch to shatter the technique. When he successfully broke it, the divine emissary broke out in a cold sweat and yelled, He just easily nullified my attack. Isn't the power of the heavenly Tao supposed to be invincible? Ye Junlin deliberately mocked his opponent, replying, If you're not invincible with that, then you're just weak. Go practice more. Refusing to admit defeat, he retorted, That was just a small test. The true might of the heavenly Tao begins now. Ye Junlin decided to teach the divine emissary a lesson, unleashing his ultimate move and saying, Let's see what your insignificant world's will is truly capable of. Sacred Battle Fist. Ye Junlin's fist quickly broke through the divine emissaries. Watching their fists clash, Wu Hen couldn't help but exclaim, Is Senior Ye actually fighting against the will of this world? Tian found it hard to believe and thought to himself, How can this be? He can not only ignore the suppression from the Nether Abyss's will, but he's even overpowering his opponent while fighting it. The divine emissary fought and fought, but still couldn't defeat Ye Junlin. And so, he asked himself, why is this happening? The harder I suppress him, the stronger he pushes back. Lost in thought, the divine emissary lost his focus and was inadvertently defeated by Ye Junlin. He was sent flying far into the distance and shouted, "Just what kind of being are you? How can you bend my heavenly Tao?" After witnessing so many battles, Wu Hen still couldn't believe that Ye Junlin could defeat the divine emissary. So at this moment, he thought to himself, how on earth can Senior Yi fight against the will of the world? I'm dying to know the answer. Right then, Ye Junlin pointed his fist towards the divine emissary and stated casually, "It's very simple. Because the stronger my opponent, the stronger I become." The divine emissary thought he was being toyed with and roared in anger. "Are you messing with me with that ridiculous excuse?" Ye Junlin repeated loudly once more. "I'm not messing with you. I really do get stronger when I face stronger opponents." The emissary gritted his teeth and roared, "Enough. In this world, I am the Supreme Lord. No one can stop me, no one. Sword of the Heavenly Tao, come forth." As he finished his sentence, lightning suddenly flashed across the sky. A moment later, a sword suddenly appeared. Seeing this, Dai Zheng slammed his hand down in anger and yelled, "He still has an even stronger move. This is terrifying. How are even we being suppressed to the point we can't move? What kind of power is this?" The divine emissary was determined to corner him, unleashing his technique while roaring, "Ye Junlin, today I will send your soul into the void, to bid farewell to this world forever." The sword of Heavenly Tao didn't dare to disobey and headed straight for Junlin. He decided to counter with his fist, retorting, "I've told you before, the stronger the opponent, the stronger I get." A few seconds later, fist and sword clashed head-on. When their powers collided, they inadvertently created a massive beam of light in the sky. A few minutes later, a loud explosion rang out. After seeing this, Dang Yuwang had a horrified look on his face and said, "No. Is that the will of the world crying out in pain?" The sword of Heavenly Tao couldn't overcome Junlin's fist and shattered into countless small pieces. The moment the sword broke, the pressure from the divine emissary vanished. As soon as everyone was free from his control, they cheered with joy. "The pressure is gone. Exalted Immortal Yi has won," Wu Yin said in a daze. "Senior Yi, to think he could fight against the will of the world with his own strength. This level of power is beyond anything we ever knew about the strong." At this point, even Wu Jie had to praise Junlin. As expected of Master, how could the pathetic Heavenly Tao of the Nether Abyss possibly do anything to him? Only Tian, who never had faith in him, was startled and thought to herself, "Impossible. How could a mortal possess the power to fight the world? He must be hiding a heaven-defying treasure that can change fate. Otherwise, there's no way he could do this." The divine emissary refused to give up, determined to fight to the end. "If the Heavenly Tao can't suppress you, then let this Nether Abyss be your coffin, and all living beings be the sacrifice. Let's all be destroyed together." He was unleashing the most powerful palm strike he had ever used, intending to perish along with Junlin. He didn't mind playing along with the divine emissary. "You still want to take me down with you? Too bad, your plan is doomed to fail." The divine emissary was set on a life-or-death battle and didn't hesitate to threaten him. "Junlin, in this realm, I am the Heavenly Tao. When the Heavenly Tao perishes, the world will be buried with it. Today, I will show you what a true apocalypse looks like. Let's perish together." It turned out the final technique he used was self-destruction. As his own blood sprayed out, the divine emissary said confidently, "Under the annihilation of the Heavenly Tao, all things will turn to dust." Just like that, the earth and rocks began to be sucked into a bottomless pit, and people were no exception. At that moment, Mengui said in a panicked voice, the world is disappearing. We're all doomed." Dang Yuwang knew it would be hard to save himself, but he still had the presence of mind to worry about his subjects. "Nether Abyss. My warriors. They're all done for." Liu Lao was so scared, his face contorted, turning to ask Chang Wei, Sect Master, "What do we do?" He answered angrily, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask? You were the one who advised me to take refuge with the Nether clan. And look where it's gotten us now." Tian quickly hid behind a large rock, thinking to herself, "The world is self-destructing. This is no longer something human strength can withstand. Ye Junlin, no matter how heaven-defying you are, I'm afraid you can't reverse the destruction of this world. Can you?" The divine emissary, refusing to admit he was wrong, placed all the blame on Junlin's head. "This is the price for backing me into a corner. No one can change the fate of the Nether Abyss's destruction. After this battle, the great cause of the Nether clan ruling the eastern region will have an indelible contribution from me, Ming Yi." "Ha, it's worth it." He just looked at him and smiled faintly. Junlin began to set up a formation and said, "If you want to be a firework, just explode by yourself. Why do you need to drag everyone else down with you?" This immortal has no interest in being buried with you. Seeing the formation, the divine emissary screamed in panic. Is that a large-scale teleportation formation? Impossible. What kind of teleportation array is this? How could it be completed in an instant? Unwilling to accept it, he charged forward to destroy the formation, screaming, "No! No one is allowed to leave." Junlin casually gave the divine emissary a push and said, "Just stay here obediently." He used a palm strike to force him into the magic circle. After a moment, the divine emissary struggled free, but fell hard to the ground. Junlin intended to leave, so he said, "Farewell." Chang Wei wanted to go with them, so he ran up to suck up to him. "Exalted Immortal Yi, I'm actually a mole. Everything just now was all an act. I'm also from the eastern region." Before he could get there, Junlin sent him flying with a strike and said, "Who are you? We don't know you." As everyone laughed at Chang Wei, he casually mocked him. "See that? That's what you call a last-minute plea for help when you're facing death." Unable to curry favor, he turned back and cursed, "Junlin, may you not have a peaceful death." The divine emissary, now completely drained of strength, had no choice but to accept defeat. He laughed at himself. Failed, a miserable failure. The prodigy of the Nether clan, the so-called Lord of the Heavenly Tao, was nothing but a frog in a well after all. Ye Junlin, what is your origin, really? By the time the divine emissary turned to look again, Junlin was already gone, so he spoke with deep regret. "I hate that I won't be able to witness the banners of the Nether clan planted all over the eastern region, and I hate even more that I've become a stepping stone for you to become famous throughout the world. Ye Junlin, the Nether flame will surely burn the path ahead of you. My clan will be waiting for you at the end of the underworld." The scene changes to Shanghai Pass in the eastern region, where Junlin used the previous formation to bring everyone. Upon reaching safety, Ouyang Yuan said joyfully, "We're back. We're really back." Lu Shu hurriedly thanked Junlin. "Exalted Immortal Yi has given us a new life. The human race of the eastern region will never forget it." Wu Yin quickly bowed respectfully and said, "Senior Yi, we will carve your great kindness into our very bones." He replied softly, "It was nothing." Dijang said casually, "The Nether Abyss has been destroyed. From now on, there's no more threat from the dark creatures. Exalted Immortal Yi has truly protected the eastern region for generations to come." Miao Yi also agreed with what he said. "That's right." And then everyone said in unison, "That's right." Taking advantage of the large crowd, Wu Yin said loudly, "Everyone, although the Nether Abyss has been destroyed, the true culprit, the Yuhua sect, is still out there. Chen Zhao and the force behind him are the real threats." Hearing this, he replied pensively, "If that's the case, then Chen Zhao's past actions as the leader of the allied forces, slaughtering the Nether Abyss clans, must have all been an act. And this time, he was even left behind." She joined the discussion, her face etched with worry. "But the Yuhua sect has such deep roots and powerful influence. Can we really win again?" After witnessing what just happened, he now trusted Ye Junlin completely and asked for his opinion. "Senior Ye, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Just then, the system sent a notification to Ye Junlin. "Congratulations, host, you have activated a new check-in location. Proceed to the Yuhua sect and successfully complete the check-in to receive a reward. 3 true immortal grade artifacts, which will also be upgraded to the Immortal Lord level." Receiving this notification, an idea sparked in his mind. He could settle both old and new debts at once and even upgrade his treasures. It was like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Seeing Ye Junlin lost in thought, Wu Hen looked confused. "Senior Yi," he prompted. He thought to himself, could it be that even Senior Yi is wary of the power behind the Yuhua sect? That would be understandable. After all, they are the most ancient existence in the eastern domain. But Wu Hen had completely misread Ye Junlin's intentions, because he then said confidently, "It's just the Yuhua sect. By this time tomorrow, their entire lineage will be wiped from existence." His words were like a solemn promise to them. So Wu Hen hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior Ye, for the great righteous cause of the eastern domain's human race, we thank you, Senior Ye. Thank you." Not wanting them to think he was doing it for their sake, Ye Junlin bluntly explained his own reasons. "There's no need for such formalities. The Yuhua sect made an enemy of this immortal long ago. Today, I'm just settling all debts, old and new. It is time to end this." The scene shifts to Qingzhou, behind the Yuhua sect's grotto heaven and blessed land, where a figure is seen rushing forward. The newcomer was ancestor Tian Hong, a 6th heaven true immortal. With a grim expression, he announced in a loud voice, "Everyone, I'm afraid we're in big trouble." From the shadows, 4 pairs of sharp, cold eyes watched him. Then, a mysterious true master suddenly asked him, "Big trouble? Don't tell me Wan Changwei's plan has failed." While casting a spell, Tian Hong replied, From the memories transmitted back by Wan Changwei, this old man has witnessed a truly terrifying scene. The mysterious True Master asked, startled, terrifying. Tian Hong immediately recounted everything. The divine emissary of the Nether clan didn't just lose to Ye Junlin. He was utterly crushed. In fact, the entire Nether abyss was annihilated. The mysterious True Master couldn't believe his ears and roared. What? The Nether abyss is protected by the very will of the world. How is that possible? He said in a grave tone. Ye Junlin's strength far exceeds our predictions. The divine emissary had every advantage, the right time, the right place, and the support of his people, and still couldn't touch him. I'm afraid he's on his way to our Yuhua sect to settle the score as we speak. The mysterious True Master tensed up and asked, then what's our plan? Tian Hong frowned and replied, things have already reached this point. We might as well risk it all and activate the Stargate plan ahead of schedule. The mysterious True Master did not agree with this idea. What? Isn't that too soon? The number of Stargates we have is still far from our target. Tian Hong snapped and shouted, can't you see the situation we're in? A great disaster is about to fall on our heads. If we drag this out any longer, I fear we won't even get the chance to activate the Stargate. At that moment, the four mysterious elders revealed themselves and spoke in turn. First was Ancestor Zihe, a fifth heaven true immortal, who said, you are right. It's better to forcibly open the Stargate than to sit here and wait for death. Even with the suppression from the laws of the heavenly Tao, the might of the Nether clan's army should be more than enough to handle a single Ye Junlin. Next, Ancestor Qinglan, also a fifth heaven true immortal, asked, but where will we get the energy to force the Stargate open? Tian Hong suddenly broke into a cryptic smile. Then, he declared in a loud voice, we've been cultivating this pawn for so long. It's time to put it to use. We will use his life to secure the future of the Yuhua sect. Chen Zhao harbored a deep hatred for Ye Junlin, so before their life and death battle, he decided to find a quiet place to meditate and cultivate his internal energy. His diligence was soon rewarded. As soon as he achieved his goal, Chen Zhao rejoiced inwardly. I'm just a step away from completing my tribulation. Once the sect master returns victorious and passes his title to me, I will become the #1 expert in the Eastern domain. Ye Junlin. So what if you inherited the heavenly fate? In the end, you'll still die because of that arrogant pride of yours. A moment later, he was both confused and surprised to see figures approaching him. When they stood before him, Chen Zhao was stunned and stammered. The 5 ancestors. Why are you all here? Have the sect master and the others returned? Tian Hong sighed and replied, the plan failed. The Nether Abyss has been completely wiped out. Wen Changwei and the others all perished in the Nether Abyss. Hearing this, he was utterly shocked. How is that possible? The Nether Abyss has stood guard over the Eastern domain for countless eons. Its foundation is immeasurably deep. How could it be annihilated just like that? What about Ye Junlin? Did he die in the Nether Abyss as well? The ancestor quickly confirmed, not only is he alive, but I fear he's leading the Eastern Domain's allied army to our Yuhua sect to settle old debts as we speak. After speaking, Tian Hong swiftly deployed a formation array, which materialized in an instant. He knew exactly what this array was, and his face contorted in fear. Meanwhile, the ancestor said grimly, right now, the only way to stop him is to open the Star Gate, and you are the key. Tian Hong intended to use him as a sacrificial lamb. Chen Jiao knew what he was about to do and said with a tremor in his voice, wait, ancestor, what exactly do you mean by that? But the ancestor ignored him completely and began to extract Chen Jiao's inner core to power the array, saying, why do you think we spent so many resources raising you? As Chen Jiao was tormented by the formation, he repeatedly cursed the ancestor. Ancestor, I am the holy son of the Yuhua sect. I have the aptitude to become an immortal. How can you do this to me? Tian Hong replied nonchalantly. It is precisely because you are the holy son that when the sect faces a life or death crisis, you must be the one to step forward and save the day. And just like that, he endured excruciating, bone-deep pain, screaming and accusing them nonstop. Why? I was completely loyal to the sect. I risked my life for you all, rushing into danger without a second thought. You deceived me. You used me. A while later, as Chen Jiao lay on the ground, the ancestor softly reassured him, rest easy, holy son. As long as we successfully overcome this calamity, this old man will personally reconstruct your son-immortal body for you. Hearing this, he wept with resentment and whispered to himself, I thought the pinnacle of the Eastern Domain was right before my eyes, but I never imagined it would end like this, and all the while, Ye Junlin just gets further and further ahead of me. I hate it. Tian Hong quickly took Chen Jiao's inner core, placed it into the array, and said, such a pure source of material energy is enough to open the Star Gate, and even keep it open for several days. Chen Jiao's inner core successfully merged with his formation. A second later, the formation suddenly unleashed an immense source of power. Seeing this, Tian Hong said with satisfaction, "What terrifying power! It feels like my very soul is about to be crushed. This kind of power is far beyond our comprehension. What kind of monster is behind that door?" After a moment, the center of the formation suddenly lit up, and a suit of armor appeared. A few minutes later, an armored figure strode out majestically. Following him was an army in neat armor. Seeing this, he was overjoyed and thought to himself, "I never expected so many true immortals from the Ming clan to arrive. There must be tens of thousands of them." Before them, the Yuhua sect is as insignificant as an ant. Then, the army parted into two rows, allowing their true master to walk towards Tian Hong. And this true master was none other than the commander of the Ming clan, Ming Wanjun, a second heaven celestial immortal and a ninth heaven primordial mystic immortal. The moment he appeared, he shouted angrily, "You idiot! Why did you open the Stargate at a time like this? Don't you know that forcing it open would cause our cultivation levels to be severely suppressed?" Tian Hong immediately bowed and reported, "My lord, divine envoy Ming Yi has unfortunately fallen. The plan has changed unexpectedly, so we had no choice but to open the Stargate early." Wanjun didn't believe him and roared, "Ming Yi is dead. Impossible. With just the natives of this backwater place, how could anyone be a match for him? Not only was he a prodigy of the Ming clan and cautious in his actions, but he was also protected by a 6th-grade celestial formation from his ancestors. How could he possibly have been defeated? Tell me the truth, now." He immediately knelt on the ground and pointed a finger, saying it was all caused by a brat named Ye Junlin. He repeatedly sabotaged the Stargate plan, and not long ago, he even inherited the legacy of fallen Immortal Island. Now he's even killed the divine envoy. He's the mastermind standing in our way. He quickly punished Tian Hong while asking, "Wait a minute. Did you say he inherited the power of fallen Immortal Island?" He was grabbed by the neck and lifted into the air, so he didn't dare lie. He just coughed and answered, "Yes, but I'm afraid it's just the inheritance of some nameless nobody. He just got a little lucky, that's all." Wanjun angrily threw Tian Hong to the ground, causing him to spit up blood. Meanwhile, he roared, "You fool! What the hell do you know? Do you have any idea how powerful the master of fallen Immortal Island was? Such a terrifying existence, even the progenitor of my Ming clan wouldn't dare to offend him. He was the supreme formation master, renowned throughout all the heavens and realms. The combat value of a celestial formation master far surpasses even that of an Immortal King, and that supreme formation master single-handedly turned the tide of the Great War of 10,000 realms back in the day." After hearing Wanjun's words, Tian Hong finally understood the gravity of the situation. "I can't believe fallen Immortal Island has such a grand origin." The moment Tian Hong spoke, he was reprimanded by him. "You're just a frog in a well, but this also proves you weren't lying. It's no wonder Ming Ye died. The most urgent matter now is to kill Ye Junlin. Someone who could inherit the legacy of fallen Immortal Island is definitely no ordinary person. If we allow him to continue growing, he will surely become a great disaster for our clan's grand ambition of hegemony." As soon as he finished speaking, someone suddenly barged into the Yuhua sect. Tian Hong immediately stood up and shouted, "Who dares to trespass into my Yuhua sect?" On the surface, he feigned ignorance, but in his heart, he knew exactly who was coming. "Ye Junlin, with tens of thousands of immortals backing me up, let's see how you'll die this time." A moment later, as the dust settled, they saw a group of people in disciplined ranks. The one leading them was Wu Hen. He pointed his sword at Tian Hong's group and declared loudly, "The Yuhua sect has betrayed the righteous path and colluded with a foreign clan. Today, we shall enact justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate the traitors." Wanjun was so furious that he glared at them, his eyes brimming with killing intent. The next second, he used a spell to control his soldiers. Seeing them, Wu Hen became tense and said, "What? How does the Yuhua sect have so many immortals?" His morale plummeted before the fight even started. "How are we supposed to fight this? Should we just retreat?" Tian Ye angrily rebuked him. "Tens of thousands of true immortals have already locked down this space. Right now, not even Master could escape by deploying a formation." Seeing the worried expressions on everyone's faces, Tian Hong laughed smugly and jeered. "The tables have turned. Don't even mention ants like you. Even if you gathered all the immortals in the Gulan realm, my Yuhua sect wouldn't be afraid." Wanjun pointed at them and demanded loudly, "Which one of you is Ye Junlin?" Worried for him, Wu Hen turned his head and whispered, "Senior Yi, in a situation like this, don't try to fight back. Find a way to escape." However, Ye Junlin was no coward. He quickly stepped forward, and to everyone's worried surprise, he answered in a loud voice, "Ah, you were looking for this immortal? What's the matter?" Seeing the person he wanted to eliminate, he laughed and replied, "Good. By killing the successor of fallen Immortal Island, I will become a great hero of my clan. Wang Jun didn't forget to flex his power to intimidate Ye Junlin, but he didn't get the reaction he wanted. Instead, he was met with sarcasm. You're relying on yourself? A flawed celestial immortal suppressed by the Stargate? You're not even worthy to carry this immortal's shoes. He deliberately smirked to provoke Wang Jun. Enraged, he quickly made his move, threatening, "You're courting death." Fearing for Ye Junlin's safety, Wu Hen shouted a warning, "Senior Ye, be careful." A giant hand was now hovering above Ye Junlin's head. Amused, he calmly executed a technique while saying, "Perfect. Let this immortal see what the celestial immortal realm truly feels like." Seeing Ye Junlin in danger, the system quickly sent out a notification. Host has been attacked by a second heaven celestial immortal enemy, activating the passive effect, adaptive strength, gaining the cultivation of a third heaven celestial immortal. Host is under attack by first-grade immortal power, activating the passive effect, adaptive strength, gaining second-grade immortal power. With this skill, it was like a tiger growing wings. He could now freely cast his spells. Ye Junlin broke through Wang Jun's attack and taunted, "Is that all you've got? That wasn't even enough to scratch my itch." At this, Wang Jun cried out in alarm. "What? You're also a celestial immortal. And the grade of your immortal power is even one level higher than mine." Now, Wang Jun was literally trembling with rage. Chen Jiao, as if he'd found someone to vent his frustrations for him, became extremely excited. He clapped his hands and said, "Good, very good. I knew you were still holding back. Now, keep it up." Seeing him dancing and laughing, Li Zi looked confused and turned to Cao Xing, saying, His most hated enemy just became a celestial immortal while he's still in the tribulation realm. The gap is too huge. Has he finally snapped? Meanwhile, Wang Jun was deep in thought. It must be the legacy of fallen Immortal Island that allowed him to break through to the celestial immortal realm under these dire circumstances. I must kill him quickly. Otherwise, he will become a calamity for my Ming clan. He took out his spear and roared. A battle between celestial immortals is not just a contest of brute force. Once this domain is enveloped by the power of my Ming clan's battle formation, your immortal power will be weakened by at least 30%. Giant Serpent Heaven Devouring Formation. Activate. As the giant serpent appeared, Wang Jun's soldiers responded with a thunderous roar. On the other hand, he wasn't sure what move Ye Junlin would make, so he warned his men, "This guy's trump card is unknown. We don't know if he's still hiding any inherited artifacts from fallen Immortal Island. You all, prepare to use spiritual techniques to ambush his sea of consciousness." Yu Ji, not understanding his intention, retorted, "To deal with the heavenly immortal, do we really need to make such a big fuss?" Wang Jun gritted his teeth in anger and said sternly, "It's better to be safe than sorry. You have no idea how terrifying fallen Immortal Island is." Qi Ye quickly cast a spell and replied, "I understand. The commander is always thorough." Yu Ji followed suit and reassured him, "Don't worry, commander. With our level 69 spiritual power, this is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." With the help of his minions, Wang Jun's formation grew even more powerful. He then declared, using the power of the Black Dragon Halberd as a conduit, channeling Wang Jun's killing intent to form the supreme killing formation of my Ming clan, the Great Serpent Heaven Devouring Formation. Devour him. Just like that, 9 serpents immediately surrounded Ye Junlin. Thinking victory was near, the minions spoke up one by one. First was Li Ba, with the commander's Xuan immortal-grade weapon empowering it. Forget a 3rd-level heavenly immortal. Even a 9th-level heavenly immortal could be dealt with. Lu Qi cheerfully added, "To die by the commander's weapon is an honor for this brat." In contrast to the celebratory mood of Wang Jun's minions, a worried Wu Hen shouted a warning to him. "Supreme Immortal Yi, be careful. A Xuan immortal-grade weapon. I'm not sure even the Kang Yuan sword can stand against it. How will Senior Yi handle this?" After setting up his own formation, Ye Junlin scoffed loudly at Wang Jun. "A Xuan immortal-grade weapon, a combined formation. These are merely toys that I've grown tired of playing with." As soon as the words left his mouth, he unleashed a move to break Wang Jun's formation. A second later, a massive explosion erupted. The formation shattered, and Wang Jun screamed in panic. What kind of immortal weapon is this? Why does it have such a terrifying aura? But then, Wang Jun found the answer himself. Wait, could it be an Immortal Lord-grade immortal weapon? I can't believe you have an Immortal Lord-grade weapon. It seems the legacy of fallen Immortal Island is truly extraordinary. Ye Junlin looked surprised at Wang Jun's knowledge. "Oh, so you know of fallen Immortal Island." Then, Wang Jun casually pointed out its weakness. "So it's true. An Immortal Lord-grade weapon is powerful, but channeling power into it with your heavenly immortal cultivation base must consume a massive amount of energy. I doubt you can keep it up for long." Hearing this, Ye Junlin provoked Wang Jun. "If you're so smart, Come and see just how long I can last. He was no coward, immediately pushing the great serpent, heaven-devouring formation forward and replying, "Fine, then I'll see what you're really made of." Additionally, Wan Jun turned to his men and said, "I'll pretend to attack him, but I'll actually have the great serpent sneak attack the cultivators behind him. He'll definitely be distracted trying to save them. That's when we can seize the opportunity to use a spiritual technique." Hearing this, Wu Ji and Qi Ye replied in unison, "Yes, a wise decision, Commander." With that, Wan Jun moved swiftly. Ye Junlin was a little surprised to see him enter the fray directly, and when he saw the great serpent heaven-devouring formation charging towards him, Wu Jie screamed in terror, "What's happening? Why is it suddenly charging at us?" Wu Hen quickly reassured him, Don't be afraid. Supreme Immortal Ye is still here." But he was still uneasy, replying, "Even if Supreme Immortal Yi can block it, the aftershock alone could kill them." Seeing this, Ye Junlin said with a look of surprise, "So you're resorting to such cheap tricks." With no time to waste, he quickly set up a new formation. Thanks to Ye Junlin's formation, everyone managed to avoid Wan Jun's great serpent heaven-devouring formation. At the same moment, Wan Jun thought his chance had come and roared, "Now!" Wan Jun believed Ye Junlin was distracted protecting everyone, so he used the great serpent heaven-devouring formation to launch a sneak attack. But Ye Junlin was prepared and replied calmly, "Plenty of flashy tricks, but all of them are useless." On Wan Jun's command, Wu Ji and Qi Ye quickly attacked Ye Junlin, but their move failed to harm him. Even so, Ye Junlin deliberately pretended to be injured and turned to tease them. Why is my head suddenly a little itchy?" Seeing this, Wan Jun excitedly roared. They succeeded. Ye Junlin, prepare to die. He was now facing a formation in the shape of a Keelan, but with a single sword strike, Ye Junlin easily tore it in half. After finishing, he said lightly, "What are you so proud of? Pulling another dirty trick." After seeing this, Wan Jun's jaw dropped and his eyes went wide as he screamed in terror. He turned to blame Wu Zi and Qi Ye. "Didn't you hit his sea of consciousness? How is he completely unaffected?" You too." The pair didn't know how to explain, stammering without forming any words. At this point, Wan Jun could only ask himself, how could this be? Was it a backlash? The most terrifying part was that he didn't even realize he had been hit by a spiritual attack, proving the gap between them was just too vast. Finally, he resorted to using his own blood to create a formation. "Ye Junlin, even though I was so cautious, I still underestimated you. Since it has come to this, even if I have to exhaust all my blood essence today, I will kill you. All of you. Hear my command. Pour all your energy into the Black Dragon halberd and help me kill this enemy. This is my ultimate technique, the world-annihilating Blood Dragon. I refuse to believe you can withstand it this time." Ye Junlin happily accepted his challenge. "Then I'll start getting serious, too." Huo Lun leaned back to dodge the incoming flame, sneering as he did. "That didn't even tickle. Is that all you've got?" He sneered. "Turns out you're all bark and no bite." Faced with such contempt, Ye Junlin remained calm. He stated coldly, "This sword of mine does not cut flesh. It severs the very thread of life that connects you to heaven and earth." Huo Lun's eyes widened upon hearing this, as his entire body suddenly began to dissipate. In the final moments of his life, as his face started to fade away, Huo Lun screamed, "No, no one besides the heavenly Tao can possess the power to sever life itself." Ye Junlin then incinerated his opponent with flames. How could an ant possibly comprehend the power of heaven and earth? Huo Lun's minions were also incinerated into dust. Below, a stunned Elder Shu uttered, "It's over. It's all over. Yuhua Gate has been defeated." Everyone else was celebrating. Is this the true power of Supreme Immortal Yi? With a single move, the enemy was turned to dust. He's too strong. Tian trembled with excitement. To directly sever someone's life force. How is that even possible? Ye Junlin explained. According to legend, the highest realm of the sword path isn't cutting people or objects, but cutting the past and the future. A sword that can sever the karma of the past. A single strike that annihilates future life force, shatters the great Tao of heaven and earth, and even rewrites the rules. The sword immortal looked at him with admiration. Senior Ye is just such a powerful existence, and his strength definitely doesn't stop here. From a distance, Chen Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood. The others turned to see him staring at a brilliant light in the distance. Someone shouted, "This is bad. The star gate is fluctuating." It's frantically absorbing Chen Jiao's solar essence. His eyes were blazing with scorching flames. In the distance, a portal appeared. It was the great army of the Ming clan, all of them true immortals, 600,000 strong. Ming Ye Junlin, a second-level heavenly immortal, appeared. "Ming Wanjun, how rude of you. How dare you lead your troops here without waiting for me? Remember not to kill them all. Leave a few of these natives for me to savor." Ye Junlin casually replied, Don't worry, Ming Wanjun hasn't killed a single person yet. How about I entertain you first instead? The man shouted. Who are you? How dare you speak to this commander like that? What audacity. Elder Shu came forward to persuade him. Commander, you must avenge General Wanjun and the fallen warriors of the Nether clan. This man is Ye Junlin. Relying on his inheritance of fallen Immortal Island, he has repeatedly sabotaged the great cause of our Nether clan. He is the mastermind who killed the Nether Knight emissary. General Wanjun and countless Nether clan warriors in those regions were also killed by him. The old man thought to himself, heaven never closes all doors. Ye Junlin, no matter how powerful you are, your potential has its limits. We will use a human wave attack. I refuse to believe that with the sheer numbers of the Nether clan, we can't wear you down to your death. Ming Ye Junlin grabbed the man by the throat. You dare deceive me? You're already dead, so why is there no corpse? Daring to ambush this commander? You're still too green. Junlin tightened his grip on the sharp sword in his hand and said casually, It's a misunderstanding. I was just explaining to you where the corpse is. At that moment, Elder Shu also disintegrated. Ming Ye Junlin was stunned, shocked that his life force had been completely extinguished, his body turning to dust. He roared out a command. 600,000 soldiers, hear my order. Immediately form the 6 generals killing formation and surround this man. The soldiers obeyed. We hear and obey. They began to form the array, their Dharma bodies entering their physical forms. He saw through their method. Interesting. Using their own bodies as puppets to summon Dharma bodies and transform. One of them has upgraded into a Titan demonic ape. Following that were a series of crimson desolate oxen, raging flame lions, 3-headed hell pythons, twin-winged flying tigers, and 9-tailed illusion foxes. Ming Ye Junlin declared, Ye Junlin, as the new island master of fallen Immortal Island, you must have inherited quite a few strange and unpredictable techniques. That fool Ming Wanjun didn't die in vain. With my 6 generals killing formation, using 6 second-level heavenly immortals as the formation's eyes, and gathering the power of 600,000 true immortals. Forget heavenly immortals, even a profound immortal would be beaten down. For you to die under this formation today can be considered your honor. Deadly battle cries echoed through the area as the subordinates charged at him. On Wuji's side, they were worried. This killing formation can even take down a profound immortal. Can Master withstand it? Even if he can't, he has to. All our hopes are pinned on him now. Xianye thought to himself, I never expected the Outer Realms to have grown this powerful. What was my glorious lion compared to this? Ye Junlin, you absolutely cannot fall. As long as you overcome this ordeal, I will definitely become stronger and climb even higher. Junlin paid it no mind. A mere formation that relies on puppet-like Dharma bodies, and you dare to show it off. If the Nether clan refuses to learn its lesson, then this immortal will let you see what a true Dharma body of heaven and earth looks like before you die. He executed the One Chi transforms 3 pure ones technique. Ming Ye Junlin was astonished. Not a puppet or a refined clone, but directly transforming the primal chi of heaven and earth into 2 true Dharma bodies. What level of grand divine ability is this? Junlin raised a flute to his lips and began to play. A coffin materialized from the palm of his hand. Junlin announced the start of the slaughter. Hu Sheng was very confident. All right, let's compete and see who can kill more. The original self will definitely win, he said sarcastically. You're as competitive as ever. A few soldiers rushed towards him. My apologies, but you've offended me. Junlin played the soul-shaking melody on his flute, sending out a sound wave. The mob of minions instantly dissipated. The heavy coffin also crushed them to death. He leaped onto the coffin, feigning arrogance. The original self is still the most dominant. Energy was gathering from the coffin's core. Junlin shouted, You, shrimp and crabs, all of you get in the coffin for me. Terrified screams erupted. Save me. I don't want to die. Mommy, I want to go back to the Nether clan. A brilliant light flared from his sword as Ming Ye Junlin frantically slashed down. He sneered, Commander of a grand army, this little bit of strength won't do. One slash from Junlin forced him to dodge backward. He realized Junlin could simultaneously control 2 clones and 3 immortal Lord-grade artifacts. You are definitely not in the heavenly immortal realm. He revealed, My strength is determined by my opponent's limits. The stronger they are, the stronger I become. Another frantic slash came down. This obviously infuriated Ming Ye Junlin. Ye Junlin, I'll risk my life to kill you. He laughed. Too bad your life isn't worth much. He leaned back, dodging the blow. The ground below exploded, sending rocks flying and kicking up a thick cloud of dust that obscured their vision. Junlin glanced behind him and then turned back. The coffin immediately returned to his back. How boring. I haven't had enough fun yet. He noticed a movement from one side. Seeing it, Junlin raised his hand in annoyance as a powerful force shot towards him from behind. Junlin drew his sword and shouted, "Perish." The wave of sword intent sliced through the attack. The people below begged, "High Immortal Yi, spare us. We know we were wrong. I'll withdraw from the Yuhua gate. I beg you to spare my life." He warned Ye Junlin, "Today, I'll spare your life. Scram back to the Nether clan and deliver a message. As long as I, Ye Junlin, am alive, the Kunlun realm will not tolerate invasion by any foreign race. If the Nether clan tries this again," his voice turned icy, "I will kill them, no matter how far." The others were in awe. To kill hundreds of thousands of true immortals all by himself. His strength is just too immense. They chattered excitedly. When the foreign race invaded, he immediately stepped up to drive them out. He's holding up the sky for all the cultivators of Kunlun. Such righteous spirit, it's magnificent. The sword immortal roared, "Those who invade our Kunlun will be killed, no matter how far." Everyone chanted in unison, "Those who invade our Kunlun will be killed, no matter how far." Ye Junlin, covered in injuries, lay on the ground and recalled his words. "The stronger they are, the stronger I become." What arrogant words! What realm has his cultivation truly reached? I'm afraid that even if the old ancestor of the Ming clan came, he would just become another soul under his blade. Junlin flew right in front of him. He yelled, "Are you going to scram or not? Are you waiting for this venerable one to personally escort you back?" Ye Junlin replied, "No need, I'll get lost right now." He secretly plotted to himself, "I must immediately return to the Ming clan and report the news about this monster, Ye Junlin, to the old ancestor." From the distance, someone was muttering, "Kill them no matter how far," which made Ye Junlin suddenly remember. That's right, I still have to take the supreme solar immortal body with me and completely seal the Stargate's passage. Otherwise, if that murderous fiend really shows up at our doorstep, I fear the entire Ming clan will be annihilated. So he grabbed this guy and flew towards the teleportation gate. The light from the gate grew blinding, and Ye Junlin flew inside. He returned to report, "Old ancestor, the plan to invade the Kunlun realm has failed. There's a cultivator named Ye Junlin who is monstrously powerful. He single-handedly slaughtered nearly 1,000,000 soldiers of our Nether clan." A furious shout echoed, "Useless trash." What an absurd lie. Ye Junlin was struck so hard he coughed up blood, as the old ancestor dismissed the matter and walked away. This is a crucial time for the Outer Realm Alliance to expand. If the Stargate is closed, we can ignore it for now. Meanwhile, in the Immortal Realm, at Yuhua Palace, somewhere, a man was cursing in rage, smashing a cup on the ground. Damn it. The otherworldly alien race's plan to attack the Kunlun realm had failed. Yuhua Sheng, the founding ancestor of the Yuhua sect and an expert at the Immortal Venerable Realm, spoke. With the level of those trashes in the Kunlun realm, how could anyone possibly have the strength to resist the great army of the Nether clan? He decided his true self would descend upon the lower realm through a spiritual imprint to investigate. No matter who dared to ruin his plans, he would not let them go. The scene shifts to the ancestral hall of the Yuhua sect. Wuji kicked down the door and stormed inside. Let's see what treasures the Grand Yuhua sect is hiding. Before him was just an ancestral tablet. He swatted it to the ground, revealing it to be nothing more than a worthless piece of wood. Inscribed on it was the name of the Yuhua sect's founding ancestor, Yuhua Sheng. Wuji noticed the ancestral tablet of the Yuhua sect's founder. He suddenly burst out laughing, an idea forming in his mind. Wuji unbuckled his belt. "Come here. I've got a little surprise for you." He proceeded to relieve himself directly on the tablet. "Don't you worry. I've been feeling a bit heated lately, so this won't taste sweet." Suddenly, the tablet began to glow, and Yuhua Sheng appeared, still dripping with a bit of liquid. "You bastard! How dare you?" Wuji was startled. Did I just piss on the Yuhua sect's founding ancestor and make him manifest? At this moment, he looked absolutely furious. Yuhua Sheng asked directly, "You are not a disciple of my Yuhua sect, are you? What has become of the Yuhua sect? Where is the great army of the Nether clan?" Wuji replied, "Old man, stop shouting at your granddaddy. You don't look like a good person yourself. The Yuhua sect colluded with an alien race to slaughter its own people. It's because you, the old geezer, are rotten to the core that your descendants are the same." Yuhua Sheng launched a palm strike. "Answer truthfully, and I might grant you a complete corpse. Otherwise, I'll let you have a taste of an Immortal Venerable's methods." He scoffed, "Immortal Venerable, my ass. A single finger from my master could annihilate your Yuhua sect and the millions of immortals from the Nether clan. What do you amount to in front of my master?" Killing intent flared in his eyes. "He ruined my plan. This Immortal Venerable will kill him. Speak now. Who is your master, and where is he?" Just as he finished speaking, a beam of light descended from above. He swooped down. "This venerable one is right here. What do you want?" A brilliant spiritual power shone down on him, and he felt the immense strength. Wu Ji's jaw dropped at the sight before him. He suddenly understood. A thick smoke filled the air as a surge of power erupted from Yu Hua Sheng. He snarled with resentment. Nameless Junior, wait until the Ascension Passage is restored. If you ascend to the Immortal Realm, this Immortal Venerable will personally tear you to shreds. After delivering his threat, he vanished. What did Ye Junlin figure out? It turned out to be just a phantom projection. His real cultivation was only at the true Immortal Realm. Only his aura was that of an Immortal Venerable. I got my hopes up for nothing. I thought I could level up to the Immortal Venerable Realm in one go. The system prompted, alert, the Kunlun Realm's Ascension Passage has been destroyed. Beings from the Immortal Realm cannot descend with their true bodies. When a phantom projection descends, its strength will be suppressed by the realm's power. He wasn't bothered. Whatever. If it's broken, it's broken. I'll just let this whole leveling up business happen naturally. I cultivated hard enough in my past life. I'm not doing it again in this one. Besides, borrowing other people's cultivation to get by and act all cool, it feels way too good. A messenger fish arrived. Someone was reporting the news. Senior Ye Junlin of the Shuan Tian sect single-handedly killed 1 billion otherworldly immortals. He severed the stellar passage. What realm has Senior Ye's cultivation reached? The news was shocking. An immortal emperor reincarnated. He took down an immortal venerable with a single finger. So awesome. Down below, someone was interviewing the Snow Sword Immortal. Excuse me, did Senior Ye really kill 1 billion otherworldly immortals with his own hands, as the rumors say? He confirmed. That's right. With Senior Ye's strength, a mere 1 billion immortals is nothing. The person behind him was bewildered. What? I remember the Nether clan only sent a few 100,000 immortals. The people around him jumped the man. Who are you looking down on? It was clearly millions. Nonsense. I counted tens of millions myself. Damn it. What kind of math teacher did you have? It was definitely 1 billion. That's right, 1 billion. Senior Ye slew 1 billion immortals with a single sword strike. His divine might is peerless. A reporter narrated, Senior Ye single-handedly killed 1 billion immortals. So, what realm has his cultivation truly reached? This has truly shaken the entire cultivation world. As the most authoritative newspaper in the cultivation world, our undercover reporter has exclusively obtained a secret. Stay tuned, everyone. Wu Ji went to find Tian Ye. Senior brother, do you want to know Master's true cultivation level? Do you? Annoyed, he threatened, just spit it out. If you keep being cryptic, I'll smash your head in. They didn't notice Shu Union hiding behind a bush, watching them. Wu Ji whispered, Master's true identity is actually an immortal emperor. Tian Ye stammered, how is that even possible? He asserted with absolute certainty. I saw it with my own eyes. Master defeated an immortal venerable level expert, the founding ancestor of the Yuhua sect, with a single move. He retorted, that's not right. Immortal emperors are powerful beings that exist only in myths from ancient texts. How could one appear in the Kunlun realm, where spiritual energy is so scarce? Shu Yunyan stepped out and said, in ancient times, the spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm surpassed that of the immortal realm. It was a sacred land that all cultivators aspired to reach. Now, the Kunlun realm is experiencing a spiritual energy revival. Our cultivation has been stagnant, and our paths to immortality have been wavering. This must be the reason the otherworldly alien races are invading our Kunlun realm. The realization dawned on Tian Ye. It all makes sense now. That guy Ye only emerged in the last 2 years, then suppressed the 4 directions with his invincible might. Add to that his rather absurd way of doing things and how he constantly gives his disciples rare treasures and supreme cultivation techniques. Perhaps that guy really is an immortal emperor who has lived from ancient times until now. If that's true, are there other special beings like him in the Kunlun realm? It seems the Kunlun realm is about to undergo a great change. I must increase my cultivation level urgently. Suddenly, from the sky, dark clouds churned and heavenly lightning gathered. Wu Ji looked up. What's going on? Why did lightning suddenly appear? A bolt of lightning struck down where they stood. Tian Ye's entire body was engulfed by a waterfall of heavenly lightning, and he cried out in pain as the electricity coursed through him. Meanwhile, Ye Junlin received a notification, detected that the host's eldest disciple is undergoing the most powerful 8-9 heavenly tribulation. Based on data analysis, it is recommended that the host prepare for a feast. Enjoy your meal, host, he exclaimed smugly. This day has finally come. This master will become an immortal once again. Wave after wave of heavenly lightning descended, and roaring flames enveloped Tian Ye. A fire phoenix materialized to block the heavenly lightning. He stood alone, an extraordinary figure amidst the blazing flames. Wu Ji looked on in admiration. Senior brother may be mentally unstable, but in terms of strength, he's truly top tier. Xu Yunyan had to wonder, is this really the heavenly ascension lightning tribulation from the ancient texts? The one where you have to have a near-death experience to succeed? Are you kidding me? It ended that easily. He began to despair. Junior brother Yi is a freak, and the disciple he took in is a little freak, too. For them, undergoing a tribulation is like a walk in the park. How are normal people like us supposed to live? Wu Ji immediately distanced himself from him. You're the sect master of the Xuan Tian sect. Go ahead and have your breakdown. Just don't drag me into it. I am the master's second disciple. My future is so bright I can't sleep at night. Meanwhile, Tian Ye was observing the heavenly lightning in his hand. He felt that the power of this heavenly lightning seemed different than before, purer and also stronger. Moreover, what about the sweet dew of the immortal Tao that's supposed to come after the tribulation? Why hasn't it descended? Tian Ye's eyes shot open as he felt a surge of pain. The sweet dew of the immortal Tao had just descended, jolting him for a moment. Tian Ye returned to normal, but he had already passed 18 bolts of heavenly lightning. Why were there more? And they were even more powerful. Could it be because his cultivation level had increased? He condensed his fire power. No matter what, he had to get through this tribulation first and worry about the rest later. Elsewhere, Ye Junlin whispered anxiously, Master, senior brother Hong has been struck by so much lightning. Do you think he'll die? No, your master is here. A system notification popped up. Detected that the host's eldest disciple is undergoing the most powerful 8-9 lightning tribulation. Based on data analysis, it is recommended that the host prepare for a feast. Enjoy your meal, host. Ye Junlin looked into the distance where the heavenly lightning was gathering. Is that the 8-9 lightning tribulation? Chen Lu exclaimed. I don't know if this disciple of yours is lucky or unlucky. The 8-9 lightning tribulation is known as the most difficult tribulation in history. It is an extremely rare, chaotic heavenly lightning with a total of 72 bolts. After passing this tribulation, one's cultivation will increase by leaps and bounds, but to this day, no one has ever been heard to have survived it. Baizi believed this proved that the laws of heaven and earth in the Kunlun realm had become quite complete. In the past, there would at most be only the simplest 18-bolt lightning tribulation. It reminded him, Kid, in my opinion, that Junior is a dead man. Over on Tian Ye's side, he was counting each bolt of heavenly lightning as it struck down. 20 bolts, 21 bolts, 30 bolts, 36 bolts. He destroyed them one by one. 45 bolts, 51 bolts, 52 bolts. The next one struck down with immense force. Tian Ye gritted his teeth, struggling to block the 53rd bolt. For the next one, he used all his strength. The 54th bolt of heavenly lightning. The other two worried. Is eldest senior brother still alive? That was terrifying. 54 bolts of lightning. Truly unheard of. Tian Ye was exhausted and coughed up blood. He had just narrowly escaped death. It's over this time, right? Another wave of tribulation, lightning surged forward. Wu Ji worried. More lightning is coming down. Senior brother Tian Ye is done for. Tian Ye could only muster all his strength to resist. The shield he created began to crack. Damn heavenly Tao, are you still not done? The 69th bolt shattered Tian Ye's shield to pieces. Tian Ye went all in. Bring it on. The 70th bolt. That tribulation lightning struck him, sending him falling from the sky. Tian Ye despaired. Is this life of mine about to end? He recalled his past. He was an orphan who, just to fill his stomach, kowtowed and begged for food, enduring all sorts of disdain. Even when he was nearly beaten to death over a piece of bread, I told myself that I had to live. In those days, Tian Ye was barely clinging to life, holding on to the hope that only by living could he have a future. Until one day, someone appeared before him. An old man approached him and asked, Little one, this old man is getting on in years and needs a young attendant. Are you willing? Tian Ye went back with him. Hope had finally arrived. However, on that fateful day, he killed the man with his own hands, and his hope was extinguished once more. After that day, he continued to live on. The look in Tian Ye's eyes became ruthless. All that remained was the demon lord, Hong Tian Ye. His laughter echoed, I won't accept this. I won't accept this. Tian Ye remembered his vow that even in death, he would stand tall upon the 9 heavens as an emperor looking down on all living beings and would never again be an ant for others to bully and trample on. Come on. Today, I'll self-destruct and take this damn lightning tribulation with me. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Disciple, you have done your best. Leave the rest to your master. Ye Junlin arrived to support Tian Ye, blocking that bolt of tribulation lightning. Who dares to bully a disciple of mine? Ye Junlin. The lightning tribulation was blocked, exploding in the sky. A violent explosion erupted above their heads. Finally, everything was calm and quiet. Everything returned to normal. Tian Ye thought in amazement. He actually charged in. One must know that interfering with another's lightning tribulation can lead to eternal damnation if you're not careful. However, that was just the calm before the storm. A more powerful lightning tribulation descended, transforming into a ferocious tiger. Tian coughed up blood. Not good. The power of the heavenly lightning has increased dramatically. This 71st bolt is enough to kill hundreds of immortal venerables. The next bolt transformed into a giant dragon. Seeing Ye Junlin standing protectively in front of him, he shouted, "Why are you still here? Are you waiting to die?" Ye Junlin rapped Tian on the head, leaving a bump. "Good disciple, stop looking as if your master is about to die. Open your eyes wide and see how I'm going to avenge you." Tian was moved. "Avenge me." Ye Junlin executed the Dharma Heaven and Earth avatar. His Dharma body manifested, growing enormous to block the lightning tribulation. Tian was stunned. How is this possible? I feel that the power radiating from this technique is several times more terrifying than the heavenly tribulation itself, the reincarnation of an ancient heavenly emperor. His strength is truly this terrifying. Ye Junlin sent his Dharma body flying up to block it. A mere incarnation of lightning dares to act so impudently before this immortal. You dared to harm my disciple, so you better be prepared to receive 1,000 times the pain in return. The manifested lightning tribulation was smashed into the ground, splitting the earth in two at the same time. Shu Yunian was surprised. Is it really over? I have a bad feeling about this, like it's the calm before a storm. Wu Ji said admiringly, "Holy crap, I actually thought eldest senior brother was going to self-destruct and die. As expected of our master, he's the G-O-A-T. Ye Junlin created a vortex that sucked in the lightning tribulation. He looked into the palm of his hand. So this is the 8-9 chaotic lightning tribulation? It's a little tingly, quite pleasant, actually." Behind him, Tian felt indignant. Getting struck by lightning is pleasant. Then what do you call all these injuries on my body? He calmed himself. Then again, it's not strange for the reincarnated ancient Emperor Lord's power to be this freakishly strong. Besides, if he hadn't saved me, I would have been turned to dust long ago. Forget it. I'll just consider this a favor I owe him. At worst, when this venerable one returns to his peak in the future, I just won't use demonic methods to torture him. Seeing the lightning tribulation recede, everyone cheered. Look, the tribulation clouds are gone. The heavenly tribulation was beaten back by Peak Master Yi. Shu Yunian and Wu Ji exclaimed, "Heaven-defying. So, a lightning tribulation can actually be defeated. We've never heard of such a thing. What calm before the storm? That was pathetic. So this is what the strongest lightning tribulation amounts to. But they celebrated too soon. From the sky, the lightning tribulation continued to gather. A giant hand reached out from the heavens as a gloomy voice echoed. The heavenly might will not be defiled. Someone recognized the humanoid lightning. Why is the final bolt of heavenly lightning a humanoid figure? The final incarnation of the lightning tribulation has only ever appeared in ancient records. It's an existence that even immortal emperors would die regretting they could not resist. The humanoid lightning descended violently. Divine punishment had arrived. The guilty must be slain. All of it rained down upon the spot where Junlin was standing. Wu Ji swayed, thinking, that foul-mouthed sect master. He was actually right. The power of the reconsolidated lightning tribulation was tens of thousands of times stronger. Shu Yunian collapsed to his knees in terror. It's over. It's completely over. No one can stop this divine punishment. Yet Junlin just stood there, his robes fluttering in the wind. Perfect timing. I've heard the chaos, lightning tribulation is a supreme treasure of heaven and earth, a magnificent tonic. This immortal is eager to have a taste. He unleashed the sky-swallowing roar, its power materializing into a giant dragon. Junlin declared, "Devour it for me." The dragon immediately bit down on the heavenly might. Tian froze, stunned. He actually wants to devour the divine punishment? Watching the clash up close, everyone was driven mad with shock. Is Peak Master Yi really eating the divine punishment? That's the power of the heavenly Tao itself. Tian realized he's ignoring the laws of heaven and earth, making the divine punishment his own. Is he a man or a god? No, he is the law itself. Meanwhile, Junlin was gathering the lightning tribulation, savoring it. Delicious. Truly delicious. I didn't expect the Chaos Lightning Seed to willingly acknowledge me as its master and guide the divine punishment's power to temper my meridians. The strength of my body is now on par with the sun. Tian was in shock. Impossible. Divine punishment is condensed from the power of the heavenly Tao. How could a mortal or immortal possibly devour it? Let alone the fact that this guy used the divine punishment to temper his body. Just what are his origins? Junlin scoffed. That lightning tribulation was nothing. A pity it only had this much power. It didn't even fill the Chaos Lightning Seed by 1/10. It's not even enough for me to pick my teeth with. How disappointing. The personified heavenly tribulation was so furious it gritted its teeth. It reached out its hand once more. Heretic, cease your arrogance. Under the will of the heavenly Tao, you will be reduced to dust. Divine Light Fist. With this punch, even an immortal emperor's body would be shattered, their nascent soul annihilated. I refuse to believe a brat like you can block it. A system notification appeared, powerful attack detected. Activating skill. The stronger the foe, the stronger I become. Host's attack power is doubled. Junlin had been waiting for this. Perfect timing. Now this is getting interesting, he replied. Little lightning. You're just not good enough. The personified heavenly tribulation was stunned. He blocked it. So effortlessly. So easily. Is he even human? The most terrifying part is, the power he's emitting seems even greater than mine. It feels like he's been suppressing me from the very beginning. Even my own origin of the lightning Tao is starting to waver. It continuously unleashed the origin of lightning. Burn. This deity refuses to believe that any being in this world can defy my judgment. Junlin blocked it. Not fast enough. Not strong enough. He took the opportunity to mock it. Why is this punch so weak? Can't your origin power keep up? Little lightning. That punch was off target. Are you scared? The heavenly tribulation stammered. You, shut your mouth. It thought angrily. Damn it. Every time my power increases by 1 part, his increases by 2. Even my origin of the lightning Tao is being drawn out by his devouring power, and I'm losing a significant amount. He's like a bottomless pit. His power has no end. If this continues, my origin will be completely drained, and I'll surely die. At that moment, Junlin rushed towards it. Below, Tian thought to himself, so strong, incredibly strong. This is the kind of power I've always craved. This strength isn't just about a crushing cultivation level, it's a complete disregard for everything else. Nothing under the heavens can stand against him. I have to admit, Ye Junlin is just too damn cool. Junlin cracked his knuckles. How disappointing. Little lightning, you're not good enough. You don't even qualify for me to get serious. The tribulation raged. Damn it. How dare you toy with this deity like a cat playing with a mouse? More than half of my lightning origin has already been devoured by you. If I don't go for mutual destruction, I'll definitely be completely refined by you. Even if I have to drain the power of this world, I must destroy a monster like you. Seeing the heavenly tribulation about to self-destruct, someone screamed. My cultivation is being drained. Hundreds of years of cultivation. Gone in an instant. We're all going to become useless cripples. The tribulation frantically rushed towards him. Now die. Junlin was quite pleased by this sight. So much little lightning. Just right for strengthening the chaos lightning seed. This will make for an even tastier meal. The heavenly tribulation transformed into a giant dragon and attacked him. Junlin also unleashed Devour. Today, this immortal will show you the true art of devouring. Countless clones rushed forward to consume the heavenly tribulation. Its screams echoed, "No, my clones, my origin." Meanwhile, Junlin was blissfully absorbing the power. The chaos lightning seed is perfected. From now on, it will evolve into chaos heavenly lightning. The lightning seed in my body has completely solidified. So satisfying. The heavenly tribulation was beaten back into the form of a cloud. Tian stood there, dazed. Is it over? This wasn't a fight. It was a completely one-sided slaughter by Ye Junlin. The others were basking in a wave of healing energy. My cultivation is back. Not only that, it even rose by a level. I've broken through. Junlin spoke up. When I released the power back, I intentionally mixed in a bit of the lightning Tao's origin. The results weren't bad, as expected. Tian was dejected. I wasn't able to face the entire tribulation on my own. This attempt to transcend is considered a failure, he encouraged himself. But as long as I'm alive, there's hope. I can just try again next time. Junlin had other ideas. My disciple, you can wait until next time, but your master can't. Besides, I spent half the day on this. I need to get some compensation. Seeing him approach, the heavenly tribulation whimpered. Don't come over here. The tribulation is over. I have to go home. Junlin began absorbing it. This isn't a place you can come and go as you please. If you want to go home, you have to pay the price first. Send down the auspicious light for ascension. Tian's world was turned upside down. Is this really possible? How can a heavenly tribulation be coerced by a mortal? The heavenly tribulation begged, Senior, Great Master, Daddy, don't kill me. I'll arrange it right away. Just don't kill this humble one. I'll do whatever you say. It had only one request. Quickly assist this immortal one's good disciple in his ascension. It immediately turned towards Tian, declaring, As you command, boss. The others were in shock. Boss, did I hear that right? The heavenly tribulation, which controls the fates of trillions of cultivators, was actually willing to become sect master Ye Junlin's subordinate. He's just too overpowered. Sect Master Ye Junlin has no limits. A stream of power from the heavenly tribulation descended upon Tian, and he felt incredibly refreshed. The internal injuries from his previous tribulation weren't just completely healed, but even the meridians and acupoints in his body were expanding at a rate visible to the naked eye. He said with contempt, "You country bumpkin, this is the 9 Revolutions Lotus Light, a top-tier auspicious item. Its benefits are far more than you can imagine." A blazing light erupted from Tian's body, spreading outwards. "I've benefited greatly. My cultivation instantly soared to the 9th level Heavenly Immortal, and the quality of my immortal energy reached the 7th grade. 7th grade? What does that even mean? The quality of immortal energy is divided into 9 grades, from 1st to 9th. Heavenly Immortals are automatically considered 1st grade, while Profound Immortals are 2nd grade. 3rd grade Immortal Energy, 2nd grade Immortal Energy, Profound Immortals, Heavenly Immortals. With each step up in power, the destructive force of your techniques becomes worlds apart. What's most significant is that after the 2nd grade, even if your realm increases, it won't automatically raise the grade of your immortal energy. You need to refine it with countless heavenly and earthly treasures, which is an incredibly difficult process. Many immortal kings, and even immortal emperors, spend their entire lives only reaching the 3rd or 4th grade. For an immortal venerable to reach the 5th or 6th grade is already extremely rare, and 7th grade immortal energy is something only an immortal emperor is qualified to possess. I believe with my current strength, I can completely crush any profound immortal, and even kill an ordinary immortal lord. If my enemies in the central domain knew about my current strength, the looks on their faces would be priceless. When I return, I'll beat them so badly they'll be crying for their mamas." Ye Junlin praised him. "Not bad. That's how my disciple should be." The heavenly tribulation groveled. "As long as you're satisfied, boss. Do you have any other instructions? If not, can this little brother go home and rest now?" He ordered it. "You did well. You may leave. I'll call you if I need anything." The heavenly tribulation vanished in a flash. "Thank you, boss." In its heart, it prayed, "I hope we never meet again. Please, never, ever think of me." Tian approached him hesitantly. He felt like he had something to say but couldn't get the words out. After all these years, he had grown accustomed to the wickedness of people's hearts. "I thought my heart had long since turned to stone, but when his figure stood before the lightning tribulation, it was like a ray of light shining into my dark and twisted soul. I'll trust him this once. Hong Tianye. When have I ever been afraid of anything? If he dares betray me, I will kill him." Tianye's knees hit the ground as he kowtowed in worship. "Disciple Hong Tianye, thanks Master for saving my life. Your immense grace. Tianye can never repay it. I am willing to follow you for the rest of my life, Master, and I will never leave your side." Ye Junlin was surprised. Has this black-bellied, rebellious disciple really submitted? It seems the human heart is still soft after all. But I have to admit, this is a little hard to get used to. Wu Ji ran over and hugged him happily. "Eldest senior brother, I never thought such moving words could come from your mouth. I'm so relieved." He yelled, "Let go. If you don't let go, I'll break your arm." The others also congratulated senior brother Han. "Congratulations on your ascension, senior brother. It's so good that you're alive. I never knew our eldest senior brother was so warm on the inside. I think I'm gonna cry." Shu Yunian also had a word. "Junior brother, congratulations. After this ordeal, this disciple of yours has completely changed his ways. He's become much more polite. This is a joyous occasion, truly." Ye Junlin felt that. "Little Han, as your master, I have to say I preferred your old, unruly, and defiant self. It was much more satisfying to train you then." Tianye was speechless. "I knew it. Why did I even bother caring?" He forced a smile. "Master, please stop teasing your disciple. How would I dare to act out of line in front of you?" The master then made a suggestion. "You're not the same as before. Your cultivation is even higher than mine now. Why don't we have a little spar? It'll fulfill that old wish of yours." He thought to himself. "It'd be a waste not to farm some experience points from my own disciple. I wonder what kind of red packet the system will give me. This is such a great deal." The others were excited. "Great idea. It'll also help your disciple solidify his cultivation realm. This is perfect. With Peak Master Yi teaching personally, we might gain some enlightenment and even have a breakthrough." Tianyi was startled. "What? With my meager cultivation? I'm just a speck of dust before him. Is he using this as a chance to warn me not to forget my roots?" Ye Junlin stood with his arms crossed, waiting. "Come on, my good disciple. Feel free to use your full power to attack your master." Tianyi was resolute. "Yes, that must be it. I'd have to be brain dead to attack him." And yet, Tianyi hugged his leg and begged, "Master, please. I was ignorant before and offended you. My crimes deserve 10,000 deaths. From now on, I will follow all of your commands without a second thought. Ye Junlin radiated a murderous aura. It's fine. Just go ahead and attack. As your master, I simply want to test your progress. In his mind, he corrected himself. I just want to level up. You're getting it all wrong. A look of terror flashed in Tian's eyes. His mind raced. Master, your disciple once swore a solemn oath that if I ever disrespected a superior again, I would not die a good death. If you keep forcing me, then I can only prove my loyalty with my own life. Master, I beg you, please spare me. My devotion to you can be witnessed by the heavens and the earth. I wish you the best of luck, and may you remain strong and vigorous in your old age. Those words made Ye Junlin's anger flare. Damn it, get the hell out of here. Suddenly, from a distance, a dense spiritual energy began to radiate. He was surprised. Such dense spiritual energy. Has a rare treasure appeared? The system announced. The spiritual energy of the Kunlun realm has awakened. The 100,000 immortal mountains have appeared in the eastern domain. The fortuitous encounters within are beyond imagination. Ye Junlin sighed with boredom. How dull. Let someone else have those opportunities. Leveling up by doing nothing is the way to go. Meanwhile, Tian had escaped his predicament. That was close. I almost got beaten to a pulp. Good thing I was quick-witted and shifted the scene to the 100,000 immortal mountains in the eastern domain. Chen Jizi, an elder from the Kangming sect in the central domain at the late-stage tribulation transcendence great perfection level, was flying over. To think the 100,000 immortal mountains would appear in the eastern domain's barren continent. The heavens are truly helping my Kangming sect. He hid in a high, secluded spot, looking into the distance. Below, a little girl sat on her father's shoulders, picking fruit. Daddy, can this spirit fruit cure mommy? He replied, It can. My little bower is mommy and daddy's magical elixir. He thought to himself, the heavens are truly watching over us, granting us a blessed land like this, immortal mountain. When we return from this trip, we'll surely be able to earn a lot of spirit stones. The child's mother can finally be cured. A wave of power descended, killing the father and daughter instantly. Chen Jizi sneered, You despicable ants think you're worthy of touching my spirit fruit? All of you can die. The others tried desperately to escape. Help! Run! Inform the sect. One man asked angrily, Who are you? How dare you slaughter innocent people? He announced, Listen up, all cultivators of the Eastern Domain. I am Chen Jizi, the great elder of the Kangming Dao sect, one of the 3 great Dao sects of the Central Domain. From this moment on, the 100,000 immortal mountains belong to my Kangming Dao sect. All of you, leave at once or be killed without mercy. The others were shocked. What? An expert from the Central Domain has come to seize the immortal mountains from us, and he's from one of the 3 great Dao sects. Damn it, are you even giving us a chance to live? They started to retreat. We're so screwed. That's the Central Domain, where sects are a dime a dozen and immortals walk everywhere. What do we possibly have to compete with them? If you ask me, staying alive is more important. We should get out of here while we can. No matter how great the immortal opportunity is, it's not worth your life. Jizi snorted in contempt. Do these wastes from the Eastern Domain really need me to handle them personally? If the competition in the Central Domain wasn't so fierce, and if the Kangming sect wasn't being suppressed by the other 7 great Dao sects, who would want to fight over scraps with these beggars from the Eastern Domain? Suddenly, a surge of power shot over from the distance. You bastards from the Kangming sect, don't get so arrogant. Do you really think our Eastern Domain is defenseless? Miao Yi thought to herself, that punch of mine used 70% of my power, yet it couldn't even destroy this 5-finger mountain. Jizi was lifting a boulder, and here I have some blind fool delivering herself to my doorstep for slaughter. It seems my reputation isn't threatening enough. He hurled a giant boulder at her, like a 5-fingered peak descending upon her. Miao Yi used the Pegasus Meteor Fist. She could feel it. He's too strong. This man's spiritual power is immense, at least double that of a cultivator at the same realm. Even with her mid-stage tribulation transcendence cultivation, she had no way to fight back. Jizi even started to mock her. Little girl, that tiny bit of strength you have isn't even enough to scratch an itch for me. Miao Yi was stunned. Her punch contained spiritual force, something a normal tribulation stage cultivator couldn't possibly resist, yet it did nothing to him. Damn it. Her body was so suppressed, she couldn't even move. The people from the Central Domain are terrifyingly strong. Even if we're both at the peak of the tribulation stage, I'm no match for him at all. He thrust out a palm. Get back. And she was instantly crushed by the boulder. Jizi landed in front of Miao Yi. He leaned down and said, Your spiritual immortal physique isn't bad. It'd be a shame to kill you. How about I refine you into a puppet instead? Its strength would probably rival this 5-finger mountain of mine. She screamed. Don't you dare. I'd rather die than be manipulated by a bastard like you. He gathered power in his palm. That's not up to you. Pinned under this five-finger mountain of mine, your spiritual power is completely sealed. You can't even self-destruct. Just wait for your soul to dissipate as it's refined by this void nether flame. Just as Miao Yi was resigning herself to her fate, a voice rang out. Why is there such an ugly five-finger mountain in the Immortal Mountain? Jizi turned to see who could be so audacious. Ye Junlin used his profound internal energy, and the obstructing boulder shattered. Down below, the man mumbled, "This is impossible. My five-finger mountain was forged from extraterrestrial meteoric iron and an otherworldly flame. It can withstand an attack from a true immortal without a problem. How could it be shattered by a gentle stomp?" Ye Junlin shouted, "Were you setting the mountain on fire to perform some kind of evil ritual?" Jizi felt this person's aura was terrifyingly powerful, even stronger than the four great holy lords with the highest cultivation in the central domain. He could also sense the endless killing intent, resentment, and malevolence hidden within it. This was absolute suppression, making it impossible to even think of resisting. Since when did a backwater place like the Eastern Domain produce a figure of this caliber? He stammered. "I." Ye Junlin shouted back, "What are you stammering about? I'm asking you a question. Silence means you admit it. Damn it. I was already pissed off about having to work overtime." He came down and gave the guy a few kicks. This master was comfortably lounging around in the sect. When I had nothing to do, I'd feed the fish. Playing cockfighting was so relaxing. All because a classless dog like you has no respect for the plants and trees and doesn't care about protecting the Immortal Mountain. You're not united, not friendly, not doing good deeds, forcing this immortal to get a mission and waste time and energy coming all the way out here. A thug like you makes this immortal sick. GZ thought desperately. "Great master, please withdraw your aura from me. Right now, my soul is so terrified I can't control my body. I can't speak at all." After venting his anger, Ye Junlin felt much better, much more relaxed. Working overtime really isn't something a human should do. Miao Yi pleaded, "Senior Ye, don't let him go. He's from the Kangming sect in the central domain. He not only wanted to seize the Immortal Mountain, but he also killed many of our disciples." He glanced at the man. "So, you're from the central domain." GZ trembled all over. "Senior, spare my life." This lowly one was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. "I have offended Senior's territory. I'll leave right now." "No, wait, I'll scram right now." Ye Junlin lifted his foot and stomped the man to death. "Then go die." A command token flew up from his body. He caught it, a Shura token used for sending messages. Ye Junlin figured out the man's purpose. Trying to call for backup. If the Kangming sect wants the 100,000 Immortal Mountains so badly, then this immortal will lend you a hand. I'll use your flesh and blood to nourish this Immortal Mountain. The system announced, "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. Eliminate the destroyer of the Immortal Mountain, sending a one-time use mysterious gift package." He was overjoyed. "It's here. The system's first mystery box reward is a single-use item. It must be something good. Is it a realm-level item card, a divine ability replication card, or a travel card to another small world? A vacation would be nice." Suddenly, a stream of water appeared, drenching Miao Yi. She felt so comfortable. Wherever the water flowed, the hidden injuries from her previous battle all vanished, and even her soul, which had been scorched by the void nether flame, became significantly more condensed and powerful. Seeing her chest get bigger, he was startled. "Damn system, that's not how benefits are supposed to work. Where's my gift package?" "Don't try to change the subject," the system announced. The reward gift package, a one-time spirit dual cultivation session for the host, has been distributed. You can obtain the other party's spiritual force and void nether flame. He became interested. Spirit dual cultivation. This is a little interesting. How exactly do we cultivate? Model. When his spiritual soul left his body, Ye Junlin was surprised. "My soul is leaving my body." System. You're not going to make the two of us do that in broad daylight, are you? This thrilling, huh? His spiritual soul flew towards Miao Yi. The system announced, "The host's spiritual soul has entered a Miao Yi's sea of consciousness. Loading complete for the top-tier immortal grade technique. Heaven and Earth Yin-Yang Dual Cultivation Grand Method." The system has entered a temporary lockdown state. At that moment, she was trembling and letting out a few soft groans. Her eyes snapped open as her entire body was enveloped in a stream of spiritual energy. Ye Junlin's spiritual soul exited her body, and he gently landed on the ground. Ye Junlin was overjoyed. This spiritual soul dual cultivation method is truly miraculous. As he channeled his power, his physical strength and spiritual soul immediately intertwined. A blissful sensation erupted, like the heavens and earth merging into one, the afterglow lingering endlessly. The heavenly tribulation, on the other hand, was furious. You've been undergoing tribulations so often it's like a festival. I'm still not over the trauma of being dominated by that jinx. Ye Junlin. Now it just wants to give up and lie flat. He coldly shooed away. Scram. Seeing this, the heavenly tribulation dog was terrified and instantly zipped away. The tribulation commander sighed internally at his terrible luck. Why did I have to run into this jinx? When I get back, I'm resigning. I'm done with this job. He's channeling a stream of spiritual power into Miao Yi's forehead, but his power is too strong. Fairy Yin can only absorb 1%. If the remaining spiritual energy is left to run rampant inside her body, Fairy Yin will eventually explode and die. To prevent that from happening, it's best to use the Void Flame to temporarily seal the remaining spiritual power within this memory fragment. The moment she woke up, she realized her cultivation had broken through to the true immortal realm. It was unbelievable. She had just broken through to the peak of the tribulation transcendence stage and come out of seclusion. Did I ascend to immortality right after fighting Chen Jizi? I don't even remember the terrifying ascension lightning tribulation. Why can't I remember anything at all? Miao Yi recalled. That's right. It was Senior Ye who saved me and used a water-based healing technique to treat my injuries. It must have been Senior Yi who helped me break through and even block the lightning tribulation for me. I heard that when Senior Brother Hong was undergoing his tribulation, Senior Yi used his absolute power to subdue the tribulation cloud and make it his underling. He's just so cool. She cried out, Senior Ye, for the great grace of helping me ascend. Miao Yi has no way to repay you. In the future, if you ever need Miao Yi for anything, I will go through hell and high water without hesitation. The scene shifts to the central region, the territory of the Kangming sect. When Wu Qing received the news from the Asura token, he exclaimed, What? That damned demonic sovereign. He's actually still alive? This is absolutely impossible. Back then, the 8 great Dao sects joined forces to besiege the fire worship cult, killing its leader on the spot. To prevent any accidents, we even flogged his corpse for 7 days and 7 nights. Only after confirming over and over that he was dead did I leave with any peace of mind. But according to the Asura token, after Chen Jizi died, the 100,000 immortal mountains did indeed appear in the eastern region. Chen Jizi was killed by Hong Tianye, and now, this demonic sovereign has joined a righteous sect. He commanded, Guards, relay my orders. Assemble all the elites of the sect. In 3 days, we march to the Xuan Tian sect in the eastern region and seize the 100,000 immortal mountains. Whether this is true or not, I must confirm it for myself. Back at the Xuan Tian sect, on Pao Miao Peak, Tianye was shocked to see his master looking old and withered. Master, your face is as pale as a sheet. Did some little succubus out there drain you dry like this? Junlin returned to his normal appearance and tossed the token to him. Take it, my good disciple. Your master is giving you the world. Tianye was stunned. This is Yi Wuqing's Ashura token. How does Ye Junlin have it? Could it be he knows about my identity as a demonic sovereign in the central region? Whatever. It's never wrong to just grovel and admit fault first. He immediately kowtowed. Master, your disciple knows he was wrong. I only hid my identity as the leader of the demonic cult because I was afraid you would despise me. It was only after meeting you, Master, that I learned how vast the heavens and earth truly are. The flattery continued. You, Master, are the sun in the sky, while your disciple is but a worm in the dirt, only able to cautiously gaze up at your brilliant light. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. But, I hear the leader of the fire worship cult is quite famous in the central region. Tianye breathed a sigh of relief. I knew he was bluffing. Good thing I reacted quickly. I should be fine now, he revealed. Master, there is something you don't know. Back then, your disciple was hunted down by a joint force of the 8 great Dao sects of the central region. Yi Wuqing, the sect master of this Kangming sect, was also involved. The competition in the central region is fierce, and the Kangming sect's strength ranked last. They were often bullied by the other 7 great Dao sects. To get revenge, Yi Wuqing impersonated your disciple and committed countless evil deeds. After I exposed him, in order to silence me, he incited the other 7 great Dao sects to form a demon-slaying alliance and besiege my demonic cult. After I was unfortunately captured, I suffered endless torture in the Kangming sect's dungeon at the hands of Ye Wuqing and that old dog Wei. In the end, I had to feign death just to escape. At that moment, I swore an oath to myself. If my cultivation ever returns to its peak, I will slaughter my way back to the central region, level the 8 great Dao sects, and flay every last member of the Kangming sect, feeding them to demonic beasts. And I will extract the souls of Ye Wuqing and old dog Wei, torturing them daily with the Red Lotus karmic fire. Junlin decided. If that's the case, then in 3 days, when the Kangming sect brings its army to invade, you will act on my behalf and slaughter them all. It will be the perfect chance for you to vent your hatred. He was shocked. What? The Kangming sect is going to attack the Xuan Tian sect. Junlin instructed him. Remember this. No matter what your identity was before, you are now my disciple. Ye Junlin's disciple. You belong to my Tian sect. Tian felt as if he'd been struck by lightning. How could he know I'm a demonic sovereign the world wants to exterminate, yet not care in the slightest? Junlin gave him a heads up. When my disciple goes out to fight, you absolutely cannot bring shame to your master. Understood. He immediately complied. Disciple understands. Master. Junlin felt a sense of relief. Having a disciple is great. I can just lie back and watch a good show. My efforts in tampering with the Asura token to lure the Kangming sect into a trap weren't wasted after all. 3 days later, the true immortal army of the Kangming sect from the central region arrived. Elder Wei, commander of the Kangming sect's true immortal army, announced, "People of the Tian sect, listen up. Open your gates and surrender immediately. Otherwise, my Kangming sect's true immortal army will flatten your mountain gates." The people below began to murmur. The Kangming sect? What sect is that? They sent several hundred immortals to attack us? That's terrifying. But they all shared a common thought. This is nowhere near enough to even be a snack for Peak Lord Yi. He's the guy who tore 1,000,000,000 true immortals to shreds. Elder Wei boasted smugly. Everyone, this time, in order to seize the 100,000 great mountains, our sect has deployed 500 true immortals. How majestic is this formation? The others cheered. Coming to this barbaric land, we can do whatever we want. This is awesome. In the central region, we're so oppressed by the Wuji Dao sect we can barely breathe. Today, we can finally vent our anger. That's right. It was a long journey, but being able to show off our might makes it all worth it. He shouted for half a day with no response. They're really looking down on us. You refused the toast, so now you'll drink the forfeit. Immortals, hear my command. Attack the mountain gate with all your strength. Kill every disciple of this sect. Countless streams of power shot towards the distant buildings, but a wave of energy erupted from that direction, a fiery force blasting back the would-be invaders. Raging flames soared into the sky, and from within the inferno, an arrogant laugh echoed out. Elder Wei's brows furrowed as he recognized the figure. The man taunted, "Old dog Wei, do you still remember your grandpa Red Devil?" The others panicked. "Hong Tianye, leader of the fire worship cult. You're still not dead." "It's Hong Tianye, the leader of the fire worship cult. Back then, the 4 great sacred lands and 8 great Dao sects joined forces to capture him, and he still didn't die. The crimson nightmare of the central region has returned. He was dressed in dazzling red robes, his handsome face enough to make even women envious. His world-ending demonic flames were like a natural disaster, and his every appearance heralded slaughter and destruction. Tian declared, "Scorching flames scorch the heavens. Today, none of you will leave here alive." Elder Wei was unfazed, demonic sovereign. "So what if you were lucky enough to survive until now? Do you really think you're as strong as you were back then?" The storm pear blossom slowly descends upon that flame lotus. Tianye's surprise, 9th level of the true immortal realm. The man replies, "I bet you didn't expect this, did you? My current cultivation is on par with yours, and with the support of my sect, it's still uncertain who will win or lose today." The people around them sneer. Elder Wei is right. You're just a stray dog with no home. What gives you the right to be so arrogant? Tianye will show them. The cultivators of the central domain are as foolish as ever. Do you truly know nothing about power? The red lotus molten wave transforms into a fiery vortex, sucking all of them into its spin. Elder Wei stares at the divine palm before him in shock. Impossible. How can your cultivation be this powerful? Could it be that you've reached the heavenly immortal realm? No, even the sect master, a heavenly immortal, doesn't possess 1/3 of this power. A Shuen immortal, he says in horror. You're actually a Shuen immortal. As Elder Wei's body is being drained, he says in despair, "Sect master, do you have any idea that you've offended a Shuen immortal? It's over. It's really over. The Kangming sect is doomed." He takes out a chain, trying to burn your life force to send a message. "Wei, you old dog, whether you live or die is up to me." The chains shoot towards their target. From beneath the blazing red flames, skeletal hands reach out, crawling up from the fire. They latch onto Elder Wei's body. Tianyi reminds him, "Just stay in this karmic fire and slowly enjoy the pain of having your soul devoured by 10,000 spirits." Meanwhile, Wu Qing, who is sitting on his throne, is suddenly ambushed. He clutches his head. Who is it? Who dares to ambush me? A character appears on Wu Qing's forehead. My spiritual soul feels like it's being burned by hellfire. A voice comes from the token, Yi Wu Qing. After all these years, you're still as pathetic as ever. He's astonished. Hong Tianye, so you're really still alive. He appears. A coward who clings to life like you is still breathing. So how could I possibly die? This is the slave seal passed down by my master. Unless your cultivation surpasses my master's, your descendants will be bound for all eternity, never to be free. But that's an impossible feat. With that, Tianye vanishes. Wu Qing roars in fury. Hong Tianye, don't you get arrogant. I killed you once back then, and I can do it again. The scene shifts to where Bai Shushu Bao is. Qing Yang has his hand on his head. The old man says, sadly, Bai Shushu Bao, so many years have passed, and your father still hasn't found a way to resurrect you. Although I killed that fiend Hong Tianye to avenge you, it wasn't enough to quell the hatred in my heart, which is why my cultivation has stagnated. Wu Qing stumbles in to report, Big Brother, terrible news. Something terrible has happened. Hong Tianye, the cult leader of the fire worship cult, isn't dead. Qing Yang jumps to his feet and asks, what did you say? He takes out a token. Big Brother, this is absolutely true. Our sect's elder Wei went to the Tian sect in the eastern domain, and Starji discovered that fiend was there. He risked his life to send this message back. Qing Yang slaps him. Stop dawdling and spit it out. Wu Qing clutches his burning cheek and replies, he also said that if he'd known you'd repay his kindness with enmity by leading a siege against his demonic cult, he should have tortured your son a bit more before killing him. Hearing this, the old man grinds his teeth in hatred, and Qing Yang swears an oath. You fiend, the feud for my son's murder is irreconcilable. I, this old man, will skin you alive and pull out your bones to comfort my son's soul in heaven, he commands. The 8 great Taoist sects, hear my command. From this moment on, issue the demon-slaying order. Summon all immortal cultivators of the central domain, lead an army to the eastern domain, level the Tian sect, and kill the red demon, Hong Tianye. Wu Qing adds another piece of news. Big Brother, I've heard that the fiend has joined the Tian sect. Rumor has it that his master's strength is unfathomably deep. I suspect that the fiend's apprenticeship is a sham. He's been secretly turning the Tian sect into a demon's den all along, just to build up power to retake the central domain. Back then, we had to rely on the help of the 4 great holy sects to subdue that fiend. Should we consult with our superiors before we launch this demon-slaying campaign? Qing Yang's face darkens as he asks, are you questioning my decision? Wu Qing breaks out in a cold sweat. I wouldn't dare. With your immense power, Big Brother, killing that fiend will be as easy as turning over your hand. A majestic voice rings out. Sect Master, by issuing a demon-slaying order at will, are you challenging the authority of the holy sect? An immense pressure descends, freezing Qing Yang in place. This pressure. The old man drops to his knees. It's the Holy Lord of the Tian holy sect. Qing Yang bows his head and reports, this lowly one would not dare. I will follow all of the Holy Lord's arrangements. Inwardly, he wonders, why would he personally intervene in this matter? The man scoffs coldly. The demon-slaying campaign is postponed. Wait until I dispatch an envoy to the Tian sect to investigate the matter before we discuss mobilizing troops. Coughing up blood from the pressure, Qing Yang wipes the streak from his lips. An envoy? He knew that the 4 great holy lands were the top powers among the sects in the central domain, with the Tian holy sect being the strongest. The holy lords of the holy lands were always aloof and rarely interfered in worldly affairs. Back then, he had paid a great price just to persuade the weakest one, the Taichu holy land, to take action. Yet now, the Tian sect was receiving such treatment from the Tian holy sect. The Tian holy sect. Could these 2 sects truly be related? At the Tian holy land, a conversation is taking place. The background of the Tian sect in the eastern domain is indeed related to the old holy lord's senior brother, says Jiang Tianming, the holy lord of the Tian holy temple. You have always been meticulous, so I'll be at ease with you. The holy master, going to confirm things first. Take this token. When you arrive at the Tian sect, present it, and everything will become clear. Liu Qingming, the newly ascended true immortal of the Tian holy land, replies, Holy Lord, there's no need to flatter me. Everyone knows the red demon, Hong Tianye, is in the Tian sect. No one else dared to take on such a thorny task, so of course it fell to me, Qingming. But this Qingming has never been one to fear death. Exterminating demons and defending the Tao is the sworn duty of a cultivator like myself. Even if this journey ends in my death, my soul scattered, Qingming will let the light of the Holy Land shine. It will illuminate the dark corners ruled by the red demon. Thus, the wind howls on the Ye River, a hero leaves, never to return. Since ancient times, who has escaped death? Let my loyal heart shine in the annals of history. I fear not being ground to dust, only that I leave my integrity in this world. Tianming scoffs, what an idiot. Money is what truly matters. Sending an envoy to confirm things is just a pretense. The real goal of this trip is to claim the 100,000 immortal mountains for ourselves. Right now, all the major powers are eyeing the 100,000 immortal mountains like a juicy piece of meat. The sect master of the Tian sect is a smart man, So let's use this opportunity to make him completely submit to my profound heaven, sacred land. If he doesn't know his place, then for the sake of my disciples from the profound heaven, sacred land who died so tragically, I'll have no choice but to deal with both the demon sect and the profound heaven sect. Meanwhile, the people of the profound heaven sect were cheering for immortal Emperor Ye Junlin, who with a single crazed strike slashed through 1,000,000,000 immortals and charged into the thunder tribulation, playing the hero saving the damsel in distress, Tian. In his rage, he devoured the heavenly thunder. God Yi is mighty. God Yi is invincible. Who is this Yi Chen of Kunlun anyway? A young lady was going crazy. Yi Chen, I want to have your babies. Qing Ming was astonished. So this is the so-called powerful master of the Crimson Demon, Hong Tianye. Shu Yonian came out to greet him. I didn't expect that even the holy envoy from so far away would know of Ye Junlin. Junior brother Ye is the great benefactor of our Kunlun realm. Just think, back when the alien race from the outer realms invaded, my junior brother fought them off all by himself. Qingming fumed internally. What utter nonsense. In broad daylight, standing in the middle of the world, there should be a limit to spouting such crap. Who do you think we immortals are? Wheat to be reaped? You think you can reap 1,000,000,000 of us with a single strike? And an immortal emperor who's only breathed a few whiffs of immortal energy dares to slash like that? And devouring the heavenly thunder? That's even more ridiculous. This man is definitely a puppet master that the Crimson Demon intentionally pushed to the forefront. I just can't believe such absurd stories could brainwash so many cultivators, and even the sect master is a complete fool, letting the entire sect be overrun by this evil cult of personality. But speaking of immortal energy, the concentration of it here, why does it feel countless times stronger than even the sacred land? My profound heaven sacred land has 800 immortal veins, making it the absolute leader among the major powers of the Central Plains. But the immortal power surging through this land is so dominant and pure. Qingming tried taking a deep breath. Suddenly, he was shaken. A look of astonishment filled his eyes. Qingming's entire body levitated as a stream of spiritual energy enveloped him. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had risen by 7 minor realms. From the 2nd level of the true immortal realm to the 9th level of the true immortal realm. It felt as if this was the real profound heaven's sacred land, and the one in the Central Plains was the fake. Shu Yunian clasped his hands and said, "Congratulations on your breakthrough, holy envoy. No wonder the Central Plains is filled with talent. You can break through at any moment." He replied humbly, "Sect Master, you flatter me. It was just luck, pure luck." But inwardly he thought, "At any moment?" It took me 50 years of arduous cultivation just to advance from the 1st level of the true immortal realm to the 2nd. Suddenly, he dropped to his knees. Shu Yunian rushed over. "Holy envoy, why are you performing such a grand bow?" He muttered to himself, "This is too much, this is too much. I'm still young, I can't handle this." Qingming was distressed. "Holy Lord, I, Qingming, have upheld the righteous path my entire life, living with integrity. And now I'm forced to accept this huge gift for doing nothing? After receiving such a grand gesture, how can I face the world?" Looking up at the descending thunder tribulation, he asked in surprise, "This is an immortal ascension tribulation. Which fellow Taoist is undergoing it?" Shu Yunian revealed, "That would be junior brother Ye from Ethereal Peak. It must be his 2nd disciple, that little brat Li, who's about to face his tribulation." Qingming was shocked. The level of this thunder tribulation, it's not an exaggeration to say it's worlds apart from mine back in the day. Could it be a 49 or even a 69 thunder tribulation? The lightning was heading towards a courtyard, where Wu Jie was waiting excitedly. "I've trained bitterly for so many years. I'm finally becoming an immortal." A powerful bolt of thunder tribulation struck down. He closed his eyes and yelled, "Master." Qingming, observing from afar, realized it's an 89 thunder tribulation. This person's talent is extraordinary, but with a great disaster upon him. Why is he treating it like a game? Instead of using his full power to face the thunder strike, he's acting like a weaned child crying for his master under the tribulation. What the hell is a master gonna do? Junlin appeared behind him and chided, "It's just a little thunder. Stop making a fuss." Qingming was flabbergasted. "A little thunder? Do you think the tribulation cloud is your little brother?" The heavenly tribulation manifested. "Boss, I was just playing with him. Your disciple doesn't need to undergo this. I'll disperse the thunder tribulation right now and help him become an immortal. Is there more? Just how many disciples do you have? Let's get them all done at once." Inwardly, it was fuming. This humble little me can't stand this humiliating life of fear anymore. In an instant, Wu Jie ascended to the 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm. 5th level of the heavenly immortal realm. Relying on Master really is the best. I became an immortal without even having to face the thunder tribulation. Bai Shushu and Mo Yu, standing below, were basking in the spiritual energy. It's so warm and comfortable. This feels amazing. Am I about to become an immortal too? Wu Jie patted both their heads. The whole ethereal peak family is ascending together in perfect order. It's quite a breakthrough. Mo Yu said shyly, but I'm not ready yet. Even a Kun transformed into a human. I've finally become an adult. The two of them cheered joyfully below as Qingming stood there, petrified. The tribulation cloud is incredibly dangerous. The lord of countless cultivators' ascensions, actually called that Ye Junlin boss, dispersed the thunder tribulation and turned his disciples into some kind of mass ascension group. Is this even the tribulation cloud I know? Where's your attitude? Where are your principles? Where's your integrity? The people behind him reminded him, that's because your backer isn't powerful enough. As for integrity, that's because your own strength isn't great enough. As long as you're strong enough, even the rules will change for you. Kid, you need to get used to this kind of shock. He tapped a stream of spiritual energy into the heavenly tribulation. Not a bad performance. Take this wisp of primal chaos energy as your reward. It rejoiced. I've struck gold. I've hit the jackpot. It was ecstatic. The world doesn't know that tribulation clouds can also level up because we can only use the power of the plane to absorb primal chaos energy from the universe for cultivation. It could take billions of years to absorb a single wisp, let alone break through and level up. But now, I've actually evolved 4 wisps. I'm no longer an ordinary, backward tribulation cloud. Having a powerful backer is the best. The heavenly tribulation circled him fawningly. Thank you, boss. I love you to death, boss. You'll forever be my god. Junlin found it annoying. You're making me dizzy spinning around like that. Hurry back and stop causing trouble here. He found it strange. It's just one wisp of primal chaos force. Why is it acting like it's never seen anything like it? Whatever, I'll just give it a little more next time. Hearing this, Qingming trembled all over. Primal chaos force, is that the legendary primal chaos force that can create the heavenly tribulation of an entire region? Just what kind of divine being is he? Could he really be an immortal emperor? No, that's not right. According to the records of the ancient sacred land, even an immortal emperor has to be wary of the power of the thunder tribulation, let alone break through the realm to absorb primal chaos force. This man. Qingming feared that Junlin was an ancient immortal emperor. He ran over, fawning. Senior Ye, Qingming, was blind and failed to recognize your greatness. I was offensive just now, and I hope Senior will forgive me. Junlin didn't recognize him. The man Shu Yunian had introduced. Junior brother Ye, I haven't had a chance to introduce you. This gentleman was sent by the Tian Holy Land, specifically to pay a visit to our Tian sect. He stammered, as Senior Ye, you can just call me Little Liu. For Qingming to be able to meet you in his lifetime means this life has not been in vain. Qingming then took off his outer robe, revealing his bare shoulder. If it's possible, would the ancient heavenly emperor please give Qingming an autograph? He knelt and urged, Senior Yi, you don't need to be so humble. Qingming has read countless books. There's no way I'm mistaken. You are, without a doubt, the ancient heavenly emperor. According to the Kunlun God Ascension list from the ancient records Holy Land, the ancient heavenly emperor was born from the primordial universe, created the heavens and earth, controls the laws of the universe, and commands even the lightning tribulations from above. He is the most powerful existence between heaven and earth. Junlin was exasperated. Where did this idiot come from? He's spouting nonsense. But Shu Yunian was convinced. So, junior brother Ye is actually the heavenly emperor. I've always mistaken heavenly emperor for immortal emperor. That was clearly so disrespectful. Junior brother Yi, don't say another word. From this day forward, you will be the supreme elder of the Tian sect, addressed as Supreme Ye. The entire Tian sect will be at your disposal. He sighed warily. Seriously, he felt incredibly annoyed. Don't be like this, and stop letting your imaginations run wild. The others started cheering. Heavenly Emperor's divine might shines upon the eastern domain. All hail Supreme Ye. He cleared his throat to get their attention. All right, that's enough chanting. By the way, Qingming, what business do you have at my Tian sect? Qingming's expression turned serious. Right, I almost forgot my main purpose. This time, Qingming has come on behalf of the Tian Holy Land. He knelt and presented a command token to request submission under the command of Supreme Ye of the Tian sect. Shu Yanian was shocked. Are you kidding me? The Holy Land of the Central Domain wants to be a subordinate of the Tian sect. Are you sure your Holy Lord knows about this? The scene shifts to the Tian Holy Land, where Tianming is furious. Liu Qingming, what is this insane nonsense you're spouting? You're representing the Tian Holy Land to submit to the Tian sect? Ming was sent flying, his body slamming hard against a stone pillar. Ming grabbed him by the throat. Who the hell do you think you are to represent the Holy Land? This is obviously the Supreme Heavenly Emperor Yi, an invader from an outer realm. Even a 3-year-old can tell he's a fake, and you actually believed it. Ming pleaded, Holy Lord, please show some respect. You can humiliate me. But you absolutely cannot doubt Supreme Yi. He was stunned. He's actually lecturing me for an outsider. Ming continued to persuade him. He has performed great deeds for all living beings in the world and deserves to be remembered for eternity. Besides, with Supreme Yi's protection, the disciples of our sect. Even. What the hell is this? Ming declared. As the saying goes, death comes for everyone. It can be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather, depending on how you face it. For the sake of the Holy Land's eternal prosperity, Ming has devoted his life. I have no regrets, even in death. He roared in anger. Ignorant fool. Then go and die. Ming was struck by a palm and coughed up blood. Ming noticed the command token was emitting flames. This token. No, it's the talisman written on it. The power it's releasing is immense. He thought to himself, it seems what Yi Wusheng said was right. The Red Demon Hong has taken complete control of the Tian sect. It looks like I'll have to exterminate the Red Demon first before I can rebuild my plans for the 100,000 Immortal Mountains. Ming commanded, issue the order. The Tian sect has brutally murdered the Holy Land's envoy and has completely fallen to the demonic path. From this day on, reactivate the demon-slaying order. We will exterminate Hong Tianye and his remnants. The command token flew off into the distance. At the Taichu Holy Land, its Holy Lord, Old Man Lu, received the news. So, the Red Demon Hong Tianye is still alive after all. He recalled the great demon-slaying war of the past. I, as the Holy Lord of Taichu, despise evil as my mortal enemy. Wielding the immortal artifact, the demon-cleansing mace, I led the strongest experts to crusade against that demon lord. He looked at the doll in his hand. However, no one knew that I had actually fallen for Hong Tianye's beauty. Old Man Lu became frenzied and excited. He lusted. Little Hong, as long as you cripple your cultivation and serve me, I might let you live. Tianye appeared and struck him. You damn dog, get lost. Annoyed, he thrashed the old man. Die. Little Hong then battled Old Man Lu for several hundred rounds, forcing him to gradually retreat. The old man kissed the doll. Being disciplined by my little Hong like this, it feels so good. That fool Ming and his lot think they're so great, but they have no idea how terrifying little Hong's true strength is. Back then, he was just a true immortal, yet he could overpower us old Xianqian masters. Now that he has returned, it's not impossible that he has reached the mystic immortal realm. Oh, little Hong. Little Hong. With your personality of hating evil as your enemy, you'll definitely try to kill me first, won't you? If that's the case, then to save my own skin, I'll have no choice but to pay a hefty price and ask that lord to intervene. At Misty Peak of the Tian sect, as Junlin's group gathered in front of the small courtyard, someone spoke up, Master is truly a gourmet. Little Hei's hot pot broth is so fresh and delicious, I could eat it forever. Tianye angrily scolded, eat, eat, eat. You gluttonous ghost, I'll beat you to death. The other 3 were enjoying the mushroom hot pot. Delicious. This is so good. Being able to eat together like this is true happiness. He brought water to Junlin. Master, the Tian Holy Land is unparalleled. I fear their surrender is a trick. He judged. This little Liu fellow, he's not a bad person. Tianye's jaw dropped in disbelief. That old fossil who spouts poetry every time he opens his mouth? The one who can be insulted by anything? In what way is the holy envoy Ming not a bad person? A shout from outside caught Junlin's attention. Hong Tianye, get out here and die. Engulfed in flames, he said, Master, enjoy your milk tea. Your disciple will be right back. Outside, a crowd had gathered, led by Bo Qi, the sect master of the Qian Yuan Dao sect, and Yang Wei, the sect master of the Liu Li Dao sect. They declared, the eastern domain is a barren wasteland of spiritual energy. The red demon's cultivation must have been crippled long ago from staying here. The Crimson Devil who once shook the Central Plains has now ended up in this pathetic sect. How pitiful. What a shame. Bo Qi said eagerly, Sect Master Ye Junlin. When the Crimson Devil appears, I volunteer to be the vanguard and kill him. The moment he finished his boast, both of them were slapped across the face. Qing Yang berated them. Do I need you two to get involved? Without my command, no one is to make a move. I must personally slay the Crimson Devil to avenge my son. Tian Ye appeared with an imposing aura as a fire lotus materialized. You trash from the 8 great sects, are you in such a hurry to die? The old man was stunned. The Crimson Devil, Hong Tianye. As massive flames erupted around him, the other men screamed in agony. This is the undying phoenix flame, a fire that's burning my very soul. Kill me. Just kill me now. The man wouldn't allow it. Too bad. You think I'd let you die that easily? I want all of you to experience the full agony of having your souls incinerated. Even in death, you will have to beg me for the mercy of release. Dan Duong charged forward. Tu Bao, watch closely. Today, your father will grind this demon to dust and avenge you. The man sneered. You, with your strength? You idiot. You can't even tell who your enemy is. Wasting even a single word on you is pointless. With a single palm strike, he sent the old man plummeting to the ground, creating a crater beneath Than Duong's back. Impossible. I'm at the 5th stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm, yet you defeated me with a single finger. Could it be? Your power has already reached the mystic immortal realm. A dangerous glint appeared in Thien Diep's eyes as the old man below was engulfed in raging flames. Thien Diep laughed maniacally. The Crimson Demon has returned. Central Region, just you wait and suffer this seat's wrath. The remaining men started begging. You old thief. I curse your entire bloodline for 18 generations. How dare you trick us into coming here to die? Sect leader Hong, spare us. Please, Your Excellency, be merciful and spare this lowly one's life. Suddenly, a bizarre rain of blood began to fall from the sky. Tian Deep raised a shield to block it. A rain of blood. The aura of this newcomer. I'm afraid it's even stronger than mine. The men below laughed aloud. The flames are out. Where is this blood rain coming from? How strange. Whatever, my soul is finally free. Now, all of you will become my blood feast. The blood rain began to fall even harder. Strands of red energy gathered in one spot, coalescing into the shape of a person. Tian Diep was stunned, thinking to himself, what is this thing? I've never heard of such an existence in the Kunlun realm. The figure licked his lips. Such fragrant blood. This taste. It's truly exquisite. Tian Diep demanded to know his identity. You ugly mosquito, what kind of demon are you and where did you come from? A notification sound alerted Quan Lam. Warning, an Outer Realm Blood Clan member is attacking. The entity is Huet Du of the Nine Nether Immortal Blood Clan, a 9th-stage Immortal Lord. The creature introduced himself. With a temper like that, you must be the Crimson Demon, Han Thien Diep. I am the Immortal Huet Du, and soon I will be your master. Hearing this, Thien Diep flared up with rage. What a load of crap. Who are you trying to disgust? You damn mosquito. Who the hell do you think you are to talk to me like that? Watch as this seat beats you until you're on your knees, calling me master. A stream of the 10,000 Kalpa immortal prison fire shot towards Huet Du. The man smiled to himself, letting the flames slash his flesh and draw blood. 7th grade immortal power. The legendary 7th grade immortal power that only immortal emperors should possess. I never expected to find it in a mere heaven immortal like you. What an unexpected and delightful surprise. Thien Diep was astonished to see his opponent's condition. Huet Du's body had returned to a perfect state. If I drain all of your blood, my cultivation will surely recover to the peak of the Immortal King realm. Become my exclusive blood slave, and I shall grant you an immortal body. How about it? He then grabbed the man by the head. I used my 7th grade immortal power to empower the Red Lotus karmic fire, yet I couldn't even injure him. His healing ability is terrifying. Thien Diep continued to attack. In your wildest dreams, you want this seat to be your slave. Maybe in your next life. Huet Du grabbed his wrist tightly and pulled Thien Diep close. These little tricks won't work on me. In fact, they only make me more excited. The man cursed inwardly. Damn it. This guy's cultivation is probably at the Immortal Lord realm. I don't have the strength to fight back at all. The creature opened its mouth wide as if to devour Thien Diep whole, landing a precise bite right on his neck. Huet Du savored the man's pained expression. What a wonderful look on your face. As a reward for amusing me, I'll be a little gentle. Thien Diep felt incredibly humiliated. You damn mosquito, I will kill you. Quan Lam's voice echoed, my good disciple, do not panic. A golden beam of light shot out from the center of his forehead. He reassured him, don't resist. Keep your mind steady and your spiritual power circulating. Your master will help you break through to the mystic immortal realm. Thien Diep was in shock. What, right now, master, isn't there a more dignified way for me to break through? This scene would definitely get taken down if it were broadcast. Quan Lam revealed, in this universe, there are 2 super factions, the Divine Court and the Nine Nether. This person is from the Immortal Blood Clan, part of the Nine Nether faction. They possess extremely powerful self-regeneration. As long as a single piece of them remains, they can revive. If you absorb just a small amount of this energy, you'll turn into the lowest class of hybrid blood slave. But if the energy is great enough, you too will possess an undying body. Your master will now fuse this energy into your very bones and flesh. Having tasted Thien Diep's blood, Huidu became even more ravenous. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. Just a few sips. And the hidden injuries I sustained while crossing dimensions have already healed by 30%. He continued to drink the man's blood. Good boy. The transformation is almost complete. From now on, I'll be the only one who gets to enjoy you. From Tian Diep's body, a blinding golden light erupted, shattering both of Huidu's fangs. He screamed, "My fangs!" Tian Diep's hand pierced through Huidu's chest and ripped out his heart from behind. The creature was stunned. You weren't transformed. And you broke through to the mystic immortal realm. This is impossible. Tian Diep would make sure this debt was paid in full. You damn mosquito. The mere thought that I had to rely on your poison to break through to the mystic immortal realm makes me sick to my stomach. If I don't chop you into a million pieces, I'll never be able to quell the hatred in my heart. He crushed the heart in his hand. 8 desolations, mystic fire. Huidu vomited blood as his body was racked with excruciating pain. Seeing the image of Quan Lam appear behind him, the creature asked warily, "Who might you be?" Tian Diep declared, "I'm your daddy." With one punch, he unleashed the phoenix dance of the 9 heavens. Huidu's body instantly shattered into tiny fragments. Even Tian Diep himself was astonished. Incredible. So this is the power of the mystic immortal realm. The difference of a single realm is like the gap between heaven and earth. This is amazing. Tian Diep was delighted to see that not even a trace of the bite mark remained on his neck. With the wound, it healed completely in an instant. Is this the terrifying self-healing power of the immortal blood clan? His heart leaped with joy. To have this power, for this seat to dominate the central region, or even conquer the entire Kunlun realm, wouldn't that soon be within my grasp? Suddenly, the ashes in the sky began to coalesce, regenerating Huidu's body. You little brat, you've actually managed to piss me off. He silently recalled the phantom image from before. It was definitely not an illusion. After regenerating this time, it feels like there's a powerful, unknown energy rampaging through my flesh and bones, preventing my wounds from healing at all. I've never been in a situation like this, not even when facing Immortal King level experts. That excellency. I fear he is the mysterious awakened one the clan chief warned me about. Right now, my power hasn't fully recovered. I can't possibly fight back. Huidu raised his staff. Kid, today I'll show you what true hell looks like. He was wondering whether he should play along. The staff shot towards him. Behold, the scythe of the death, god. Tian challenged. You think I'm scared of you? When the red lotus god's slaying spear missed, he leaned back to dodge it. What the hell? How could it miss at this range? Suitu was calculating. First, I'll deal with these small fries to replenish my energy. Then I'll seize the opportunity to kidnap this kid and restore my cultivation. The people below were cut down by the beam of light. This is bad. Run. The man greedily absorbed all the blood chi. Suitu estimated that the energy should be enough. At that moment, he lunged forward, grabbed Tian, and flew away. Little one, you are the key to restoring my cultivation. Come with me. Sir, hiding your true identity is not the act of a strong person. Forgive my offense. He struggled. You madman, let me go. Where the hell are you taking me? Ye Junlin, who had been waiting for this moment, prepared to make his move. He sneered. I guess he has a bit of a brain, but not much. Little Red, I'll have to let you suffer a bit to scout out the enemy's lair. As Ye Junlin destroyed the sword, the system announced. Attacked by a 9th Heaven Immortal Lord. Passive ability activated. Received cultivation of a 1st Heaven Immortal King. Tian had been taken to an underground palace beneath the Taichu Holy Land. Damn mosquito. Suitu coaxed him. Obediently heal me, or I have plenty of ways to make you wish you were dead. But before that, he grabbed him by the neck and said, Who was that phantom that appeared on you earlier? Once I fully recover my strength, I'll definitely mince that coward into a million pieces. Wu Ji reported anxiously, Master, this is terrible. Senior brother has been captured by a demon. A series of notifications popped up. Host, why did you let that Immortal Blood clansman get away? I haven't even issued the new mission yet. He cursed angrily. That son of a bitch. That demon Shui too is definitely not human. He must be another one of those half-breeds from the outer realms. His cultivation technique is extremely evil. He can drain people's blood. The more blood he drains, the stronger he becomes. The system added, Host, hurry and chase after him. The mission rewards are incredibly generous. You'll definitely regret missing this. It's not too late if you go now. Ye Junlin covered Wu Jie's mouth. Be quiet. Let's wait for Little Red to absorb all the energy in the blood pool to strengthen his regeneration. It won't be too late to rescue him then. A stream of aura flew towards him from afar, entering Ye Junlin's forehead. I can't believe Little Red was taken to the Taichu Holy Land. The Taichu Holy Land is Shuitu's lair. As for the awakened ones he mentioned, They are the ancient immortal kings who were once in seclusion in the Kunlun realm. They are now gradually awakening. To them, the restoration of the Kunlun realm's spiritual energy is like a dinner bell. And the central region, the land with the most abundant spiritual energy and the richest orthodoxies, has attracted more than just a few pairs of eyes. The fearsome alien race is the Ming Shang, but the real hidden threat are these ancient awakened ones who are secretly waking up, intending to reclaim their power. It seems the central region is no longer just murky water, but a hunting ground surrounded by a school of sharks. He reminded it, System. Little Red is in the Taichu Holy Land. Issue a check-in mission. When the time comes, I'll just complete all the missions at once. The system was fuming. Host, don't be so ridiculous. Do you think missions are something you can just order up whenever you want? He asked back, so, are you going to issue it or not? It displayed a new message. Congratulations, host, for unlocking a new check-in location, the Central Region's Taichu Holy Land. A successful check-in will grant a peak 9th grade immortal power reward. A flood of information was passed down. Things were not looking good. The Red Demon, Hong Tianye, has broken through to the Xuan immortal realm. The entire soul-slaying spirit army has been annihilated, and all 7 great sect masters have fallen. Ye Junlin, Qing Yang, and the others have died tragically in the eastern region. The 4 great Holy Lands have recalled all their disciples and jointly activated the ancient Holy Lands defensive grand formation. No one can enter the Holy Lands territory anymore. The Red Demon, Hong Tianye, has sent his followers from the Xuan Tian sect to the central region to begin a great massacre. After the deep gratitude was expressed, he called out, Qingming, where are we? From behind, Qingming replied, reporting to Supreme Elder Ye. We have arrived at Phoenix Cry Prefecture in the central region. Ahead of us lies the territory of the Heavenly Maiden Nation. The Heavenly Maiden Nation is a top-tier, immortal dynasty in the central region. Their system favors women over men. All the women cultivate the royal Heavenly Maiden art, possess formidable combat strength, and their customs are quite open. The people below were terrified. Holy cow, is that even a human voice? The Holy Lands have all gone into hiding. The Red Demon is defying the heavens. Damn it, what were those idiots from the 7 great Taoist sects thinking? Picking a fight with the Red Demon for no reason? Now we're all dragged into this mess. Is it too late to join the fire-worshipping sect? A Kun had spread the news everywhere. Wu Jie was surprised. Where did this guy come from? Didn't he already return to the central region? Why is he here? Ye Junlin calmly sat down. It's our first time in the central region. We need a guide. This man, Qingming, is trustworthy, so I brought him along. Qingming, upon being summoned, thought angrily to himself, what kind of trick is this stubborn scholar pulling now? He knelt down. Thank you, Supreme Elder Ye, for saving me. If it weren't for the substitution puppet technique you left in the token back then, Qingming would have long since been dead and buried. I have no way to repay you for saving my life. All Qingming has is this humble life, and I am willing to go through fire and water for Supreme Elder Yi without hesitation. Ye Junlin replied, all right, stand up. Since you submitted to the Xuan Tian sect, and I am a disciple of the Xuan Tian sect, as long as I am here, no one can harm you. Qingming flattered. Supreme Elder Ye is truly a heavenly being, as gentle as jade. They treat men as accessories. They either marry them into their harems or cripple their cultivation and force them to practice the art of taming men to become their playthings. Supreme Elder Ye, right now, the only way to reach the Holy Lands is by borrowing the ancient teleportation formation located in the royal forbidden grounds of the Heavenly Maiden Nation's imperial capital. Yeah,